Chapter 1. She gave me money? It must have been during my middle school years. I can still vividly recall the appearance of that language teacher. She was the one who conducted my very first language class. That lesson was about Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring. Oh, she must have been quite beautiful otherwise. You wouldn't remember her for so long. A woman interjected, her tone tinged with curiosity. At that time I was still young. How could I comprehend so much? Oh, Of course, in my memories, she had a fondness for smiling, not the boisterous laughter typical of girls my age, but a subtle smile that exuded elegance. Li Chongqing discreetly glanced at the woman's ample bosom, his right hand gently draping the blanket over her shoulder, displaying utmost gentlemanly behavior. The woman chuckled softly, saying nothing further. Li Chongqing's expression remained unchanged, seemingly lost in recollection. I remember she wore a white dress, breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of the moment I first saw you in the mall at that time. I thought to myself how wonderful it would be to go on a date with her someday. How old were you then? You were so young and already thinking about dating girls? The woman continued to inquire. That's why I said it is a man's instinct. Li Chongqing's tone carried a hint of reluctance, his expression slightly melancholic. Indeed. The woman nodded, a smile gracing her face. Right, so now you understand why I approached you yesterday, don't you? You remind me so much of that teacher, always so knowledgeable and gentle. Really? Is that the impression I give you? Absolutely. You have no idea, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you yesterday, that feeling returned. If you're free this weekend, how about I take you to the Disney amusement park? The woman chuckled softly, shaking her head as she slowly sat up from the grand bed, the velvety silk blanket sliding off her, revealing an astonishingly fair complexion. What a pity. I've outgrown the age of daydreaming. Your story is lovely, and I quite like it, but we are destined to be incompatible. On the woolen carpet, scattered clothes lay in disarray. The woman, bare before him, bent down to pick up her fallen Chanel bag, extracting a bundle of red bills without a glance, carelessly tossing them onto the sheets. After dressing, she turned back and smiled at Li Chongqing. I had a wonderful time last night. Consider this a reward for you, however. Let's pretend we never met afterwards. Goodbye, little one. As her words faded, the woman, in her high heels, confidently exited the room. Li Chongqing was left dumbfounded, staring at the pile of cash on the bed, a single thought echoing in his mind. Damn, did she really just pay me? In the dead of night, by a reservoir, two men were holding fishing rods, engaging in idle banter. Old Wang, after everything, she actually gave me money. Can you believe it? She gave me money. Damn, I even counted. It was over 2,000. I've never made that kind of money from a woman before. Did you take it? The man beside him shot him a jealous glance, gripping his fishing rod a bit too tightly, causing ripples on the water's surface. Why would I refuse free money? What kind of question is that? TSK, but now that I think about it, I feel a bit scared, you know. Accepting money changes the nature of things legally speaking. In such cases, it seems like you could end up spending at least 5 days in jail. As Li Chongqing spoke, his voice gradually diminished. If the nature is serious, it's at least 10 days, plus a $5,000 fine. Old Wang said solemnly. Don't be so serious. I didn't mean to take that money. I just wanted to have a nice chat with that woman. I never expected she'd misunderstand me in the end. Li Chongqing felt a bit embarrassed, avoiding the man's gaze, staring quietly at the water. Soon, as if seeing something, his unwashed right hand could not help but rub his eyes. How, really? You just met for a day and went to bed together? Time is money, Old Wang. In this day and age, everything requires speed and efficiency. Isn't it normal to get on the bus first and buy a ticket later? Hey, Old Wang, did you see something swimming in the water? As Li Chongqing spoke, he blinked vigorously, pointing at the water. Really? Then why did you suddenly decide to open a fishing tackle shop? Fishing is supposed to be the most time-consuming hobby, right? Aren't there enough fish in the reservoir? What else could be in there? Is your old man swimming in there? No. Did you see that blackfish? It seems to have a number on its head. Li Chongqing leaned forward, rubbing his eyes, as if trying to see more clearly. At that moment, in his view, atop the blackfish's head, a glaring number 1 arrogantly appeared in his line of sight, swimming back and forth, occasionally bubbling at the surface, yet refusing to bite. The fish has a number on its head? You can see that in this pitch-black night? What? Are you wearing AR glasses today? Trying to digitize the fish? No, I don't know why. But when I looked closely at the water, I could definitely see that fish had a number on its head. And not just one fish, there were several like that. Hey, old one, you have a number appearing on your head too. What nonsense? Are you going crazy? Trying to format me too? You have a 2 on your head. One more than that fish? You're the one who's 2. Your whole family is 2. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. It's getting late. I have to go home. My wife is still waiting for me. Ah, you've lost the vitality of our youth. This is the sorrow of married men. Li Changsheng shook his head helplessly, watching the number 2 slowly fade away, before turning his gaze back to the water. However, at that moment, a sudden force yanked Li Changsheng toward the depths of the reservoir. Whoa, something's biting. Li Changsheng's face lit up with joy, but before he could exert any force, an unimaginable strength abruptly pulled him into the water. Splash! A great splash erupted, and before Li Changsheng could even let go, he was dragged under. In a daze, Li Changsheng felt swirling currents relentlessly pulling him toward the depths. Endless water surged into his mouth. Damn it! Why is there a current in this reservoir? In his bewilderment, only that one thought echoed in his mind. Chapter 2: The Divine Realm. Year 1322 of the Divine Era. The Daiwei Dynasty, Chengyin County. In the dead of night. The sky was draped in a fine drizzle, dark clouds looming overhead, and not a single shadow could be found on the streets. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps began to resonate. Clang, clang, clang. The deep sound of clashing scabbards echoed through the night, as shadows rushed forth from the darkness, causing the nearby houses, which still held some sound, to fall into an eerie silence. Those familiar with the frequent raids knew that during such dark and windy nights, the frequency of unsavory activities would significantly increase. At that moment, in the ancestral mansion located at the southernmost part of Chengyin County, a small, thin boy clad in hemp clothing appeared alarmed, hastily running into the house, holding a red lantern in his right hand. The boy breathed heavily, and upon closer inspection, his face appeared pale, as if suffering from long-term malnutrition, yet his eyes darted restlessly, giving an impression of cleverness. Creak. Second young master, second young master. The boy shouted while forcefully pushing open the inner door. Upon entering, he saw a young man in black attire seated at a desk, engrossed in a book, studying intently by the dim candlelight. Though he seemed somewhat distracted, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. The study was tightly closed, a strange sandalwood fragrance wafting through the air, emanating an odd scent. What is it? Xiaoxi. The young man in black noticed the boy's appearance, his eyes flickering, putting down his book, and in a detached tone, asked. The boy, perhaps due to running too quickly, found himself momentarily speechless under the young man's gaze, his chest heaving violently, unable to utter a word. Chen Dongming's left eye twitched incessantly as he suppressed his impatience, silently observing the boy. Young master, a group of men in black have arrived outside without any warning. They smash down our front door, showing no courtesy whatsoever, and they attack anyone they see. Utterly brutal. The Chen guards are holding them off, urging us to escape through the back door and report to the authorities. Did you clearly see that they were all dressed in black? Ah? The youth paused momentarily, lowering his head as if lost in recollection after a brief interlude. He turned to Chen Dongming and spoke. I don't know. Chen Dongming narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively clenching his left hand. Just as he was about to reprimand the youth, the boy suddenly added. Oh, young master, I've remembered. Not all those individuals were clad in black. Several wore garments adorned with black fish, alongside intricate silver threads. Yes, the black fish silver thread attire appeared to be of exquisite quality, likely quite expensive. I am unsure of their identity. Very well, here is what you shall do. Accompany Chen the bodyguard and engage them momentarily while I report this to the authorities. Chen Dongming inhaled deeply, issuing his command casually. Ah, am I to engage in battle? Second young master. The youth in the coarse robe was taken aback, pointing to his own nose and casting a bewildered glance at Chen Dongming, stammering his confusion. What? Are you not one of the Chen family? Now that my family is in peril, you wish to flee? With a stern countenance, Chen Dongming fixed his gaze upon the youth, a formidable aura gradually emanating from him. No, it's not like that, young master. I shall go at once. The youth appeared like a frightened rabbit, retreating several steps in trepidation after a moment of hesitation. He grimaced and nodded, hastily making his way back yet. Even as he departed, his eyes frequently darted back towards the top of Chen Dongming's head, as if searching for something. Within the room, Chen Dongming squinted, remaining seated and fixated on the boy's receding figure. Once the youth's silhouette vanished completely, he abruptly rose, dashing to the door to scrutinize the surroundings. After a brief moment, upon hearing the distant clamor of shouting and chaos outside, he firmly secured the door. Next, he approached a bookcase against the wall and forcefully tugged at one of the tomes. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a series of mechanical sounds, the bookcase slowly parted from both sides, revealing a concealed door. With a vigorous push, Chen Dongming unveiled a dimly lit passageway. Candles, thick as arms, flickered quietly on either side, illuminating the cobblestone floor in a ghostly gleam. Chen Dongming had no time to linger. He hurriedly raced towards the end of the passage. Soon, another wooden door came into view. Upon sighting this door, Chen Dongming finally managed to steady his breath and cautiously rapped on it with his right hand. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump. The rhythmic knocking reverberated through the cavernous darkness of the passage. After 3 breaths, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man in gray, his keen eyes scrutinizing the newcomer. Is there trouble? Indeed. Chen Dongming nodded, peering through the crack to find several agilely dressed men and women gathered around. A long piece of cowhide parchment spread before them, adorned with intricate drawings and several rectangular wooden boxes, the contents unknown. Third uncle, just as you predicted, trouble has come knocking. It appears to be the inspectorial division. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of those present varied significantly, some hastily rising to gather their belongings. Are the inspectorial division members here in person? Are you certain? This is no jest. Chen Baiyi's countenance turned grave as he sought confirmation from Chen Dongming once more. At this moment, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Chen Dongming. Our household servants witnessed several individuals in garments adorned with black fish and silver threads. It must be the leader of the inspectorial division leading the charge. A leader-level figure? That means a master of the bone-tempering realm has arrived. Truly, my suspicions were not unfounded. Such matters are indeed the court's, and their response is swift. Chen Baiyi's expression darkened considerably. The murmurs of discontent began to swell within the room. Third brother, we were told not to act, not to act. Now we're finished. What shall we do? We're doomed. Indeed, the elder master and the eldest young master are away. What now? What more is there to say? We must flee. Where do you propose we run? We have only just settled here. Silence. As the noise escalated, Chen Baiyi bellowed, his commanding presence silencing the crowd, rendering them speechless. The candles in the passage flickered violently, extinguishing half of them. Such a roar possessed immense power. Once the matter is resolved, you all had nothing to say. Now you turn and blame me? If you fear for your lives, go out and surrender, lest you drag us down with you. Chen Baiyi's voice dripped with cold fury, and the assembled individuals found themselves unable to lift their heads under the weight of his reproach. Have the affairs of the household been arranged? Chen Baiyi turned to Chen Dongming, his voice lowered. Everything has been organized as per your instructions. I did not rely on acquaintances. I specifically sought someone from outside, quite simple-minded. He has been tasked with transferring all valuable items from our home to other counties for liquidation, and in the past few days, we have administered a drug in his meals. Even if he miraculously survives, without our antidote, he shall certainly perish within the hour. Chen Dongming spoke with clarity and precision. As he produced a thick bundle of banknotes from his bosom and presented them to Chen Baiyi. Very well, Dongming, you have done admirably. Indeed, a faint smile graced Chen Baiyi's face as he nodded, accepting the banknotes and tucking them away. Ha! It appears my grandson is indeed reliable. How could the second one possibly produce such a child? Chapter 3. The Escape That Failed. In the dimly lit basement, Chen Baiyi's voice echoed once more, declaring, "We can no longer remain here. It is imperative that we depart immediately. Everyone, hasten to gather your belongings. Our future resurgence depends on them." With an air of calm authority, Chen Bai orchestrated the group's movements that as soon as his words fell, the others busily began to collect their possessions that in a short span. The area was left barren, each individual's pockets stuffed to the brim, with some already dashing towards the exit. Wait, come back. What is the rush? The outside is surely surrounded. Where do you think you can flee to? Chen Bai's voice rang out to halt them. Before anyone could inquire further, he strode purposefully towards another wall within the room, sweeping aside debris with a wave of his hand. After a moment's inspection, he thrust his right hand into the wall. The seemingly solid barrier yielded as effortlessly as tofu, and Chen Bai appeared to be searching for something within the earthen depths. Old 3, what are you doing? If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Someone urged, visibly anxious. Silence. What are you panicking for? The elder scoffed, his gaze sharp. Drawing a deep breath, his body surged with vitality, his already robust arms swelling further. Veins bulging prominently, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Suddenly, boom, crack, crack, crack. Amidst the swirling dust, a hidden stone door was forcefully pulled open from the wall. A narrow, pitch-black passageway unveiled itself before the group. Earth and stones from the walls began to crumble and fall away. This way, move quickly. We won't be able to escape from outside. All right. The crowd erupted in ecstatic admiration for the third elder's prowess. With fervent praises, they began to file into the stone doorway. Within the secret passage, dust and dirt continuously cascaded onto them. Clearly, this passage could not withstand for long. Yet, at that moment, no one cared. The mere chance of survival was the greatest fortune they could hope for. What more could they possibly desire? However, Chen Dongming, still lingering outside, gazed at the stone door in a daze, silent for a long while. He was unaware of the door's very existence. Stop staring. Let's go. From now on, remember to always leave yourself a glimmer of hope in any situation outside. Chen Bai patted Chen Dongming on the shoulder, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Caution and prudence were the very reasons he had managed to survive until now. Understood, third granduncle. Chen Dongming, pressed for time, hurriedly followed Chen Bai into the dark passage. The sounds of shouting and slaughter were now alarmingly close. The enemy was evidently closing in. The tunnel was not long, and after merely a few minutes of hurried strides, they could see the exit ahead. That it was still night outside, with only a faint moonlight filtering in. Upon emerging, Chen Dongming was struck by the sight that awaited him. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the outskirts of the county town. Gazing upwards, he could faintly see, beyond the low city wall, the grand residence that once belonged to their family, now engulfed in flames. The Chen family had truly perished. The supervisory office. Chen Dongming murmured, his eyes brimming with hatred. Enough. Our family is here. We can always hire new servants once we reach a new place. The world is harsh, and we have supported them long enough. We have done our duty. Let us leave. Yes, all right, third granduncle. Chen Dongming nodded, suppressing his thoughts. Little 4, I'm sorry. Once we reach safety, I'll make sure to burn offerings for you. The man's heart ached, yet the next moment he quickly caught up with the others. Not pausing for a moment. It proved that fleeing was sorrowful, especially when forced to do so. Yet at this moment, Chen Dongming felt an even greater sorrow, one that stemmed from the fact that they hadn't managed to escape. Just as they had not ventured far, a sudden voice rang out ahead of them. Indeed, cunning as ever, you are truly the infamous old fox of Chengyin County, with your 3 hideouts, Tessany. At the moment the words were spoken, flames erupted around them, and shadowy figures abruptly appeared before the group. Leading the charge was a man clad in black, slowly emerging from the darkness. His features were sharp and angular, draped in a silver-threaded black fish suit. With a sturdy iron staff hanging at his waist, and a scar etched across his left cheek, bestowing him an aura of ferocity. His muscular arms, even through his clothing, were unmistakably well-defined. ITSU. You are one of the supervisory office's men. Upon seeing the man, now dressed in new attire, Chen Bai halted, his expression darkening. Sun Qian. This man was known to him. Not just to him. Many members of the Chen family recognized Sun Qian, having often encountered him at gambling dens, fully aware of his formidable skills. A master of the bone-tempering realm. Among them, Chen Dongming's expression was the most tempestuous, his mind racing with curses that he had initially thought Sun Qian to be a mere idle wanderer, only to discover now that he had donned a new identity to pursue them. It was he who had been responsible for recruiting this individual in the first place. Chen Dongming regretted the 2,000 taels he had lent to Sun Qian for gambling. Now he felt as if his insides were twisted with remorse. Chen Baiyi's eyes darted around, desperately searching for an escape route, but after scanning for what felt like an eternity, he despaired, realizing that all avenues had been thoroughly blocked by the figures opposing them. Moreover, he noted that every individual standing behind Sun Qian was a martial artist, not a single ordinary person in sight. Truly, the supervisory office lived up to its reputation as one of the two major violent establishments of the court. Wielding considerable power, Sun Qian stroked his chin, gazing at Chen Baiyi with keen interest, his eyes fixating on the wooden box cradled in the arms of the group. You all have quite the audacity. Daring to steal from the court, but don't think that just because that batch of bandits has been eliminated, we cannot trace you. Will you surrender quietly, or do you intend to put up a fight? Lord Sun, you misunderstand us. We had no knowledge that the bandits were pilfering items belonging to the court. Had we known, even if you gave us several lives, we would not have dared to act. Look, everything is right here. We haven't touched a single thing. Moreover, Lord Sun, to show our sincerity, the Chen family is willing to offer half our wealth that we hope you can show magnanimity and spare us this time. Chen Baiyi, face full of grievance, continued to explain, directing the others to place the wooden box on the ground, then pulling out a thick stack of silver notes from his bosom, hoping to appeal to Sun Qian's better nature. As for whether Sun Qian was truly part of the supervisory office, that thought had never crossed his mind. After all, in the Deyue dynasty, he had never heard of anyone bold enough to flaunt such attire while engaging in deception. Oh, heh, you old men are rather amusing. Sun Qian glanced at the silver notes in the elder's hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Chen Baiyi paid no heed to his own dignity, bowing deeply before the much younger Sun Qian. What a pity, sigh. Sun Qian picked up the package on the ground, opened it for a brief glance, then shook his head, closing it again. What is the pity for? My lord, Chen Baiyi's eyes flickered, his smile somewhat stiff, his right hand discreetly signaling behind him. Unfortunately, the items I seek are not among yours. Why don't you bind yourselves and accompany me back? Perhaps there may still be a glimmer of hope. Sun Qian tossed the wooden box behind him with a grin that resembled a snarl. The moment his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Chapter 4. A Life and Death Struggle. Night fell outside the city walls. Two factions stood poised, staring intently. Chen Baiyi's smile gradually faded, his back straightening, as he seemed to regain his former grandeur, though his eyes remained fixed upon Sun Qian. Does my lord truly intend to annihilate the Chen family? The elder, though aged, was resolute, declaring, I may be old, but in desperation, perhaps it would be difficult for my lord to explain to your superiors upon your return. Oh, are you now concerned for my well-being? Sun Qian paused, surprised, then could not help but burst into laughter that a strange silence fell over the scene. However, Sun Qian's laughter soon dissipated, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace, his aura intensifying, as an illusory ape began to manifest behind him. I am so frightened, but what are you to threaten me? Gazing upon the fierce visage of Sun Qian, the elder across from him no longer sought mercy. Silently, he extended his hand and drew a finely forged long knife from behind, speaking softly to the others behind him. I will hold off Sun Qian. You must flee for your lives that if you can escape. Gather at the agreed location. Of course, if you cannot escape, then you can only pray for your own fortune. As soon as his words fell, a ruthless expression overtook Chen Baiyi's face, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupting from his being. In the next instant, his figure vanished, leaving only a whirlwind of breeze spiraling at the spot where he once stood. After all, he too was a bone-tempering warrior, and in a narrow encounter, the brave would triumph. In the blink of an eye, Chen Baiyi traversed the 10 meters, his sharp, long knife cleaving down towards Sun Qian with unmatched force that in the air, one could faintly hear the sound of crashing waves, echoing ominously. The breaking wave blade. Quite intriguing indeed. Sun Qian appeared unfazed, as if the long knife before him were a mere illusion, that he leisurely stretched his body and swung his long staff, his movements exuding utmost relaxation. Yet a muffled sound of breaking air faintly resonated in the atmosphere. Bang! The sound of weapons clashing reverberated through the void, relentless and piercing, causing many onlookers to wince in pain that a fierce gust of energy emanated from the clash of the two. And within a radius of several meters, None dared to approach. As iron staff and long knife intertwined, the air thickened with boiling blood. Upon closer inspection, the ground was already marred with cracks. The two warriors separated after their initial contact. With Chun Bai's arms trembling slightly, while Sun Qian remained seemingly unscathed, still wielding his staff with one hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "That old fellow possesses quite the strength." Chun Bai's expression shifted, his pupils constricting violently as he gazed at Sun Qian's seemingly unaffected demeanor, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible. How could you possibly be this strong?" The breaking wave blade technique, which he had executed with all his might, had seemingly no effect, leaving Chun Bai in disbelief, for he too was a bone-tempering warrior. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since I engaged in combat. Even an old fellow like you dares to challenge me." Sun Qian shook his head, his demeanor turning increasingly feral, resembling an enraged ape, his face twisted with menace. Chun Bai fell silent, glancing at the group behind him that was gradually breaking through, his grip tightening around the long knife as he charged forward without hesitation. He understood that if he did not impede this man before him, none present, including himself, would escape. The battle was about to erupt. The fierce gleam of the blade mingling with a potent aura of vitality stood out sharply in the darkness. Simultaneously, it appeared as though countless long staffs and knife lights had suddenly materialized in the air, their metallic clash resonating incessantly. Yet any observant individual could see that Sun Qian was moving with remarkable ease, his iron staff periodically piercing through the knife shadows to strike the elder, leaving behind trails of wounds. "Scatter and flee." At that moment, Chen Dongming bellowed, drawing forth a long knife from seemingly nowhere and sprinting in one direction. "Kill!" Instantly, the crowd dispersed in a frantic escape. "Kill!" The inspectors, clad in black, reacted with nonchalance, drawing their weapons and charging directly at their foes. A chaotic melee erupted in an instant. "Roll, roll, roll." Chen Dongming fought as he ran, his knife technique fierce. Though lacking the immense power of Chun Bai, the dance of his long knife still struck fear into the hearts of many that in the face of life and death. He could care less about anything else, pouring every ounce of his strength into the fray, rendering him nearly untouchable. How had they been discovered? Why was this happening? All those fleeing were engulfed in confusion. Aside from Chun Bai, no one knew of the hidden passage, yet here they were, relentlessly pursued by the inspectors. Not only Chen Dongming, but even Chun Bai himself felt utterly perplexed. Just then, a sharp arrow sliced through the air from the darkness, striking silently. A man clutched his throat where the arrow had pierced, his eyes filled with disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. "There are archers." The young man in black felt his pupils constrict violently, about to call out a warning, when once again, a series of arrows whistled through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, 3 arrows were launched in unison, accurately piercing the throats of 2 men and 1 woman, following the same eerie trajectory, rendering them defenseless. However, the inspectors merely cast surprised glances towards the darkness before continuing their assault. What to do? What to do? There was no escape. The situation grew increasingly perilous. Witnessing his comrades fall one by one, Chen Dongming clearly became anxious, his knife technique growing increasingly erratic. That moment, a significant portion of his focus was consumed by guarding against the unknown archer. Fortunately, after firing 4 arrows, the archer in the shadows inexplicably ceased their barrage. Yet, even so, mere moments later, Chen Dongming bore numerous new wounds. Meanwhile, Chun Bai, still engaged in combat with Sun Qian, took note of the developing situation, his heart racing with urgency. Yet the seasoned warrior remained composed, contemplating an escape route. "Hey, Chen Laosan, your family is on the brink of annihilation. Aren't you going to lend a hand?" Sun Qian remained unperturbed, his iron staff in constant motion, each swing imbued with immense force, pushing Chun Bai back. His taunts persisted, "Eliminating you will suffice to save them." After responding, Chun Bai fiercely swung his long knife, intentionally striking the iron staff, using the momentum to retreat several paces. Then, taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Ha!" Accompanied by a low growl, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from his aging body, crackling like frying beans, as his aura surged dramatically. Sun Qian's expression shifted to one of surprise, his demeanor finally turning serious, his thoughts racing. Oh, a secret method. The old fellow is finally ready to go all out. Let us perish together. Chen Bai's mouth bled profusely. His visage twisted with rage, and he fiercely swung his knife towards Sun Qian's neck. This time, the long knife transformed into a spectral wave, crashing down upon Sun Qian with tremendous force. Whoosh! The piercing sound of slicing air was several times more intense than before, causing Sun Qian's expression to grow grave. As the staff made contact with the wave, an overwhelming force sent him flying 10 meters away. Damn, that is impressive. Quite intriguing. Yet just as Sun Qian was taken aback, expecting his opponent to pursue, he found Chen Bai behaving unusually, rapidly charging towards Chen Dongming, his long knife cutting through the air with precision, leaving none able to oppose him. Damn, old fool. Sun Qian cursed internally, hastily raising his staff and rushing forward. Third grandfather. At this moment, Chen Dongming, having been rescued, wore a face of exhilaration, watching as the elder swept away the surrounding foes, unable to suppress his desire to cheer. Run! I can't hold on much longer. Just as the elder spoke, blood erupted from his body as if it were a fountain. All right. Chen Dongming's expression shifted slightly, not daring to linger, and he charged outwards with his long knife. Old fool. You seek death. Sun Qian, now devoid of his previous jesting demeanor, bore an expression of intense fury, his iron staff crashing down towards Chen Bai with the force of 1,000 pounds. This time, he wielded the staff with both hands, a fearsome apparition of a savage monkey manifesting behind him, baring its fangs and roaring at the elder, the overwhelming pressure causing Chen Bai's mind to tremble. Clang, the violent clash of weapons sent Chen Bai staggering back, collapsing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of warm blood. His long knife snapped in twain, leaving Chen Dongming not far off, with a ringing in his ears and a tumultuous surge of vitality. Yet at this moment, Chen Dongming could not afford to glance back. He gritted his teeth against his injuries and dashed towards the dense forest. Run, run, the singular thought consumed Chen Dongming's mind, and in no time, he vanished into the thicket. Chapter 5. My name is Li Chongxing. A quarter of an hour later, Sun Qian casually rested the long staff upon his shoulder, exhaling a breath of foul air as he sat atop a stone mound. Looking down below, this moment, Chen Bai lay sprawled on the ground, his long knife shattered into several pieces, a deep indentation marring his chest. His eyes devoid of life, clearly having perished long ago. Surrounding Sun Qian, the inspectors bore expressions of deep reverence. Wherever one looked, the ground had become a patchwork of craters that my lord. A black-clad subordinate approached Sun Qian. Bowing respectfully, what transpired? Sun Qian replied with a stern countenance. They escaped. One managed to flee. Wang Cheng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the end, spoke in a significantly softer tone than before. What nonsense is this? Sun Qian's expression was one of surprise as she turned to look, the fierce aura she had just wielded causing Wang Cheng to instinctively retreat several steps, having eliminated 10 adversaries and compelled 2 to surrender. There was, however, one who managed to escape. It was the second young master of the Chun family, who took advantage of the chaos to flee. Yet he was already gravely injured, and our people are in pursuit. He cannot escape. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even capture a single person. What good are you? Sun Qian felt a flicker of irritation. After a moment, as if recalling something, she hastily inquired once more. Have the items been checked? Nothing is missing, is it? Rest assured, my lord, everything is accounted for. Not a single piece is amiss. That it was only then that Sun Qian relaxed, resuming her previous languid demeanor. Nodding with satisfaction, she casually asked, well then, what about our side? We lost 4, and there are still 10 remaining. Wang Cheng replied in a hushed voice, casting a furtive glance at Sun Qian, for the 4 who had perished were those whom Chen Bai had opportunistically slain while breaking away from her. Had Sun Qian not been shaken off, it was unlikely they would have suffered such losses. Strictly speaking, this was primarily Sun Qian's fault. However, even with a few doses of courage, he did not dare voice such thoughts. I understand. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. You all handle this place. I will go ahead and take a look. Sun Qian nodded nonchalantly, glancing at the corpses beneath her feet. After a moment, her eyes glinted as she bent down and retrieved a thick stack of banknotes from one of the bodies, tucking them into her bosom. Upon witnessing her actions, Wang Qing's lips twitched. Yet he feigned ignorance and continued to inquire, "And my lord, what of the two who surrendered? They were all slain. Why keep them alive?" "Yes, my lord." Wang Qing nodded, only to realize that Sun Qian, who had been right before him, had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, despair washed over the faces of the two who had surrendered. "Then my lord, spare our lives." In a shadowy thicket, Chen Dongming gasped for breath, his body riddled with wounds that continued to seep blood. His vision a blur. Upon closer inspection, one could see the numerous cuts from blades and swords. The most severe was on his left shoulder, which appeared as though it had been shattered by a heavy weapon. Dangling helplessly at his side, swaying back and forth as he ran, a relentless sense of weakness flooding his entire being. Yet even in such a state, Chen Dongming dared not halt his flight. "I cannot die. I must find my brother. I must seek out my uncle," Chen Dongming persistently reminded himself, striving to keep his consciousness alert. Soon, the sounds behind him faded away, but just as he began to relax. Suddenly, whoosh, the familiar sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced his ears. It was that archer. He had caught up. The thought barely registered in his mind when Chen Dongming, summoning every ounce of strength, lunged forward, but despite his efforts, the arrow still pierced his left shoulder, sending his body crashing to the ground. "Tyr, this is bad." A fierce pain contorted his face, but the moment the arrow struck, despair enveloped him. As he had anticipated, the moment he fell with the arrow embedded, swiftly whoosh, 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 3 more arrows were released with astonishing speed, their force creating a cutting wind in the air. Chen Dongming let out a roar, desperately swinging his long knife behind him, his right hand straining to pull out the arrow, rolling clumsily to the side. Crack, crack. He managed to knock 2 of the arrows from the air, but one still found its way deep into his back. Chen Dongming screamed, his body shaking uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, curiously, at this opportune moment, the archer surprisingly paused, refraining from further attacks. Unfortunately, at this moment, Chen Dongming seemed to be at the end of his rope. After struggling on the ground for a moment, he spat out a mouthful of warm blood and lay still, his breath rapidly fading until it vanished. In the dark thicket, no figure was visible, and the entire space fell silent once more. However, after a brief interval, whoosh, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air resounded again. This time, its trajectory was aimed directly at Chen Dongming's head. The unfamiliar archer appeared intent on not sparing even the corpse, ruthless, merciless. But in the next moment, unexpectedly, the seemingly lifeless Chen Dongming rose once more, filled with fury. "This is too much." Crack, crack, crack. A sound like popping beans emanated from within Chen Dongming, and he seemed to regain some strength, rising to sweep his long knife across, knocking the arrow aside. "Come out." Chen Dongming's eyes widened, his aura formidable, as though he bore no injuries at all, gripping his long knife with one hand, searching the dark thicket like a lone wolf. Yet ultimately, he could not locate the archer. "Useless fools." After a brief standoff, the man snorted coldly and turned away, his demeanor exuding pride, completely devoid of signs of his previous injuries. However, as soon as Chen Dongming left that place, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his breath plummeting rapidly. This time he could barely stand, relying on his knife for support, gasping heavily. Did he flee? Chen Dongming squinted, surveying his surroundings. He sensed that the archer behind him was likely not as strong, probably just a newly initiated warrior. However, his current state felt unprecedentedly poor. Even the finely crafted long knife in his grip felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Am I unable to even lift my knife? Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Sigh. Just as Chen Dongming wallowed in his sorrow, suddenly whoosh whoosh, the familiar sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out once more. He had not yet left. Chen Dongming's expression changed dramatically, despair washing over him as he fought against his weakness, raising his long knife to defend his chest. But this time, it seemed he had reached the end of his tether. As he barely lifted his long knife, the arrows struck him down, with the remaining one embedding itself in his chest. The powerful force of the arrow pinned him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Thud! Another mouthful of warm blood erupted forth, and at that moment, Chen Dongming could no longer muster any resistance. That it was only at this juncture that he had to concede that the archer behind him was indeed cruel and possessed ample patience. Come and kill me, come." In the dark thicket, no one responded. After a moment, the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves began to echo from a distance. A slight figure brandishing a long bough slowly approached Chen Dongming from the shadows. Cough, cough, cough. Yet this person halted 10 meters before Chen Dongming, concealing himself behind a large tree, coughing softly before falling silent, and once again nocking an arrow. Clearly, the archer had no intention of facing him directly. "You shameless, sickly wretch." Chen Dongming's eyes reddened, waves of despair crashing upon him. He could not discern the archer's visage, but he could see his movements. Yet at this moment, he lacked the strength to break free. Whoosh! The arrow shot across, and Chen Dongming's mouth opened wide, an arrow embedding itself in his throat, the feathers on his tail still trembling slightly. Until death, he never caught a glimpse of the archer's face. The slight figure waited a few moments, confirming that Chen Dongming had indeed fallen silent, before lowering his long bow and stepping forward slowly. The youth's chest rose and fell rapidly, appearing to have expended significant energy. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his expression remained impassive. Life and death are unpredictable, a cycle of retribution. Sigh. After observing for a moment, the youth shook his head and let out a peculiar sigh, then swiftly knelt beside the man and began to search him fervently. His expression was one of fervor that was truly astonishing. "Old Chun, I apologize, but since you killed me once, I shall kill you once as well. Call it even I shall gladly take what you possess. And when the time comes for Qing Ming, I will have someone burn a beautiful woman for you. Rest assured, one with black silk, quite tempting, so it won't be a disservice to you. But I wonder if this world even has the Qing Ming festival." The young man was aware of how to create black silk, yet he sighed, deciding to postpone the matter, for the past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, and he had forgotten to inquire with the shopkeeper. Murmuring to himself, he continued to move with remarkable speed, swiftly stashing away the items he had pilfered from Chen Dongming into his cloak, and casually retrieving the long blade that he had previously knocked to the ground, securing it behind him. The weapons wielded by the second son of the Qin family were undoubtedly superior to those of a mere pauper like himself. Once he had completed these actions, the youth finally rose to his feet. However, as soon as he stood, his body began to sway slightly, and the world before him spun in dizzying disarray that it felt so ethereal. Alas, what was to be done? The courtesans of the brothel would surely look down upon him. Standing still, the youth closed his eyes, waiting for his senses to return, when it seemed he recalled something. Lowering his gaze solemnly to the corpse at his feet, he spoke, Chen, I have a surname. It is Li Changsheng, the one who embodies immortality, that I do not go by the name Little Four, and I rather dislike being called that, as it may hinder my growth in the future. But I suppose you wouldn't understand." Shaking his head, he cast a glance at the insignia above Chen Dongming's head, which indicated a combat power of 0. Before making his way back along the path he had come, in the night sky, the ominous clouds began to disperse, and the moonlight began to blanket the earth. That moment, had Chen Dongming been able to see, he would have recognized that the figure standing beside his lifeless body was none other than the young man in tattered garments whom he had often commanded and urged to meet his demise outside. Chapter 6. Explanation. Yet, having not run far, Li Changxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he peered ahead. In the distance, a figure wielding an iron rod approached with incredible speed, appearing before Li Changxing in the blink of an eye. "So swift, my lord." Li Changxing marveled internally, halting his steps and softly greeting the newcomer. Has the matter been resolved? Sun Qian scrutinized the youth from head to toe, his expression turning somewhat surprised upon noticing that Li Changxing bore no injuries whatsoever. If his memory served him correctly, the one who had fled was supposed to be a warrior of the strengthening muscles realm. "It has been resolved, my lord." Li Changxing replied respectfully, lowering his gaze in response to Sun Qian's scrutinizing stare. Well done." Sun Qian nodded, falling silent as he squinted at the long blade strapped to Li Changxing's back, his expression growing peculiar. This blade, it bears a striking resemblance to that of the individual from earlier. Damn it, this young rascal's methods do strike a familiar chord. In the moonlight, the long blade on Li Changxing's back gleamed conspicuously, its brilliance cutting through the stillness of the air. The youth, his gaze vacant, stared blankly at the withered yellow leaves on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Sun Qian's gaze. After a moment, Sun Qian ultimately could not muster the courage to maintain his stoic facade, clearing his throat as he slung the iron rod over his shoulder. Looking at the youth with a resigned expression, "By the way, I never inquired earlier. How were you so certain they would appear here?" Li Chongqing appeared to snap back to reality, casting a discreet glance at Sun Qian. His lips twitching slightly, but he quickly retrieved a small black vial from within his cloak. The To answer, "My lord, it is because of this." Upon opening the vial, it revealed a peculiar powdery substance that emitted no discernible scent, which was rather strange. This substance is known as time. Ordinary individuals cannot detect its aroma, yet the spirit mice raised in my hometown are particularly fond of it. The hunters in our village often use it to track their prey. For even if the target is buried underground, the spirit mice can locate it. That I had scattered some of this on the silver notes given to Chen Dongming earlier, which is why I followed him here. However, this substance is only effective for short-range tracking and has a time limitation. If the distance and time exceed a certain threshold, the scent dissipates. Ditto. Your village possesses such a thing? Sun Qian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he took the black vial and examined it closely, his eyes flickering. Are these spirit mice ferocious beasts? Not at all, my lord. Please observe, Li Chongqing replied, reaching into his cloak. When he produced his hand, it cradled a small mouse. The creature's fur was a dull yellow, its coat fluffy, and it was no larger than an infant's fist, lying motionless in Li Chongqing's palm, its beady black eyes darting about, appearing quite adorable. Just as Sun Qian reached out to take it, the yellow mouse suddenly erupted in a flurry of fur, swiftly scurrying up the young man's arm and vanishing into his clothing. How amusing! Sun Qian shook his head, unfazed. What is the typical range for this tracking method? Besides time, are there any other limitations? To answer, my lord, the maximum range is approximately 3 kilometers, besides the time constraint. It cannot come into contact with water. If it does, it becomes entirely ineffective. 0.3 kilometers? Cannot come into contact with water? And there's a time limit? Quite impractical, isn't it? However, if utilized skillfully, it could yield remarkable results. Yet Sun Qian remained skeptical, deeming it somewhat unworthy compared to the cost of raising the mice. Very well. The task for tonight has been accomplished. Your performance in this assessment has exceeded expectations. Remember to report to the inspection office early tomorrow morning. Thank you, my lord. As he watched Sun Qian gradually depart, Li Chongqing bowed his head in acknowledgement, his gaze profoundly introspective. That moment, in Li Chongqing's eyes, a glaring number was prominently displayed above Sun Qian's head. Combat power, 73, 73. Then, Li Chongqing glanced at his own status. Combat power, 3-6. The disparity in combat power was rather significant. The inspection office, one of the 2 principal royal institutions of the Diyue dynasty, was primarily responsible for overseeing various sects and families, as well as hazardous secret realms within the kingdom. It possessed the privilege of executing first and reporting later, with skilled individuals aplenty within its ranks. The director of the inspection office was among the top-tier powers of the Diyue dynasty, ranked in the top 10 of the divine ability rankings. Having single-handedly annihilated a top-tier sect, rendering him capable of rivaling nations. However, all the knowledge he had gathered during this time led Li Chongqing to conclude that this world was exceedingly perilous. It appeared utterly unsafe. Alas, under the night sky, the youth continued to jog, his mind replaying a multitude of past events. He had been in this world for several months now, and aside from sharing the name Li Chongqing, the life story of his predecessor had deeply shocked him. Orphaned at 3, bereaved of his father at 10, it wasn't until he was 13 that his grandparents finally recognized the gravity of their circumstances. In a fit of grief and anger, one fateful night, after a discussion, they resolved to seek out the most renowned fortune-teller in the county to alter Li Chongqing's fate. Yet alas, fate was not to be trifled with. On their way back, armed with the new name bestowed by the fortune-teller, they met with a ferocious beast and ultimately succumbed to the pressures brought upon by Li Chongqing. From that day forth, he was left utterly alone, yet filled with a fervent resolve to rise and become a revered warrior, admired by all. Alas, accidents often arrive unannounced. With the loss of his source of income, compounded by an unrestrained fervor for martial arts that exhausted his body, he ultimately succumbed one fateful night a month ago, falling into a deep slumber from which he would not awaken before dawn, that in his final moments. He was left with only the yellow-furred mouse he had nurtured by his side. How tragic it is, given his family's circumstances and experiences. In a past life, had he garnered sufficient attention and hype, numerous young ladies might have extended their hands in aid. Who would have imagined that fishing would lead to a soul transmigration into another realm? Such an outcome was far beyond Li Chongqing's expectations. How lamentable it is that he is yet to settle his mortgage. By now, the bank must have already seized and auctioned off his home. Not to mention his recently opened fishing tackle shop, which still has over a year's rent left to pay, enriching that wretched landlord. Each time he reflects on this, Li Chongqing feels a dull ache in his chest. Yet perhaps after enduring prolonged misfortune, fortune is finally turning. Or perhaps it is the adage that after the extreme of adversity comes prosperity. Who could have anticipated that his previous father, a renowned hunting master in the surrounding villages, was actually a covert operative for the current dynasty's supervisory office? It is crucial to recognize that in this world, 80 to 90% of martial arts literature is controlled by the court and prominent families, leaving individuals like Li Chongqing with no opportunity to acquire such knowledge, a stroke of serendipity. He ultimately could not resist the allure of the legendary martial path and chose to partake in the entrance examination for the supervisory office, infiltrating the Chen family to recover treasures stolen by bandits. Fortunately, everything has progressed smoothly thus far. However, this time, it seems that due to Li Chongqing's involvement, yet another family has been dismantled. Being an undercover agent is certainly not a task suited for ordinary individuals. But, thankfully, it hasn't been 3 years of such labor. The youth inwardly nodded in affirmation of his own worth. He hastened his pace, soon returning home. Chapter 7. Returning to open the blind box before long. Li Chongqing arrived at a modest abode, a green brick and tile house, adorned with a pair of red double wooden doors that exuded a hint of bourgeois charm. Yet in truth, he understood that it was merely a façade of gold and jade, with nothing of substance within. His previous life of martial training had led him to sell off every item of value in his home, leaving only this house as a remnant. Surely he could not be left without a place to reside. And if it weren't for the fact that the spirit mouse could not fetch a decent price, he might have considered selling it for a little silver. Nonetheless, even though it would merely be a drop in the bucket compared to the exorbitant costs of martial training. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken when they said, "The scholar is impoverished while the martial artist thrives." With a sigh, Li Chongqing pushed open the door and stepped inside, where the barren room contained only a wooden bed and a dilapidated table, exuding an air of desolation that reeked of poverty. Months of absence had left the room cloaked in dust. A mere touch resulted in a hand covered in gray filth. However, Li Chongqing was undeterred. After a brief cleaning, he removed the longbow and steel knife from his back and leaned them against the wall, then arranged the few packages he carried neatly on the only table available. Squeak! A yellow mouse swiftly leapt from the boy's arms onto the table. Perhaps due to returning to a familiar environment, the yellow mouse appeared quite jubilant, rolling about on the table without a care for the dust. Alas, its tail was not lightning-shaped, its ears were not excessively long, and its cries did not quite match. Was it truly just a mutated mouse? Li Chongqing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the exuberant yellow mouse, especially the glaring number 2 atop its head, causing him to ponder. How curious that it bore a resemblance to old Wang's number. Nevertheless, at least he was still somewhat superior to this mouse. "Come, yellow fellow, let out a few more sounds for me to hear." Seemingly reluctant, Li Chongqing commanded, "Squeak, squeak." Yet in the next moment, the yellow mouse glared at Li Chongqing with bared teeth, its fur bristling, evidently displeased with the command. It appeared ready to charge at the boy in a fierce confrontation. Clearly, this peculiar command was not Li Chongqing's first attempt. All right, that's enough." Seeing this, Li Chongqing quickly waved his hands in appeasement. Unwilling to provoke further, that he had hoped to coax the yellow mouse into producing some electrical charge, yet its reaction was far more intense than anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, the boy pulled out a small white vial from his pocket and sprinkled some of the red powder onto the table. In an instant, the yellow mouse darted forward as if it had caught the scent of fish, swiftly licking up the powder, and after finishing, it wobbled and collapsed onto the table, contentedly drifting in a slumber. Observing the mouse's peculiar behavior, Li Chongqing's gaze flickered. There was something he had not mentioned to Sun Qian. The yellow mouse he had raised was far from an ordinary spirit mouse. Not only could it track enemies using specialized powders, but he had also discovered that it had a penchant for toxic substances and could even detoxify. However, it required the ingestion of corresponding poisons to produce an antidote within its system. Old Chin, if you're going to poison, just do it outright. Why must you lace it in the food? My little yellow mouse ends up feasting better than I do, alas. However, when considering it, this incident should not be related to him at all. The downfall of the Chin family was entirely Old Chin's doing. Li Chongqing regarded the sleeping yellow mouse with a serious nod, affirming his deductions. Thus, it seemed he was certainly not a lone wolf destined for misfortune, doomed to meet his end wherever he roamed. After a round of self-soothing, Li Chongqing grasped the long knife and examined it closely at a 10th forge long knife, still acceptable. The youth felt no disappointment as he gripped the blade, applying a slight force against the wooden table, causing a decayed piece of wood to fall away. That a 10th forge long knife typically ranged in market value from 50 to 100 taels of silver, perfectly suited for novice martial artists. That in contrast, a 100 forge blade would cost no less than 500 taels of silver. That in the market, the price disparity between weapons of different grades was vast. There were even rumors of divine weapons. Setting down the long knife, the youth turned his attention to the items on the table. 3 packages of varying sizes sat neatly arranged, appearing rather ordinary. Yet to Li Chongqing, each bore a peculiar allure. After enduring poverty for so long, was fortune finally within reach? The youth felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, reminiscent of the thrill of opening blind boxes in his past life. Having been an undercover operative in the Chin family for a while, he was aware that the head of the family and the eldest son had been missing for over a year, leaving only Qin Dongming and Qin Bai in charge. The items carried by Qin Dongming when he fled must hold considerable value. How tantalizing, as Li Chongqing was about to reach for the packages. He paused upon noticing the dust on his hands. The boy's expression turned serious, instinctively halting his movements as he recalled his past experiences with blind boxes. Suddenly, Li Chongqing sprang to his feet and hurried outside. When he returned, a basin of clean water had miraculously appeared on the table. Thankfully, they used well water here. Pure and unpolluted, it should be of similar quality to mineral water. Li Chongqing carefully submerged his hands in the basin, washing them thoroughly, murmuring to himself. Based on years of experience, it was best to cleanse one's hands before opening a blind box. Not a trace of dust should soil them. That was all about sincerity. Once his hands were completely clean, the youth nodded in satisfaction, feeling a modicum of relief wash over him. May the deities bless. After a pious prayer, his gaze gradually fell upon the smallest package on the far left. Saving the larger ones for last, Li Chongqing took a deep breath and slowly opened it, revealing a stack of paper currency that quickly came into view. Silver notes? Money. Li Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression brightening as he picked up the notes to count that a total of 21 unmarked silver notes, each with a face value of 100 taels. The seal on them was from the Great Yu Commercial Bank, officially sanctioned by the Great Yu dynasty, redeemable in any prefectural city. This meant there was a total of 2,100 taels of silver. Chapter 8. The Jade Scenery Mountain Small Rejuvenation Pill. Li Chongqing gazed at the silver note in his hand, lost in contemplation. It is worth noting that the annual income of an ordinary family in the Diyue dynasty amounts to merely 10 taels of silver. However, when viewed through the lens of being the heir of one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyin County, such silver seems rather commonplace. It is likely that for Qin Dongming, this would merely be considered pocket money. Yet for himself, it truly feels like a timely boon. After all, he could hardly muster a few coins at present. Li Chongqing silently expressed his gratitude towards Qin Dongming, casting a satisfied glance at the basin of water nearby, before tucking the silver note into his bosom. Onward and upward. Onward and upward. The youth silently repeated this mantra to himself before proceeding to unwrap the second parcel. A wooden box appeared before Li Chongqing's eyes. Instantly, his eyes narrowed slightly, rather than feeling elated. A sense of vigilance surged within him. Something felt amiss. After a moment's consideration, he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he positioned the wooden box facing the wall, reached for an arrow from the quiver beside him, and then cautiously pried open the box. With a soft whoosh, indeed, several silver needles shot out the moment the box cracked open, their speed astonishing as they embedded themselves deep into the wall. black lines creeping ominously from the punctures. Clearly, they were poison needles. Humph. Crafty old schemer. Li Changsheng regarded this with disdain, shifting his gaze to the contents of the wooden box, which revealed merely a jade vial lying quietly within. It appeared unremarkable, seeming hardly worth mentioning in comparison to the earlier silver note. However, Li Changsheng's pupils constricted, and he carefully retrieved it, removing the cap to peer inside. There, nestled within, lay a golden-red pill, quietly resting. This is a medicinal pill. The youth's eyes sparkled with excitement as a hypothesis formed in his mind, yet he remained prudent and brought it close to his nose for a cautious sniff. Instantly, a surge of warmth erupted from within him, swiftly coursing through his entire being to be why the heavens. It truly is a medicinal pill. Li Changsheng's eyes brightened, his expression exhilarated, as he deftly sealed the vial and tremblingly tucked it close to his chest. What a windfall! I never anticipated that Qin Dongming possessed such a treasure. During his months here, Li Changsheng had gathered considerable intelligence, including detailed accounts of the various powers surrounding Qingyin County, which included descriptions of such medicinal pills. The Xiaohai Dan from Yujingshan is renowned as a top-tier pill for low-tier martial artists, with a practitioner allowed to consume it only once in their lifetime. Yet this singular consumption yields a remarkably potent effect, driving countless low-tier martial artists to madness. Its sole function is to forcibly break through the bottleneck for martial artists below the bone refinement stage. Luckily, it becomes ineffective once one reaches the bone refinement stage. Otherwise, Yujingshan could hardly be merely a third-tier sect. This must have been reserved for Qin Dongming's personal use. Who would have thought it would fall into my hands? However, I currently have no use for it. Otherwise, I would surely perish before managing to break through. After taking stock of his own persistently hollow body, Li Changsheng felt a wave of heaviness wash over him. He felt as though he had returned to his school days, akin to pulling an all-nighter at an internet CAF for a week straight, leaving him somewhat dazed. The previous body's reckless training methods, while they had forcibly pushed him to the flesh refinement stage, had thoroughly drained his physical condition. This was likely the primary reason for Li Changsheng's current predicament. Otherwise, his combat power could not possibly be a mere 3 points, according to his observations of the Qin family. Even the most ordinary practitioners at the flesh refinement stage would possess at least 6 points of combat power. Indeed, effort does not always guarantee success. At times, it may even lead to sudden demise. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a serene glow within the room. The yellow-furred rat on the table seemed to be dreaming, its tiny paws twitching as it rolled about before drifting back to slumber. The cool, crisp moonlight gradually soothed Li Changsheng's agitated mind, and he did not immediately open the final parcel, but instead closed his eyes, taking a moment to calm his racing heart. Patience. After a brief pause, he finally directed his gaze to the far right of the wooden table. If only there were some perfume. Surely the goddess of fortune would also appreciate its fragrance. An odd thought flickered in Li Changsheng's mind. Ultimately, however, he tore open the last parcel, revealing yet another wooden box. To Li Changsheng's expression turned solemn, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. After repeating the previous procedure, several more silver needles embedded themselves into the wall. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a black, round object, roughly the size of an adult's fist, lying quietly within the box. What is this? Observing the object that resembled a cannonball, Li Changsheng's expression grew peculiar. Could it be something akin to a grenade? A device designed to explode upon being thrown? What strange concoctions does the old Qin family indulge in? Yet, what puzzled Li Changsheng further was that merely gazing at this round sphere emanated an extraordinarily subtle aura. It was indescribable, an aura. How could an inanimate object possess such a quality? Cradling the round sphere in his palm, he rotated it carefully to observe it closely. That it did not resemble a medicinal pill. How could a pill be so large that one might choke on it? This could very well strangle you. Moreover, it bore a scent reminiscent of something scorched by flames. That it certainly appeared more akin to an explosive. Li Changsheng fell silent, his mind racing with recollections of information he had encountered. After a moment, Li Changsheng seemed to recall something, his gaze fixating intently on the round sphere, his mouth unconsciously widening in disbelief. The incredulity in his eyes deepening. How does this resemble the beast core I had heard of before? Cautiously extending his hand to grasp the black sphere, Li Chongqing gently closed his eyes, focusing intently. Indeed, at such close proximity, he could sense that he was holding what felt like a bomb, a ferocious energy inexplicably coalescing within it. This is the beast core. Furthermore, it should belong to a high-tier beast, as ordinary beasts cannot condense such cores. Only a select few exceptionally gifted beasts possess the power to form such cores that if Li Chongqing could locate a specialized alchemist and procure some rare herbs, he could refine this beast core into a medicinal pill for his own consumption, yielding far superior results than merely swallowing it whole and effectively eliminating the toxicity within the core. Alas, Li Chongqing lacked the necessary connections. But how did Chen Dongming come to possess such an item? Li Chongqing's expression fluctuated, gripping the beast core tightly, his gaze profound as he pondered deeply. This item could be deemed the most valuable possession in his current grasp. It should be worthy enough, right? Li Chongqing mentally assessed its worth. After a prolonged silence, he finally arrived at a decision, whispering to himself, Baba Tofu. Strangely, the room remained eerily silent, with no response that Li Chongqing maintained a calm demeanor. Carefully recalling that piece of information, his heart once again channeling a certain medium, Baba Tofu. Nikistermu, Kromanos, Casilio. This time, Li Chongqing pronounced a string of remarkably convoluted names in a peculiar tone within his mind. Yet the next moment, a peculiar ripple flashed through the air. An eerie aura seemed to permeate the atmosphere. Cold and chilling, it bore an inexplicable sense of mystery. Subsequently, a voice with an oddly peculiar intonation suddenly resonated within his heart. "Oh, my friend, are you calling upon Baba Tofu?" In an instant, Li Chongqing vanished without a trace. Chapter 9. Baba Tofu's silence, tranquility, even a sense of deathly stillness enveloped the scene that a glance reveals an expanse of dark waters. Stretching endlessly, the pitch-black surface of the sea resembled a mirror, devoid of any ripples. More bizarrely, upon closer inspection, countless strange phantoms flickered in and out of view within the water. The entire sky was shrouded in mist, occasionally illuminated by terrifying red lightning streaking through the haze. Yet curiously, not a sound could be heard. Amidst the obsidian ocean, a peculiar gray boat floated serenely upon its surface, gliding slowly. The vessel appeared modest, measuring only 5 to 6 meters in height, but atop it, a sail emblazoned with a black goat moved without the slightest breeze. This moment, within the cabin, Li Chongqing had just opened his eyes, feeling an indescribably mysterious and uncanny aura permeating his senses. Li, my friend, the Black Sea beckons. How do you fare? I sincerely apologize for the recent inclement weather in the Black Sea region. However, there is no cause for concern, as Barbados remains a haven of safety. That a peculiar accent emerged from the distance, reminiscent of someone speaking with something lodged in their mouth, leaving an indelible impression. Once Li Chongqing steadied himself, his gaze gradually shifted forward. Suddenly, an eerie scene unfolded before the young man's eyes. That a black goat, towering over a man, draped in a flowing white robe, stood quietly before him, its formidable horns crowning its head. In its right hand, it held a stout wooden staff, embedded with 3 gemstones that intermingled to emit a mysterious radiance of red, blue, and black. Around the goat's neck hung strands of purple beads, the material of which remained a mystery. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless faces appearing and disappearing within the beads, each visage distinct from the last. That moment, the black goat fixed its gaze upon the youth with an expression of profound concern, its anthropomorphic demeanor rendering it exceedingly peculiar. Remarkably, this black goat could articulate speech. Long time no see, Barbados. Li Chongqing managed to suppress his trembling emotions and greeted with a smile, though his eyes inadvertently flickered towards the series of question marks hovering above the goat's head. Barbados, a trader from the Black Sea, was yet another unique discovery he had made after traversing the realm of divine arts. Furthermore, it was the only entity whose combat prowess he could not ascertain. Perhaps the goat's strength had already surpassed the limits of his current observations. Upon awakening, Li Chongqing's mind was suddenly flooded with an enigmatic piece of information, a lengthy and peculiar name. When he attempted to pronounce this name with a distinctive intonation, an otherworldly presence responded from the void. Subsequently, he found himself inexplicably transported to this very spot. That was Barbados's true name. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance," the black goat, Barbados, calmly elucidated. According to him, A true name is a unique identifier for every being in the Black Sea. By acquiring another's true name, one could establish contact and engage in trade that in this world, all things of value could be bartered with the merchants of the Black Sea, and the Black Sea itself was the most enigmatic place known to mankind. Yet, Li Chongqing was certain that he was not within the realm of divine arts, for even in the tomes archived by the Supervisory Bureau, he had never come across such a location. At that moment, Li Chongqing dared not cast his gaze outward. With 2 lifetimes and dual souls intertwined, his spiritual energy far exceeded that of the average person, even allowing him to project his consciousness at times. Yet it was precisely for this reason that he could sense the boundless and bizarre aura emanating from the Black Sea in stark contrast. The realm of divine arts felt like paradise, were it not for his position within Barbados' small vessel. Li Chongqing feared he would have been immediately consumed by that overwhelming presence. Li, it appears you have brought along some intriguing items. The black goat's golden black eyes fixed intently upon Li Chongqing, gesturing towards the contents of the youth's embrace. Indeed, Barbados, upon discovering something valuable, you were the first to come to mind. Pray tell, what is the worth of this item? Can it settle my previous debt? Li Chongqing cautiously presented the inner core of a fearsome beast to Barbados, who remained silent. After accepting it and scrutinizing it closely, the goat nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Li, our Barbados family is renowned for its integrity in trade throughout the Black Sea. Unlike certain brigands who covet valuable items without regard, we adhere to the principle of fair exchange throughout our lives. Oh, my friend, it seems you have brought forth a rather remarkable specimen. Is this a specialty from your realm? Such a fascinating confluence of energies. This is indeed a gift from the heavens, though the goat's eyes were originally golden black. When it examined the inner core, they shifted to a peculiar shade of purple-black, creating an unsettling aura that a form of ocular technique. Li Chongqing pondered inwardly. What say you, Barbados? Congratulations, Li. The item you have brought is valued at 3 Black Sea coins. Sufficient to absolve your previous debts, Barbados proclaimed with a grin. Though Li Chongqing could not ascertain the authenticity of that smile, that if I recall correctly, the jade stone I previously exchanged was worth merely 1 Black Sea coin. Li Chongqing protested, for within this realm, all transactions were conducted using Black Sea coins. Yet at present, he possessed not a single coin. Hence, for Li Chongqing, even a solitary coin held immense significance. Indeed, Li, thus you now have 2 Black Sea coins remaining to procure items from my collection. We, Barbados, have an abundance of treasures. What else do you desire? Barbados, having stored the inner core, turned and opened the smallest cabinet in the corner, revealing an array of oddly shaped items. The cluttered assortment resembled a storeroom. And regrettably, Li Chongqing recognized very few of the objects within. However, one item caught his eye, the white jade stone positioned on the far left, which bore a striking resemblance to the one he had taken during his initial visit. In the Black Sea, such jade signified knowledge. Within it lay martial techniques, combat skills, legacies, and some incredibly rare and forbidden knowledge that, of course, if fortune did not favor him, as Barbados had indicated, some items might be utterly mundane and devoid of value. Perhaps akin to a diary, Li Chongqing instinctively felt that these artifacts held little significance for Barbados. Yet for him, they were of great importance. After all, the previous jade stone he had acquired contained an enigmatic technique for concealing one's presence. To this day, he had yet to comprehend the true level of that technique. Li, are you interested in this? Barbados, with keen perception, noticed the direction of Li Chongqing's gaze. With a smile, he seized the white jade stone from the cabinet and placed it upon the table. Li, this should be identical to the jade stone you took previously. However, this one conceals the legacy of a swordsman, though Barbados cannot ascertain what that legacy entails. Yet, as you know, items left behind in the Black Sea are likely to possess value. What do you think? If you desire it, you may take it for the same price as before. Only 1 Black Sea coin. Barbados seemed to transform into a salesman, gently coaxing Li Chongqing that an artifact left behind by a Black Sea swordsman, a martial technique, a combat skill, or perhaps something akin to the secret technique he had previously acquired. The uncertainty of its contents felt akin to opening a blind box. He could not discern what lay within. Nonetheless, Li Chongqing had already experienced the peculiar allure of such jade stones. With the aid of that enigmatic concealment technique, he had remained undetected by all present, including Sun Qian, allowing him to hide safely within the dense forest while executing covert strikes. Contemplating this, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the white jade stone resting on the table. What is it? Do you not fancy it? No matter, take a look at this instead. Unique, soul-nurturing water from the Black Sea. Though it appears to be but a small vial, it is sufficient to double your current spiritual essence. What do you think? Quite effective, isn't it? Barbatos had to go to great lengths to procure this. Only 2 Black Sea coins, Barbatos casually retrieved a thumb-sized black jade vial and placed it upon the table. This time, his demeanor was noticeably gentler, suggesting that he regarded this item as more valuable than the previous jade stone. Li Chongqing focused intently and soon realized that the vial itself was not black, but rather a white jade container, though the liquid within had entirely stained its exterior black, creating an eerie appearance. Chapter 10. Source of Life. Soul-nurturing water. How can such a thing exist? Li Chongqing's eyes began to redden, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. In the supervisory bureau, within the Great Moon Realm, he had never even heard of such a substance. Of course, it was also plausible that his rank had not permitted him access to knowledge of such rare items. What is it? Do you still not find it appealing? My friend Li, Barbatos possesses an abundance of remarkable treasures. Yet few are truly suitable for you. The black goat appeared somewhat distressed, its chin whiskers twitching. It gestured towards a singular purple-black leaf mounted on the wall as decoration, stating, "Behold, this is the sole leaf from the black oak tree that can grow in the Black Sea. Possessing unparalleled purifying capabilities, the IT can effortlessly dispel most curses, though it comes at a steep price. 100 Black Sea coins." Li Chongqing's lips twitched, his face flushed as he gazed at the solitary leaf. Meanwhile, Babatofu appeared indifferent, almost as if reveling in his display, and he pointed once more at a transparent cabinet perched atop the others, within which a singular golden jade stone stood out, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon closer inspection, the jade stone in the uppermost cabinet bore no resemblance to the one he had previously absorbed. It contained the supreme golden legacy of a formidable Black Sea warrior, encompassing his cultivation techniques, martial arts, secret methods, and profound concepts, all remarkably preserved. This was the prized treasure of the Babatofu family. One must recognize that such complete legacies are exceedingly rare. The black goat did not mention a price. It was merely flaunting its prowess that IT was well aware that, given Li Chongqing's current strength, he could not afford it. All right, enough said, Babatofu. Li Chongqing hastily averted his crimson eyes, restraining himself from gazing at the golden jade stone. In that moment, the joy he had previously felt dissipated entirely, and he became acutely aware of just how impoverished he was in the presence of Babatofu. After a considerable pause, Li Chongqing finally managed to calm his emotions and spoke slowly. Li, what is it? I wish to know if you possess anything that can replenish vitality. At that moment, Li Chongqing contemplated his most pressing need. The foremost priority was to restore his physical condition. He had grown utterly weary of his frail body, which could only muster 3 points of combat power despite having the strength of 7 following the night's endeavors. He felt as though his essence had been entirely drained, leaving him vulnerable and weak. Even his legs felt feeble. Whether there existed anything in the inspection bureau to replenish vitality, Li Chongqing was uncertain. Yet, even if such items did exist, they would likely be exorbitantly priced. Beyond his current means, however, in this context, it might be different. Li, what troubles you? Babatofu's tone shifted to one of curiosity, his gaze scrutinizing Li Chongqing. Ultimately, Li Chongqing even observed the creature's eyes morphing back into that eerie purple-black hue. Oh my heavens, Li! How could you be so depleted? At that moment, the black goat's mouth gaped wide in astonishment, exclaiming that Li Chongqing could hardly believe that from the hairy visage of a goat, he discerned an expression of pity and sympathy. Li, you must exercise restraint back in your homeland. As your people say, health is everything. Babatofu's gaze was laced with compassion as his head swayed gently, the beard on his chin bobbing in rhythm. Though he spoke words of concern, Li Chongqing couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of schadenfreude in his demeanor. With a darkened expression, Li Chongqing refrained from responding that he felt an inexplicable weariness. Difficult to articulate. After all, this was a consequence of his predecessor's misdeeds, leaving him with little recourse to do you have anything here. Rest assured, Li, had you come last time, I would have had nothing. However, this time, Babatofu leaned on his staff. leisurely rummaging through the previously opened cabinet, and after a moment, produced a red jade vial, placing it before Li Changxing. Unlike the earlier black vial, this red jade vial was substantial, roughly the size of a human fist. And a crimson liquid within churned as if alive, that it appeared the entire vial had been stained by the liquid inside. This was the life essence unique to the Babatofu family, exclusively supplied and possessing unparalleled efficacy in restoring vitality. This quantity should suffice for you. This time, without needing Babatofu to elaborate, the moment the red jade vial was retrieved from the cabinet, every fiber of Li Changxing's being sent forth an overwhelming signal of hunger. Drink this, consume it. His eyes turned fiery red, breath becoming heavy. He felt an insatiable need for this substance. How much does it cost? The youth failed to notice the slight hoarseness in his voice. For my friends, Babatofu never charges exorbitantly. It is merely 3 black sea coins. Babatofu replied with a cheerful grin that Li Changxing fell into silence, suspecting that Babatofu was being intentionally manipulative. Indeed, the next moment, the black goat continued. Naturally, to assist my friend in regaining his health, I can lend you the remaining black sea coin. It was unclear whether the black goat was being deliberate, but once again, Li Changxing found himself indebted by 1 black sea coin. All right, I shall take it. Yet this time, Li Changxing did not even attempt to haggle, readily acquiescing. Excellent, my friend. It is now yours. Babatofu slid the red jade vial across the table, then seemed to recall something and added. Oh, by the way, Li, there's a small matter you must be mindful of. While the life essence is indeed suitable for you, its effects are not overwhelmingly potent. It will not fill you completely in one go. Rather, it is a gentle, sustained form of nourishment. You understand my meaning, yes? Yes, I understand. How long will it take to fully absorb? Li Changxing clutched the jade vial, inquiring. Generally speaking, after consuming the life essence, it requires about 3 days for the effects to be fully absorbed. However, the most crucial point is, the goat's expression grew unusually serious, causing Li Changxing to feel a tinge of apprehension. Does this substance have any side effects? If so, what? Within 3 days, you must avoid any interaction with the opposite sex, particularly any attempts at procreation. Otherwise, the life essence you consumed will revolt, sacrificing all your vitality to that individual. The moment Babatofu finished speaking, Li Changxing turned pale. How could he possibly engage in such foolishness? Wasn't this akin to the legendary Miqing Jinfeng? He was no lecher, indiscriminately sowing his wild oats. Understood. That is there anything else? Li Changxing's face darkened as he waved his hand, eager to depart. Nothing further, Li. I shall escort you out now. You are always welcome to return. Farewell. Babatofu's face was alight with smiles, and compared to their previous encounter, the service was unparalleled. With that, the black goat waved its right hand in the air, and an eerie ripple shimmered before vanishing as it passed through Li Changxing, causing the youth's figure to disappear without a trace. Chapter 11. Recovery in the dead of night. Within the room, a ripple appeared out of thin air, that a figure materialized once more. His body swayed slightly as Li Changxing rubbed his head, feeling a persistent dizziness. Standing still for a moment to steady himself, he then surveyed his surroundings, and on the table, the yellow-furred mouse lay still, its tiny body motionless, appearing as if it had already passed away. After a thorough examination of the door and window for signs of intrusion, he finally felt at ease. His gaze gradually shifted to the red jade vial in his hand. Once more calming the tumultuous emotions stirred within him, he twisted open the vial's cap and cautiously brought it to his nose to sniff. Ugh! What is that odor? Li Changxing's complexion paled as the pungent, bizarre scent sent his mind reeling, that he felt utterly incapable of articulating such a foul aroma. It resembled curdled milk that had long expired, mixed with muck, viscous and repugnant. Yet, the overwhelming hunger emanating from his body informed him that he could no longer wait. Without further contemplation, suppressing his nausea, he closed his eyes and tilted his head back, pouring the entire contents into his mouth. Ugh! The moment the essence touched his tongue, Li Changxing's eyes widened in shock, his face turning a shade of purple. He had underestimated the vile taste of this concoction. His taste buds revolted in protest, yet his body craved it with an insatiable desire. Gulp. Gulp. Adhering to his principle of never wasting, Li Changxing could only endure the intense discomfort, keeping his eyes shut as he swallowed it down. Moments later, ugh, Li Changxing gasped, his face contorted, crystalline tears forming at the corners of his eyes, a reaction of utter disgust, akin to consuming something rotten. What on earth is this made of? How could it taste so horrendous? Li Changxing felt a mix of indignation and despair, yet soon he sensed a warm wave enveloping his entire body. As torrents of heat coursed from his lower abdomen throughout his frame, akin to bathing in a hot spring, immensely soothing. This feels unbelievably good. At that moment, Li Changxing could distinctly feel his once near-depleted body rapidly mending, a sensation akin to being gradually restored and filled. What is this odd sensation? Li Changxing's expression subtly shifted, and he hastily shook his head, casting aside the perverse thoughts that had infiltrated his mind. Before long, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over him. Sleepy, so sleepy. It seemed he still had to work tomorrow. Why must one continue to work even after traversing realms? This thought unexpectedly flashed through Li Changxing's mind, prompting him to lie down on the bed and swiftly succumb to slumber. The silvery moonlight embraced the youth with a gentle tenderness akin to that of a young woman, beneath the cloak of night. One could astonishingly observe that the originally pallid complexion of the youth was gradually becoming rosy and radiant, while his emaciated frame began to transform into a more harmonious and robust form. Meanwhile, in another opulent mansion within Chengyin County, several middle-aged men and women sat solemnly in the grand hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Chen family had been annihilated, but a middle-aged man clad in gray, seated at the head of the table, spoke calmly. His words were terse, yet laden with meaning. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the countenances of those present shifted dramatically. Head of the family, I saw members of the Chen family just during the day. How could they have been wiped out by nightfall? Questioned one attendee in disbelief. Yes, I borrowed money from a Chen family member this afternoon. Does this mean I no longer need to repay it? Ha ha! Among those gathered, some expressed astonishment, while others reveled in delight. Yet there were also those who wore expressions of concern. Father, the comprehensive strength of the Chun family is not far from ours. Chun Laosan is a refined bone realm warrior who possesses such formidable power, capable of uprooting the Chen family overnight. A gray-clad youth in the corner interjected, his face etched with seriousness that he understood clearly that anyone with the strength to annihilate the Chun family could easily turn their attention toward their own family. Zhang Zhong cast a glance at the youth in the corner, a look of approval gracing his features. The news came from your younger brother, but I suspect they deliberately allowed him to relay that information. Upon hearing this, the gray-clad youth nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of the repercussions that he was also aware of his second brother's current whereabouts. Head of the family, the Chen family was doomed long ago. Chen Laosan naively believed he could conceal a band of brigands, pillaging at will without consequence. Now, it seems his folly has led to his demise. Serves him right. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman scoffed, but soon a realization struck her. And she urged, by the way, head of the family, with the Chun family gone, why haven't you sent anyone to seize their possessions? Surely, they had considerable wealth. Zhang Zhong was momentarily at a loss for words, his frustration boiling over. Did you not hear what I said? It was the people from the second branch who took action. What are you trying to do? Are you dissatisfied with our family's tranquility, wishing to accompany the Chun family to their end? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman fell silent, chastened. During this period, refrain from going out. Also, eldest, pay closer attention to your younger brother. Should he require assistance in the future, do all you can to aid him. Whether our Zhang family can rise depends on the two of you. Understood. Fathered, I will have a good talk with him when he returns. Yes, for the time being. Everyone should keep a low profile, that if I discover any trouble caused by you, I will invoke the family law. Yes, head of the family. The assembly responded in unison. As dawn broke, the sun's rays spilled across the earth. Inside the room, a yellow mouse scurried back and forth on the youth's chest, its tiny nose fervently sniffing at him, its beady eyes radiating an odd sense of delight, as if lying upon the youth brought it some form of satisfaction. Li Changxing, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes to find the yellow mouse unusually animated upon his chest. Xiao Huang, what is wrong? Chirp chirp. This time, the yellow mouse seemed unconcerned by the youth's address, instead nudging its way against Li Changxing's chest once more. What? Are you in heat? Hee hee. Li Changxing continued to jest, aware that this yellow mouse was quite intelligent and could comprehend his words. However, in the next moment, to his astonishment, the yellow mouse did not scurry away, but rather pushed itself closer to him again, emitting unexpectedly gentle sounds. Its elongated eyes conveyed a hint of charm and bashfulness that Li Chongqing found perplexing. What on earth? At that moment, Li Chongqing sensed that something was amiss. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the yellow mouse on his chest, replaying the scene in his mind. Suddenly, holy cow! His pupils widened as he swiftly turned the yellow mouse over in his hand for inspection. After a moment, goodness, you really are a yellow-haired girl. Startled, Li Chongqing quickly tossed the yellow mouse away, but he never anticipated that the other sex mentioned by Babadofu could disregard even species. Chirp, chirp. The yellow mouse attempted to approach again. But Li Chongqing sharply commanded, wait, stay put. You are not permitted to come near me for 3 days. The yellow mouse halted, its sharp claws incessantly scratching at the ground, its head bowed as it paced in place. As if on the verge of tears, seeing this, Li Chongqing felt compelled to leave the room immediately. He swiftly rolled out of bed, grabbed a bow and long knife to sling across his back, and pushed the door open to depart. At this moment, he was most eager to discover what he had become. Lightness, an unfathomable lightness. On the expansive road, a figure sprinted faster and faster. Li Chongqing's face was alight with excitement. Even in such vigorous motion, he felt not a trace of the previous tightness in his chest, that a profound sense of ease surged from within him. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten Babadafa's admonition against intense exercise. All he wished to do was revel in the thrill of speed. Did I ask this what it means to be a martial artist? Li Chongqing, filled with joy, reveled in the sensations coursing through his body. He covered a distance of 100 meters in merely 5 or 6 seconds, a feat that would have easily surpassed the world sprint champion in his past life. As he raced through the landscape, a surge of ambition welled within him, and he could not contain himself, letting out a triumphant roar. In an instant, the nearby forest erupted with a flurry of startled birds. Moments later, Li Chongqing seemed to recall Babadafa's words, gradually coming to a halt as he stood before the lake, striving to calm the tumultuous energy within him. Through the water's reflection, he clearly observed that not only had his physique become robust and full, but his complexion was now vividly radiant, his eyes sparkling with vigor. The previously dull and ordinary youth had vanished without a trace. What remained was Li Chongqing, with striking brows and piercing eyes, having fully transformed into a graceful young man. And this was merely the first day. According to Babadofu, it would take 2 more days to fully replenish his life's essence. Yet now, Li Chongqing clenched his fists, an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him, inducing an almost surreal sensation. Next, the youth discreetly gauged his combat prowess. Combat power, 5-7. Only 5 points, not yet reaching the 7-point threshold. No, this cannot be right. He recalled that his previous limit should have been around 6 points, a typical threshold for a practitioner at the refined flesh realm. Yet now, even his limit had seemingly increased. Li Chongqing pondered deeply. Although his body had yet to fully recover, how could such a mere 5 points of combat power lead to such a transformation? He could hardly believe the true strength of martial artists in this world. According to his past memories, he was merely at the refined flesh realm to display such astonishing capabilities upon embarking on the martial path. Surely, the higher-tier martial artists in this world could truly turn the tides of battle. Li Chongqing's heart raced as he began to comprehend why martial artists held such a lofty status in this realm. After scrutinizing the reflection of the youthful figure in the water, he felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Moments later, he set off at a brisk pace. Time was of the essence. It was time to report to the supervisory office. Chapter 12. Supervisory office. Li Chongqing's residence was not far from the supervisory office's outpost. A leisurely walk took approximately an hour. However, if calculated by the standards of his past life, it would seem to require 2 hours. As he walked, the young man muttered to himself, feeling nostalgic for his little electric scooter, which could cover the same distance in 2 hours with a fully charged battery. Just a flick of his hand was all it took, yet now he had to rely on his own 2 legs to make the journey. Wait, that's odd. There should be horses in the town, right? Why didn't I think of that before? Alas, it's all due to the simplicity of this world, Li Chongqing lamented. Nevertheless, along the way, he was surprised to discover that many of the citizens of Chengyin County seemed to be aware of the events that transpired the previous night. Did you hear? The Chen family is no more. On the rural paths, small groups of people discussed in hushed tones, one middle-aged woman in gray conspiratorially whispering to a woman dressed in yellow beside her. What? The Chin family. Which Chin family? Which other Chin family could it be? The one from the three prominent families of Chengyin County. Alas, it is that gray-clad middle-aged woman who has monopolized the majority of the taverns in the entire county town. A fleeting sense of superiority glimmered in her eyes as she glanced around, her steps unwavering, yet her head slightly bowed, as if she were about to divulge a grand secret that I heard from my niece that last night. The grand residence of the Chun family was consumed by flames, leaving no one from the entire clan to escape. They were all incinerated. The deaths were utterly horrific. The gray-clad woman lamented, her tone so vivid that it evoked boundless imagination. It was about time. Retribution, indeed. Who in the county town is unaware that their family is in cahoots with the Huya gang in the eastern part of the city? It is said they secretly harbor a band of robbers. Otherwise, how could their tavern business flourish so remarkably? At that moment, a middle-aged man nearby suddenly interjected. However, I heard that it was the members of the other two prominent families who made the move last night. How could that be? What I heard was that the heavens could no longer bear it, sending down divine fire to incinerate the entire residence. No, I have heard that it was their illegitimate son who, seeking revenge, poisoned the well and set the place ablaze while everyone was asleep. How is that possible? My second uncle witnessed it firsthand. A pack of ferocious beasts charged into the Chun family courtyard, igniting a fire that claimed everyone's lives. My second uncle even heard the roars of those beasts. Nonsense. What sort of beast could possibly make its way into the city? Do you think the county office is a mere fade? It must have been divine fire. No, it was definitely ferocious beasts. What about flying beasts? The two parties debated fiercely, each unwilling to concede, striving to uphold the authority of their statements. As the discussions grew increasingly absurd. The initial gray-clad woman disregarded the mystery of the news and began to raise her voice in heated argument. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his pace quickening as he distanced himself from the crowd. Indeed, gossip is a universal affliction across all realms. But why has the Huya gang suddenly emerged now? After an hour, guided by the thoughts in his mind, Li Chongqing finally stood before the entrance of the supervisory office. However, gazing at the expansive standalone mansion before him, the youth's expression turned peculiar. Hey, handsome, come in and play. Today, I want to charge you. He, little darling. Ignore her, she is just a vixen. Come here to me. I'll treat you to delicious food for free. We have top-notch seafood here. Little brother, come in and play a few rounds. Our Tongfu gambling den is fair and just, with no deception, and we've recently invented a new game that has seen many winners. To the left of the establishment stood a brothel, where several enchanting women on the second floor gazed at Li Chongqing with sparkling eyes, as though they wished to consume him whole. To the right was a gambling den. A young man clad in gray sat at the entrance, inviting the youth with a beaming smile. Who would dare to establish such a place here? Aren't they afraid of being discovered during their operations? Or perhaps it is for the sake of enjoying life as pleasures at any time. Li Chongqing vaguely sensed it was likely the latter. Ignoring the calls from both sides, he took a deep breath, exhaled a cloud of stale air, and stepped boldly through the grand door. Private grounds, no entry for the idle. Behind the door, a hunchbacked old man in gray sat coldly on a stool. His bronze skin lined with wrinkles, his teeth nearly all gone, indicating his advanced age, but he was currently watching Li Chongqing approach with a frigid glare. Li Chongqing. New arrival reporting. Li Chongqing reported his name without flinching, his gaze instinctively drifting to the hunchbacked elder's head, noting the combat power. For 7. Truly, there aren't that many hidden masters. Novels are deceptive. Yet, is it possible that this place is so extravagant? Even the guard outside is a martial artist? Wait! Found it, go on in. The hunchbacked elder rummaged through his robes, eventually extracting a book. Squinting through his old spectacles, he struggled to examine it for a moment before nodding and gesturing for Li Chongqing to enter. The youth felt somewhat speechless, but ultimately thanked him before stepping into the courtyard. Crossing through the front yard, he arrived at a conference hall. The entire hall was adorned with finely laid blue stone bricks, spacious and exuding an air of opulence. The entire room radiated a sense of ostentation. Present, several individuals were already gathered, standing in small clusters. However, a profound silence enveloped the space, with no one speaking. Li Changsheng was not surprised and walked directly to the back of the line. His arrival indeed drew the attention of the crowd, who recognized him as the archer concealed within the dense forest the previous night. Is that him? Yes, it should be. So young, wow, quite handsome. Whispers swirled around him, but it was the last remark that captured Li Changsheng's attention. Such discerning eyes. Who could be this extraordinarily charming lady? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Changsheng lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. But upon catching a glimpse, he quickly turned away in fright that how could there be such a robust and formidable woman in the supervisory office? Standing at 1.70 meters, her hair tied in a ponytail at the back, yet her arms, concealed beneath her clothing, appeared more muscular than his thighs, and her loose red robe hugged her form as if it were a second skin. As a woman, her entire physique was densely packed with muscle, making her attire seem on the verge of bursting. The bronze hammer at her feet appeared to be at least twice the size of his head. But what was even more astonishing was her unexpectedly delicate and youthful features, resembling that of an underage girl. According to previous world standards, she would fit the definition of a quintessential goddess Barbie. Ah, yes, it's her. Li Changsheng suddenly recalled that he had indeed seen this formidable woman last night, in combat. Her aura and strength far surpassed that of others, rivaling even the leader of the supervisory office. Sun Qian. Each time that bronze hammer struck, a pool of indistinct blood and flesh would appear on the ground, and the wounds on Chen Dongming's arm were precisely inflicted by her casual strike. However, perhaps due to the night's darkness, he had initially mistaken her for a man. Wow, when the young man is serious, he becomes even more charming. How adorable! The voice of the goddess Barbie floated through the air again. Sweet and soothing, a delight to hear. Yet, regrettably, all the men present, including Li Changsheng himself, dared not cast a glance in her direction, fearful of attracting her attention. Nevertheless, compared to the other men, in Li Changsheng's eyes, the combat power of 71 hovering above the goddess Barbie seemed even more intimidating than her appearance. Chapter 13. The Secret Realm. Shi Yaqing. What are you doing? Suddenly, a deep male voice echoed from outside the door. An overwhelming presence flooding into Li Changsheng's perception, akin to a terrifying beast slowly approaching from the outside. Who is that? Li Changsheng's expression turned to one of horror, his gaze fixed on the door. In an instant, a combat power figure of 180 burst into his view. This was the first time Li Changsheng had encountered a martial artist with a power exceeding 100 since his rebirth. Even Sun Qian possessed only a combat power of 73. Of course, Barbatov was not included. That black goat was far beyond the standard, and Li Changsheng could not even gauge its specific value. The footsteps drew nearer, heavy and imposing, causing the blue stone tiles underfoot to groan under the strain, producing a cacophony of creaking sounds. Soon, the once bright and spacious hall felt suddenly cramped and suffocating to the audience. No, it was not merely crowded. The presence of the newcomer was so overpowering that it felt as if he filled the entire hall. The brawny man stood 2 meters tall, his bronze skin glistening. Clad in black garments, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger's back and a bear's waist, that a wooden wine flask swayed at his waist with each step he took. His body was a mass of muscle. His gaze piercing, and his short hair stood erect. Notably, a hammer the size of a water tank rested upon his shoulder, seemingly weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. However, Li Changsheng paused, instinctively glancing at the previously seen goddess Barbie, and then back at the man. He felt an uncanny familiarity between the two. Not only Li Changsheng, but also the gazes of several newcomers nearby bore a similar peculiarity. Furthermore, Li Changsheng noticed that the hammer behind the man was still splattered with droplets of blood, clearly indicating he had recently been through a battle. Yet, observing the man's unscathed appearance, Li Changsheng surmised it was likely not a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre, with a few strides. A gust of wind swept past as the burly man took his seat at the head of the table. Clang! The iron hammer was casually tossed to the ground by the robust figure, shattering the fragile bluestone tiles beneath it. The man frowned slightly and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, old Qin is cutting corners again." Shaking his head, he retrieved a wine gourd from his waist and took a hearty swig, wiping the remnants from the corner of his mouth as his fierce gaze swept over the gathered crowd. In that instant, Li Chongqing felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a wave of unease washing over him. Yet, whether it was a mere figment of his imagination, he could have sworn that the burly man's eyes lingered for a moment on the woman resembling a diamond Barbie, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Indeed, something was amiss. Li Chongqing dared not look any longer. Sun Qian. The deep, resounding voice echoed once more, "Commander." Sun Qian stepped forward, beaming with a smile and exuding utmost reverence. It was only then that Li Chongqing realized that Sun Qian had been shadowing the burly man all along, his imposing presence having completely overshadowed the latter. "How did last night's operation go? Did you secure everything?" "All of it is in our warehouse. Not a single item missing today for the Qin family. Apart from the long-missing young master and his father, everyone else met their end." Upon hearing this, the burly man nodded, taking another generous swig of wine before inquiring, "What about the new recruits? How is their quality?" "According to the situation, 5 have passed. Here is the list." Sun Qian extended the document, but the burly man dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "Have someone introduce them to our rules." "Where's old Qin? Where did he run off to? He should still be at Wangyue Tower, and I heard he spent the whole night there after last night's conclusion. Heh, what a carefree life he leads." Sun Qian chuckled. "Grandson, are you bad-mouthing me behind my back?" Suddenly, as Sun Qian finished speaking, a voice rang out from outside, and everyone felt a shadow flash before their eyes as a gaunt figure appeared before them. So swift. Li Chongqing marveled, astonished that even his senses failed to discern the newcomer's approach. In the blink of an eye, the figure stood before them. Yet, as he took in the newcomer's appearance, his expression turned peculiar. Clad in black robes, with pronounced brows and a slender frame, the man had small eyes that exuded a distinctly lecherous charm. When he smiled, it was the first time Li Chongqing profoundly understood the meaning of thief's brows and rat's eyes. However, upon gauging this individual's combat prowess, it was evident that he was on par with Sun Qian, boasting a fighting capability around 72, yet still markedly inferior to the burly man at the head of the table. Stealing a glance at Sun Qian and the imposing figure, Li Chongqing's expression grew increasingly odd. Sharp features, ratty eyes, and a hulking brute. What an odd trio of senior officials in the Chengyin County Inspection Department. "Old Qin, I dare you to curse again." Observing the lecherous man before him, Sun Qian's fury erupted, and he grasped the long staff at his back, radiating an aura of confrontation as though he were ready to engage Old Qin in a life-or-death struggle. Unfazed, Old Qin merely chuckled, disregarding Sun Qian's anger, his small eyes gleaming as he turned his gaze to the burly man at the head. "Boss, I didn't go to Wangyue Tower for leisure. I went for business." Shihai, the burly leader, motioned for Sun Qian to hold his horses. "Not so fast. Let Old Qin tell us what he has learned." "Humph." Sun Qian scoffed disdainfully, his anger still simmering. Yet he ultimately complied and lowered his staff. "Hey, boss, I've uncovered the reason behind the beast unrest in the Tiger Tooth Mountains." At this revelation, not only did Sun Qian freeze, but even Shihai's expression became notably serious. What is the reason? "It is said that a secret realm has emerged deep within the Tiger Tooth Mountains." "What is a secret realm?" Before Li Chongqing and the others could inquire further, they were ushered out by Shihai. "Follow me. I will take you to collect your uniforms and tokens. Oh, by the way, my name is Shi Yaqing. You can call me Sister Qing from now on." There aren't many people in the Chengyin County Inspection Department, and aside from the 2 captains and the commander, everyone else addresses each other as equals. No need for formalities. Shi Yaqing, the formidable woman with a combat prowess of 71, led Li Chongqing and the other newcomers toward the back courtyard while elaborating on the inspection department's general situation. Most people are out on missions, so there aren't many staying at the base. Generally, the constraints are not too strict, and regardless of whether you undertake missions, you will receive 10 taels of silver each month to ensure you won't starve. However, if there are communal missions, you must comply with the orders without refusal. Shi Yaqing paused, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "In the inspection department, lacking silver isn't a problem. At least you can stay alive. But lacking contribution points is utterly unacceptable. The contribution points must be earned through your own missions, and each month, numerous tasks are released from above. You can choose to undertake them alone or in a team. Given your current abilities, I recommend teaming up for safety. After all, the word rookie is practically written on your faces. However, if you discover valuable intel or rare treasures, martial manuals, or similar items you cannot use. Submitting them to the inspection department will also yield contribution points. Shi Yaqing smiled at Li Changxing and the others, continuously imparting the foundational knowledge of their new environment. That Li Changxing could not shake the feeling that Shi Yaqing's gaze seemed to linger on him. Scrutinizing him from time to time, that he instinctively shrank his head, striving to blend into the crowd. That in summary here, contribution points are paramount. That at least with your current strength, you can acquire everything you desire through contribution points cultivation techniques. Martial arts, weapons, elixirs, and even secret methods. Everything you could wish for is at your disposal. Shi Yaqing observed the newcomer's eyes gradually reddening with excitement, secretly pleased with her persuasive abilities. Rookies, you'll only realize why everyone's contribution points are perpetually insufficient once you truly comprehend the situation here. Of course, born from adversity and perishing from comfort, to maintain the competitive edge within the inspection department, it's best to complete a mission every 2 months than if you fail to accomplish a single task for 6 consecutive months. I'm afraid you will be expelled from the inspection department. That's about the gist of it. Are there any questions? No? No. Li Changxing and the others shook their heads, indicating their understanding. Good. Then we arrived. Follow me. Chapter 14. Cultivation Techniques. Once the group came to a halt, Li Changxing realized they stood before a towering pavilion. Gazing at the tightly shut wooden doors, Shi Yaqing frowned slightly before. To the horror of Li Changxing and the others, she abruptly kicked the door open with force. Bang! The fragile wooden door splintered under the impact. Li Changxing felt his heart racing, and the other newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Old he, I'm here. Where have you gone? Shi Yaqing strode in confidently, her voice reverberating throughout the room with an astonishing bravado. It's little Qing. What brings you to my humble abode? Inside, an elderly man dressed in green approached with a smile, showing no sign of anger. Upon hearing the old man's name, Li Changxing and the others couldn't help but twitch their faces, casting furtive glances at Shi Yaqing, ultimately unable to discern what made her so little. Stop the nonsense. When are you going to pay back the 200 contribution points you owe me? Shi Yaqing seemed unbothered about saving face in front of the newcomers, grabbing the old man's collar and lifting him off the ground, demanding angrily, Soon. Next month, I will repay you. Little Qing, are you here to bring newcomers? The elderly man appeared somewhat embarrassed, hastily shifting the topic to Li Changxing and the others. Have all the newcomers passed the assessment? Is everything prepared on your end? Shi Yaqing snorted, casually releasing the old man. Of course. Do you doubt my capability? Just wait. I'll find it. The elderly man, wearing a smirk, began rummaging through a disheveled pile of clothes before finally retrieving a black box. Opening the box, Li Changxing caught a glimpse of several garments and tokens stacked inside. The elderly man placed the box down and then retrieved a roster from under the table, calling out names from the list. Zhang Qing, sir, it's me. Zhang Qing hurriedly approached, bowing his head respectfully. Li Lao's gaze flickered slightly, his expression devoid of the attitude he had just displayed towards Shi Yaqing. Take good care of your clothes and token. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Qing cautiously accepted the clothing and token, cradling them in his arms. Zhao Yi, my lord. In a brief span of time, everyone had already received their respective clothing and tokens. The fabric of the garments was quite satisfactory. Li Changxing felt it with his hand. That it was remarkably smooth, far superior to the coarse garment he was currently wearing. However, there were no silver threads, and Li Changxing surmised that such embellishments were likely reserved for those who had attained the rank of captain. He was left wondering what kind of attire the previous leader, Shi, had donned. Yet this token, it felt rather peculiar. Take good care of your own token. Place it on your forehead and you'll understand how to use it. Furthermore, as newcomers, the contribution points from your previous assessment should have already been credited to your tokens. Just feel it for yourself, Li Lao stated calmly from the side. How astonishing! Indeed, it shows I have 10 contribution points. Soon, a young man in a green shirt exclaimed in surprise. Mine too. It indicates I have 10 contribution points. So does mine? Listening to the astonished remarks of those nearby, Li Changxing couldn't help but press the token to his forehead and close his eyes. Inspector Li Changxing, 30 contribution points. A simple line of notification materialized in the youth's mind. 30 contribution points? The boy's eyes flickered slightly. He contemplated asking but chose silence as the excited discussions of the crowd filled his ears. All right, enough shouting. Generally, newcomers start with 10 contribution points, unless they have special contributions. From here, take a few steps forward to reach the mission hall. That's where you can accept tasks from now on. Additionally, if you wish to exchange for martial arts manuals, you can head to the second floor. That's all. After a brief introduction, Shi Yaqing waved her hand and exited. As she passed by Li Changsheng, her eyes brightened, and unexpectedly, she reached out to pat the boy's arm, teasingly saying, "Little brother, your arm is quite sturdy. How about considering teaming up with your sister to take on some tasks? I promise to take good care of you, sister. I'll look forward to it." Li Changsheng was so startled that cold sweat broke out. He nearly drew his weapon on the spot. I'll be waiting for you." The golden Barbie nodded with satisfaction and strode out the door. For Li Changsheng, women were now exceedingly perilous beings, after all. It was only the first day. Once Shi Yaqing's figure disappeared, Li Changsheng turned his gaze towards the staircase leading to the second floor. That was where the martial arts manuals he needed most were located. Taking a deep breath, he followed the crowd up the stairs. After traversing a spiraling wooden staircase, they arrived on the second floor. The space appeared modest, with only 3 or 4 wooden cabinets positioned there. However, each cabinet was adorned with numerous wooden tags, each inscribed with descriptions visible from a distance. Each cabinet is labeled. Choose what you desire, and once you've made your selection, come to me for registration and exchange. He Lao had somehow followed them to the second floor. After speaking, he showed no intention of supervising Li Changsheng and the others, finding a chair at the back to recline in, closing his eyes contentedly. Li Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, disregarding the others, and hurried towards a section labeled with martial arts manuals that at this point, after replenishing his physical deficiencies, what he needed most was a cultivation technique. Astonishingly, there were as many as 6 different techniques for the body refinement stage available here. It was worth noting that during his time as an undercover operative in the Qin family, he had only heard of such martial arts, as outsiders were strictly prohibited from approaching when the Chun disciples practiced. He had witnessed servants who strayed into the wrong path being discovered and summarily executed by Chun family guards, without even a reason given. Yet here, he could freely exchange them with contribution points. San Yuan Gong, accompanied by breathing techniques and the martial skill 3 waves. Upon completion, fist strength exceeds 500 pounds, and vitality surges. Exchange price, 5 contribution points. Willow leaf technique, accompanied by breathing techniques and the willow leaf drift movement. Upon completion, strength exceeds 500 pounds, vitality surges, and agility sees slight enhancement. Exchange price, 6 contribution points. The effects of the various techniques were not identical, yet the essence of martial arts was to amplify one's strength and enhance speed. Was it not? Li Changsheng suppressed his curiosity and continued to peruse further. Neo-Mo body refinement technique, body cultivation technique, accompanied by breathing techniques, and the Neo-Mo great strength fist. Upon completion, strength exceeds 3,000 pounds. Vitality surges like an ox. Defense significantly enhanced. Exchange price, 15 contribution points. Note: this technique is not for the naturally gifted. Those with ample resources should select cautiously. Li Changsheng's expression shifted as he seemed to notice something. Turning back to skim through the previous technique descriptions once more. Only then did he realize the differences between the Neo-Mo body refinement technique and the earlier 2 techniques, apart from the distinctions in strength upon completion and their respective effects. The most critical difference lay in the enhancement of vitality, that he felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. One promised a surge of vitality, while the other declared vitality akin to that of an ox. Yet their exchange prices varied so greatly that Li Changsheng sensed that there were undoubtedly circumstances he was unaware of regarding these 2 techniques. At this moment, he felt it was imperative to exchange for a detailed explanation of basic martial arts. My brother, are you particularly interested in this technique?" Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Changsheng turned to see the previously introduced Zhang Qing standing behind him with a broad smile. The youth shifted his foot slightly, instinctively glancing at Zhang Qing's throat to ensure he was not positioned with his back to him, before nodding. "I have some interest. I have some understanding of body cultivation techniques. If you have any questions, perhaps I could assist you," Zhang Qing said with a polite bow and a smile. "Thank you, Brother Zhang, but I'm just browsing for now. Nothing specific I'm looking to understand." Li Changsheng returned the gesture with a bow, politely declining, that he then resumed his examination of the techniques, and no good deed goes unpunished. Li Changsheng mused, believing his social standing was not such that he could be universally adored. Shi Yaqing was an exception. After all, being a woman. But Zhang Qing? He chuckled inwardly. Indeed, upon being rejected, Zhang Qing's expression stiffened, as if he had yet to acclimate to Li Chongqing's response, and could only smile and nod as he withdrew. In the past, whenever he offered help and followed up with innocuous requests, most people would feel obliged to acquiesce. Yet gazing at the youthful figure of Li Chongqing before him, Zhang Qing sensed that this individual was perhaps different from those he had previously encountered. Overall, Zhang Qing found himself disliking this person. Chapter 15. Cultivation. After casting a lingering glance at Li Chongqing, Zhang Qing smiled, not insisting further, and turned to walk towards others. Soon, Li Chongqing heard the sounds of lively conversation between Zhang Qing and the others. Shaking his head slightly, Li Chongqing continued to search for techniques that a quarter of an hour later, he approached He Lao with several wooden tokens in hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing and the others had already selected their items and were waiting in line. "Are you certain you wish to lend?" He Lao inquired incredulously of the young man in gray before him. "Yes, I shall borrow. Were it not for Brother Zhang, I wouldn't have known what to choose. It's merely 3 contribution points. I'm sure I will earn it back in a few days." The young man in black shrugged nonchalantly, smiling slightly. Beside him, Zhang Qing wore a look of gratitude, bowing repeatedly and expressing thanks. "Brother Yang, rest assured, I will return it within 7 days." "No problem, no problem." Observing the two, one eager to lend and the other willing to borrow, He Lao wore an odd expression, muttering something under his breath, but nonetheless guided the young man in black to transfer the 3 contribution points to Zhang Qing's token. However, this was not the end. The subsequent scene left Li Chongqing utterly astonished. Among the 5 newcomers apart from himself, the other 3 had all been lent contributions by Zhang Qing. However, the amounts borrowed were modest, 2 contribution points at most, with the highest being merely 4, yet seeing the expressions of those who had lent their points. Completely unconcerned and willingly complying, Li Chongqing couldn't help but admire Zhang Qing's social skills. "That I must keep my distance from this person in the future." The youth silently resolved that he disliked borrowing money, and equally loathed the prospect of having to ask for repayment, finding it troublesome. Moreover, he did not wish to bear the risks that such social debts might entail. Once everyone had made their selections and departed, it was finally Li Chongqing's turn. "Which one would you like to exchange?" Oldie gazed at Li Chongqing before him and inquired. "These 3 will suffice." Li Chongqing placed the 3 tokens one by one upon the wooden table. Oldie expressed surprise, scanning the tokens before asking in astonishment, "Do you intend to exchange all 3? "Indeed." Li Chongqing nodded. Observing the young man, Oldie seemed to gain a renewed appreciation for him. His only duty was to deliver items to newcomers, and he was unaware of the precise contribution points contained within the tokens. However, judging by the significance of the 3 wooden plaques, it was likely that they were worth far more than merely 10 contribution points. "Why didn't that lad borrow from you? What a waste." Li Chongqing offered a shy smile, saying nothing in response. Oldie shook his head, turned, and retrieved 3 jade tokens from the cabinet, subsequently affixing them to the young man's tokens one by one. "The total exchange cost is 29 contribution points, plus a service fee of 1 contribution point, which has all been deducted. The items you receive are confidential and must not be disclosed outside of you. Otherwise, someone from the inspection division will come looking for you." "Understood. Thank you." Li Chongqing nodded, accepting the tokens with a profound gaze at a service fee. He hadn't anticipated such an expense here, yet it wasn't exorbitant. Oh well, one cannot resist when under the eaves. However, as Li Chongqing regarded the tokens in his hand, he felt a twinge of astonishment. Was this it? Such advanced technology? It even had wireless transmission capabilities? For a moment, Li Chongqing's mind was in disarray. He realized his understanding of this world might be somewhat skewed. The inspection division appeared modest from the outside, yet within it contained vast expanses, including designated areas for rest. Every newcomer was assigned a small room, merely about 50 square meters, equipped with only a bed and a table, not much different from Li Chongqing's previous room. However, residing here required a monthly rental payment of 5 taels of silver. Li Chongqing felt this was quite unfair, yet he understood that nothing comes without a cost. Inside the room, the young man sat cross-legged, retrieving the token from his bosom for careful examination. The token seemed to be crafted from a copper-iron alloy, embossed with a singular character for monitor that it had a cool, smooth texture, neither heavy nor coarse, yet exuded an air of antiquity. The creator of this token clearly possessed a refined aesthetic. after scrutinizing it for a moment. Li Chongqing silently affirmed his thoughts. Following the previous person's instructions, he pressed the token to his forehead and focused his mind. As expected, 3 luminous orbs began to flicker in his mind. 2 large and 1 small. 2 red and 1 white. The Bull Demon Body Refining Technique. Detailed explanations of foundational martial arts. The Star Treading Step. One technique encompassing accompanying fist techniques and breathing methods, while the other was a standalone movement technique. There was also a tome containing the foundational martial arts secrets preserved within the inspection division. However, upon inspection, Li Chongqing noted it only encompassed the lower-tier realms of martial practitioners. Ultimately, he chose the body refining technique. Likely because the other 2 manuals were the most expensive ones he had seen in that loft during the meat refining period. Adhering to the belief that the most expensive is often the best, Li Chongqing unhesitatingly exchanged for it, that he was not inclined to skimp on necessary expenditures. The Bull Demon Body Refining Technique cost 15 contribution points, the Star Treading Step 13 contribution points, while the martial arts explanation was quite inexpensive at merely 1 contribution point. Adding the 1 contribution point service fee charged by Old He, Li Chongqing's total expenditure amounted to 30 contribution points. That it was as if he had returned to square one. Regrettably, there were no substantial consumption rewards, which left Li Chongqing somewhat dissatisfied. Alas, indeed, no matter where one is, money is perpetually insufficient. The young man sighed inwardly, closed his eyes, and gradually directed his focus towards the foundational martial arts explanation. That a quarter of an hour later, Li Chongqing opened his eyes, a grave expression etched upon his face. Indeed, martial arts cultivation is fraught with pitfalls. According to the text, the techniques preserved within the inspection division for the meat refining stage generally require one to cultivate to completion, allowing their vital energy and blood to overflow, thereby enabling a direct breakthrough to the next realm without the necessity of manifesting energy. While practicing body refining techniques can certainly enhance one's combat prowess significantly compared to peers, the time and energy expended, particularly regarding resources, far exceed the norm. The most crucial factor, however, remains talent. Talent. Li Chongqing silently clicked his tongue. Merely adhering to a step-by-step cultivation approach does not guarantee the condensation of one's vital energy into form. If one's talent is insufficient in the final step, they may indeed find themselves perpetually stuck in place, unable to progress. The inspection division recorded instances of martial practitioners being trapped for 5 years at the final stage of energy manifestation, utilizing vast amounts of energy replenishment treasures with no advancement. Ultimately, they had no choice but to force a breakthrough, resulting in mediocrity. Thus, unless one possesses exceptional talent, most individuals would seldom opt for such techniques. Moreover, the text subtly indicated that while low-tier body refining martial practitioners enjoy significant advantages in combat prowess, once they ascend to higher realms, their combat strength does not differ markedly from that of ordinary martial practitioners. Some may even be inferior. It is no wonder the inspection division prices these techniques so dearly, accompanied by specific annotations that on the surface, the costs and rewards seem entirely disproportionate. Upon contemplating this, Li Chongqing's expression soured, and he felt a twinge of regret that he did not consider himself exceptional. Aside from possessing slightly stronger perception than the average person, he seemed quite ordinary. Alas. However, once contribution points within the inspection division are exchanged, they are non-refundable, and private transactions of techniques are expressly forbidden. Although Li Chongqing was uncertain how the inspection division monitored private dealings, he had no desire to take risks at this moment. At this instant, Li Chongqing fervently wished for a plus sign to appear next to his combat strength value. Yet since his arrival in this world, he had searched tirelessly without discovering such a symbol. Optimistically, perhaps there were still prerequisite conditions he had yet to meet. Conversely, pessimistically, perhaps such a thing simply did not exist. Alas, Chapter 16, a surge in combat strength. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Forget it. Forget it. One cannot demand too much. After all, these 2 techniques are the most expensive ones available, so it's not a loss, having reassured himself. Li Chongqing again pressed the token to his forehead, gradually directing his focus towards the red orb representing the technique. Unexpectedly, just as Li Chongqing's consciousness approached the orb of light, a rush of darkness enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself in a primitive forest. Where is this? Li Chongqing marveled in astonishment, turning to survey his surroundings. Towering trees soared into the sky, their heights staggering, and dense vegetation sprawled endlessly. The sounds of chirping birds resonated as if they were right beside him. Suddenly, at that moment, a deep rumbling noise began to rise from afar. The ground trembled, trees swayed, countless small stones bounced chaotically upon the ground. Moo! A resonating cry that shook the very core of his being echoed across the heavens. What is that? Li Chongqing swiftly turned to face the source that in his line of sight. He beheld colossal trees crashing down. Countless serpents, insects, and rodents fled as if sensing a dire threat behind them, creating a spectacular scene. Finally, the moment he glimpsed the origin of the commotion, Li Chongqing's pupils constricted violently. A herd of massive, crimson-hued bulls, towering over 10 meters tall, charged towards him with their formidable horns, their eyes ablaze with fury as they raced forth as if he were their sworn enemy. Each powerful hoof fall sent tremors through the earth, and their dark horns effortlessly snapped towering trees in half. What the hell? Li Chongqing's face turned a ghastly shade of green as he turned and sprinted away without hesitation. However, in the next moment, to his utter horror, the seemingly ferocious herd of bulls altered their course, accelerating towards him. The enormous bodies of the bulls loomed larger in his vision, and in a frantic bid for survival, he pushed his evasion skills to their limits. Yet no matter how he dodged, the blood-red eyes of the demon bulls remained fixated upon him. Moments later, the robust horns crashed into him with unstoppable force. It's over. A wretched scream pierced the sky as his frail body soared into the air. Damn it. In my next life, I must eat more beef. In that final moment, a bizarre thought flickered through Li Chongqing's mind. A wave of darkness swept over him. In the room, the young man sat up drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror as he scanned his surroundings that it was still his familiar room, as if the previous scene had never transpired. How is that possible? Li Chongqing instinctively touched his chest, where there was not a single scratch. Yet, he vaguely recalled that previously in that forest, it seemed as though a horn had pierced through his chest. Was this an illusion? Li Chongqing pondered in confusion, and after a moment's contemplation, he once again directed his focus towards the luminous orb. However, this time he did not find himself engulfed in that primordial forest as before. Instead, a myriad of red symbols and images surged from the orb into the young man's consciousness. Simultaneously, the orb gradually diminished in size until it vanished completely. 3 sets of techniques were unveiled before Li Chongqing's mind. Remarkably clear. The cultivation method, breathing technique, and fist technique, all distinctly visible. He even discovered that the purple-red demonic bull that had appeared in the illusion was firmly etched in his mind, its entire essence and rhythm of breathing vividly apparent. It was as if the demonic bull from the illusion had truly manifested within his consciousness. The young man gasped in astonishment. Such a method of imparting knowledge was indeed astonishing. It allowed him to palpably experience the essence of the techniques. One could not help but acknowledge that such a method transcended his comprehension. However, Li Chongqing remained unaware that only those warriors endowed with innate powerful souls would encounter such a spectacle, where the soul reflects illusions and inscribes the essence of techniques within the mind. Ordinary individuals could never enter that realm to receive such a transmission of skills. After calming the shock within his heart, the young man once again gazed at the final orb of light. There lay the movement technique worth 13 contribution points. Star treading step. 1 month later, within a chamber of the inspection division. Accompanied by a peculiar rhythm of breathing, the temperature within the room steadily increased. Li Chongqing, his upper body bare, displayed bulging muscles, glistening with sweat, while maintaining a bizarre posture. His limbs were grounded, arms supporting his back, shaking incessantly in a manner reminiscent of a rampaging bull, as if countless mice were scurrying within him. Li Chongqing's eyes were half closed, concentrating deeply on his movements. Even the slightest deviation would prompt immediate correction. After sustaining this posture for several breaths, Li Chongqing seamlessly transitioned into another strange position, his breathing rhythm shifting effortlessly, continuing in an unbroken cycle. Each posture seemed utterly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even forcing oneself into such positions would likely result in grievous injury. Thus, Li Chongqing persevered for a full hour before collapsing onto the ground. Exhaling a long sigh of turbid This moment. Beneath him, the cold stone floor was already drenched with pools of sweat. Yet after a brief respite, the young man rose once more, his fists swinging rhythmically through the air. The muffled sound of air being split resonated continuously, as if his hands had transformed into hooves, trampling the AI days. Li Chongqing felt as if he had become a wild bull, joyfully frolicking around the room. After an uninterrupted hour of striking, he finally ceased his martial display, gazing at the scattered furniture within the room. Blown away by the force of his movements, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He was uncertain whether his current state could be deemed normal. However, within this brief month, the Bull Demon Body refinement technique had unexpectedly propelled him past the threshold of entry, achieving a small level of mastery. He was merely a step away from great success. His strength had also surged to an astonishing 1,800 pounds. Even the weapon he carried felt as light as a child's toy at this moment. Typically, the strength of an ordinary body refining practitioner hovers around 500 pounds, while that of a senior refining practitioner is approximately 2,500 pounds. What stage did he occupy now? Li Chongqing had no means of knowing, as he had not engaged in combat with anyone, but he could surmise the likely reason for his tremendous strength. Was it the power of the soul? Li Chongqing opened his palm, murmuring softly to himself. The 32 postures contained within the Bull Demon Body refinement technique each corresponded to a specific breathing frequency. Yet whenever he executed a posture incorrectly, or if the breathing rhythm was off, he could always sense it immediately and make the necessary adjustments. To assert that there was no influence from the power of the soul would be utterly unbelievable. Furthermore, at this moment, he could feel the overflowing vitality and strength coursing through his body. Incomparable to a month prior, Li Chongqing took a deep breath and reassessed his current combat prowess. Combat Power, 25. Chapter 17. Wealth and Knowledge, Might and Skill. What does a combat power of 25 signify? This level of strength had already surpassed the standard for ordinary body refining practitioners, stepping into the threshold of senior refining. It must be noted that according to his recent observations, the combat power of a typical body refining practitioner rarely exceeds 20. He touched his arm once more, feeling a robust texture akin to the leather of a bull he had touched in his childhood village. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately turned and retrieved the 10-forged long knife he had previously found. Lightly dragging it across his arm, a white mark quickly appeared on his skin. No breach. Excellent. He then tightened his grip on the long knife, gradually increasing the pressure until he finally drew blood. It took him half of his strength to barely break the skin with the 10-forged long knife. In this life, he could be considered a minor superhero. Li Chongqing's face lit up with joy, internally affirming his satisfaction with the results of this technique. However, soon after, he seemed to recall another matter, and his expression became somewhat peculiar. It was a look of disbelief, even to himself. After a moment, Li Chongqing set the long knife aside, took a deep breath, and with a swift step, his figure vanished without a trace. The room appeared to be filled with fleeting phantoms, as if a myriad of shadows danced through the space, creating a dazzling spectacle. After a few moments, the apparitions dissipated, and Li Chongqing's form re-emerged. Now, a deeper sense of confusion clouded his eyes. Surveying the room and then glancing at his legs, he realized if his earlier feelings were correct. Judging by the speed he had just demonstrated, his star treading step technique should have reached great mastery. How peculiar! Extremely peculiar. Li Chongqing could not comprehend how long it typically takes for an ordinary person to cultivate a technique to great mastery. Yet, based on his current progress, he deduced that he had likely achieved it in just over 10 days, surpassing the Bull Demon Body refinement technique by a significant margin. He could not fathom whether the situation was normal. But adhering to the principle that existence itself is truth, he could only silently accept it. However, soon, gulp, a peculiar sound suddenly echoed within the room, causing the young man's recently blossomed smile to fade. He turned to gaze at a basin filled with beef that had been prepared earlier, but he reached in and pulled out a piece, devouring it ravenously. 10 minutes later, the basin was emptied of dozens of pounds of beef. Yet Li Chongqing's stomach remained unchanged, not even slightly distended. He had no idea where it had all gone. Yet this was not the end. The young man then picked up a bowl of black-red medicinal stew, disregarding its pungent aroma, and downed it in one go. Soon, a rich warmth began to surge from within, enveloping him in comfort. His keen senses could clearly perceive the rapid enhancement of his strength. Vitality and power were steadily increasing. 1,900 pounds, 2,000 pounds, simultaneously. Within Li Changxing's field of vision, his combat power was continuously bolstering. 25, 25.1, 25.2, 25.3, 25.4, 25.5. It stabilized at 25.5 points before ceasing its rise. Meanwhile, the young man remained oblivious to the fact that, with the surge of vitality, a vague, bull-headed silhouette flickered into view behind him, as his already bulging muscles gradually grew even more pronounced. Li Changxing continued to regulate his breathing, maintaining each breath for an extended duration. The sensation of his power continuously advancing was truly intoxicating. Presently, the techniques were not particularly challenging for him, but the sole drawback was the immense cost. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary expense. When he wasn't training, the young man's appetite remained within the normal range. However, once he began practicing that technique, the ensuing massive consumption left Li Changxing feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The 2,100 taels of silver he had painstakingly earned had dwindled down to a mere 20 taels. He had not anticipated that all these riches would ultimately be dedicated solely to procuring food and medicinal herbs. Not to mention the considerable consumption of meat during this period. Even the price of that medicinal dish was exorbitantly steep, demanding a staggering 80 taels of silver. However, the efficacy of the medicinal dish truly captivated Li Changxing. As each time he ingested it, the remarkable surge in his abilities left this Na'vi rustic utterly astonished that it was said to be specially concocted by the supervisory department for newly initiated martial artists. A single serving was reputedly worth an entire month of training for an ordinary person. There were also rumors of a special chi-replenishing pill designed for martial artists, yet due to its overwhelming demand post-manufacture, Li Changxing had yet to secure even one that nonetheless. Each time he ventured to purchase medicine, he could not help but feel a compelling urge to undertake a grand heist. He could no longer afford to train in such a manner. It was imperative to undertake missions and earn some coin, lest his relentless practice lead to his own demise. The painful memory of his predecessor being drained of life after breaking through to martial artist ranks steeled Li Changxing's resolve. Now, aside from the small pill from Yu Jingshan, he possessed nothing of value ditto, and there was that 10 forge grade long knife, which should at least fetch a decent price to alleviate his household expenses. However, he could hardly wield the knife himself now, and its market value was likely diminished if he did not earn money soon. He might find himself in dire straits regarding meals. After a brief wash and dressing, Li Changxing finally emerged from his seclusion, making a beeline for the mission hall that he needed to work. He needed to earn. Chapter 18. The mission hall was not far. Li Changxing had scarcely stepped out of his room when he arrived at his destination. Yet upon entering, he discovered it was not as bustling as he had envisioned. Perhaps, as Shi Yaqing had remarked, most of the personnel in the supervisory department were out on assignments. Stepping into the hall, he immediately noticed the walls adorned with an abundance of mission plaques, densely populated and quite eye-catching. Hiring. Team up to hunt the white-toothed eagle in the Tiger-Tooth mountain range. Proficiency in the muscle-forging realm required. Exceptional agility preferred. Compensation to be negotiated. Seeking a jar of Blood King bee honey from the Tiger-Tooth mountain range. Reward. 40 contribution points and 30,000 taels of silver. Team applications recommended. Note: the Blood King bee queen is a third-grade ferocious beast, and their numbers are considerable. Please choose cautiously. This mission boasted the highest reward at present, yet Li Changxing merely glanced at it before swiftly shifting his focus. He was not yet ready to tackle such a formidable task. Outside Wu Village, ferocious beasts were suspected to be rampant, with their ranks unknown, for individuals had already perished, including the Zhao family guard. Wu Yoji. The mission required detailed information on the beasts, rewarding 10 contribution points. Those who slay the beasts would receive 20 contribution points and an additional reward of 2,000 taels of silver. Note: Wu Yoji is a muscle-forging realm martial artist with a strength of 500 pounds. Muscle forging? Wu Village. Glancing at the notes, Li Changxing instinctively stroked his chin, his mind racing that he vaguely recalled that Wu Village was situated at the northernmost edge of Qingyin County, near the Tiger-Tooth mountain range, that he recalled accompanying his father there for a hunt during his youth. However, the fact that even a muscle-forging martial artist had fallen in such a place. Something felt amiss. Although he believed he had surpassed Wu Yoji in strength, The prudent young man refrained from making an immediate decision. Yet after scanning the remaining missions, he realized there were none more suitable than this one. Some missions, while safe, were time-consuming and laborious, yielding little reward. Others offered high rewards but came with greater peril, making them unsuitable for him. His eyes darted back and forth across the myriad of missions. And as he scanned from top to bottom and left to right, a headache began to throb. Faintly, the memories of the deceased flashed in his mind, and Li Chongqing felt as though he had returned to the sorrowful days of unemployment. Endlessly searching for work on his phone, did he know? This cannot continue. Shaking off the troubling thoughts, Li Chongqing cast one last glance at the missions before resolutely striding towards the counter. It was only upon approaching that he was taken aback to discover that the man seated behind the counter was none other than Sun Qian. Was the place truly so understaffed? A distinguished expert in the bone-tempering realm was reduced to such duties. "Oh, young Li, you've emerged from your seclusion," Sun Qian remarked, reclining in his chair with his legs draped over the wooden table. A finely crafted iron staff cradled in his arms, eyeing Li Chongqing with a teasing grin. "You seem to be in much better spirits than before, and quite robust as well." "Your grace is too kind," Li Chongqing replied, his cheeks twitching as he smiled and cupped his fists in respect. "Indeed, of the 5 newcomers, you are the only one still here. The others have long since departed. You speak the truth. Hence, I wish to undertake the mission from Wu Village. Could you guide me on how to proceed?" "Ah, that mission. Simply head over there, complete the task, and return here to report. It's not as complicated as you might think. However, you must hurry, as several individuals have already headed that way in recent days, and some may have even arrived." Sun Qian lazily turned over in his chair, offering a languid reminder. "Thank you for the guidance." "Esteemed sir," Li Chongqing said, a knot tightening in his chest as he clasped his fists and swiftly departed. "Goodness, is this age so competitive that even accepting a mission feels like a race?" Cheng'an County's weather was notoriously fickle. Scarcely had he left the supervisory department when dark clouds gathered ominously, and a light drizzle began to fall. Though the rain was gentle, it quickly dampened the ground. Before long, each step on the slippery road sent murky water splattering everywhere. Many pedestrians hurried along, all bearing expressions of urgency. Wherever one looked, laborers ceaselessly toiled for their livelihoods. This kind of weather seemed most suitable for lounging at home and dozing off. Sigh, Li Chongqing held an oil paper umbrella in his right hand while tightening the silk ribbon of his green robe with his left, ensuring his weapon remained secure at his back. The previously loose green robe could no longer conceal his tall stature. At this moment, with his martial arts nearing perfection, Li Chongqing had not only grown taller, but was also remarkably muscular. He appeared to be on a trajectory similar to that of Shi Yaqing and Shi Hai. Li Chongqing suspected that those two were also body cultivators, as the unique aura they radiated was vividly etched in his memory. Just then, a series of agitated squeaks emanated from within his embrace, indicating that the little creature nestled there was far from pleased. "That I know. Food is coming soon. Be patient." Li Chongqing sighed in exasperation. Having spent so many days in the supervisory department, he had completely forgotten about his yellow-haired pet mouse at home. What a scoundrel! The young man felt a twinge of guilt. The allure of martial arts was simply too potent. The thrill of feeling oneself grow stronger with each passing moment was utterly intoxicating. This had led to the complete neglect of his yellow-haired mouse, who had been left to languish in a corner. Fortunately, whether due to some mutation or its adventurous spirit, when he returned home after an entire month, it came bounding toward him, lively and cheerful. The joy it displayed was a memory that Li Chongqing would forever cherish. "What on earth did you eat while I was away? How is it that you seem to consume everything?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Chongqing finally inquired. The state of his humble home, with only a bed and a table, had deteriorated significantly, now resembling a ruin. The nod would suggested that the yellow-haired mouse had taken to munching on it. How had he not realized that this mouse had such a penchant for wood? Did this mean he would no longer need to spend money on its food? It could simply forage for trees to sustain itself. Li Chongqing's bizarre thoughts spiraled, driven by his dire financial situation. However, in the next moment, the yellow-haired mouse seemed to sense his musings and, in a fit of frustration, darted straight into his trousers. Stop! All right, I was wrong. We'll go eat right away." The mouse's sudden movement left Li Chongqing pale with fright as he hurriedly grasped it, preventing further descent. he was acutely aware of the mouse's biting power. One wrong move could spell disaster for his future happiness, that he had no idea whether his still-developing bull demon body refinement technique could safeguard that area. "Sister, why does that brother keep covering his pants?" Suddenly, a little girl's voice emerged from beside him. That Li Chongqing turned to look at in the corner. A girl in a red dress, her mouth occupied with a sugar-coated hawthorn stick, was gazing curiously at him. Her eyes fixed intently between his legs. Nearby, a woman hurriedly held the girl, drawing her away from Li Chongqing. "Yeah, don't look. That brother is unwell. We must leave quickly." "Oh, all right, mother." The girl in red, with an innocent expression, was bewilderedly carried away by the beautiful woman. As they departed, she shouted loudly to Li Chongqing, "If that brother is unwell, he should see a doctor. Don't just endure it. Holding it in for too long can be very painful." Li Chongqing's face went blank, his right hand still gripping the yellow-haired mouse in his pants, afraid to move. Yet from the outside, the yellow-haired mouse inside his trousers continued to squirm incessantly. In that instant, he sensed the gazes of the surrounding crowd shifting to him, their expressions increasingly peculiar. Chapter 19. Stirring trouble after a moment of awkwardness. The rain outside gradually intensified. The entire sky took on a misty hue. In the distance, it appeared hazy. With his head lowered, Li Chongqing, disregarding the stares of others, hastened his steps towards the inn, Longyue Inn. He glanced up at the sign above and muttered to himself. Relieved that it was not the Longmen Inn. In the inn's stable, several tall horses were tied, their appearances indicative of considerable value. Behind the inn lay a dense forest, tranquil and serene. Clearly, the establishment was designed with a forest garden aesthetic in mind. With a soft click, Li Chongqing stepped forward, stowed away his oiled paper umbrella, and pushed open the inn's door. Inside, the board attendant at the counter quickly approached him. "Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or a room?" "First, a meal. We can discuss accommodations later." "Very well. Please have a seat. Here is the menu. Take a look and decide what you'd like to eat." The inn was not crowded, with only 2 tables occupied. At the first table sat 2 young men and a woman, all seemingly affluent travelers based on their attire. The other table was occupied by a middle-aged man accompanied by a young girl. A long knife lay on the table, alongside a half-full basket, suggesting they were merely passing through the city. The young patrons glanced at Li Chongqing upon his entrance, but quickly diverted their gazes. However, the woman at the front table stole a few more glances at him. My damned, unplaceable charm. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her lips a vivid red against her pearly white teeth, radiating a unique allure. Indeed, beautiful women possess eyes capable of discerning beauty. Li Chongqing caught a fleeting glimpse of the woman from the corner of his eye before redirecting his focus to the menu before him. "Boss, I'll have 20 jin of beef, a pot of wine, and a few of your signature dishes." Li Chongqing spoke expressionlessly, handing the menu over afterward. Yet in the next moment, everyone in the inn simultaneously turned their attention to him. The young man remained unfazed, his expression calm, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. "Esteemed guest, are you sure you want to order so much?" The attendant sized him up, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Bring it on." Li Chongqing nonchalantly pulled out all the silver he had left and placed it on the table, perfectly embodying the essence of a wealthy patron. As for what would happen afterward, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Simply in terms of purchasing power, this amount was more than sufficient. "Very well, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." The attendant's face instantly brightened as he pocketed the silver and headed towards the kitchen. In just a few minutes, the table was piled high with dishes and drinks. The beverages in this establishment were not as pure and transparent as those from his past life, and their alcohol content was relatively low. They had a floral and fruity aroma, reminiscent of cocktails. After downing a cup, Li Chongqing didn't even bother with chopsticks, opting instead to dive straight into the food with his hands. Suddenly, a loud squeak erupted as a yellow-haired mouse burst from the boy's embrace. Diving into the bowl and taking a bite. "Slow down, don't rush. There's plenty more." Li Chongqing's expression changed as he urged caution. Yet his hands moved swiftly, shoving beef into his mouth without slowing down. He was acutely aware of his pet's appetite. Despite its small size, it could eat copiously. Before long, 20 jin of beef was disappearing at an alarming rate. "Uncle Yi, that brother can eat a lot." The voice of the young girl reached his ears, but Li Chongqing remained oblivious. Focused solely on his meal, he suddenly realized that, perhaps due to having been hungry for so long, his yellow-haired mouse was now consuming food at a pace rivaling his own. He wondered how such a small belly could hold so much. This was an ominous sign. He was reluctant to believe it, as it would only exacerbate his current financial predicament. Come on, you should eat quickly. Once we finish, we need to rest that we have to leave early in the morning. The middle-aged man patted the young girl's head, smiling as he spoke. Uncle Yi, Chinchin doesn't want to get up early. The girl looked pitiful, her entire being resisting the notion of early rising. Yet she quickly polished off the food in her bowl, to ate tea that moment. At the other table, a man in green glanced at Li Chongqing, smirking. Stop looking, Xiaoxian. What is there to see with someone else eating? If you want to see something, wait until we return to my home and look at the livestock I keep in the backyard. They can eat even faster after starving for a few days. Wang Xian shot him a glare, completely ignoring his comment. Yet, was it merely her imagination, or did she notice that Li Chongqing, seated at the back, seemed to glance in their direction? Did he hear? How is that possible? The distance between them was at least 3 or 4 tables, and her companion had spoken so softly to it couldn't be. Could it? What? Don't believe it. Asked Kuan-gu. Last time I went with him to feed, it took 10 people's worth of food, and it was gone in no time once thrown into the cage. If you ask me, those beasts eat the most when it comes to meals. Ha! The man in green laughed again, but in the next moment, Wang Xian unexpectedly chimed in. Oh, he heard what you said. She saw that the young man had ceased his actions, his calm gaze fixed on their table. What is wrong? Afraid of something? The man in green, somewhat displeased, turned to glance at Li Chongqing, but was immediately taken aback. The boy's eyes were fixed directly on him. The awkwardness quickly surfaced on his face. Yet, just a moment later, the man in green snorted dismissively, turning his head away. Oh, what if he heard? I didn't mention any names. That little yellow-haired pet of his looks quite adorable. Watch your words. Be careful what you say in public. Old Wu hasn't arrived yet. Don't draw too much attention at this moment, another man in white interjected. Understood, Kuan-gu. Among the three, the man in white seemed to hold the highest status. Upon his speaking, Zhang Yu dared not say more, though he still felt somewhat resentful. It wasn't that he intended to stir trouble. He merely felt disgruntled seeing Wang Xian's gaze lingering on the young man ever since he entered. The hostility among men can sometimes arise from the most inexplicable sources. Li Chongqing cast a deep glance at the trio across the room, uncaring as he returned to his meal. None of the three possessed a combat power exceeding 15. They were all inconsequential to him, and he couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. The distance between them was minimal, only about 5 or 6 meters. For Li Chongqing, whose strength had significantly increased, such a distance felt like mere whispers in his ear. Yet being outside, there were matters he preferred to ignore. However, sometimes ignoring wasn't an option. What is wrong, Xiaoxian? After a moment, Qin Kuan noticed Wang Xian's gaze continuously drifting towards Li Chongqing's table and finally asked, Kuan-gu, don't you think that little pet of his is quite adorable? And it can eat so much too. Wang Xian's eyes were fixated on the yellow-haired mouse, her affection for it evident. Girls seem to have no resistance to cute creatures. I've never seen such a small yet voracious spirit before. Qin Kuan nodded, casting his gaze towards Li Chongqing's table. More precisely, he was looking at the yellow-haired mouse in the bowl, a spark of interest igniting within him. Kuan-gu, isn't my sister getting married soon? What do you think about us buying that pet as a gift for her? We haven't encountered any other appealing pets on our journey. I'm sure my sister would adore this one. Wang Xian suggested eagerly, her fondness for the mouse growing with every glance. Qin Kuan smiled slightly, seemingly contemplating Wang Xian's suggestion, that very moment. However, Zhang Yu, sitting nearby, immediately stood up. What is there to think about? I'll go ask right now. Qin Kuan opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing his objections to Zhang Yu's actions. In Chapter 20. When a deal falls through, morality is absent within the inn. On the other side, Li Chongqing was engrossed in his meal while incessantly grumbling. You are truly eating a lot. You've nearly devoured half of that enormous bowl of meat. The little yellow-haired creature protested, struggling with all its might, attempting to rise and take a bite. However, due to its distended belly, it found it quite laborious to even roll over on the table. Yet, it distinctly remembered that Li Chongqing had consumed far more than it. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached, and Li Chongqing felt a shadow loom over him. "Hey kid, how much for your pet?" Li Chongqing was taken aback and looked up to see none other than the previous man in green. "You mean it?" The youth's expression turned somewhat perplexed as he pointed at the thoroughly sprawled, yellow-haired mouse on the table, momentarily rendered speechless. "I asked there really someone willing to buy this?" "Well, do you have other pets?" Upon receiving a definitive answer, Li Chongqing shook his head and replied, "Not for sale. Name your price. How much? We will buy it." But it seemed Zhang Yu had not heard Li Chongqing's words at all. Scoffing derisively as he continued to inquire, Li Chongqing sneered coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Yu. This yellow-haired mouse had accompanied him for quite some time and had helped him greatly. It was not something that could simply be bought at whim. "How much are you willing to pay?" Of course, everything in the world has its price. If this person were to offer a genuinely high amount, Li Chongqing could not possibly stand in the way of the yellow-haired mouse enjoying a life of luxury among the wealthy. That would not be love. That would be harm. Zhang Yu curled his lip, snorting dismissively. "No matter the amount, I want it." Gazing at the seemingly rustic Li Chongqing, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. 100,000 taels. Li Chongqing's heart stirred, struggling to contain his excitement as he stated a price. Then, feeling it insufficient, he added, "In gold?" However, upon hearing this, the yellow-haired mouse seemed quite agitated, struggling several times to rise from the table. Yet, having eaten too much, all its attempts proved futile, and it could only squeak in protest at the youth. This display only endeared it further to Wang Xian, who had been watching from behind. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a sensitive and adorable pet. "Hey kid, have you gone mad from poverty? What kind of pet is worth that much? Offer a reasonable price. Don't overstep." Zhang Yu laughed in exasperation. Common pets of decent appearance usually sold for a few dozen to several hundred taels. Yet this person dared to demand 100,000 taels of gold. Was he out of his mind? Did he think this was a fearsome beast? How audacious to quote such a price. Or was he merely toying with himself? Li Chongqing shook his head in disappointment, unwilling to engage further with the man. More importantly, he disliked the way others treated him with disdain. Indeed, such brainless, wealthy individuals from novels were few and far between. Yet at this moment, the more calm Li Chongqing appeared, the more irked Zhang Yu became. Just as he was about to erupt, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Apologies. I'm truly sorry. My friend has had too much to drink today." Please forgive us. That a large hand rested on Zhang Yu's shoulder as Qian Kun, all smiles, led Zhang Yu back. That Li Chongqing remained silent, merely glancing up in surprise at the departing figures. "Kun Gu, that person clearly intended to swindle me." Zhang Yu attempted to voice his objections, but was silenced by Qian Kun. "That I understand. We'll discuss this later." Qian Kun shook his head in indication that a quarter of an hour later, the enormous bowl on the table had finally been emptied. Just at that moment, Qian Kun, who had just departed, unexpectedly returned. "Do you have any further business?" Li Chongqing inquired curiously. "That my friend misunderstood. Our meeting is serendipitous. That my companion inadvertently offended you earlier, and I hope you won't take it to heart. Additionally, I have already prepaid for some expenses at this inn for you. That if you don't mind, all your expenses here for the next few days will be covered by me. Let us consider it a friendship." Qian Kun exhibited genuine sincerity, showing no sign of belittling Li Chongqing due to his youthful appearance. However, what Qian Kun did not realize was that Li Chongqing's wariness had reached its zenith. "Is your surname Zhao?" Li Chongqing asked tentatively. "I know my surname is Qian. Do you happen to have a friend named Zhao who resembles me?" Qian Kun replied with a chuckle. "Not at all." Li Chongqing smiled and shook his head. "By the way, young brother, where are you planning to go? I have quite a few friends in this vicinity. Perhaps I can assist you along the way." "Nothing in particular. I've been at home for too long and am merely bored. Out for a casual stroll, enjoying the scenery." Li Chongqing casually responded, shaking his head. Well, your life is truly enviable. By the way, I am Qian Kun. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed surname?" Unbeknownst to him, the form of address had naturally shifted to a more familiar tone. "That I am Li Conan." Li Chongqing's smile suddenly turned somewhat bashful as he hastily introduced himself. "That Li Conan. Ah, what a splendid name. I shan't disturb you further during your meal. If the food is insufficient, just call over the waiter there. Farewell. You're too kind." Qian Kun clasped his hands with a smile and exchanged pleasantries. However, in his mind, he was constantly searching for any Li family in the nearby counties. Yet after a lengthy contemplation, he found no recollection of the name Li Conan. That I Chongqing watched Qian Kun depart, his expression one of delight. Immediately afterward, "Waiter, bring me another 20 jin of beef to my room." Certainly, Li Chongqing couldn't help but wonder if it was merely his imagination, but just as his words fell, Qian Kun seemed to pause momentarily before hastening away. There are still many good people in this world. Li Chongqing couldn't help but reflect wistfully. "Uncle Yi, that brother is so generous," a voice from a corner chimed in, but Uncle Yi rose and placed the girl into a basket, stating, "Indeed, but we should also rest now." Chen is going to rest. See you tomorrow, brother." Son Chen, noticing Li Chongqing's gaze upon her, waved adorably to him. "See you tomorrow." Li Chongqing was momentarily taken aback before returning the gesture. Yet, as the middle-aged man passed by him, he whispered, "The rain outside should be letting up soon. If you have matters to attend to, you should take care of them early." Li Chongqing looked up in surprise at the man, nodding with a smile. "All right, thank you." Chapter 21. A Moonless Night of Murder Night. Who? In room 3 of the Tianzi Inn, the air was thick with heat as a figure maneuvered restlessly within the confined space, continually practicing a vigorous set of boxing techniques. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Chongqing, who had just finished his meal. The food in his stomach churned under the influence of gastric acid, transforming into streams of subtle energy that surged throughout the youth's body. After a round of boxing, the previously bloated sensation in his abdomen had considerably eased. This completely contradicted the norm. Wasn't it said that one should not exercise after eating? After a quarter of an hour, Li Chongqing halted his practice, attentively sensing his body. Feeling somewhat speechless, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he transformed into a formidable muscle-bound figure. However, relying solely on food without the aid of medicinal cuisine, his progress in martial arts felt significantly slower compared to before. Once again glancing at his combat power value, it remained stubbornly at the familiar 25.5, not even increasing by 0.1 psi. If I cannot win in quality, then I must exert effort in quantity. The youth's gaze shifted once more to the table, where a bowl brimming with food had just been delivered. To gain strength, one must eat more, but out of courtesy. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to them. Li Chongqing gently stroked his clean and tidy chin, lost in contemplation. "Kun Go." Just at that moment, in another room of the inn, Zhang Yu wore a face of indignation. The mere thought of Li Chongqing's dismissive demeanor towards him stirred a wave of anger within. "I know." Qian Kun sat upright on a wooden chair, nodding in acknowledgement, with one hand holding a teapot and the other a cup. He poured a cup of tea in front of Wang Xian, then proceeded to pour another for Zhang Yu. "There's no rush. Let us first sip some tea to calm our tempers." "Thank you, Kun Go." Wang Xian's face lit up with delight as she cradled the teacup, taking delicate sips while occasionally casting coy glances at Qian Kun, exuding an air of sweetness and charm. In stark contrast, Zhang Yu seized his teacup and downed it in one go. "That you're wondering why I was so courteous to that brat just now, aren't you?" Qian Kun smiled, lifting his cup for a sip, his demeanor radiating an unshakable confidence, as if everything were under his control. However, his brow soon furrowed, and with a disdainful gesture, he spat the tea leaves onto the ground. "This free tea is truly terrible." I don't understand." Kun Go must have his reasons for doing that. Just listen and don't overthink it." Suddenly, Wang Xian interjected, directing a scolding glance at Zhang Yu. Yet in the face of Wang Xian's ire, Zhang Yu surprisingly refrained from retorting, suppressing his anger as he poured the entire teapot into his mouth. "Old Wu is expected to arrive tomorrow. I'm not sure of the exact time, but I estimate it should be around noon or evening." After a pause, Qian Kun glanced at Zhang Yu, who was devouring the tea, with some distaste, yet he patiently continued, "If I don't keep him in check now, what will happen if Old Wu arrives tomorrow and he runs away?" Instantly, both Wang Xian and Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. "Kun Go, are you saying you did that on purpose?" Wang Xian inquired eagerly. "Otherwise, when Old Wu arrives, whether it's the little pet Xian likes or that brat, they would be at our mercy, wouldn't they?" I've inquired. "That brat's surname is Li, and there are no families with the surname Li nearby. So it's merely a matter of spending a little money. It's nothing significant." Qian Kun explained with a smile, shaking his head as he looked at Zhang Yu. "I want what I desire, but I'm not keen on spending that money." Sigh. "Ha ha, Kun Go always has a plan." Once Olu arrives, I'll break that brat-ass limbs and drag him back to feed my pets. Zhang Yu grinned viciously, as if he could already hear Li Chongqing's desperate cries beneath his grasp. You're wasting him. I think that brat looks decent enough. Why not send him along with a pet to my sister? She often complains about needing a cauldron for her training. That fellow seems quite sturdy. My sister would surely appreciate him, huh? Wang Xian, appearing delicate and charming, spoke words that sent chills down the spines of both Qian Kuan and Zhang Yu. That might work. It could be considered a form of waste utilization. Qian Kuan nodded in agreement, fully aware of the nature of Wang Xian's sister's cultivation practice. Her cauldrons typically didn't survive beyond 7 days, which explained her rapid consumption of resources. All right, you two should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I'll have a casual chat with that brat to keep him steady. Qian Kuan waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of confidence that made Wang Xian gaze at him adoringly, almost losing herself in admiration. Yes, Kuan Gu, do make sure to rest early. Don't overexert yourself. Wang Xian spoke softly and tenderly, her reluctance evident as she left. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu simply nodded in acknowledgement and headed out the door. At that moment, all he desired was to witness Li Chongqing tormented to the brink of despair, for only then could he vent his pent-up frustrations. However, click. As Zhang Yu opened the door, he was met with the sight of a familiar youth clad in a green robe, grinning widely at him. Long time no see. What are you? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but before he could finish, Li Chongqing stepped forward, forcing his way into the room. With a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and struck towards Zhang Yu's throat, the sound of air being violently displaced echoing in the room. Not good. Zhang Yu's complexion changed drastically as his right arm instinctively shot up to block, his body retreating rapidly. But in the next instant, crack! The distinct sound of a bone breaking rang out. The man's right arm was shattered by the youth's punch, and before he could let out a scream, the fist continued unabated, crashing hard against Zhang Yu's neck. Crack! The sound of bones breaking again resounded, and Zhang Yu collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide open as his body convulsed, his breath fading swiftly. A bang, just as Wang Xian was about to scream. Li Chongqing's expression remained calm, that he lightly kicked his right leg backward, closing the door behind him. Then, with a speed that was almost too quick to perceive, he unleashed another punch aimed directly at the woman's neck, showing no mercy whatsoever. The formidable aura emanating from the youth terrified the remaining two in the room. At that moment, a faint purple-red demon shadow could be seen flickering behind the boy. Bull Demon's mighty fist. A force of 2,000 pounds. Kuan Gu, save me. Wang Xian's face turned ashen, and in a panic, she cried out for help. However, Qian Kuan appeared to be deaf to her pleas, his face stricken with fear as he hurled the only wooden table in the room towards Li Chongqing. Then he bolted towards the window. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Qian Kuan never imagined that this person would be a rare physical cultivator, and judging by the shadow behind him, he might very well achieve a terrifying manifestation of his life force in the future. How was he to save himself? That terrifying strength was clearly beyond the capacity of an ordinary body refining practitioner like him to withstand. At that moment, the only option was to run, to distance himself from this youth. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood that I asked for Wang Xian. He could only express his apologies. Once he was safe, that person was certain to meet his demise. Chapter 22. Picking on the small. Get lost. Seeing no hope for rescue, Wang Xian, in despair, gathered all her strength and thrust her palms forward, attempting to repel Li Chongqing. Little did she know that in the instant their fists clashed, a colossal force bore down upon her. Crack! Soon, the woman felt an intense pain radiating from her arms. It was the unmistakable sound of her bones fracturing. How could this be? In that moment, Wang Xian suddenly understood why Zhang Yu had been unable to withstand even a single blow from the youth. This overwhelming power was far beyond what they, mere novices in the martial arts, could hope to resist. The heavy punch broke through her arms and struck her delicate neck again. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she followed in Zhang Yu's footsteps, blood trickling from her mouth, her neck twisting into an unnatural shape as her body collapsed to the floor, her breath extinguished. Without so much as a glance at the fallen woman, Li Chongqing shifted his gaze toward Qian Kuan. Moving with agility within the cramped room, evading the incoming wooden table before tracing an uncanny meteor arc through the AI, or that I in the blink of an eye. He appeared by the window, his right hand shooting out to grasp Qian Kun, who was attempting to escape. The cool night breeze brushed against Qian Kun's face, but before he could feel relief, his movement halted abruptly, and an immense force yanked him back into the room. "Wait, young Master Li." Qian Kun's face shifted dramatically as he begged for mercy, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging towards Li Chongsheng. Li Chongsheng frowned, dismissing the incoming dagger entirely. That he tightened his grip on Qian Kun's right leg and slammed him down onto the ground. Crack! The immense force was unleashed without restraint upon Qian Kun's right leg, warping it into a grotesque shape that was utterly horrifying. Following that, the off-balanced Qian Kun crashed heavily to the floor. Boom! The deafening sound of impact reverberated throughout the room, causing it to tremble. Accustomed to a life of luxury, Qian Kun had never experienced such agony that he was left dazed, his mind swirling in confusion. His grip on the dagger faltered, and it fell to the ground as he writhed in pain, howling in despair. "Shut your mouth." Li Chongsheng shook his head, observing the anguished Qian Kun sprawled on the ground, and coldly remarked, "Woo." At that moment, Qian Kun's face was a mask of agony, his right leg contorted in an unnatural shape, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yet in the face of such excruciating pain, he dared not utter a single sound. Completely bereft of the confident demeanor he had just moments before, the sequence of events, from Li Chongsheng's entrance to Qian Kun's collapse, transpired in merely 3 breaths. Yet, within this brief span, both Zhang Yu and Wang Xian, who had been engaging in jovial conversation with Qian Kun, had already met their demise. The room lay in chaotic disarray, furniture strewn haphazardly across the floor. Qian Kun lay on the ground, clutching his right leg, gazing at the composed Li Chongsheng with eyes brimming with terror. "Did I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Li Chongsheng picked up a dagger and slowly crouched before Qian Kun, speaking softly, a faint smile lingering on his face. Yes. As long as you spare me, I will comply with anything." Qian Kun hastily nodded, fear evident in his eyes. "Who are you really? Why do you act with such ruthlessness, so quick to seek my life over a mere disagreement?" Li Chongsheng's face darkened with indignation, his voice rising in anger. Qian Kun was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively drifting to the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. He opened his mouth, at a loss for where to begin his explanation. Li Chongsheng's words struck Qian Kun's already chaotic mind like a hammer, rendering him momentarily speechless. This man, where did he come from? His methods are unlike any I have encountered before. Qian Kun's face fell as he pointed to the nearby corpses. Stammeringly, Kenan, the young hero. What of it? They sought to kill me, but I retaliated and overcame them. Is there anything wrong with that? The slayer shall always be slain. What is amiss? Li Chongsheng fervently defended, a subtle threat lurking in his gaze. Yes, they deserved it. To conspire against a young hero like you. Qian Kun feels shame to associate with them. Rest assured, I am not familiar with these 2. We merely traveled together by coincidence. Qian Kun's heart quivered as he hastily clarified his stance. Then tell me, where do you hail from? And what was your purpose? Also, who is this Wu Lao you mentioned earlier? Li Chongsheng nodded, his expression one of satisfaction as he continued to interrogate. Taking a deep breath, Qian Kun forced a pained smile. I am from the Qian family of Nanyang County. Zhang Yu is the 3rd young master of the Zhang family. And Wang Xian? Oh no, I mean Wang Xian, the 2nd young lady of the Wang family, that we were en route to Chengyin County to attend the wedding of the Wang family's eldest daughter. Nanyang County? To whom is the Wang family's eldest daughter marrying? Li Chongsheng's mind raced as he inquired. She is marrying into the Xiao family of Chengyin County. Wang Qing is wed to the eldest son, Xiao Cheng. Qian Kun revealed without hesitation. The Xiao family is also a prominent family in Chengyin County, boasting 2 third-tier warriors within their ranks. The identity and background of a woman who could be legally wed to the Xiao family must be formidable. In this era, as in the past, the matters of marriage between men and women are dictated by social status. Although there are instances of marrying beneath one's station, they are quite rare. Yet, Li Chongsheng harbored no regrets about his actions. As long as one dared to strike at him, he would retaliate without hesitation. After all, there is a saying, one can only steal for so long. There is no such thing as being able to guard against thieves forever. However, he realized he would likely never return to that Nanyang County again. And what can you tell me about this Wu Lao? Li Chongsheng pressed further, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Kuen's eyes. Da Wu Lao. He is merely a family retainer we support. He accompanied us on this journey. However, he encountered a fierce beast along the way, which prompted him to urge us to proceed ahead. Qian Kuen explained, his eyes flickering as he lowered his head. All right, hold on to this. Huh. Suddenly, a piece of wood was thrust into his mouth, and Qian Kuen instinctively bit down, only to be met with a swift thrust of the dagger into his thigh. Blood gushed forth. Woo! The excruciating pain forced Qian Kuen to bite down harder on the wood, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You deceive me. Li Chongsheng glared coldly, his tone resolute. Woo! Qian Kuen hurriedly shook his head, but the frigid gaze of Li Chongsheng made him quickly avert his eyes. You think to take advantage of my youth, attempting to deceive me, do you not? Speak, is there anything you have yet to reveal? Li Chongsheng sneered, removing the piece of wood from Qian Kuen's mouth while twisting the dagger in his grip. Wu Lao did not pursue the beast. Rather, he was captivated by a mother and daughter from a household along the way, which is why he urged us to move ahead, that I have disclosed everything else to you. What of his martial prowess? His cultivation is at the essence refining stage. You are no match for him. Moreover, I have never seen anyone in the essence refining realm surpass him. Spare me, and I shall offer you 100,000 taels of gold. And I can help conceal this matter, claiming they were slain by the beast on the road. Furthermore, if I perish, not only my family, but theirs will undoubtedly seek retribution. You have offended 3 of the 4 great families of Nanyang County in one fell swoop. You will find no escape, absolutely none. Trust me, young hero Li, I can save your life. Qian Kuen's complexion turned pale, yet he swiftly articulated the advantages and disadvantages to Li Chongsheng. Essence refining stage, not just any ordinary level. Li Chongsheng's expression darkened, feeling a twinge of pain in his teeth. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Elder. In this moment, he recalled the likes of Sun Qian and Old Qin, all of whom were fierce individuals with battle prowess exceeding 70. Presently, he felt utterly outmatched. Li Chongsheng's gaze grew peculiar as he regarded the seemingly sincere Qian Kuen and asked, Did you bring any luggage with you? Yes, it's at the bedside. The black package is it. Qian Kuen, unsure of Li Chongsheng's intent, still complied and pointed in the direction. Upon lifting the bedding, a black package came into view. And where are the other 2's rooms? The youth inquired casually while rummaging through the package, not even glancing at Qian Kuen. They're right next door, 1 room to the left and 1 to the right. You must have brought some money with you, correct? Yes, but I have it all with me. Young hero Li, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you please tend to my wounds first? I have hemostatic powder in my bag. Feel free to take the silver notes inside, as a means of friendship. Qian Kuen forcibly suppressed his agony and weakness, managing a faint smile, his tone amiable. You do not resent me. You must realize that your leg is likely broken. You may very well become a cripple. Li Chongsheng raised his chin, gesturing toward Qian Kuen's fractured leg, asking with a wry smile. Qian Kuen's face twitched, desperately concealing the hatred in his eyes, and bitterly replied, At that moment, I did harbor some resentment. After all, I am a normal person with normal emotions. However, upon reflection, it seems we brought this upon ourselves. Now that the deed is done, lamenting is fruitless. Young hero Li, you need not worry. The physicians outside possess remarkable skills. My leg is not in dire condition. After all, it is still early, and the injury is minor. With my family's resources, we will surely heal it in due time. As for the other 2, young hero Li need not worry. Once I return home, how much money did you bring? Li Chongsheng interrupted Qian Kuen's explanation with a wave of his hand. We should have brought over 10,000 taels. I cannot recall exactly. It should not be much. Qian Kuen began to elaborate, instinctively responding. Then he intended to continue his previous line of reasoning to persuade Li Chongsheng. Wait a moment, something is amiss. Why is there only 6,000 taels here? You are deceiving me. Li Chongsheng suddenly exclaimed, his countenance darkening with fury as he rummaged through the package. Where is my money? This accusation threw Qian Kuen's already muddled thoughts in a further disarray. His gaze frozen on Li Chongsheng, seemingly unable to process the situation.
though he had long suspected that his wealth might be seized by Li Changsheng. Facing such a direct inquiry left him utterly unprepared. Young hero Li, it is possible that we spent some along the way. However, do not worry. Wealth is merely a material possession. Once we reach the county town, I shall take you to the Dua Bank to withdraw some. My family is quite affluent and can fully support your martial training. No, the matter of wealth is secondary, but your repeated deceit is intolerable. You clearly look down upon me due to my youth. The one thing I detest most in this life is being deceived. Li Xiaoxiao, wait. You've misunderstood. It is not as you think. No, it's not. Spare my life, beast. You are untrustworthy. Witnessing Li Changsheng's agitation, Qian Kuan's expression changed drastically. Before he could explain, he saw the youth coldly draw a dagger and plunge it directly into Qian Kuan's throat. The blood gushed forth, staining the surroundings red. Qian Kuan clutched his throat, gazing at Li Changsheng in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Until his dying breath, he could not comprehend why, despite his cooperation, he still could not escape death. Trying to deceive me, in your dreams. Li Changsheng withdrew the dagger, wiped it on Qian Kuan's clothing, and returned it to his attire. He then bent down to rummage through the bodies of several individuals, ensuring nothing was overlooked, before stowing away the banknotes in his bosom. That moment, the inn was enveloped in darkness, silent as the grave. Observing this scene, Li Changsheng unexpectedly shook his head, reflecting inwardly that in this day and age, it seems that there are indeed many clever individuals. Those who meddle in others' affairs likely won't last long, for the time being. The only issue left to resolve is that formidable Wu Lao. No, with my current strength, it seems impossible to deal with someone of such caliber. A sense of urgency surged within him. Qian Kuan was intelligent. But he spoke far too much that Li Changsheng preferred foes who were reticent. He cherished tranquility. Nevertheless, the gains of the night were satisfactory, and he felt the weight of over 10,000 taels of silver notes in his pocket, and nodded in contentment. It must be said at this moment, he had no desire to go to work, but work must be attended to. What would he eat if he did not go to work? Live on the northwestern winds? An hour later, Li Changsheng strode along the forest path, constantly lamenting that as a seasoned worker, how could he speak without integrity? Whether he could complete the task was another matter, but since he had accepted it, he should at least take a trip to see it through. After all, even if one is slacking off, one must maintain the attitude of slacking off. In the dead of night, Li Changsheng packed his belongings and stepped out. Before leaving, he deliberately packed a large bundle of food from the kitchen. Since someone was footing the bill, why not take advantage? As for whether the innkeeper would receive payment, that was of no concern to him. To avoid a chance encounter with Wu Lao on the road, Li Changsheng had no intention of taking the main road. Instead, he chose to journey through the mountain paths alone. When faced with an enemy he could not possibly contend with, his approach became exceedingly cautious. The following morning, within the inn, a middle-aged man was hurriedly packing his belongings. "Uncle Yi, are we leaving so early? I'm so sleepy." Sun Qinshan sat on the bed, her eyes hazy, as if still lost in a dream, filled with drowsiness. Though her body was up, her spirit remained sprawled on the bed. The earlier we leave, the sooner we can get home, and then Chunshan can sleep in peace. Yi Qing, while tidying his belongings, lifted the still drowsy Sun Chunshan and placed her into a basket, carrying her on his back. Sun Chunshan resembled a bundle of cotton, nestled in the basket, continuing to sleep with her eyes shut. Yi Qing did not wish to depart so quickly, but if he did not leave now, he feared he might not be able to at all. That he had thought that the youth from yesterday appeared to be a good-natured lad, and he had kindly offered a warning. Who would have thought he was so ruthless, coming in the dead of night to eliminate everyone? Now, at dawn, not a soul could be seen. Terrifying. Are today's youth all so sharp and fierce in their actions? He no longer needed to worry about that youth, but rather was concerned that he and his companions might be caught in the crossfire, based on his understanding of those noble families. It was highly likely that they would vent their frustrations on the innocent patrons of the inn, and Yi Qing's thoughts raced. Yet his hands did not pause as he hurriedly exited the room with the girl. Just then, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed outside. Someone was coming. The inn's door was pushed open from the outside, revealing a black-clad elder standing before them. Chapter 24. Wu Lao outside the inn. An elder stood quietly at the entrance, gazing into the room. The newcomer had a ruddy complexion and a robust stature, but his eyes appeared somewhat sinister. His white hair was neatly combed, and he scanned the inn, seemingly searching for something. That why Yi Qing's heart sank, and he hesitated, contemplating how to circumvent this individual. Sir, a voice suddenly rang out, a large hand blocking Yi Qing's path. What is it? Yi Qing looked up at the elder. The elder squinted, his gaze sweeping over Yi Qing and the basket on his back before breaking into a slight smile. That I just arrived. A few of my nephews should have been staying at this inn. 2 men and a woman. May I inquire if you have seen them? The elder's tone was gentle, resembling that of a kindly old man. That I'm sorry. I haven't seen them. You should ask the innkeeper about that. Yi Qing replied, shaking his head to indicate his lack of knowledge. You're right. It seems I have been forgetful. Wu Lao laughed heartily, his gaze shifting towards the young attendant who was peeking from behind. Then, in a blink, he moved and appeared before the attendant, so swift. Yi Qing's pupils constricted slightly. He had barely caught a glimpse of the elder's movement. Young man, do you know which room my nephews are in? Wu Lao asked the attendant with a beaming smile. That I don't know. Under the elder's imposing presence, the attendant's mind went blank, instinctively blurted out in his native dialect. What did you say? Oh, I said I don't know. A large hand rested on the attendant's shoulder as Wu Lao calmly inquired again. Which room do you not know? Their surname is Qian, named Qian Kuan, wearing white clothing. Suddenly, the attendant's complexion turned pale, and his shoulder seemed to sag. Sir, I know, I'll take you there. It hurts so much. The attendant finally regained his senses, leaning over in pain. Don't let us go. Wu Lao nodded, releasing his grip. All right, sir. The attendant's face twisted in agony, clutching his shoulder as he led Wu Lao to Qian Kuan's room. However, upon pushing the door open, the first sight was the disheveled furniture and the bloodstains scattered across the floor, causing Wu Lao's heart to sink. Sir, we truly don't know the situation. The attendant's face drained of color, his tone stammering. Where are they? I truly don't know. The elder's expression darkened, his previously calm demeanor rapidly transforming into one of ferocity. Did they have any conflicts with anyone yesterday? There was a youth who just arrived yesterday, wearing a green long garment, carrying a bow and a knife. Oh, and he had a pet mouse, something like Keenan. A rather strange name. It seemed the conflict arose because of that pet. And after that, I don't know anything else, truly. The attendant blurted out in terror, not hesitating for a moment. Did Li Keenan? What about our innkeeper? Wu Lao mused for a moment before asking again. Our innkeeper? I don't know whether it was his catchphrase or not. The attendant instinctively blurted out once more. To Wu Lao's eyes narrowed dangerously, his patience wearing thin. Oh no! I know about our innkeeper. He usually isn't here. He resides in the county town. Which direction did that young man go? I really don't know. Suddenly, as the attendant finished speaking, a large hand clutched his neck, lifting him off the ground like a chick. That it's impressive that a pest like you has managed to survive this long. The elder's robust arm remained immovable despite the attendant's frantic struggles. And soon, breathing became a luxury. Spare me. That person made me pack a lot of food from the kitchen last night before leaving. He went towards the county. Oh, I remember. There was a man and woman who greeted him just before he left. They just departed. I truly don't know anything else. Sir, spare me. Wu Lao narrowed his eyes, the immense strength gradually constricting the attendant's neck until, at last, a crisp sound echoed. The attendant's head drooped, his breath fading away. Knowing nothing, yet still drawing breath. What purpose does your existence serve? It would be better to die sooner. With a cold snort, old Wu cast a glance at the corpse in his hands, gave it a gentle shake, and unceremoniously discarded it onto the ground. Subsequently, he scoured the inn both inside and out, ultimately locating the bodies of 3 individuals in the nearby dense forest. This is bad. Observing the familiar 3 corpses, old Wu's expression darkened. Yet soon, as if a thought struck him, his countenance shifted, and his figure vanished once again. To that moment, Yi Qing and his companions were galloping along the main road, occasionally glancing back. Uncle Yi, what are you looking at? Did something fall? At this moment, Sun Chunshan was no longer in her previous day's state. Sitting in the basket, she clutched the edge with both hands, her eyes wide open, gazing intently at the man. No, Chunshan, go back to sleep for a bit. We will be home soon. All right. Yi Qing maintained a serious demeanor, shaking his head as he suppressed his unease. However, it wasn't long before the man's gaze sharpened, his hands swiftly grasping the reins as he came to a halt. Ahead, an elderly man clad in black stood quietly in the middle of the road, observing him. What was destined to come has indeed arrived. With a slight sigh in his heart, Yi Qing took the initiative to speak. "Old sir, is there something you require?" "Nothing much. I simply wish for you to accompany me back," Old Wu casually remarked as he brushed the dust from his garments. An eerie silence enveloped the air, and Yi Qing could distinctly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. "Old sir, I sincerely apologize, but I am in a great hurry to return home, so I must respectfully decline." "Oh, is that so? But do you truly believe you can leave now?" At these words, Yi Qing's expression instantly soured. After a moment of silence, he silently drew the long knife from his back, preparing for battle. "Umph, you overestimate yourself." Old Wu disdainfully glanced at Yi Qing's actions. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before Yi Qing, his large hand sweeping towards Yi Qing's face with force. A formidable pressure accompanied the dull, whooshing sound of wind, causing Yi Qing's hair to flutter wildly. "Uncle Yi!" A startled cry emerged from behind, yet Yi Qing remained oblivious, his hands tightly gripping the long knife as he forcefully slashed forward, sending a violent surge of energy scattering through the air. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of shattering steel rang out, as the finely crafted long knife in Yi Qing's hands, along with its energy, was effortlessly crushed by the old man's grip. A faint dark bronze glow flickering briefly across his palm. Shattered gold hand. "You are Wu Qi." Yi Qing's complexion changed drastically as he instantly recognized the identity of this man. Shattered gold hand Wu Qi. A master of bone tempering, notorious for his ferocity and brutality, his martial prowess has reached an extraordinary level. He is but a step away from entering the ranks of the elite. However, many years ago, he had heard that this man had suffered severe injuries and vanished into the Tiger Tooth Mountains, with no news since. Who would have thought he would encounter him here? Chapter 25. The Fierce Beast with Such a Thought. Yi Qing felt a bitter pang in his heart, having no time to resist as he watched Wu Qi's right hand pierce through the long knife, ignoring the surging energy, and with a single motion, he lifted Yi Qing and slammed him heavily onto the ground. The tremendous force dispersed the blood and energy within Yi Qing's body, leaving him unable to gather himself for a considerable time. Yet even as he fell, Yi Qing clung tightly to the basket, determined to protect Sun Qinshan inside from any harm. "Can you listen now?" Wu Qi stood with his hands behind his back, coldly regarding the two on the ground. Yi Qing felt as if his entire body had been disassembled, lying on the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, Sun Qinshan in the basket bore a look of sheer terror. "Old Wu, we truly do not know that young man. We only met for the first time yesterday. This matter has nothing to do with us. I am merely fulfilling a request from the Sun family of Yuyao Mansion to escort this child back to her family home in Qingyin County." As Wu Qi drew closer, he hurriedly explained the situation while unequivocally stating Sun Qinshan's identity. In such a predicament, he had no other choice. The Sun family of Yuyao Mansion. Wu Qi's expression shifted to surprise as he looked at the timid girl in Yi Qing's arms. "Yes, she is a direct descendant of the Sun family. You are trying to fool me. I remember the head of the Sun family has only 3 daughters, all of whom are already of age. This is clearly just a child." Wu Qi was well aware of the Sun family of Yuyao Mansion. He had once visited the mansion and encountered members of the Sun family, compared to the Qin family he currently served. The Sun family was on an entirely different level in terms of strength and influence, though the truth remained to be seen. "Old Wu, look at this. Every child of the Sun family possesses a family heirloom jade pendant." Soon, Yi Qing retrieved a star-shaped jade pendant from around Sun Qinshan's neck and presented it to Old Wu, revealing a prominent character for Sun inscribed in its center. Wu Qi's gaze shifted, and after taking the pendant, he examined it closely, confirming its authenticity. It appears to be genuine." Wu Qi was astonished. He had seen a similar pendant in the Mansion City before, confirming it to be unique to the Sun family, given that the pendant itself was of considerable value. With this realization, he looked at the timid son, Qinshan, hiding in the basket, contemplating. Could this be an illegitimate child? In an instant, the previously cold expression on his face softened. I must be getting old. My eyesight is failing me. Look at that, nearly causing harm to the innocent." Alas, Wu Qi shook his head, a smile spreading across his face as he helped Yi Qing to his feet, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes. "That I was just a bit hasty in my actions. Did I cause you any injury?" "It's nothing, Old Wu. Your skills remain sharp as ever." Yi Qing grimaced in pain, forcing a smile onto his face. Alas, growing old does make one a bit impatient. Since you are not involved in this matter, I shall not impose any further. Once I have tracked down the culprits, I will host a banquet in Qingyin County to treat you both. You are too polite. Old Wu.Y Ching hurriedly declined, that Wu Qi nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly departing along the path he had come. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Once Wu Qi had left, Yi Qing quickly mounted his horse, cradling Sun Chunshun as they sped away. They had narrowly escaped a calamity at this moment. Yi Qing's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his body still racked with soreness. The encounter with Wu Qi had left him feeling as though his bones had been shattered. All of this was due to that youth, whose actions had led to such an unforeseen disaster, and he considered himself a seasoned warrior of the bone-tempering realm. Yet before Wu Qi, he felt as fragile and helpless as an infant, unable to last even a single round. Now, all he wished for was to leave this place as quickly as possible. Achoo! Li Chongqing rubbed his nose, confusion etched on his face that I in such a short span of time. He had already sneezed numerous times. Could it be that some young lady was secretly thinking of him? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a piece of braised meat to eat. He had to admit, the braised meat from that inn was quite delectable. Squeak. Perhaps sensing the aroma, the yellow-haired mouse in his arms protested with a series of squeaks that Li Chongqing felt a bit helpless. Yet he took out a smaller piece and offered it to the little yellow mouse. There isn't much left, so eat sparingly. Look how chubby you've gotten. Be careful not to have trouble finding a mate later. All that could be heard was the sound of teeth gnawing, clearly indicating that the yellow-haired mouse was in no mood to listen to him. What should I do about this, sigh? Li Chongqing sighed, once again pulling out a piece of braised meat to pop into his mouth, quickening his pace. However, half an hour later, he still found himself deep within the dense forest, his expression shifting as he gradually came to a halt. His eyes scanning the surroundings. Since his arrival, not a single sound of insects or birds had graced his ears. It was unnaturally quiet. Drawing the long knife from his back, he held it firmly in his hand. Slowing his pace, he cautiously advanced forward. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired mouse nestled in his arms fell silent, tightly clutching his clothing, motionless. Its innate instincts sensed an air of danger. Not long after, a series of low, rumbling roars echoed from ahead. The sounds were deep and resonant, carrying a palpable sense of intimidation. Li Chongqing frowned slightly, activating his breath-concealing technique, which quickly extinguished his presence. With 3 careful steps, he seemed to meld seamlessly with the flora and fauna of the forest. The low growls gradually faded, replaced by the sound of flesh being torn apart. Parting the underbrush, Li Chongqing's pupils constricted in an instant. Before him, a towering striped tiger, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, abruptly entered his line of sight. A fierce beast, and not just any ordinary fierce beast. Upon closer inspection, the tiger's body bore blood-red stripes, its eyes a deep black, and its twin tails whipped through the air like whips, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. A fierce beast, the blood-striped tiger. Moreover, it was a double-tailed blood-striped tiger. According to the records of the inspection division, the strength of the blood-striped tiger is assessed by its tails. A single tail corresponds to a human in the flesh-tempering realm, while 2 tails signify a being on par with a human in the bone-tempering realm. Moreover, given the inherent physical prowess of the ferocious beast itself, it is likely that its strength could be directly compared to that of a martial artist at the minor completion stage of muscle tempering, after cautiously sensing the combat power of the beast before him. Indeed, a glaring number of 30-30 appeared within his line of sight. Rounded off, it was surprisingly 4 points higher than his own, with a clear understanding of the strengths on both sides. Li Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his vigilance heightened to the maximum. This should be the first time he has encountered a ferocious beast in this world. It must be said that an ordinary person facing such a creature would likely stand no chance of resistance whatsoever. Those arms, which were twice the thickness of a normal person's thighs, along with 2 tails resembling steel whips, made it evident that not even a slip-and-slide maneuver would suffice. One would likely be reduced to a mere pile of flesh before even getting close. At this moment, beneath the claws of the blood-striped tiger lay a black-striped giant python. The python, as thick as a water barrel, had been completely disemboweled, its length measuring over 10 meters. Yet the combat value displayed above the head of this seemingly fearsome giant python had already dropped to 0. A gaping wound could still be seen at the python's 7-inch mark, clearly indicating that it had been bitten through by the tiger's jaws. That Li Changxing fell into a contemplative silence that at this moment. He was merely several dozen meters away from the ferocious beast. However, relying on the miraculous breath-concealing technique derived from the Black Sea, the beast remained completely unaware of his presence. Yet even the finest secret techniques have their flaws. The moment he made a move, the breath-concealing technique would instantly fail. However, there was no meat shield from the inspection division to stand in front of him. Chapter 26. Talented Earth Treasures. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he soon shook his head quietly, carefully circumventing the beast. There was no benefit to be gained, and such matters naturally called for a retreat. However, he could report the intelligence later that he recalled that there were tasks in the inspection division specifically for gathering information on such ferocious beasts. Though he was unsure of the rewards involved, soon, after distancing himself from that area, Li Changxing quickened his pace, cautiously navigating through the dense forest. How could such a level of ferocious beast appear here, especially so far from the Tiger Tooth mountain range? As he ran, the young man found himself perplexed. However, after a while, the sound of flowing streams gradually reached his ears, clear and melodious. It was enough to refresh one's spirit. A water source? Yet, Li Changxing furrowed his brow, instinctively slowing his pace and advancing cautiously. Generally speaking, in the wild forests, places where water sources gather are bound to harbor life. And in the wild, most forms of life represent danger. Yet, what could that be? After advancing a few meters, a pond quickly came into view. Several streams continuously flowed into the pond from the cliffs above, sending up splashes of water. However, what caught Li Changxing's attention was not the pond itself, but rather above the pond's cliff, where a small gray tree, roughly a meter tall, stood proudly. Two peculiar, bright red fruits hung upside down from its branches. It seemed to be. His mind raced, and soon the answer emerged, causing Li Changxing's breath to grow heavy, that he found himself rooted to the spot. His gaze fixated on the two fruits above, his cheeks slightly flushing. One of the fruits was deep red, resembling blood, and was quite large, roughly the size of an adult's fist. The other, however, was of a lighter hue, seemingly underdeveloped, measuring only a third of the size of the other. Nonetheless, both fruits were the most valuable items he had ever encountered. They were also the primary ingredients in the medicinal dish he had previously purchased for 80 taels of silver. The red jade fruit. Its effects were simple. It could maximally replenish the vital essence and blood that martial artists often lack during their training. Moreover, a typical red jade fruit that had matured for 50 years could reportedly be crafted into 20 servings of medicinal dishes within the inspection division. However, judging by the size of the large fruit, it likely had nearly 100 years of maturity and was just a step away from complete ripeness. Such high-quality red jade fruits, even disregarding their effects when made into medicinal dishes, would be priced beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Suppressing his excitement, Li Changxing surveyed his surroundings, that he did not rush directly toward the fruits, but instead carefully appraised the nearby environment. After a moment, he quietly climbed up a large tree to conceal himself. Typically, treasures of heaven and earth would be guarded by ferocious beasts nearby. Yet, why could he see nothing at present? No. Under normal circumstances, this gathering place of water sources should also attract numerous animals. However, until now, he had not spotted a single living creature. This alone was enough to heighten Li Changxing's vigilance. Could it be? After searching in vain, the young man's gaze shifted back to the pond. But due to its depth, he could not discern the situation within. That he covertly extended his perception, only to find nothing. Useless golden finger. It needed to be in his line of sight to reveal the combat power value, outside of which it was as if it had malfunctioned. A wave of inexplicable sadness began to wash over him. Yet, Li Changxing did not have to wait long, as a familiar aura suddenly approached from afar. A robust figure, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, leisurely broke through the dense forest and soon entered Li Changxing's line of sight. The blood-red body exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Was it the ferocious beast he had encountered earlier? How had it come here? Li Changxing cautiously crouched down, doing his utmost to conceal himself among the leaves, while fully activating his breath-concealing technique, rendering his presence non-existent. Indeed, the blood-striped tiger he had seen before approached the pond, dragging the mutilated black-striped python with it. When the beast neared the pond, it discarded the black-striped python onto the ground and began to gnaw at the carcass. This was bad. He had unwittingly entered the territory of another. Observing this scene, Li Chongqing sighed inwardly, but this time he felt no inclination to flee. With treasures of heaven and earth before him, he could not afford to retreat. When heaven bestows a gift, one must not turn away, or they will suffer the consequences. Moreover, there was only a mere 4-point difference in combat power between them. Li Chongqing believed he could still contend. After all, that foolish tiger was gorging itself. What if it suffered from food poisoning? Wouldn't he that present him with an opportunity? With this thought in mind, the young man obediently lay low in the tree, silently waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, however, he felt something was amiss. Was it just Li Chongqing's illusion? He noticed that while the blood-striped tiger tore into its prey, its eyes never left the pond, clearly maintaining a wary vigilance toward it. Could there truly be something in there? Li Chongqing shifted his gaze, intently focusing on the pond. Before long, ripples began to surge across the surface of the water. Soon, a long, dark shadow swiftly emerged from the depths. A snake's head, the thickness of a water barrel, slowly rose from the pond, its cold, merciless eyes fixated on the blood-striped tiger on the shore, its long tongue flicking in and out of the air. Suddenly, the black-striped python opened its massive jaws and spat out a thin stream of dark liquid toward the blood-striped tiger with incredible speed, filling the air with a foul stench. However, the blood-striped tiger had already been on guard. It swiftly dodged to the side. The venomous spray corroded the ground, causing the hard rock to erode and crumble away, emitting a hissing sound. Indeed, it was a venomous python. Wait, the black-striped python seemed to be inherently toxic. Li Chongqing smirked, glancing at the combat power displayed above the black-striped python's head. Combat power. 3131. Alas, the combat power of both ferocious beasts seemed to exceed his own, an expedition not even begun. And it had already turned disastrous. Li Chongqing felt a faint throb in his head. Roaring defiantly, the blood-striped tiger bellowed at the black-striped python, its voice chilling and haunting, yet it dared not charge into the pond. The black-striped python ceased its venomous onslaught, merely staring intently at the blood-striped tiger, its thick body twisting restlessly beneath the water, radiating a sense of agitation. Yet, neither beast was willing to take a step forward. The situation had become somewhat stalemated. Li Chongqing fell into silence, his gaze fixated on the two ferocious beasts below, gradually becoming vacant and unfocused. Strange images began to flicker in his mind. Come over here. Why aren't you coming? If you're brave, come up. If you're brave, come down. Yet both beasts exhibited remarkable self-control, merely exchanging verbal barbs without daring to strike first. Whoever spread the notion that ferocious beasts were all simple-minded, devoid of intelligence, and acted solely on instinct, Li Chongqing now wished he could slay them with a single blow. With a helpless sigh, he stared blankly at the two ferocious beasts, momentarily at a loss as to how to break the deadlock. He knew that the moment he revealed himself, not to mention the black-striped python lurking in the pond, even the blood-striped tiger, now enraged and trembling with fury, would likely unleash its pent-up anger upon him. One must devise a means to capture the attention of those two ferocious beasts below. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that there exists any opportunity to seize the treasure. The youth's gaze flitted restlessly, as his long-dormant mind struggled to awaken, akin to a rusted machine emitting discordant creaks within the recesses of his consciousness. At this moment, Li Chongqing felt an itch at the nape of his neck, as though his stagnant intellect were beginning to stir anew. Chapter 27. The Li family's fisherman. Perhaps fortune was finally smiling upon him. Just as Li Chongqing was engulfed in worry, his eyes inadvertently alighted upon something unusual. What was happening over there? Whether it was a quirk of his vision or something else entirely, to the right of the pool, a solitary green sapling seemed to sway slightly in the breeze. That tree. Something felt amiss. Li Chongqing squinted, his gaze fixed intently upon the green sapling rooted beside the pond. As the gentle wind and sunlight caressed its branches, the sapling imperceptibly shifted towards the red jade fruit tree. Had he not been watching so closely, no one else would have noticed this peculiar phenomenon. However, upon witnessing this with his own eyes, Li Chongqing fell into a contemplative silence. Quickly, his expression shifted to one of focus as he scrutinized the ground beneath the green sapling. Indeed, within his line of sight, a glaring line of numbers soon materialized above the tree. Combat power. 30-30. But in that moment, his perception of combat power proved to be quite enlightening, casting another glance at the increasingly foul-mouthed, ferocious beasts below. He turned his attention back to the now subtly shifting sapling. The next moment, with a stoic expression, Li Changxing crouched upon the tree, decisively retrieving the longbow from his back and drawing a sharp arrow from his quiver. Swiftly knocking it against the bowstring, that he then closed his eyes, aiming the arrow skyward, gradually emptying his mind. Breathing deeply, he exerted gentle pressure, pulling the bow to its limit, ignoring the imminent risk of the bow's splintering. He swiftly redirected the arrow's tip towards the green sapling, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot forth, slicing through the air towards its target. In the blink of an eye, the arrow traversed the expanse above the pond, poised to pierce the earth beneath the sapling. However, in the very next moment, accompanied by a stream of expletives, the ground beneath the sapling erupted violently down a plump figure clad in extravagant attire, shielded by the green sapling, swung a silver hammer with such force that it deflected the arrow effortlessly. With a swift motion, the figure darted towards the cliff face of the pond, at the pace he was moving. It was evident that he would reach the fruit in just a heartbeat. Simultaneously, the two ferocious beasts, who had been bellowing moments before, instinctively halted their actions, their gazes locking onto the rotund figure racing towards the fruit tree. That scoundrel dares to thwart my ambitions. Just wait until I capture you. I shall hammer you into fish food. Wang Yue, stout of stature, fumed indignantly. Yet his momentum was unabated, gliding forward like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, he was nearly upon the red jade fruit tree, evidently possessing remarkable agility. But in the next heartbeat, the blood-patterned tiger unleashed a fearsome roar directed at Wang Yue, that a bizarre wave of sound surged forth with astonishing speed. Barreling towards the portly figure, that in less than a breath, the mist dissipated, revealing Wang Yue suspended in midair, his body swaying perilously, clearly dazed from the impact, that in the following moment, a surge of dark water followed suit, propelling Wang Yue away into the distance. Yet in that very instant, 3 arrows suddenly shot towards the two ferocious beasts and the now toppled Wang Yue. Simultaneously, a shooting star-like figure streaked across the sky above the pond, tracing an arc above the sapling before vanishing into the dense forest beyond. Upon glancing back, the red jade fruit tree was stripped bare. With a collective roar, both the blood-patterned tiger and the black-patterned python erupted in fury, disregarding everything else as they charged furiously towards the spot where the figure had vanished. In an instant, the surrounding foliage was trampled beneath their frenzied advance. Moments later, Wang Yue, gritting his teeth, rose from the ground. Cursing vehemently, still clutching an arrow in his right hand, he glanced towards the direction in which the beast had disappeared, then at the now barren cliff face, his eyes reddening with rage as he shouted, "You bastard! Daring to thwart me! You're finished." In the next heartbeat, with a swift motion, he darted after the retreating beasts, seemingly even faster than the two ferocious creatures. Soon, the tranquility of the pond returned, leaving only the lifeless body of the shattered black-patterned python lying still. However, just a few minutes later, a strange mist drifted through the air above the pond, abruptly halting in place. After swirling around for a moment, the plump figure of Wang Yue reappeared. Despite having been expected to depart this moment, his expression was calm, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of something. After a brief pause, a cold smirk crept across his face. "Come out. You may have deceived those two beasts, but you cannot fool me." Wang Yue's voice held a firm conviction, as if he were certain the one who had snatched the red jade fruit was still lurking nearby. However, as his words hung in the air, the pond remained eerily quiet. "I will count to 3. Do not force my hand. I do not desire much of the red jade fruit. Just one will suffice. And I shall leave immediately. Otherwise, when those two beasts return, none shall escape." Noticing the continued silence, Wang Yue repeated his threat, his expression grave. Yet the stillness persisted, devoid of any response. Realizing this, Wang Yue scoffed, calling out 1. The ripples on the pond stirred slightly. 2. The branches of the trees swayed in the wind. 3. The surroundings remained as silent as before. After 3 breaths, "Humph! You refuse to heed my warning. You fool! You're seeking death. Wang Yue's eyes widened in fury. He reached into his pocket, producing a silver hammer, and with a forceful swing, hurled it at a nearby tree. A flash of hammer motion followed, and with a resounding crash, the tree was cleaved in two, debris flying and dust swirling. Yet despite the tremendous noise, still, no figure emerged from the shadows. Once, Wang Yue fell silent, standing still, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he summoned the silver hammer back into his grasp. Then, "You bastard! You dare steal my treasures? I curse you to find no toilet paper in the restroom, to stumble into the latrine, and to never know the touch of a woman in this lifetime. I spent 3 whole days luring that male out. Damn it, you bastard." Wang Yue's voice was laden with indignation. As he grumbled, he hastened away into the distance. Yet, as he passed the remains of the black-patterned python, he instinctively reached out and touched its 10-meter-long body, which promptly vanished from his grasp. Clearly, he was unwilling to linger in that place for too long. However, the expression on his face suggested he had lost something of great value. Akin to a man who had just lost his beloved wife, as time passed, Wang Yue's voice gradually faded, and once more, the pond returned to its serene state. Half a minute later, a figure descended silently from the branches of a nearby tree. Upon a closer look, it was none other than Li Changxing. Chapter 28. Breakthrough. He did not leave after all. Yet at this moment, as Li Changxing gazed in the direction Wang Yue had departed, his lips twitched uncontrollably, and his expression shifted with each passing moment. Opening and closing his mouth, it appeared he had much to say to Wang Yue. What the hell? Just moments ago, the vitriolic words of Wang Yue had struck a nerve, especially that last remark, nearly pushing him to the brink. For a fleeting moment, he had almost revealed himself to that rotund man. But have you ever seen someone speaking to you while facing away? No matter how hard one tries, it would be futile in the wrong direction. Yet that last remark, was it about a storage treasure? Li Changxing's gaze lingered on the empty ground, feeling a lingering resentment. One could not deny that the joy of acquiring a treasure had been significantly overshadowed by that fat man's interruption. After glancing once more at the 2 fruits in his possession, Li Changxing gradually calmed his anger. He carefully placed them into a wooden box and, with a composed expression, addressed the yellow-furred mouse nestled in his arms. "If you dare to gnaw open this box, I shall see to it that you find yourself in the latrine." The small body of the yellow-furred mouse quivered suddenly in the next moment, as if demonstrating its determination to Li Changxing. It clutched at his clothing and burrowed its tiny head tightly into it, its minuscule eyes too timid to gaze upon the wooden box. Observing the mouse's behavior, Li Changxing nodded in satisfaction and swiftly departed. Within the dimly lit forest, a shadow flitted past, and thanks to his superhuman perception and the enigmatic technique of breath concealment, Li Changxing was able to evade encounters with ferocious beasts just in the nick of time. After traversing several dozen kilometers through the dense woods, he finally halted before a dilapidated cave. This distance should suffice, he thought. The youth circled the cave, confirming that no large predators were nearby, and only then did he feel at ease to enter. It was only at this moment that he realized, within a 100-mile radius, the most formidable beasts were merely the 2 he had previously encountered by the water's edge. Li Changxing felt a twinge of sentiment, and quickened his pace into the cave. Inside, there was little to behold, just a heap of weeds, all covered in dust, clearly indicating that no one had set foot here in quite some time. Yet for Li Changxing, such a place was perfect at this moment. He was beginning to feel a sense of impatience. Finding a flat patch of ground, the youth sat cross-legged, slightly calming his weary body. Then he retrieved the wooden box from his bosom. Squeaking, the yellow-furred mouse quickly emerged from his clothing. Scampering about on the ground, flailing its limbs and chirping as if to assert that it had not nibbled on the wooden box, Li Changxing chuckled and casually tossed some food from his backpack onto the ground, declaring, "All of this is yours." In that moment, Li Changxing displayed an unprecedented generosity. Squeaking with joy, the yellow-furred mouse leaped into the food. Soon, the sounds of gnawing and chewing filled the air, ignoring the mouse indulging in its feast. Li Changxing opened the wooden box, revealing 2 fruits of differing colors before his eyes. This moment, despite having prepared himself, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He felt a tinge of gratitude towards that rotund man. Had it not been for him diverting the attention of those 2 ferocious beasts, it might not have been so easy to seize the fruits. Of course, It would have been even better if that man's tongue were not so venomous. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he reached for the smaller fruit without hesitation and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Did I ask for trading this with Barbados? Only items of little use to him would be offered in exchange. Such invaluable treasures that were immensely beneficial to him could not possibly be bartered away. The red jade fruit melted in his mouth, seemingly lacking any distinctive flavor. Initially, Li Chongqing found himself perplexed about the effects of this item. However, it was not long before his expression shifted dramatically that a torrent of intense heat began to surge from his lower abdomen, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, and even the breath he exhaled was laden with searing warmth. How could the potency of this fruit be so formidable? With no time to ponder further, the youth sprang to his feet, his hands dancing and his feet shifting that in the confined space of a cave. He maneuvered with agility, continuously circulating the bull demon body refining technique to accelerate the movement of his vital energy. As time ticked away, the pain coursing through him intensified, gradually becoming more pronounced, unbeknownst to him. Behind him, the previously fleeting bull-headed phantom grew larger, its outline sharpening, and soon, not just the head but the entire body of the bull began to materialize. In no time, a bull demon specter, previously seen only in illusions, was slowly manifesting behind Li Chongqing. The speed of its appearance was astonishing. Meanwhile, the youth's technique was being executed with increasing swiftness. The 36 postures of vital energy were seamlessly interconnected, and the strength radiating from his body became increasingly potent. At this moment, Li Chongqing was entirely immersed in the exhilaration of his growing power, his combat value rising at an astonishing rate. 25.5, 25.6, 25.9, 26, 26.1, 26.5, 27, 27.5. In just a few breaths, with the aid of the medicinal effects, his combat value had inexplicably surged by 2 points. Meanwhile, the medicinal energy within him seemed to erupt like a spring, continuously gushing forth. Squeaking, the heat within the cave swelled, the temperature rising dramatically. The yellow-furred mouse, having previously hidden in the backpack to eat, was startled into emerging, its gaze meeting the youth's fervent state, causing it to scurry away to a distant corner, anxiously observing. Yet, it also caught sight of the large red jade fruit left in the wooden box, its mouth seemingly glistening, but ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse, and it remained obediently in place at this moment. The heat within the young man's body continued to surge from his abdomen, as if a volcano lay dormant inside him, relentlessly spewing forth scalding magma. His physique was absorbing the medicinal energy to the utmost, violently strengthening his body. The skin began to toughen, and his vital energy surged significantly. Unbeknownst to him, a rich aura of blood energy enveloped Li Chongqing entirely. From an external perspective, it appeared as though he were draped in a garment woven from blood energy. Time passed unnoticed until suddenly, a searing pain erupted through the youth's body. The once impenetrable skin was torn apart by the rapidly circulating vital energy, blood beginning to pour forth, soon staining him entirely. Li Chongqing clenched his teeth, stifling a groan of pain. Yet he did not cease his movements, continuing to circulate his technique, that he sensed that he had reached a critical juncture. But why was it so agonizing? A miscalculation. Before long, under the potent medicinal power of the red jade fruit, the skin within his body began to heal automatically, and astonishingly, its resilience exceeded that of before by several-fold. A surge of joy filled Li Chongqing's heart. But his expression quickly shifted. He could feel that the energy of his vital blood was not subsiding. Instead, it accelerated further with the strengthening of his skin, tearing, healing, then tearing again, an incessant cycle of agonizing pain gnawing at his very being. The youth tightly shut his eyes, focusing all his attention on envisioning the purple-red bull demon phantom that had been imprinted in his mind. Time slipped away, until suddenly, Li Chongqing felt a jolt in his heart. The bull demon phantom that had occupied his consciousness began to blur, until it vanished entirely. At the same time, it felt as though a switch had been flipped within him, and a powerful suction emanated from deep within his being, drawing in the tumultuous flow of vital energy that had filled his body. With a whoosh, whoosh, the cave resonated with an escalating force, and moments later, a vividly detailed bull demon phantom stood silently behind the youth. its presence exuding a formidable aura that oscillated around him. Upon closer inspection, the Bull Demon Spectre was indeed the very same that had once appeared in Li Changxing's mind, albeit now magnified in stature. Is this the manifestation of vital energy? Li Changxing collapsed to the ground, his body smeared with blood, gasping for breath, staring vacantly at the Bull Demon Phantom above him, his mind a blank slate. After a moment, he instinctively sensed his status. Combat value, 32.6, 32.6. Gradually, a wave of elation washed over the youth, and soon, peals of laughter reverberated throughout the cave. He knew that his Bull Demon body refining technique had reached completion. Chapter 29. The aspiring Li Changxing Huff. Huff, huff. Half an hour later, a figure streaked through the forest like a meteor, the sound of wind howling in its wake, moving with extraordinary speed in the blink of an eye. It covered hundreds of meters, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Moments later, the meteor solidified, revealing a bare-chested Li Changxing standing in place at this moment. He quietly turned to gaze at his gradually fading silhouette, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yet, he felt that something was amiss with his current condition. Was it talent? Or something else? The text described the arduous and challenging nature of body refinement techniques. Yet why had his experience been unexpectedly smooth? Aside from the initial pain during the breakthrough, though his body still bore traces of blood, the overwhelming strength surging from within made him acutely aware that everything he had just experienced was no mere illusion. His power had increased significantly, at least more than doubled. Having already achieved mastery in the star-stepping technique, the increase in speed was not substantial. However, Li Changxing estimated that if he exerted himself fully, he should be faster than that rotund man. According to the effects described in the cultivation technique, I should possess a formidable strength of 3,000 pounds, if not more. This thought crossed his mind. Li Changxing cast his gaze around, quickly spotting a towering boulder taller than in an instant. He appeared beside the massive stone. With both arms wrapped around it, he took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly, the muscles in his arms bulged, his entire body surging with vitality. Li Changxing exerted his strength. The towering boulder lifted effortlessly. I was not mistaken. It exceeds 3,000 pounds. It must be around 4,000 or 5,000. Li Changxing silently assessed his power, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. After a brief moment, he gently set the boulder down and brushed off the dirt that had soiled his clothing. He then examined his arms, which had noticeably thickened compared to before. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly retrieved the 10 forging-grade long sword from the cave and casually drew it across his arm. This time, he felt as though he were slicing through rubber. In stark contrast to the previous attempt, there was not even a faint mark left on his arm. Gripping the long sword tightly, he began to apply pressure slowly, as if sawing wood, carefully dragging the blade across the muscle of his arm. However, despite Li Changxing's relentless effort, the most he could achieve was a mere white line, utterly failing to break the skin. Moments later, he ceased his actions, gazing at the long sword in his hand, a broad grin spreading across his face. It was evident that after mastering the Bull Demon body forging technique, the defense of his skin had increased several-fold. Moreover, his strength had surpassed the records documented in the technique. Considering the unique nature of body cultivation techniques, his current combat prowess should lie somewhere between the minor and major completion stages of sinew tempery. Comparing this with his previously perceived combat value, he realized he could express it in a rather audacious manner. Now, relying solely on his strength, he could easily take on the two ferocious beasts and that rotund man he had encountered before. As his thoughts drifted, visions of various fantasies began to materialize in his mind. Gradually, Li Changxing's eyes turned red, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Unbeknownst to him, several peculiar ideas emerged in his mind. He yearned for snake soup. He longed to drink liquor infused with tiger whip. Even more so, he desired to find that rotund man and engage in a brawl. A brawl? What kind of brawl? Li Changxing was a police officer. Oh no, that's not right. He was an official member of the inspection division. He had a position that he received a salary. Although it was merely 10 taels of silver each month, the food he consumed was provided by the state. The guiding principle of his conduct was to serve the public and abide by the law. How could he recklessly seek out a fight, thus violating the law? Moreover, in this day and age, If he emerged victorious, it would be one thing. But what if he inadvertently encountered a cunning adversary and lost? Losing face would be trivial. But what if he were to lose his life? Whether against the two ferocious beasts or that rotund man. The disparity in their combat strength was a mere 10 points. Should he charge in and inadvertently suffer defeat, how would he find a wife to bear him children and care for him in his old age? Impulsiveness is a devil. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, Li Chongqing once again directed his gaze to the ground. There lay another red jade fruit. Untouched at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sensation that the bull demon body forging technique had yet to reach its ultimate limit. There was an ever-present feeling of incompleteness that it was akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery box. Li Chongqing felt that the next attempt might yield a grand prize. Yet the choice before him left him in a quandary. Upon mastering the technique, he could undoubtedly use the remaining red jade fruit to break through the bottleneck and enter the realm of sinew tempering, that he could distinctly sense the incredibly fragile bottleneck membrane within him. So weak that it seemed ready to shatter at a mere touch. With the red jade fruit in hand, along with the small elixir he had preserved, he was confident that he could directly ascend to the pinnacle of sinew tempering in one breath, achieving a monumental leap in his combat prowess. At that point, he believed he could effortlessly contend with those of the bone-tempering realm. Snake soup, tiger whips, were they not mere feasts to be consumed and discarded? Yet, why did a faint sense of regret stir within him at this thought? What a vexing emotion! It must be the result of drinking too much counterfeit wine. Li Chongqing suddenly turned to gaze at the bull demon's shadow behind him. Its two fist-sized purple-red eyes exuding an oddly endearing aura. Yet, its entire being seemed to convey some unspoken message. Perhaps it too sought a companion. Their eyes met, and they held the gaze for a long time. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's eyes reddened, his expression contorting, as he fixed his gaze on those purple-red eyes, muttering softly, "I've suffered enough. I've been alone for 2 lifetimes, that NY Bull shall not end up this way." Odd thoughts took root and flourished in his mind. His crimson eyes were drawn irresistibly to the red jade fruit on the ground. The cultivation technique within him began to operate automatically, its speed intensifying. Extending his right hand, he retrieved the last remaining red jade fruit from the wooden box and popped it into his mouth. "Fear not, old bull. I shall surely find you a companion." The moment the fruit touched his tongue, it melted away. Moments later, an explosion akin to a volcano 10 times larger than before erupted within Li Chongqing's body. The surging medicinal power surged forth like a flood unleashed, rapidly filling him to the brim. Such potent medicinal power! Li Chongqing's eyes widened, a sense of regret creeping into his heart for his earlier impulsiveness. However, before he could fully process the sensation, he felt as if his body were about to burst from the overwhelming heat. He felt as though he had inflated a size. This century-old red jade fruit's medicinal potency was exponentially greater than the previous one, at least 4 or 5 times stronger. With no time to waste, Li Chongqing immediately assumed a stance, channeling the technique. Yet this time he did not choose to break through the bottleneck directly. Instead, he repeatedly funneled the heat into his vital energy. 3 breaths later, the membrane he had just repaired erupted once more, as though countless firecrackers had detonated within his body. Blood and pain spread throughout him, and Li Chongqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony while maintaining the flow of the technique. However, as time passed, the surge of medicinal power increased dramatically, its temperature rising ever higher. Yet, the bull demon's shadow remained only slightly clearer than before, with little else changing. Had he misjudged his perception? With such potent medicinal power, why was it still ineffective? Damn it seemed like he had miscalculated. Bull-headed, I apologize. It seems your master may not survive this time. Time passed, and within the vast cavern, Li Chongqing supported himself on the ground. Gasping for breath, sweat mingled with blood falling like raindrops, each droplet thoroughly soaking the ground at this rate. He would surely suffer from anemia. Strangely, at that moment, an absurd thought flitted through Li Chongqing's mind. Instinctively, he sensed his combat power once more, and suddenly, he froze, staring blankly at the displayed value. Combat power. 33.1, 33.1. His combat power had increased. He distinctly remembered it being 32.6 before, yet now it had risen to 33. 1. Joy surged within him. Even the intensifying pain could not dampen his spirits. An increase in combat power signified that he was on the right path. The choice he had made was correct. Yet, why was it so painful? Perhaps such agony was simply part of the breakthrough process. Dismissing further thoughts, Li Chongsheng forced himself to stabilize his mind, disregarding the relentless pain, trembling as he closed his eyes. Slowly rising, his hazy brain desperately recalling the route of the bull demon body forging technique. His body instinctively began to repeat the movements according to his memory. 33.1, 33.3, 33.5, 33.8, 34, 34.5. The combat power continued to rise without limit. Yet simultaneously, the agony from the eruption of medicinal power escalated rapidly. Good heavens, it was more painful than childbirth. In this critical moment, a bizarre thought once again crossed Li Chongsheng's mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Blood erupting from every part of his body. Crack, crack. Following this, an excruciating pain far beyond what he had experienced before exploded from the depths of his flesh, and his entire body abruptly swelled once more. In the preceding moments, the previously engorged muscles had now fully swollen into spherical forms, making the individual resemble a balloon, perpetually inflated against his will. An overwhelming sense of life and death crisis surged within Li Chongsheng, as if countless voices were fervently shouting in his ears. How could this happen? The anticipated situation had not materialized. Instead, that feeling of impending doom intensified. No, this cannot continue. If I endure any longer, I shall surely perish. At last, panic began to manifest on Li Chongsheng's face, in a moment of desperation. He disregarded everything and hastily manipulated his vital energy to assault the barrier, hoping to break into the muscle refinement realm. But in the next instant, Li Chongsheng was dismayed to discover that the surging vitality was entirely beyond his control, crashing violently within him like a raging flood. It was over. Time seemed to slow down, and scenes from the past flickered through Li Chongsheng's mind. Was this a moment of reflection before death? At that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. Yet, at that very moment, a faint voice echoed from the depths of his being. Li, are you all right? It was at Babadofu. Save me, Babadofu. In his despair, Li Chongsheng frantically called out for Babadofu within his heart, completely oblivious to the fact that this time, it was Babadofu who had called his name. Li, do not resist. Relax your body. Babadofu will pull you over. As the words fell, a familiar ripple appeared in the cave's air. However, unlike the last time, when the ripple emerged, it seemed as though an additional layer of folded scroll had materialized in the air, within which a pitch-black ocean churned ominously. Immediately thereafter, Li Chongsheng vanished without a trace, leaving behind a large patch of crimson blood upon the ground. The black seawater lay still like a mirror, devoid of any ripples. A small gray boat floated serenely upon the surface. Beneath, ripples emanated from around the boat, dissipating peacefully within a foot's distance. Inside the cabin, Li Chongsheng's figure soon emerged. Bang, 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 in the instant he appeared. His body erupted like a firecracker, blood vessels bursting forth, and blood sprayed outwards like a torrent. The next moment, Babadofu, standing silently nearby, extended his staff and gently pointed at Li Chongsheng. A ripple appeared out of nowhere, extending towards Li Chongsheng. Strangely, the once splattering crimson blood bizarrely halted in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The ripple swept across Li Chongsheng's body, and in an instant, the intense sense of life and death crisis that had engulfed him dissipated entirely. The agonizing pain that had pervaded his entire being vanished without a trace. Yet, the profound feeling of swelling from within remained vividly palpable. How is this possible? Chapter 30, Breaking the Shackles. Inside the small boat on the Black Sea, Li Chongsheng slumped to the ground, incredulously gazing at his hands, then at Babadofu before him. Babadofu, Li? It has been a long time. Babadofu nodded, leaning on his staff, and smiled. Thank you for saving me, Babadofu. After a prolonged silence, Li Chongsheng regained his composure, suppressing his weakness, and solemnly addressed Babadofu. Although he had no understanding of how Babadofu had accomplished this, he could not deny that it was indeed Babadofu who had saved his life. Just moments ago, the sensation of near death had made Li Chongsheng acutely aware that had Babadofu not intervened, he would now be a lifeless corpse, or worse, a dismembered one. The debt of gratitude for saving my life cannot be repaid. Li Chongqing's face radiated appreciation as he pondered for a moment, then laid all his possessions, including the small elixir from Yujingshan, upon the table. All my belongings are here, Baba Dofu. Take whatever you desire, to his surprise. Baba Dofu shook his head, not even glancing at the items on the table. Li, the issues within your body remain unresolved. I have merely paused the time within you for now. When you leave this place, the situation will revert to how it was before. Li Chongqing's countenance darkened, the sense of crisis within him surging dramatically. Baba Tofu. Can you save me? Yes, I can. The black goat nodded, his expression calm. Li Chongqing remained silent. Simply waiting quietly nearby to Li, there are two methods available to save you. Yet Baba Tofu did not divulge the conditions, but leisurely outlined the approaches. What methods? In the face of life and death peril, Li Chongqing appeared exceedingly anxious. The first option is to consider exchanging for a new body. This method is the safest, with no risk involved. Baba Dofu can facilitate it here. Li Chongqing's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that Baba Dofu could offer such an option. Exchange bodies? How could that be feasible? Setting aside the consequences of returning in a different body, what if, after the exchange, his ability to perceive others' combat prowess vanished? Although he had long felt that this talent held little significance. Merely applicable for observing foes, Li Chongqing secretly harbored great expectations for it. After all, what if he accidentally leveled up in the future? Contemplating this, Li Chongqing directly inquired, Baba Tofu, what choices do I have if I exchange bodies here? Indeed, should he encounter a body with extraordinary innate qualities, Li Chongqing could not deny his desire to experience the sensation of soaring to greatness, sweeping all before him. Baba Tofu happened to have 3 bodies available for sale. With a casual wave of his staff, Baba Tofu opened a wooden cabinet resting against the wall. 3 distinctly shaped figures soon appeared before Li Chongqing's eyes. The black goat approached slowly, pointing at the rightmost body, a male figure with 2 horns atop its head. Skin of a dark green hue, yet missing its right arm. This is from the Green Star tribe of the Lingya dimension. The physique is robust, and it possesses a natural affinity for nature-based techniques. However, due to a prior battle, the right arm was lost. Nevertheless, overall, the cost-performance ratio remains high. Li, if you're interested, it can be yours for 20 Black Sea coins. Li Chongqing's expression turned slightly incredulous, and he gazed at Baba Dofu with a bemused look. He yearned to ask Baba Dofu how he appeared to be so affluent. Yet Baba Dofu ignored Li Chongqing, continuing to introduce another body. This one comes from the Shadow tribe of the Longquan dimension. While its physical prowess may not be as strong as that of the Green Star tribe, it possesses an innate ability to meld into space, making it a perfect being for traversing the night. However, due to the previous owner's noble status, it has been overly pampered, leading to a currently low realization of its potential. Thus, the exchange price is 5 Black Sea coins less than the previous one, totaling 15 Black Sea coins. Li Chongqing's gaze turned peculiar, for the body before Baba Dofu stood over 2 meters tall. A corpulent gray figure sprawled across his field of vision like a meatball, making the 2 others appear insignificantly small. His hopeful gaze shifted to the final body, but upon closer inspection, his expression crumbled entirely. This body. Why does it feel so familiar? Li Chongqing's countenance twisted in disbelief. Staring blankly at the last body, covered in black and white fur, with 2 pointed ears erect. It also bore a slightly curled tail, yet even that could not conceal its exceptionally intelligent gaze. This is a dog's body. Moreover, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the silly dog known as a husky that Li Chongqing often saw online in his past life. However, this dog appeared somewhat malnourished, its slender form revealing a hint of bony frailty beneath its fur. This body, though not human, possesses the most formidable talent among the 3, from the Free Dog tribe of the Wenxing dimension. Inherently yearning for freedom, unmatched in speed, strength, and sensory abilities. For instance, the previous Shadow tribe would be utterly incapable of evading its presence in this realm. Furthermore, this tribe possesses an unusual talent for breaking restrictions, meaning that if energy is sufficient, there would be no barriers to impede their journey anywhere in the world, rendering them immensely powerful. The sole point of concern lies in the potentially substantial energy expenditure, often leaving one with an insatiable hunger, particularly when activating abilities. Should the energy supply prove insufficient, the risk of starvation becomes alarmingly real. Baba Tofu gestured towards the corner where a husky lay, his expression laden with contemplation. Clearly, among the three corporeal forms, he held the highest regard for this one. Yet, Li Changxing harbored a different perspective. Baba Tofu, I truly believe my current body is quite satisfactory. I prefer to refrain from any exchange. What was the second method you mentioned? He interrupted before Baba Tofu could articulate the cost, unwilling to transform into a foolish dog. He certainly did not wish to become overweight or, heaven forbid, green. Thus, Li Changxing felt that his physical form was indeed adequate. As for those dubious paths, he would rather abstain. Baba Tofu's countenance appeared somewhat disappointed, and with a sweep of his cane, the wooden cabinet obediently closed. Then only one alternative remains. Li Changxing's gaze sharpened, filled with yearning. You must find a way to enhance your soul power, enabling it to govern the energy within your body. Identify and shatter the hidden shackles within. Shackles. Such things exist within his body. How could he have been oblivious to this? Li Changxing felt bewildered. How could there be such things in my body? Baba Tofu explained, this is indeed a peculiar aspect of your realm. I can sense the hidden shackle within you. Likely a consequence of the cultivation method you are currently practicing, which has allowed it to manifest somewhat as you reach mastery, that if left undisturbed, it poses little danger. However, if you aspire to attain the pinnacle of this technique, you must break through that shackle. You may have sensed it yourself. Doesn't your current practice leave you with an insatiable feeling? You should even perceive a vague realm that exists beyond the completion of the technique. Upon hearing Baba Tofu's words, Li Changxing fell silent. Were it not for that persistent sensation, he would never have opted to continue striving within the flesh-refining phase. He never anticipated that this would place him in such perilous circumstances. Had he known this would occur, he likely would have chosen to advance to the muscle-forging realm without hesitation, rather than pursue some extreme breakthrough. Your technique is already commendable, capable of developing your body to this extent. However, it also signifies that the difficulty of reaching its limits will be considerably greater than that of ordinary techniques. Baba Tofu maintained his unhurried demeanor, yet his words struck with precision. Since you have chosen to transcend the limits of your technique, your only course of action now is to locate that shackle and break it. This crisis will naturally resolve itself. That Li Changxing remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts regarding Baba Tofu's statements. The nature of Baba Tofu's strength remained an enigma. As if he belonged to an entirely different realm. At times, within his perception, it seemed that nothing existed before him at all. Yet now, having heard Baba Tofu's revelations, a question suddenly emerged in Li Changxing's mind. Who was the fool that placed this bold demon body refining technique within the inspection division to wreak havoc? Nevertheless, pondering this further proved futile. Baba Tofu. What must I do? Li Changxing inquired. As to how to enhance his soul power, Li Changxing had already gleaned some answers. Indeed, Baba Tofu smiled slightly, with a backward gesture of his cane. 2 black jade vials, each the size of a thumb, floated leisurely towards them. That it was, unmistakably, the soul-nourishing water Li Changxing had seen earlier. This is the most suitable substance for you to enhance your soul power at present. Though I possess superior options, such substances would be akin to poison for you at this stage. These 2 vials of soul-nourishing water represent the maximum amount you can absorb, augmenting your soul power twofold. It should suffice to help you locate the shackle within your body. Li Changxing extended his right hand, allowing the 2 vials of soul-nourishing water to settle into his grasp. Baba Tofu. He hesitated. I may not have the funds at the moment. I am aware. Baba Tofu replied that so. How shall we proceed? I desire your promise. Agreed. Li Changxing did not hesitate, readily acquiescing. Not to mention the life-saving grace he owed, he had come to understand the nature of Baba Tofu through their encounters. Oh wait, what kind of sheep is he really? However, Li Changxing found himself puzzled by the apparent lack of utilitarian value he held in Baba Tofu's eyes. After all, who would concern themselves with the benefits a mere ant on the roadside might provide? Soon, it seemed Baba Tofu sensed Li Changxing's thoughts, and with a sigh, he began to speak slowly to Li. In the entirety of the Black Sea, you are the sole being aware of Baba Tofu's true name. Thus, in the future, should Baba Tofu encounter any difficulties, only you can truly assist me. This is not contingent upon strength. Baba Tofu acts thusly as a precaution. Li Changxing gazed at Baba Tofu, fur-laden visage in silence for a long while. Finally, he nodded earnestly. As long as I can be of use, call upon me at any time. Babatofu remained silent, merely smiling, gesturing for Li Chongqing to consume the soul-nourishing water in his hands, without hesitation. Li Chongqing uncorked the vials and tilted his head back to drink. Gulp, gulp. Once he set the vials down, only two pure white, translucent jade bottles remained in his hands, appearing quite exquisite. However, why was there no reaction at all? Li Chongqing felt a twinge of confusion. Yet almost immediately, Babatofu smiled faintly, tapping his cane lightly, and familiar ripples re-emerged in the air. Upon your return, concentrate your mind to locate that shackle and shatter it. Li! Babatofu's voice suddenly grew distant, and everything before him began to twist. By the time Li Chongqing regained his senses, he found himself back in that cave. I'm back, before his thoughts could fully settle. A searing pain erupted within his body. Simultaneously, blood began to spurt forth uncontrollably. Unlike before, amidst the overwhelming agony, Li Chongqing felt a continuous influx of refreshing energy surging into his brain in a fleeting moment. He could distinctly perceive the sensations radiating from every inch of his skin. Moreover, the energy coursing through his body surged like a flood. At this moment, he sensed an intuition he might be able to control it. Gradually, he focused his mind inward, gently nudging a torrent of energy that raced through him. Indeed, the once unruly energy now behaved like a well-trained pet, obediently responding to Li Chongqing felt a flicker of joy. Concentrating his efforts on directing the flow of energy as he sought the hidden shackle deep within his body. The sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears as he closed his eyes, his formidable spirit methodically scouring the interior of his being. Where is it? Where could that shackle be? The potency of the red jade fruit seemed yet to wane, its medicinal strength continuously surging from within. Li Chongqing's amplified soul power traversed his body repeatedly, inspecting every nook and cranny. Suddenly, remote, obscure location captured his attention. Each time the energy surged past this point, it inexplicably diminished. Had he not experienced such a significant boost in soul power, he might never have noticed this. Is this the place? His soul power erupted forth, forcefully directing the energy to surge towards that spot. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive impacts, a vague chain-like shape finally materialized within Li Chongqing's perception. Astonishingly, such a thing truly existed within his body. The chain was adorned with strange runes, flickering and shifting as if in constant flux. Li Chongqing merely glanced at it, and his previously clear mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, descending into a haze. This is it. Not daring to linger, Li Chongqing urgently commanded his energy to strike the chain with all his might. Whoosh! The energy surged like tidal waves, each powerful impact intensifying the agony. Damn, it hurts so much! Amidst the excruciating pain, cries of anguish escaped Li Chongqing's lips. The young man's features contorted, as if on the brink of collapse. Then, after an indeterminate amount of time, crack, a sound reminiscent of metal fracturing rang out clearly within his consciousness. Chapter 31. The pinnacle, he has succeeded. Instantly, Li Chongqing was engulfed in rapture. In the next moment, as that voice echoed, the indistinct chains within his body instantaneously transformed into specks of starlight, merging seamlessly with his vital essence. Simultaneously, the potent medicinal energy that had nearly burst his body surged forth with an unprecedented ferocity, akin to a frenzied stallion, rapidly integrating into his blood and qi. His entire being was enveloped in a boiling tempest of vitality, and Li Chongqing resembled a kettle of boiling water, continuously emitting wisps of steam. The pain persisted unrelentingly, yet his strength escalated with alarming rapidity. Soon, a profound sense of ease began to rise within him. Instinctively, Li Chongqing found himself assuming the introductory stance of the Nyo-Mo body refinement technique, and then, from beginning to end, he repeatedly circulated the technique. At this moment, Li Chongqing felt as though he had become one with the Nyo-Mo from the illusion, each movement flowing with remarkable naturalness. As he executed his punches and kicks, the gusts of wind generated sent pebbles scattering in all directions, akin to bullets, creating numerous holes in the walls. It was as if a whirlwind had suddenly emerged within the cave. The medicinal power continued to surge from his body, seemingly boundless. His strength was rapidly increasing. Yet Li Chongqing's movements began to slow imperceptibly. However, the force he exerted was immensely greater than before. At this moment, he remained unaware that behind him, the number of spectral Nyo-Mo had inexplicably multiplied to 4. The 4 menacing figures, adorned with 8 formidable horns, radiated an overwhelming aura of ferocity, causing the yellow-haired mouse in the corner to tremble uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Li Chongqing finally ceased his movements. Had he succeeded? The youth turned to behold the 5 spectral Nyo-Mo behind him, his face alight with excitement. However, as he scrutinized them closely, his expression shifted to one of mild peculiarity. 4 of the Nyo-Mo were distinctly visible. Yet the last was somewhat indistinct, with only one of its 2 horns clearly manifest, the other seemingly severed. Li Chongqing fell silent, his gaze narrowing slightly. The boy, possessing an acute sense of perfectionism, felt he could scarcely endure such humiliation. With a surge of determination, he felt himself spiraling into a frenzied state. He swiftly reached into his bag, retrieving a wooden box to extract a jade vial, gazing at the golden red pill within, his eyes brimming with fervor. It was something Bartolf had declined, yet it held immense value for him. Without hesitation, Li Chongqing tossed it into his mouth. Gulp! As the elixir entered his belly, a familiar warmth began to surge once more. And the cave was once again filled with the sounds of the boy's bittersweet anguish. An hour later, the narrow cave suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a yellow-haired mouse hurriedly darted out, standing outside and gazing anxiously at the ruins, trembling slightly in fear. Moments later, a robust figure gradually emerged from the rubble, exhaling torrents of heat into the air. Squeak! Upon seeing this figure, the yellow-haired mouse appeared somewhat intimidated. Watching from a distance, hesitant to approach, yet not immediately choosing to flee, as the figure became clearer, it was indeed Li Chongqing. Although his visage was recognizable, his physique was utterly transformed, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. He towered a full head above before, and the bulk of muscle that adorned his frame exuded a newfound aura of formidable authority. Was this a success? Li Chongqing turned to his back, silently circulating his technique. Before long, an unimaginable surge of power erupted from him, and the intense vitality radiated outward, easily felt even from 10 meters away. At this moment, behind Li Chongqing, 9 spectral Nyo-Mo widened their eyes. Fixated intently on the youth, their 18 robust horns gradually lowering as if in submission. What on earth was happening? Li Chongqing took a deep breath, staring silently at the 18 bovine eyes behind him. Clenching his right fist, he set his sights on a massive stone that towered over him. With a flicker of thought, he stepped forward, in the next instant, a gust of wind swept past, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of 100 meters. Then, boom, before Li Chongqing could react, he crashed into the boulder. The tremendous impact shattered the stone into fragments. Li Chongqing stood there. Utterly astonished, he glanced at his unscathed body, then turned to survey the cave and his current position, his expression filled with disbelief. He had scarcely registered the moment before he was already here. His speed had increased exponentially. The stellar step technique flowed through him as naturally as instinct, and the distance he covered with each step had dramatically expanded. Had his agility reached its limit? Lacking precedence, Li Chongqing instinctively dubbed this phase of his existence the extreme realm, signifying that he had reached the pinnacle of the flesh refinement stage. Yet at this moment he sensed something else. It felt as though his agility was not merely breaking limits, but rather integrating into the Nyo-Mo body refinement technique. Was this instinct? His gaze shifted to another massive stone nearby, and with one hand, he effortlessly lifted it. So easy. Utterly effortless. It was as if he were casually picking up a small pebble from the roadside. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and Li Chongqing casually hurled the boulder into the dense forest. In midair, it created a shrill whistle, and then, boom, as if a cannonball had struck the ground, it instantly flattened a wide swath of trees. Incredible! This power, this speed. Li Chongqing suppressed his elation and recalibrated his combat strength. Combat power, 70-70. Li Chongqing stared in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom the truth. His current combat power was astonishingly double that of before. In the dense forest, a wisp of smoke drifted with the wind, and moments later, a familiar figure appeared atop a tree trunk, causing the entire branch to sag under his weight. At this moment, Wang Yue, clutching a silver hammer in his right hand, was smeared with blood, indicating he had just engaged in a fierce battle. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern peculiar stains mingled with the blood, emitting an odd odor. Wang, the rotund figure, regarded the hammer with disdain, cautiously wiping it against the tree before fixing his gaze on a brass compass in his left hand, its needle unwaveringly pointing ahead. Just ahead, though not far off, damn it. That little brat. No one can snatch something from Wang Yue and escape. Wang Yue mumbled incessantly, gnashing his teeth at the memory of being outpaced earlier. Strangely, he did not immediately rush in the direction indicated by the compass. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something, occasionally glancing back. Chapter 32. Diverting disaster. Moments later, Wang Yue, perched atop the tree, appeared somewhat bored. Muttering complaints, so slow. Livestock is still livestock, for legs can't outrun my two. Yet in the next instant, a fierce roar echoed from behind, and upon closer listening, one could feel the profound fury imbued within that sound. Trees were being toppled, and a familiar crimson figure emerged before him. The blood-striped tiger, once fearsome and majestic, now bore a body covered in furious stripes, its eyes ablaze with rage. However, upon looking back, one could observe the bloodied trails adorning the rear of the two-tailed blood-striped tiger, with significant bloodstains lingering between its legs. At this moment, if anyone were present, they would notice that the tiger's gait appeared awkward, and while running, its two tails clung tightly between its legs, as if fearful of revealing any sign. Yet upon spotting Wang Yue in the tree, the tiger's agitation intensified, its eyes nearly bulging with rage, and without hesitation, it unleashed a thunderous roar directed at the rotund figure. Roar. The resonant sound wave surged toward Wang Yue, shattering every tree in its path. The power was magnitudes greater than before. To Wang Yue's astonishment, the blood-striped tiger unleashed its full strength upon first sight of him. Oh my goodness! Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Indeed, Wang Yue was taken aback, immediately contemplating using his agility to transform into smoke and make a hasty escape. Yet, at that moment, he could not possibly match the speed at which sound traveled. As the ripples passed, the smoke was forcibly dispersed, revealing Wang Yue's figure. The menacing maw of the blood-patterned tiger loomed near, its sharp fangs aimed directly at the corpulent Wang, judging by its posture. It seemed that this ferocious beast intended to devour him whole. My word! Wang Yue let out a strange cry, instinctively swinging the small hammer in his hand towards the tiger's mouth. However, at that moment, the blood-patterned tiger appeared to have locked onto Wang, its eyes blazing with fury, refusing to dodge, and lunging directly at the silver hammer with an open jaw. The determination in its stance suggested it would be willing to perish alongside him. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Wang staggered back several steps, staring in terror at the equally retreating blood-patterned tiger. Upon seeing that his silver hammer remained unscathed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such a beast, daring to bite a hammer forged from the precious Luyu gold. How foolish. Wang shook his head, his eyes now filled with derision as he regarded the blood-patterned tiger before him. At that moment, the tiger's mouth was stained with blood, 3 of its 4 long, thick fangs shattered, and the last one appeared precariously close to falling out, giving it a rather pitiable appearance. Yet the silver hammer in Wang's hand was completely unscathed. Not even a tooth mark to be seen. Come on, beast, come and bite me. You're making a fool of ferocity itself with that appearance. Even if you were to find a female tiger later, it would be of no use, alas. How pitiful. Forget it. I shall let you off this time. Just don't pursue me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Wang continued to wield the small hammer, taunting the blood-patterned tiger as it grew increasingly frenzied. Finally, he moved his body, transforming once more into a wisp of smoke as he drifted forward. At that moment, the blood-patterned tiger was unwilling to let this fat man escape. Fueled by a mix of fresh grievances and old grudges, it disregarded its shattered fangs and charged forward, its speed exceeding that of before. What does a battle power value of 70 signify? The battle power of the Inspection Division's team leader, Sun Qian, is 73, and that of another team leader, Lao Qin, is 72. This means that at this moment, Li Changsheng, solely in terms of battle power, has already reached the level of an Inspection Division team leader. Excluding a handful of others, Li Changsheng now stands at the pinnacle within the entire Chengyin County. Even while in the flesh refinement stage, he has managed to leap over the muscle forging stage, possessing strength comparable to that of the bone tempering stage. Is this the power bestowed by the extreme realm? Li Changxing could sense that he still resided in the flesh refinement stage. His vitality not yet fully integrated into his meridians, that he found it hard to believe, but gradually, a surge of ecstatic joy began to fill his heart and mind. After a long moment, unable to contain the overwhelming joy surging within him, the young man suddenly threw open his arms, looking up at the sky, and a boisterous, arrogant laugh resonated throughout the dense forest. Boom, boom. However, shortly thereafter, Li Changxing's ears perked up. With his significantly enhanced strength, he could hear unusual movements emanating from deep within the forest. Was it human? Was it beast? The trees shook, and a familiar yet ferocious aura swiftly penetrated Li Changxing's awareness. Wait, there's another one. The young man's gaze sharpened, focusing ahead. The heightened perception brought by his amplified spiritual power allowed him to clearly sense another presence hidden nearby. Indeed, amidst the foliage, a wisp of gray smoke entered his line of sight. Smoke? No, that must be movement. A familiar sensation. It is indeed that lecherous fat and Li Changxing narrowed his eyes, watching as the wisp of smoke fluttered through the woods before vanishing entirely. As if it had never been there. Soon, a familiar roar echoed closer. Yet this time, Li Changxing showed no intent to evade, nor did he activate his familiar breath-concealing technique, that he cast a calm glance in the direction of the sound, his figure shifting slightly as he strolled forward leisurely, as if merely enjoying a casual post-meal walk. The sound of heavy breathing grew ever nearer, and the familiar crimson figure swiftly came into view. It was indeed the double-tailed blood-patterned tiger they had encountered earlier. Yet, why did it seem so battered now? Li Changxing's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized the beast. Blood dripped from its mouth. 3 of its fangs broken, and the remaining one was fractured beyond recognition. What puzzled him further was that the tiger's 2 tails were tightly clamped together, daring not to let go while it ran. Moreover, Li Changxing keenly observed a trail of blood stains lingering on the creature's hindquarters. What on earth? What could have transpired? Although he could not comprehend the circumstances of this ferocious beast, Li Changxing instinctively felt it must be related to that lecherous fat man from earlier. Chapter 33. 3 punches to subdue the tiger. At that moment, the blood-patterned tiger burst forth from the dense forest, its eyes immediately locking onto Li Changxing's figure. Strangely, it showed no inclination to attack. Instead, its large head constantly swiveled, seemingly searching for something, its demeanor frantic as it roared loudly, its powerful claws mindlessly clawing at the ground until a sizable pit was dug. It must be swearing profanely. Li Changxing's expression grew odd as he contemplated whether the beast could even understand his words. How, as time passed, the blood-patterned tiger, having found nothing after a prolonged search, grew increasingly agitated, roaring at the sky while its claws began to pound the ground furiously. Gradually, those crimson eyes, now completely bloodshot, finally turned towards Li Changxing, its gory maw opening and closing in his direction. Hey, I say. That. Just as Li Changxing was about to speak, he found the beast seemed to have reached its limit of patience. With a sudden movement, it charged madly towards him. Sigh. Li Changxing silently sighed, gazing at the rapidly approaching blood-patterned tiger. Abandoning the idea of speaking, something feels off about this fellow now. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the forest, Wang Yue watched as Li Changxing appeared to be stunned, and doubt began to creep into his mind. His eyes flickered between the compass in his hand and the figure across from him, and no doubt about it, the needle was indeed pointing towards that young man. Yet, he felt that Li Changxing seemed somewhat different than before. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. Has he grown taller? Or perhaps more robust? Their last hurried encounter had only allowed him to vaguely perceive that Li Changxing was male. But specifics about his appearance, whether he was tall or short, stout or lean, had eluded his attention. Surely, he wouldn't mistake him, as the compass in his hand had never been wrong, guided by the trunk of the Hongyu fruit tree. The compass pointed directly to its fruit, that if the distance were too far, the compass would indeed be useless. But at less than 100 kilometers away, it could not possibly be erroneous. The only inconsistency lay with Li Changxing. A puzzled expression crossed Wang Yue's face as he pondered various possibilities. Wait, suddenly, his expression changed. A thought struck him. Damn it. This brat wouldn't he have eaten my fruit? Would he? That's mine. Doesn't he fear being stuffed to death? The sound of the blood-patterned tiger's charge was not particularly loud, but its fierce aura was enough to instill dread in the average person. The towering figure of the tiger, nearly 5 meters tall, surged towards Li Changsheng like a fierce gale. Roar! Before it even drew close, the blood-patterned tiger opened its jaws wide and unleashed a thunderous roar towards Li Changsheng. A visible sound wave rippled through the air, racing towards him, shattering all the vegetation in its path. That a sound wave attack. Li Changsheng murmured to himself, yet his body remained still, not moving an inch. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed as though the young man had been completely paralyzed by fear. Yet, as the seemingly terrifying sound wave passed through him, it merely tousled his long hair without inflicting any harm whatsoever. Immediately following, a massive shadow loomed, the overpowering stench causing the young man to frown at a claw, the size of 2 human heads, sliced through the air towards him with deadly force, its elongated talons glinting menacingly. Any ordinary person struck even lightly would likely find themselves torn asunder. At last, Li Changsheng moved. He squinted his eyes, slowly raising his left hand. The next moment, boom! A thunderous roar erupted, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring the scene within. Surely he hasn't been killed, has he? In the shadows, Wang Yue secretly observed, a rare twinge of guilt stirring within him. Concealed behind the tree, he fixated on the scene within, unwilling to tear his gaze away. Soon, as the smoke and dust dissipated, his expression shifted palpably upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. How? How could this be possible? Wang, the corpulent figure, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief as he beheld the spectacle before him. At that moment, he beheld Li Changsheng, who raised his left hand high, fingers gripping the powerful paw of the blood-patterned tiger, unyielding in the face of its desperate thrashing. The tiger's sharp claws, upon contact with the youth, merely tore at fabric, inflicting no real harm. Akin to a kitten's playful scratch, that Li Changsheng's demeanor remained as serene as before, observing the tiger's futile struggles with an air of indifference. Gradually, as time passed, the tiger's fierce crimson gaze began to fade, its rationality seemingly restored. Terror flickered on its fearsome visage as it instinctively opened its maw to roar once more. Yet, in the next instant, Li Changsheng frowned slightly, his right hand forming a fist, and he delivered a crushing blow to the beast's gaping mouth, silencing it. The thunderous sound of impact reverberated around them, the ferocity of his punch obliterating the tiger's jaw, sending shockwaves through the air. The creature's teeth were utterly shattered, the overwhelming force driving most of them into its own mouth. A pained whimper escaped the blood-patterned tiger, its savage face contorted in agony. It yearned to flee, yet Li Changsheng's left hand remained as if welded to its forepaw, rendering it immobile. The tiger's muscular legs clawed at the ground in a desperate bid to escape. But all it achieved was a cloud of dust, without any discernible effect. Its once formidable claws now seemed dulled, leaving no mark upon Li Changsheng's form. With narrowed eyes, Li Changsheng shifted slightly, drawing back his right hand once more, and aimed a powerful strike at the tiger's massive head. Boom! The ear-splitting sound of the impact echoed again, accompanied by a dull cracking noise, and the blood-patterned tiger's colossal body fell silent in an instant. Oomph! Li Changsheng scoffed disdainfully, casting an indifferent glance toward a certain direction as he carelessly discarded the tiger's massive form to the ground. The smoke and dust swirled around, yet the solitary figure standing amidst it all stood out starkly. A feeble growl emerged from the ground. The blood-patterned tiger attempted to rise and flee, but was utterly unable to do so. Upon closer inspection, a gaping wound the size of a bowl marred its head, with streams of red and white oozing forth. The effects of 3/10 of his strength were still palpable. Li Changsheng gazed down at the beast beneath him, his expression calm. Let us add another 2/10 and see, he murmured to himself, and almost as soon as the words left his lips, his right hand balled into a fist once more, swiftly striking down upon the beast. Boom! The explosive sound erupted once again, dust swirling into the air, and a large pool of blood quickly spread across the ground. The once mighty blood-patterned tiger now lay breathless, its massive form inexplicably severed in two, a truly horrifying sight. My goodness, nearby, hidden within the dense forest, Wang Yue was so terrified by this scene that his soul nearly fled his body, hastily transforming into smoke and fleeing into the distance along the way. He muttered incessantly, "How could this be? How could that kid possibly be so powerful? Why go through so much trouble before? No, before he felt weaker than me. What on earth is happening? What the hell? Run. This person is not right, very wrong. I cannot stay here. He is too dangerous. The outside is far too perilous. I must return swiftly." The smoke darted forward, as if a legendary beast pursued him. Yet mere moments later, a voice rang in his ears. "Where am I in danger?" Chapter 34. The aggrieved Wang Yue. As the voice echoed, the smoke halted abruptly, and Wang Yue's figure materialized, resolute as he retrieved a silver hammer from his bosom. Swinging it forcefully behind him, the sound of whistling wind unmistakable. Li Chongqing was taken aback, but he swiftly drew the long knife from his back to parry the attack. After all, he had yet to wield this blade since acquiring it. However, to his astonishment, a most unexpected event unfolded. Crack! The tin-forged long knife merely grazed the silver hammer before shattering into fragments, reduced to worthless scrap. What manner of weapon is this? Li Chongqing's expression shifted to one of surprise as he stepped back slightly, evading the hammer's assault. Just when he expected the rotund man to press the advantage, he was taken aback as Wang Yue immediately stowed the hammer away, transforming into smoke and darting away in the opposite direction. His speed now surpassing that of before. Quite intriguing. Li Chongqing's right eye twitched as he observed the rapidly retreating smoke, a faint smile gracing his lips as he silently activated the concealment technique. What the hell, it's over, I'm doomed. How could this person be so formidable? What to do? Wang Yue's face was a mask of panic. He howled in despair, casting furtive glances behind him. His right hand rummaged frantically within his clothing, seemingly in search of something. After a moment's delay, he produced a small bronze bean, clutching it tightly. "Finally acquired from my father. Kid, if you dare pursue me, don't blame me." Wang Yue muttered to himself, as if the small bean in his grasp granted him immense reassurance. However, in the next instant, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "What is that?" "Of course, it belongs to my family." "Ah, it's you?" Wang Yue instinctively began to boast, but quickly realized, attempting to hurl the bronze bean behind him. Yet before he could throw it, a searing pain shot through the back of his head, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. "Bastard, you played dirty." In the final moments before collapsing, Wang Yue caught a glimpse of Li Chongqing behind him, holding a stone with an innocent expression. "Sigh. Indeed, this is the most efficient method. Strength has grown formidable, but one must not be reckless." Li Chongqing tossed aside the fragmented stone, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he regarded the unconscious Wang Yue, nodding in approval. Yet, this rotund individual was no simpleton. Despite his lack of intent to kill, any ordinary person would have perished from such a blow, yet he merely fainted. Shaking his head slightly, Li Chongqing bent down to pry the bronze bean from Wang Yue's grip. Examining it closely, what exactly is this? Holding the bronze bean, he found himself at a loss for answers. However, judging by the plump man's earlier demeanor, this object seemingly possessed the capacity to rival him, undoubtedly of considerable value. Unable to discern its nature, Li Chongqing dismissed further contemplation, stuffing it into his bosom, and shifted his gaze back to the sprawled Wang Yue. At that moment, Wang Yue appeared to him as a glittering treasure chest. The youthful grin on his face was somewhat bashful, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Yet, the next moment, his hands began to rummage unceremoniously over Wang Yue's body. Moments later, Li Chongqing stood in place, his face a mask of confusion. His gaze, perplexed, settled upon the sprawled Wang Yue. At this time, the youth's hands were entirely empty. Where are his belongings? What happened to the silver hammer? How could such a large weapon simply vanish? What of the black pattern python's corpse he had previously collected? Had he consumed it all? Li Chongqing's expression was filled with skepticism as his eyes scanned Wang Yue's form like a laser radar. After a brief while, his gaze finally rested upon the belt around Wang Yue's waist. Presently, Wang Yue was adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of wealth, yet the inconspicuous gray belt tied around his waist seemed utterly out of place. This struck Li Chongqing as exceedingly odd. From his understanding of these affluent individuals, such an item should hardly befit his station. Amidst his bewilderment, Li Chongqing bent down to extract the belt, examining it with care. The gray belt appeared smooth on the surface, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a myriad of tiny runes etched upon it. Finally, he noticed a droplet-shaped bulge on the side of the belt. What could this be? His right hand caressed the droplet protrusion, and suddenly, a peculiar pull gripped his consciousness. What is this? Li Chongqing gazed intently at the gray belt in his hand, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. Could it be that item? Following the sensation, Li Chongqing silently closed his eyes and released his perception. Indeed, in an instant, a vast void space materialized within his mind. Inside it lay the incomplete corpse of the black-patterned python, which had previously been taken by Wang Yue along with the silver hammer. Moreover, several exquisite wooden boxes and a small black cauldron were nearby, while a bronze compass rested in the corner. Accompanied by a haphazard pile of silver notes, to Li Chongqing's astonishment, he even spotted some kitchenware among the items. The entire space appeared remarkably spacious, yet the most significant occupant was undeniably the corpse of the black-patterned python. As expected, his conjectures had been correct. This was indeed the legendary spatial treasure. Li Chongqing sighed, casting a peculiar glance at the still unconscious Wang Yue on the ground. What was his true identity? How could he possess such a precious artifact? Although in the novels of his previous life, such storage rings and belts were commonplace, Li Chongqing had never encountered anyone possessing such treasures since his reincarnation. Even the formidable Shihai from the local inspection office, with a combat strength of 180, toiled daily with a heavy hammer, appearing quite burdened that he had not anticipated stumbling upon such an item during a mere excursion. Yet, how could this treasure be in the possession of this rotund man? The youth's expression shifted as he glanced at the gray belt in his hand, closing his eyes once more to concentrate. Something was amiss. This belt held a secret. This time, with his greatly enhanced spiritual power, Li Chongqing could distinctly sense another profoundly hidden mark within the belt. Indeed, this item did not belong to this portly individual. Li Chongqing sighed silently, feeling a twinge of regret, that he could sense the immense power of the mark within the belt, far beyond what he could withstand at that moment. Alas! Moments later, Li Chongqing swiftly extracted everything from the belt, excluding the black-patterned python's corpse and the kitchenware, placing them into his own satchel, before reluctantly discarding the belt aside. Although the treasure was enticing, his personal safety was of paramount importance. Casting a deep glance at the still, slumbering Wang Yue, Li Chongqing hastily departed, though his gaze lingered on the belt, glancing back multiple times. Soon within the dense forest, only a large heap remained. However, moments later, a familiar figure reappeared, accompanied by the clinking sounds of objects. Li Chongqing reached out and seized the discarded belt, his eyes turning crimson as he cursed. Damn it! Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. I refuse to be deterred. In the end, he could not resist the allure of possessing a spatial storage item. Furthermore, he believed that Barbatos might have something similar. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Yue slowly regained consciousness, clutching the back of his head, his face contorted in pain. Clearly, Li Chongqing's previous strike had inflicted considerable suffering upon him. Damn it, that hurts so much. Wang Yue mumbled, his head lowered, grimacing. His hands rubbed the back of his head, and once the pain subsided, his gaze instinctively darted to his waist, upon realizing that his gray belt had vanished. Wang Yue did not display any signs of panic. Instead, a cold smirk spread across his face. Humph, greed leads to demise. Little brat, your downfall was inevitable. Treasures like mine are not so easily acquired. Wang Yue's expression radiated smugness as he gradually rose, casually brushing off the dust for his clothes while muttering to himself, Sister, this time it truly wasn't my fault. That person was simply too cunning, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Shameless. This time, I shall find you a true tiger to show you what real power looks like. As he spoke, he hummed a tune, leisurely making his way into the distance that moment, despite having been thoroughly robbed by Li Chongqing. His spirits surprisingly soared. Chapter 35. Inventory of gains. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Li Chongqing abruptly reappeared, his expression finally relaxing. The first thing he did was contact Barbatos to exchange the scorching belt. However, to his surprise, Barbatos informed him that he could not find any suitable storage treasures for Li Chongqing at that moment. ATR level. We hardly require such items, Barbados replied with a wry smile. Left with no other option, Li Chongsheng could only request that Barbados keep the belt for him until he could procure a similar storage artifact in the future, just as he returned. However, the youth sneezed several times in quick succession. What is going on? Is that fatso thinking of me? Li Chongsheng rubbed his nose, casting a suspicious glance into the distance before shaking his head. Soon, his attention turned to the various items carelessly strewn about. A silver hammer, a bronze compass, a small black cauldron, a few exquisite wooden boxes, and a pile of silver notes. Adding to these were the copper bean he had previously acquired and the belt still stored with Barbados. These constituted his entire haul. Indeed, quick riches were the way to go in this day and age, who would still engage in long-term investments. Li Chongsheng held the silver notes in his hands, casually squeezing them. Based on his extensive experience in robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, he estimated that there were over 10,000 taels within. Coupled with his unexpected gains from the Longyue Inn, Li Chongsheng now possessed nearly 20,000 taels of silver. While this might not signify immense wealth, it ensured that he could live without financial worries, no longer needing to scrutinize prices when purchasing food. Satisfied, he carefully folded the silver notes and tucked them into his cloak. Having grown accustomed to poverty, he maintained a necessary respect for wealth at all times. His gaze then swept over the silver hammer, and a flicker of interest sparked in his eyes that he picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. The silver hammer's handle was of an ordinary length, while its head was about the size of his fist. Yet its overall design was sleek and aerodynamic, adorned with a scale-like pattern on its surface. Although it was not as massive as the hammers wielded by Shi Yaking and Shihai, its material appeared remarkably sturdy. Throughout his journey, Li Chongsheng had discovered that regardless of what he struck with it, it was invariably the object being struck that shattered. During this time, he had also curiously attempted to squeeze it, only to find that no matter how much force he applied, the small hammer remained utterly unscathed, showing not a single mark that it was worth noting that Li Chongsheng, in terms of sheer strength, had already achieved a terrifying power exceeding 30,000 pounds. Even fine iron could be easily crushed by his hands. Yet, this small silver hammer was impervious to his might. A good item indeed, though it felt somewhat light. Li Chongsheng pondered, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the featherweight of the silver hammer in his grasp. With his immense strength, he found all weapons to feel light, which was why Shihai and Shi Yaking favored heavier weapons like sledgehammers that was simply difficult to acclimate to ordinary arms. With a slight sigh, Li Chongsheng was about to set the silver hammer down, intending to return to the inspection office in hopes of selling it for a good price. However, suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, something felt off. When he observed the fat man using it earlier, it did not seem light at all. Li Chongsheng ruminated on the silver hammer's potency in Wang You's hands, realizing it bore no semblance to the weightlessness he felt now. What was going on? Confusion began to cloud his gaze as he held the hammer's handle, instinctively channeling a hint of his vitality into it. No, wait. Suddenly, Li Chongsheng's eyes brightened. He felt it. The small hammer seemed to have gained a slight increase in weight, although it was not a significant change. His enhanced spiritual power allowed him to perceive it clearly. The hammer's weight had indeed increased. Could it be? Li Chongsheng narrowed his eyes, gazing skeptically at the silver hammer in his hand, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Could it truly be such an item? The next moment, his internal vitality began to circulate automatically. An intense warmth surged forth, flooding into the hammer like a torrential river. Suddenly, Li Chongsheng's expression shifted. He felt as if the small hammer had gained an overwhelming force. Caught off guard, he inadvertently brought both himself and the hammer crashing down onto the ground. Bang! The hard rocky surface was instantly dented by the hammer's impact. Yet, rather than feeling angry, Li Chongsheng's eyes sparkled with joy. Silently retracting his vitality, the hammer once again felt light as Li Chongsheng's expression gradually morphed into excitement, his eyes gleaming as he continued to channel his vitality, testing the hammer repeatedly. Indeed, as his vitality flowed into it, the hammer's weight fluctuated remarkably, an extraordinary phenomenon. It was indeed that kind of item. Though he had already formed some tentative conclusions in his mind, Li Chongsheng still indulged in play for a while before gradually coming to a halt. To his astonishment, the weapon before him was crafted from the legendary Lu Yuejin. A wave of recollection washed over him, recalling the materials he had seen in the inspection department, prompting a deep sigh of admiration. Liu Yuejin, it is said, is formed solely during the fall of meteors. Its material is incredibly hard, appearing weightless at ordinary times, yet transforms into an astonishing heft when infused with one's vital essence. Its worth transcends monetary value, and it is virtually unattainable in the market, existing mainly in various auction houses where it is traded through barter. Who exactly is that rotund man, setting aside the rare storage treasure? Even this small hammer is not something an ordinary individual could possess. Tisk ta. Suddenly, the sound of the yellow-haired mouse echoed nearby. Turning his head, he beheld the diminutive creature leaping excitedly around the corpse of a massive tiger. Clearly in a state of exuberance. This was indeed the carcass of the two-tailed, blood-striped tiger he had encountered earlier. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Li Changsheng decided to collect the body on his way back. The little yellow mouse, seeing that Li Changsheng did not hinder its actions, wasted no time that it lunged forward, clinging to the tiger's wound, its tiny teeth incessantly tearing at the flesh, relishing the meal. Li Changsheng cast a casual glance, paying little heed. After all, the size of the carcass meant that the yellow mouse would hardly be able to consume it all, stowing the silver hammer away. Li Changsheng's gaze shifted once more to the copper compass nearby. What exactly is this? The compass was small, merely the size of a palm. Yet, regardless of how he twisted it, the needle consistently trembled and pointed back at him. Could this be the reason that rotund man was able to locate him? But what is this? As he reached out to grasp the delicate twigs covering the compass, Li Changsheng scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, the youth's eyes sparkled. It appeared to be a branch of the red jade fruit. Likely torn off by that plump individual, he could roughly surmise the compass's function, but ultimately, he summoned his yellow mouse. Plucked a hair from its body despite its protests of bared teeth, and placed it atop the compass. Sure enough, the needle's direction shifted immediately. No matter where the yellow mouse scurried, the compass's needle would swiftly point in that direction. Truly a valuable item, though he wondered if there were any other limitations that Li Changsheng ceased his musings, placing the compass into his pocket, before finally turning his attention to the last few exquisitely packaged wooden boxes. Chapter 36. Returning late from a joyful excursion, a quarter of an hour later, Li Changsheng set down the book in his hands, his heart brimming with astonishment. This was, indeed, the legendary alchemical secret. It is well known that even within the archives of the inspection department, Li Changsheng had not encountered any specific alchemical methods, but only vague summaries that barely scratch the surface. One can only imagine how meticulously such methods have been preserved. Yet now, such a precious technique appeared so casually before him, that in an instant, Li Changsheng felt a sense of unreality wash over him, that a secret alchemical method, a comprehensive compendium of medicinal materials, a formula for elixirs, and a portion of alchemical journals. Who would have thought that the seemingly lecherous fat man was, in fact, an alchemist? This was indeed surprising. One cannot judge a book by its cover. The rotund individual did not appear to embody the diligence and eagerness to learn. Rather, he resembled a wealthy second-generation scion who frequently indulged in frivolous pursuits. Li Changsheng could not help but reflect. What a good person! A rare sense of gratitude towards that plump man welled up within him. Indeed, those who are eager to learn deserve respect. If it weren't for that man's habit of keeping a journal, he would not have gained such a clear insight into the profession of an alchemist. The blood infusion alchemy method, a unique secret that involves refining elixirs using one's own vital essence. The formula for the qi-enhancing pill contained within was designed to constantly replenish one's vital essence, proving even more effective than the medicinal dishes he had previously used at the inspection department. He casually opened several medicine vials, discovering that the qi-enhancing pills were the most abundant, with a total of 4 vials. Another vial contained a type of elixir known as the muscle-strengthening pill, but only 1 vial remained, likely consumed by Wang Yue himself. Gently inhaling the distinct aromas, he noted that both types of elixirs possessed a peculiar fragrance, though he couldn't quite place it as he was not one to indulge in the finer points of aesthetics. However, neither of these elixirs exhibited the vigorous vitality that the previous one had when he smelled the Shaohai pill. This could be due to their differing effects, or perhaps a deficiency in potency, that it seemed that the small black cauldron must have been used by that man for alchemical purposes. Li Changsheng reached for the cauldron, lifting the lid to inhale its contents, confirming the residual scent of medicinal herbs. After ensuring all items were accounted for, Li Chongqing proceeded to stow them away. Time was not on his side. He needed to visit Wu family village soon, and if he delayed any longer, he risked arriving only to find others had completed their tasks, rendering his journey meaningless. Casting a casual glance at the tiger carcass, he was about to call for the yellow mouse to emerge. However, suddenly, he caught sight of something peculiar, his eyes flickering with intrigue as his gaze shifted. It quickly landed between the beast's legs, where the two tails of the tiger were still tightly entwined, even in death. What on earth had this ferocious beast experienced? Why had it ended up in such a state? Recalling the majestic aura he had first encountered, juxtaposed with the inexplicable sorrow during their second meeting, Li Chongqing felt that there was some hidden tale to be uncovered. That thoughts swirled in his mind. His gaze grew distant, and suddenly, a possibility struck him. His complexion began to pale slightly. The youth knelt down, observing the tiger's corpse, his right hand trembling slightly as he grasped the blood-striped tiger's tails and slowly pulled them apart. Upon revealing the grievously damaged area, Li Chongqing's face turned a ghastly shade of green. In a flurry, he fumbled for the silver hammer from his pocket, clutching it tightly as he scrutinized it. Then, damn it, you truly are a lecherous, rotund fool. The youth silently cursed, turning swiftly towards the water source, his thoughts racing to this moment. He even considered washing his clothes in the water. In the depths of the dense forest, a massive iron pot was set ablaze, flames roaring beneath it, as the pot exuded a rich aroma from the bubbling white broth within, sending waves of fragrance wafting through the air. Gudong, Gudong, Gudong at this moment. Seated nearby, Wang Yue was sweating profusely, holding a large bowl procured from who knows where, filled to the brim with steaming snake meat broth, eagerly pouring it into his mouth. You little rascal, just wait. Once I'm full, I'll come for you, dear. It's so hot, so hot. The nearby snake carcass, acquired from who knows where, lay in tatters, the white snake meat bobbing in the pot, staining the entire vessel a grimy black. He had actually transformed the ferocious beast into snake stew, and judging by the expression on his face, the flavor of this beastly concoction seemed rather delightful. However, at that moment, a flicker of azure light appeared in the distance, swiftly entering Wang Yue's line of sight. Upon noticing the azure glow, the rotund man's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily discarded the stone bowl and, without hesitation, transformed into a wisp of smoke, rapidly fleeing in the opposite direction. My dear brother, where do you think you're going?" A languid, soft voice suddenly rang out, followed by a flash of azure light in the air, as a delicate, snow-white hand emerged, effortlessly reaching for the wisp of smoke. With no resistance whatsoever, the woman effortlessly plucked Wang Yue from the air and hurled him to the ground. Yet, the fallen Wang Yue refused to concede defeat, performing some hand gesture with his right hand. His body inverted, he dove headfirst towards the ground. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Humph! A cold snort echoed through the air, and a woman clad in azure appeared, raising her right leg and stomping heavily onto the ground with her white leather boot. Boom! It was as if the entire space trembled, a powerful wave of circular ripples emanating from beneath the woman's feet. In an instant, a plump figure was forcibly jolted from the ground. Realizing escape was futile, Wang Yue hastily pinched his thigh, his eyes turning crimson with excitement as he gazed at the azure-clad woman. "Sister, it's been so long. I've missed you so much." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Wanzhou, hands clasped behind her back, smiled gently as she regarded Wang Yue. Her crimson lips curled slightly, and her eyes appeared adorned with two crescent moons. The form-fitting azure gown accentuated her tall stature, while a blue ribbon held her long, black hair in place, making her unforgettable at first glance. Her entire demeanor exuded a gentle grace, yet also hinted at an enigmatic allure and nobility, as though she had stepped out from a painting. Yet, it is this exquisitely beautiful woman who instantly renders Wang Yue utterly submissive. He is acutely aware that if his sister were to unleash her wrath, she would indeed be capable of beating him to a pulp. Strangely, throughout their lives, he has never once managed to defeat her. Wang Wanzhou squints at Wang Yue, her face still adorned with that elusive smile, yet her formidable presence sends tremors through him. "Sister, you have no idea how miserable my days have been. Look here, just moments ago, someone nearly cracked my skull. It still hurts. Wang Yue suppresses his fear, lamenting incessantly, attempting to divert the conversation while animatedly gesturing to demonstrate his current plight, even twisting to reveal the back of his head for her to see more clearly. "Oh, is that so? Let me take a look." Wang Wanzhou's expression remains calm as she extends her right hand, preparing to touch the back of the chubby boy's head. However, upon seeing this, Wang Yue immediately retreats in terror, forcing a smile as he replies, "No need to trouble yourself, sister, that I'm tough, and I'll be fine in no time. I wouldn't want to dirty your hands, that it's alright, I just want to see where my little brother is hurt. After all, you are my dear brother. If you were to suffer an injury, it would be difficult for me to explain to father when we return home. Come here, let me take a look." Wang Wanzhou shakes her head and smiles slightly. She steps forward, her right hand once more reaching for Wang Yue's head. Strangely, no matter how much Wang Yue dodges, he cannot escape the grasp of that delicate hand. "Sister, please don't." Ignoring the pleas of the chubby boy, Wang Wanzhou seizes Wang Yue's hair, as if playing with a pet, carelessly toying with my little brother. Wang Wanzhou's gaze becomes dangerous as she pulls him closer by his hair. "Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I'll listen to you from now on, and I want to run away." Wang Yue bows his head, too frightened to move, gazing up at the woman with a pitiful expression, pleading repeatedly that he fears that his sister might just rip his head off, that we came out to deal with some matters, and I don't have time to teach you a lesson now. Setting aside my questions about the star compass and the belt, you even managed to lose your silver moon hammer and danding. You should really consider how to explain this to father when we return home. After all, he specifically had those things procured for you, sister. Aren't you going to help me? Throughout our lives, I have taken the blame for you countless times. Just think about the last time when you stole Father's Void Slayer sword. If it weren't for me. Wang Yue's face is filled with desperation, appearing exceptionally pitiful, completely shedding his earlier lewd and sinister demeanor. However, just as Wang Yue is about to continue, Wang Wanzhou narrows her eyes, an invisible pressure emanating from her, causing the surrounding vegetation within a 100-meter radius to bow down. Wang Yue feels as if a great weight has been placed upon him, and a sharp pain shoots through his scalp, leaving him stuttering and speechless. "What?" Wang Wanzhou lazily prompts, "Nothing, sister, there is nothing. I'll just go home and explain to father myself." Wang Yue is on the verge of tears, his throat feeling constricted. "Now that it's more like our family, man. You know the rules at home. When peers compete, if one is outmatched, they may as well perish. For the family, one to come to your aid. However, if it's a case of the strong bullying the weak, we are not above taking action ourselves. Thus, you must seek to regain your honor." Wang Wanzhou's face is cold as she gradually retracts her imposing aura. "Sister, I assure you that the little brat is definitely not my equal. He might very well be some old fogey who has come out of seclusion to intercept me. With such strength and speed, how could someone from this rural backwater possess such power? Sister, I am certain I have been set up." Hearing this, Wang Yue becomes increasingly agitated to this day. He is convinced that Li Chongqing is merely playing the fool while hiding his true strength. How could someone with such extraordinary combat prowess be his equal? Chapter 37. The shedding fur of the little yellow one, are you doubting me? Wang Wanzhou casts a sidelong glance, her brow arching, her tone dangerously sharp. Through the mark on her belt, she senses that the boy is likely at the same level as Wang Yue, both being in the flesh refinement stage. Yet beyond that, she cannot ascertain any further details due to the vast distance between them. And no, not at all. Wang Yue retracts his neck, his voice significantly softer. "Once we finish this business, I'll accompany you to find that boy, and we can see what his situation is then. However, if you end up slowing us down this time, I want to let you off easily. I want to, sister. You know me well enough, but what exactly is going on this time? Even you are coming." Wang Yue's face brightens as he transforms into a sycophant in an instant. "That is not for you to know. However, I have confirmed the conditions of the secret realm in the Tiger Tooth Mountains. It appears to be merely a level for secret realm, not overly dangerous. Still, I certainly cannot enter. I can only assist you from the outside, that if you manage to bring back something valuable for me, perhaps I can help you after we return home. Otherwise..." Wang Wanzhou observes Wang Yue's fawning demeanor with a cold smirk. "Sister, rest assured, within the flesh refinement stage, I am an invincible presence. When the time comes, who would dare to snatch anything from our family?" Wang Yue thumps his ample chest, brimming with confidence, S for that previous boy. In Wang Yue's mind, he is in no way a match for him. It's only natural that he would lose, with half a month remaining until the secret realm officially opens. I will personally train you, and by then, your strength should surpass what it is now. Sister, let us not bother with that. I'm already quite strong. Have you had enough to eat in the cave? Having just cleaned a small hammer, Li Chongqing returns to find his yellow-haired mouse still gnawing at the tiger carcass, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Chirp, chirp. The once small body of the yellow-haired mouse has now transformed into a spherical shape. Its outline considerably plump, leaving Li Chongqing quite astonished that it's worth noting that previously, no matter how much it ate, its belly would not change significantly, leading Li Chongqing to suspect that this spirit creature possessed some unique secret technique for digestion. Over here, upon hearing Li Chongqing's voice, the yellow-haired mouse finally ceases its actions, wobbling over to the side, its tiny limbs sprawled out as it lies motionless on the ground. Little Yellow, it seems like you're shedding fur. Suddenly, with keen eyes, Li Chongqing notices a tuft of fine yellow hair beneath the mouse, seemingly fallen from its body. Chirp, chirp. At first, the yellow-haired mouse pays it no mind, thinking Li Chongqing is merely teasing it. But upon seeing Li Chongqing pick up the hair, it finally realizes the situation. The yellow-haired mouse quickly struggles to lift itself, squinting its tiny eyes downward, and indeed, as it merely brushes against itself. The originally fluffy and radiant yellow fur begins to fall away like dandelion seeds scattered across the ground. Chirp, chirp. For the first time, the little yellow mouse's expression shows signs of panic. Clearly perplexed by this development, its tiny paws incessantly try to grasp its fur to prevent it from shedding, yet the more it grabs, the faster its fur falls away, in no time at all. Its once full coat is entirely gone to this moment. The yellow-haired mouse's expression is one of utter disbelief as it gapes at the pile of fur on the ground, then at its own bare body. Its expression incredulous, and tears even begin to form in its eyes. Why heavens? How did you become a hairless mouse? Li Chongqing, utterly astonished, gazes at the yellow-haired mouse with an amused expression, bursting into laughter. Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired mouse becomes enraged, its eyes turning red as it expresses profound indignation. Then, with a powerful leap, it charges straight toward Li Chongqing. The speed of its sprint is several times faster than before. In midair, the yellow-haired mouse opens its mouth wide, seemingly intent on biting Li Chongqing to death. Oh dear, you're in a hurry. Li Chongqing exclaims, quickly dodging to the side, allowing the little yellow mouse to crash into the wall. Soon, to Li Chongqing's astonishment, a resounding crack echoes as the hard gray rock crumbles like tofu beneath the little yellow mouse's bite. Spitting out the crushed stone, the yellow-haired mouse refuses to relent, spinning around to pounce at Li Chongqing once more. Li Chongqing was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that the dentition of his pet would not be so formidable, with a hand as swift as lightning. He sees the approaching little yellow creature, remaining unperturbed by its continuous struggles. Must be said, without the encasing of fur, the tactile sensation of the little yellow creature had indeed diminished considerably. Shaking his head discreetly to dismiss the peculiar thoughts that arose within, Li Chongqing scrutinized the little yellow creature more closely. Its fur had completely shed, leaving it bare. Even the tail appeared desolate and devoid of hair. Yet its teeth had undeniably grown significantly sharper, and its tiny claws seemed to have acquired a certain edge as well. After a moment of contemplation, noticing the little yellow creature still writhing, Li Chongqing decided to turn and retrieve the silver hammer he had previously set aside. Placing it beside the creature's mouth. Come now, little yellow, let us see if your bite has indeed become more formidable. Give it a try. The little yellow creature fell silent, its gaze fixated on the nearby silver hammer. Its body gradually relinquishing its struggles, its little face betraying an expression of existential despair. Nevertheless, Li Chongqing remained undeterred, rubbing the silver hammer between its upper and lower jaws. Give it a go. Perhaps you might be able to bite it. Observing Li Chongqing's fervent enthusiasm, the little yellow creature closed its eyes in despair, its body slackening like a noodle, indifferent to Li Chongqing's manipulations. Witnessing this, Li Chongqing could only exhale a sigh, retract the silver hammer, and shake his head slightly, feeling a twinge of regret Little Yellow, you must be evolving. Do not fear. In due time, your fur shall surely regrow. I have seen your kind before." Upon hearing this, the little yellow creature's eyes widened with excitement. Its small, bean-sized pupils fixating intently on Li Changsheng, its front paws clutching tightly to his hand, appearing quite anxious, as if seeking affirmation of Li Changsheng's words. "Well, let's wait and see. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about." Li Changsheng, feeling a pang of guilt, averted his gaze from the little yellow mouse, tidied up the remnants on the ground, and casually lifted the remaining tiger carcass, making his way outside. He was not accustomed to consuming raw flesh. However, he could take it to a nearby town and have the chefs at the tavern prepare it. Chapter 38. Tiger Tooth Town. Tiger Tooth Town is the closest large settlement to the Tiger Tooth mountain range. Renowned for its perennial production of various rare herbs and materials derived from formidable beasts, making it one of the most prosperous areas within the jurisdiction of Qingyin County. Naturally, this proximity to the gathering of fierce beasts necessitates heightened protective measures, rendering it the most fortified locale in the entire county. The town walls soar to a height of 15 meters, double that of ordinary towns, adorned with a multitude of large crossbows that present a rather imposing sight. As Li Changsheng stood outside, gazing at the purplish-black surface of the walls, he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. This town had likely endured numerous assaults from ferocious beasts, as evidenced by the dried bloodstains marring the walls. A faint scent of blood lingering in the air, stubbornly refusing to dissipate. Alas, as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Despite the inherent dangers, the throngs of people continued to flow in and out of the town without hesitation. Upon entering, a fee of 1 or 2 taels of silver was required for town maintenance, a concept that was unfathomable throughout Qingyin County. Yet for the inhabitants of Tiger Tooth Town, such a fee had become a matter of routine, possibly serving as a means of filtering the individual's permitted entry. For an ordinary family, this sum was no trifling matter. However, for a martial artist, it was negligible. After handing over the silver to the soldiers stationed at the town's gate, Li Changsheng stepped into the town. The broad streets were paved with blue stones, the bustling thoroughfares rivaling those of the county seat, and a significant portion of the crowd comprised martial artists, each laden with various goods. Vendors lined the streets, hawking an array of peculiar items seldom seen elsewhere. Come and see. Newly born green leaf snakes, just harvested, perfect for brewing liquor. Don't miss out. Selling swords. Unknown broken blades, exceptionally sharp, rumored to conceal the previous owner's martial arts secrets. Come take a look. Spirit pets for sale. Phantom cats. Excellent for catching mice. Only 1,000 taels of silver. The cacophony of voices filled the air, piquing Li Changsheng's curiosity as his gaze flitted from one stall to the next. However, after a brief observation, his interest waned. Most of the wares offered by the vendors were rather mundane. The green leaf snake was merely a creature unworthy of being classified as a fierce beast. Perhaps its potent venom led to its frequent capture for liquor production, as for the blade. The seller boasted extravagantly, but Li Changsheng could discern it was merely a common broken sword, not even worthy of tenfold refinement. And regarding the phantom cat, Li Changsheng had no desire to bring home another creature to engage in daily skirmishes with the little yellow mouse. One little yellow mouse was already more than sufficient for his care. Acquiring another would likely stretch his resources to their limits. With a slight shake of his head and a firmer grip on the carcass of the formidable beast slung over his shoulder, Li Changsheng ambled forward. Unbeknownst to him, the whispers around him began to shift subtly. "Hey, doesn't that look like a blood-patterned tiger?" Not just looking like it, it is indeed a blood-patterned tiger, and a 2-tailed one at that. This young man is quite impressive. Best to keep our distance. Individuals like him often come with a multitude of troubles, or perhaps an abundance of wealth. The murmurs around him were filled with envy, jealousy, and a desire to keep their distance. Li Changsheng remained unfazed, strolling leisurely through the streets, while the pedestrians instinctively parted ways, creating a path for him, with the tiger carcass on his back, regardless of how youthful Li Changsheng appeared. Others were reluctant to perceive him as an ordinary individual. This what they call leveraging the might of another. Li Changsheng wore an expression of resignation, casting his gaze about the bustling area. Soon, as he passed by a storefront, a beautiful attendant clad in blue hurried toward him, speaking softly. "Esteemed sir, Our shopkeeper is interested in purchasing the carcass of this fierce beast. May I inquire about your asking price? Oh, how much are you offering? Li Chongqing's eyes brightened, halting his steps, a flicker of interest igniting within him. 20,000 taels of silver, the attendant cautiously proposed, her demeanor reminiscent of a timid fawn. That's insufficient. Your offer is too low, Li Chongqing coldly declined, his expression betraying dissatisfaction. Yet he was uncertain of the market value of this fierce beast, but that did not deter him from negotiating. Bargaining was a psychological game, where facial expressions served as vital cues. Having lived a long life in his previous existence, Li Chongqing was unaccustomed to fear. However, just as he was preparing to engage in a spirited negotiation with the young attendant, she timidly continued, "Esteemed sir, we only require the tiger's skin. If we were to purchase just the skin, we could offer 2,000 taels. How does that sound?" The attendant gazed up at him with an expression that appeared quite pitiful. Her voice barely above a whispered. Li Chongqing fell silent, casting a perplexed look at the attendant, at a loss for words. "Just the skin. Do you intend to make tiger skin green peppers?" His train of thought had been thoroughly disrupted. Leaving his mind sluggish once more, To dropped from 20,000 taels to merely 2,000 was undeniably a significant blow to Li Chongqing's psyche. After all, he had prepared himself to raise the price, only to be cut down by another. Sighing inwardly, Li Chongqing finally relented, saying, "I plan to find a tavern shortly to have this processed. If you are interested, you may follow me to collect it." "Thank you, esteemed sir. I shall inform our shopkeeper and return shortly." Upon hearing Li Chongqing's affirmative response, the young maid's face instantly lit up with joy. After uttering a quick phrase, she immediately dashed into a shop in the distance. Following her gaze, Li Chongqing soon spotted the name of the establishment. Hung Li Clothing Store. It dawned on him that it was a tailor shop. Behind the counter stood a voluptuous woman in a red dress. Upon catching Li Chongqing's gaze, she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the previously mentioned maid in blue leaned in to whisper something in her ear, gesturing towards Li Chongqing as she spoke. Moments later, after listening attentively, the woman in red nodded and retrieved some items from a drawer, handing them to the maid. Before long, Li Chongqing saw the maid hastening towards him, clutching a stack of silver notes in her hands. "Young master, here are your silver notes, 2,000 taels," she announced. Li Chongqing's expression registered surprise as he accepted the notes. "You are giving them to me now. Aren't you worried I might renege on the deal later?" The young maid appeared momentarily flabbergasted, unsure of how to respond. "Young master, you wouldn't intend to deceive Xiaojun, would you?" Her small hands clutched together tightly, her eyes fixated on the silver notes in his grasp, her demeanor suggesting she might burst into tears at any moment. Li Chongqing flashed a grin. "Of course not." "Oh, that is a relief. You nearly frightened Xiaojun to death," she exclaimed, patting her chest and exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet unexpectedly, Li Chongqing's voice rang out again. "Because I generally dislike deceit, I prefer to rely on taking what I want." Xiaojun's expression shifted to one of anxiety, her feet instinctively retreating a few steps, only to realize Li Chongqing's smile and respond, "Young master, you are quite mischievous, just like the shopkeeper who enjoys teasing Xiaojun." "Indeed, does your shopkeeper also take pleasure in teasing you?" Li Chongqing chuckled, walking leisurely as he inquired. It must be said that conversing with this petite maid was indeed a pleasant diversion for his spirits, that I'm not sure if that counts, but my shopkeeper is generally quite kind to me. Whenever there is something delicious, he always thinks of sharing it with Xiaojun. And if there is any heavy work, he wouldn't make Xiaojun do it alone. That be why the way. Young master, where are you planning to go? I'm just looking for a tavern to grab a bite. Do you know if there's a tavern here that can handle this? Li Chongqing pointed towards the tiger carcass slung over his back. That would undoubtedly be Wanyue Tower. It is the finest tavern in all of Huaizhen, bar none, that I've been there before with our shopkeeper, and the master chef's ability to prepare various beast meats is unparalleled. The flavors are simply delightful. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's query, Xiaojun readily recommended Wanyue Tower, and as she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled at the corners of her mouth, clearly recalling the delectable dishes from the tavern. "Very well, then please lead me there." Li Chongqing, intrigued by Xiaojun's enthusiastic description, retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed them to her. "I can't give you more. That would be detrimental to you." "Young master, this." The maid hesitated, staring at the silver in confusion. "Consider it a guide fee." No, no, that is too much. Xiaojun quickly waved her hands, struggling to refuse the generous offer. Take it. I still have questions for you later. Li Chongqing disregarded her protests and tossed the silver towards her. She scrambled to catch it, fearful it might fall. Onlookers glanced curiously at the pair, but upon seeing the massive tiger carcass behind Li Chongqing, they quickly diverted their eyes. Young master, this. Xiaojun clutched the silver tightly, gazing at Li Chongqing with a look of pitiful desperation, torn between wanting to return it and her reluctance to part with it. Lead the way. Oh well. Then, thank you, young master. Noticing Li Chongqing's indifference, Xiaojun relented, carefully tucking the silver into her bosom as she guided him toward the tavern. However, perhaps it was merely Li Chongqing's imagination, but after accepting the money, Xiaojun exhibited an unusual eagerness, incessantly sharing details about Huaizhen as they walked, to be why the end of the brief journey. Li Chongqing had garnered a substantial understanding of the town at that moment. He couldn't help but marvel at the undeniable influence of wealth. They had not traveled far when they arrived at the entrance of a grand 5-story tavern. Young master, we've arrived. This is Wangyue Tower. Xiaojun murmured softly beside him, beholding the expansive structure, adorned with 2 colossal stone lions at the entrance. Li Chongqing inwardly nodded in approval. The grandeur of the establishment was evident, and the throngs of patrons bustling within hinted at its esteemed reputation. Young master, right this way. 2 esteemed guests to the 2nd floor. A young attendant had already spotted Li Chongqing and his companion approaching with the tiger carcass. Before they could draw near, he greeted them warmly and guided them upstairs. The 1st floor generally catered to common folk, employing only ordinary ingredients, albeit of superior quality compared to most taverns. However, starting from the 2nd floor, the establishment exclusively served cultivators, utilizing rare ingredients, including various beast meats that ordinary folk could seldom afford. Xiaojun, with her head bowed and closely trailing Li Chongqing, softly explained, "The shopkeeper took me to the 2nd floor once, but I've never been to the 3rd. I have no idea what it's like up there." Li Chongqing nodded in silence, taken aback by the complexity of managing a tavern, which seemed to rival some of the specialty taverns from his previous life. Esteemed guests, at Wangyue Tower, we categorize our patrons by their martial prowess. The 1st floor accommodates commoners, the 2nd floor is for those in the meat refinement stage, the 3rd for those in the muscle forging stage, and the 4th for the bone tempering stage. While entry is permitted regardless of rank, most who do so may not enjoy their dining experience. The young attendant seemed to have overheard Xiaojun's inquiries and promptly provided clarification. And what about the 5th floor? Li Chongqing inquired curiously. Young master, please don't make it difficult for me. The 5th floor is rarely open. It is reserved for distinguished guests, and even if one were to arrive, it wouldn't be my place to attend to them. The attendant replied with a wry smile. Li Chongqing nodded, chuckling lightly, choosing not to press further. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this tavern held potential worth exploring. The very existence of a 5th floor suggested that individuals of significant caliber frequented this establishment, confirming that there were indeed hidden talents in the world beyond. As they stepped onto the 2nd floor, Li Chongqing observed that it was already bustling with patrons, the aroma of delectable dishes wafting throughout the space. Esteemed guests, please take a seat here. The attendant guided them to a window-side table, and once they were settled, he inquired with a bow and a smile, Young master, would you like us to assist in processing this beast's carcass? Or shall we prepare it using our own ingredients? Yes, please remove the tiger skin for her, and you may prepare the rest however you see fit, Li Chongqing replied with a smile. Processing was indeed necessary. He couldn't very well carry such a massive burden around indefinitely, nor did he harbor any peculiar inclinations in that regard. If left unattended, it would likely start to rot in a few days, resulting in waste, especially considering this could be worth several tens of thousands of taels of silver. Very well, young master. However, our tavern has a policy. While we process the beast for free, we retain 1/5 of the carcass. Would that be acceptable to you? Li Chongqing glanced at Xiaojun, who nodded in affirmation, and thus he responded, That works. No problem at all. Excellent. Young master, please hold on a moment while I summon a few men to assist in carrying it to the kitchen. Be careful not to damage the pelt. The attendant called for 3 or 4 sturdy men, who cooperatively lifted the tiger carcass and proceeded to carry it away. Let us start with some appetizers, paired with a good bottle of wine. Li Chongqing mused, feeling quite hungry at that moment. Absolutely, young master. Your order will be served shortly. On the second floor of Wanhua Tower, in a window-side position, an exquisite pear blossom table gleamed. Its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. 3 or 4 jade-like bone dishes were meticulously arranged upon the table, brimming with delectable delicacies. Yet, the centerpiece that commanded the most attention was a large copper pot, bubbling and emitting steam in a lively manner that a rich aroma of simmering soup wafted through the air, enticing the noses of the two individuals seated nearby. However, their expressions differed significantly. Xiao Ju's face was flushed, her eyes seemingly entranced by the copper pot before her petite nose twitching as she struggled to contain the glimmer of anticipation at the corners of her mouth that in stark contrast. Li Changsheng wore a solemn expression that he glanced at the copper pot, then at the mountain of tiger meat beside it, unsure of what to say. Each slice of the tiger meat was astonishingly thin, reminiscent of gossamer wings. This scene evoked in him a profound sense of temporal dislocation, as if he had been transported back to a previous life, sitting in a hot pot restaurant, savoring lamb. When the copper pot was first brought to the table, he couldn't help but wonder if a fellow villager was secretly cooking in the back kitchen. Gulp! A sudden sound of swallowing broke the silence. As Xiao Ju fixated on the copper pot, her throat involuntarily convulsing, oblivious to the tiger skin presented by the server. Xiao Ju, how about we share a meal? Li Changxing's eyes twitched slightly, amusement flickering across his face as he spoke. He had a few matters he wished to inquire about her, and sharing a meal with another could hardly be considered a negative affair. After all, Xiao Ju's appearance was not lacking. She certainly embodied the essence of a feast for the eyes. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Ju clasped her hands together, her cheeks tinged with shyness, yet her gaze betrayed an undeniable yearning. Waiter, please bring an extra pair of chopsticks. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Young master. Come, let us dine together. I have some inquiries to make. As he spoke, Li Changxing began to eagerly reach for the tiger meat from the copper pot. Oh well, if you insist, young master, feel free to ask me anything, before long. Xiao Ju obediently settled into her chair. However, unable to resist the increasingly tantalizing aroma, she cautiously picked up her chopsticks and retrieved a slice of meat from the copper pot, placing it into her mouth. Oh, young master, this meat is absolutely delicious, so tender. Previously, my master brought me here once, but it didn't compare to this meat. Ah, it's so hot. As Xiao Ju savored her first bite, her eyes narrowed in bliss, her face radiant with happiness. Although her mouth was scalded, her small hands remained tightly clasped over her lips, unwilling to relinquish the delectable morsel that there's plenty of meat. Feel free to indulge, Li Changxing chuckled, shaking his head as he surveyed the mountainous array of delicacies. Thank you, young master. You are truly kind. You will surely encounter a beautiful girl in the future. As Xiao Ju praised, she carefully extracted another slice of meat from the copper pot and savored it. Have you heard of a place nearby called Wu Family Village? Li Changxing inwardly acknowledged Xiao Ju's prophecy. Although he had visited that place previously, time had dulled his memory of the route. He only recalled that it was in this vicinity. The aroma intensified, igniting Li Changxing's appetite. He had to admit that the broth at Wanhua Tower was indeed exquisite, rivaling even the finest hot pot establishments from his past life, perhaps even surpassing them. Moreover, the entire mound of tiger meat had likely been marinated in advance. Each bite was tender and flavorful, leaving a lingering taste upon his palate. However, in his previous life, consuming such fare would have likely landed him in confinement for years. What? You know of it. Young master, do you have business there? However, if there are no pressing matters, it might be best to avoid that place for now. I heard from someone who came from there that the entire Wu family village has been wiped out. Over 100 souls perished. Xiao Ju spoke in surprise, hastily advising caution. The information left Li Changxing momentarily stunned. What? The village is gone. He was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the gravity of her words. Yes, it happened about a week ago, but news travels slowly from there. The specifics are unclear, but they say a ferocious beast attacked the village. Some even claim remnants of the beast's fur can still be found at the scene. Xiao Ju recounted earnestly. The entire Wu family village completely obliterated. Li Changxing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, that a ferocious beast attacking the village. Wu family village was indeed nestled against the Tiger Tooth mountain range, known for its rampant beasts. Yet, it was peculiar that the village had remained unscathed for so many years. only to suffer such a calamity. Now that Li Chongqing felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Though he couldn't pinpoint what, after a lengthy contemplation, he resolved to take a trip to investigate, for seeing with his own eyes would bring him peace of mind. Most importantly, if he could uncover any remnants of the beast. It might lead him to the root of the incident. Xiao Ju, diverting her thoughts, quickly returned her attention to the sumptuous feast before her. However, after only a few minutes, she found herself unable to continue. While the meat was exquisite, the energy it contained was far too potent for an ordinary person to consume in large quantities. That I can't take any more. I'm full. So hot, so hot. The young maid began to sweat profusely. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she fanned herself with her hands. Don't overdo it. If you consume too much, you won't be able to digest it. Li Chongqing shook his head, ignoring Xiao Ju's plight as he hastened his own meal. In no time, to Xiao Ju's astonishment, he had devoured a significant portion of the tiger meat. Fortunately, the little yellow-haired boy was asleep. Otherwise, the meal would have disappeared even faster. Young master, I'm full now. So, I'll take my leave, Xiao Ju said, feeling her stomach swell as she touched it. She picked up the tiger skin beside her, lamenting her departure. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and gingerly retrieved the few silver ingots Li Chongqing had given her. Placing them on the table. Young master, since Xiao Ju has dined on your hospitality, I cannot accept this silver. Otherwise, my master will scold me. One should not always accept favors without finding ways to repay them. Thank you for your generosity. If you ever need anything in Tiger Tooth Town, feel free to seek me out. I'm usually at the Hung Li clothing store, the finest in all of Tiger Tooth Town. Just ask around, and you won't be misled. Please don't get lost. Xiao Ju's expression brimmed with pride as she whispered her farewell, not waiting for Li Chongqing's response before darting out the door. Avoiding even a glance at the silver, fearful of regret. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing stood in a daze, watching the young maid disappear through the entrance on the second floor. He then glanced at the few silver ingots left on the table, a smile gradually spreading across his face. How intriguing. Chapter 41. The Peculiar Alchemy Diary. Night. Deep night. In a modest room within Tiger Tooth Town, Li Chongqing sat bare-chested, twisting and turning, diligently practicing the Nyo-Mo body forging technique. The surging vitality coursed through his body, while 9 ethereal bull-like figures shifted and roared in sync with his movements. After a considerable time, he finally ceased his actions, exhaling a long breath. His breath shot forth a full 10 feet before gradually dissipating. Once he assessed his combat prowess, Li Chongqing's brow furrowed. Combat power, 70-70. After consuming the beast meat earlier in the day, he had anticipated a notable enhancement in his abilities, only to be met with disappointment. Aside from a slight fortification of his vitality, there was no change whatsoever in his combat power. This realization led him to conclude that at the current stage of meat refining, he had reached a plateau, unable to progress further. However, he had yet to encounter anyone at this level whose combat power surpassed his own. Not even by half. Shaking his head inwardly, Li Chongqing set aside his ambitions, sitting cross-legged. He retrieved the small black cauldron from his belongings. Ever since he discovered that the rotund man was an alchemist, he had developed a keen interest in the profession. After all, if even that man could succeed, why shouldn't he? The small black cauldron may appear modest in size, yet it is more than sufficient for the purpose of alchemy. The surface of the cauldron is adorned with peculiar patterns that evoke a sense of enigmatic potency, seemingly concealing some extraordinary effects within. Li Chongqing's gaze sharpened as he intently scrutinized those intricate designs, his expression turning grave. He yearned to discern whether he could glean some unique insights from them. After a few moments, he naturally averted his gaze that anticipated. He still could not comprehend. He set the cauldron aside and retrieved the alchemical journal belonging to Wang Yue, commencing a meticulous perusal page by page. However, upon reaching the very first page, Li Chongqing's countenance began to exhibit an odd transformation. Chronicle of Divine Power. Year 1318, August 6th. Today, guests visited our home, and my parents seemed to place great importance on the occasion, insisting that my sister and I accompany them to greet the visitor. I had assumed it was some prominent figure, but upon arrival, I found it to be a rather unseemly old man. Far from handsome, indeed, even less so than Guzi. Nevertheless, the old man's demeanor appeared amiable. Yet upon seeing us step forward to welcome him, he merely smiled and fell silent. What a peculiar individual! I felt somewhat unsettled. As previous guests had always shown us the utmost respect, given that not just anyone could enter our household, in light of the old man's demeanor, I found myself disinclined towards him and resolved to make my name Wang Yue known to him. Yet, my parents expressed a hope that he would take us both as apprentices. What audacity! What status does he possess to warrant such a request from me? My sister, however, seemed quite intrigued, and I planned to inquire about the old man's identity when no one was around. Chronicle of Divine Power, year 1318, August 7th. I am astounded. I could not have guessed that the old man was, in fact, an alchemist, and according to my sister, a 7th tier 1 at that. No wonder my parents treated him with such deference. The old man was indeed wealthy. Upon meeting, he gifted my sister and me each a vial of Transcendence Elixir. I recognized this potion from an auction I had attended with my father, where it started at a staggering 50,000 taels. Heavens! The price was exorbitant, far beyond my own worth, although we are not lacking in wealth. Who would willingly spend when one could receive so generously? I have begun to piece together my parents' intentions. If I can win the old man's favor, might we not indulge in his potions at will? I must learn the art of flattery, Herr Guzzi seems adept at this. His compliments always leave me feeling quite elevated. Despite his lack of good looks, his words are undeniably charming, and I often enjoy his company during our visits to the brothels. Chronicle of Divine Power, year 1318, August 8th. Today, that old man promised to assess our alchemical talents, and the entire household regarded it with utmost seriousness that my mother rose early to visit the Fire God Temple on Phoenix Mountain to pray for good fortune, returning with a talisman she claimed would enhance our luck. How deceiving! I shudder to think how much she spent on those trinkets. It would be far better spent on me to rescue those unfortunate maidens at Mingyue Tower. For my father often said that relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. After all these years, when has a deity ever shown their power? Chronicle of Divine Power, year 1318. August 9th. Astonishing. I have struck gold. The old man declared that I possess an innate sensitivity and a formidable spirit, granting me the potential to become an alchemist. My family was elated, and I too shared in their joy, but the subsequent events became increasingly perplexing. My sister failed the assessment. Knowing her superiority in every aspect throughout our lives, it was baffling. Her perceptiveness has always seemed sharper than mine. She has an uncanny ability to unearth my hidden pocket money, no matter how cleverly I conceal it. Could the old man's jade tablet be flawed? Strangely, my sister appeared somewhat disheartened, and witnessing her demeanor dulled my own elation. In fact, I felt utterly despondent. Upon reaching this juncture, Li Chongqing's expression darkened significantly. Initially, he had not scrutinized the text closely, assuming it to be an ordinary alchemical journal, yet he was taken aback to discover that the rotund fellow had indeed chronicled his daily musings. What respectable person would pen such a diary? Reluctantly, Li Chongqing pressed on through the pages. Fortunately, after a few more, he finally encountered a passage that piqued his interest. Chronicle of Divine Power, year 1318, August 10th. Today marks my initiation as an apprentice. My parents invited numerous guests, and our home was adorned with great ceremony. It is only now that I learned the old man's name. Fu Chongqing, ranked 9th on the alchemist list. Curiosity compelled me to ask who held the first rank. Could I aspire to study under the best? Alas, I was met with a fierce reprimand from my sister, who admonished me not to aim too high that I dared not press further, sensing that she might truly resort to violence. The initiation ceremony proceeded swiftly. Yet I soon realized I had tumbled into a pit of confusion as I was inundated with a barrage of disorganized knowledge on herbs and pharmacology that overwhelmed me. My parents had declared that I would not be permitted to leave until I had successfully concocted my first elixir. Their seriousness was palpable. Even Herr Guzzi, who usually came to play, had been dismissed. I envied my sister, who was free to revel until the late hours. Thus, for the sake of the maidens of Mingyue Tower and the prospect of reuniting with Herr Guzzi, I resolved to labor diligently in my studies. Chapter 42, Li Chongqing's Alchemical Talent Chronicle of Divine Power, year 1318, August 20th. I have succeeded. At long last, I, Wang Yue, have crafted my very first elixir, a qi restoration pill. Yet, curiously, the color of this elixir does not align with the description provided by the old man. Typically, qi restoration pills are entirely white, with pure specimens exhibiting a pristine whiteness. That it is said that someone once achieved a milky white variant, yet mine appears rather yellow. How perplexing. The old man has arrived. No, I should now refer to him as master. He inspected the elixir, casting a glance at me that unmistakably conveyed his disdain. That in that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to administer a potion of my own to him. Master took the elixir I had painstakingly created and inexplicably found a stray dog with some injuries, feeding it the potion. That I felt humiliated. Yes, he was no more than a wretched old man. How could he be my master? To serve my painstakingly crafted elixir to a dog. Yet, to my astonishment, the effects became apparent swiftly to Perhaps I misjudged my master. The dog seemed fine at first, its injuries healing rapidly. However, shortly thereafter, a peculiar change occurred in its eyes. They appeared somewhat red. Moreover, its behavior became rather exuberant, to say the least, as it dashed about the yard, engaging in rather inappropriate antics. That I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, especially as I noticed my sister eyeing me with an intent that suggested violence. Ultimately, perhaps due to my master's presence, she refrained from acting. Indeed, you are a splendid master. I hold you in high regard. Ultimately, my master remarked that my process was not flawed, and the elixir itself was acceptable. However, the order of the materials added was incorrect. That it was evident that I had included excess ingredients, resulting in an overly vigorous reaction, lacking the necessary gentleness. The upside, however, was that the potency had doubled, albeit with the side effect of potentially inciting desires. That my master did not elaborate on the nature of these desires, yet I understood his implication. That what does it matter? I could merely proclaim my elixir at Minuet Tower, and the patrons would come flocking. Yet, my sister declared that she would never consume any elixir of mine. That I felt a twinge of disappointment, and, in an impetuous moment, remarked that she lacked vision. Yet, unbeknownst to me, my master had already departed, resulting in my sister delivering a sound thrashing. It was quite painful. I felt as though my skull might shatter. It was only then that I realized how formidable my sister had become. I possessed no means of resistance. Alas, what shall I do in the future? Chronicle of Divine Power. Year 1318, August 28th. Today, I am filled with joy, for it is the day of my formal apprenticeship. This should be a day of great celebration. Yet, my ungrateful master incessantly urged me not to disclose my status as his disciple upon my departure. Humph. What does he imply? Does he look down upon me? I, Wang Yue, achieved the creation of a qi restoration pill in merely 10 days. How can he fail to recognize such prodigious talent? With such poor judgment, it is no wonder he ranks only 9th on the alchemist's list. Moreover, it must be noted that on that day, our family hosted a master apprenticeship banquet, inviting a multitude of guests. Everyone is already aware of the circumstances. Do you genuinely believe you can evade responsibility? How amusing. My parents and sister, too, on such a momentous occasion of my initiation, failed to invite anyone to witness the ceremony. However, it is fortunate that Guzzi chose to attend. Indeed, he is a loyal lackey of mine. This afternoon, I shall take him along to enjoy the company of the young ladies at Minuet Tower. It has been quite some time since my last visit. I wonder if the girls there still remember the dashing Wang Yue from back then. Alas! Yet today brought an unexpected surprise. The old man gifted me a small cauldron as an initiation present. Initially, I felt quite pleased. However, he then remarked that this cauldron was one he used in his youth and was now of no further use to him. So he bestowed it upon me, even feigning that it was perfectly suited for someone at the beginner stage like myself. What a miserly old coot. Does Wang Yue truly appear so inept? A beginner, indeed. My success rate with qi replenishing pills is nearly 50% now. Does he really think I am unaware of the level of those so-called beginners outside? I merely withheld my rebuttal for the sake of familial respect. However, I have resolved that I must possess my own alchemical cauldron. After all, it is an essential item for a successful alchemist. Upon reaching this point, Li Chongsheng could no longer continue reading. He felt a slight ache in his head. He could hardly fathom what manner of person could produce such nonsensical writings. Nonetheless, the information revealed within the journal did leave him somewhat astonished at a 7th-tier alchemist, Fu Changqing, Wang Yue, and what about his sister's cultivation level? Their residence must be in close proximity to Phoenix Mountain? But where exactly is Phoenix Mountain? Li Chongsheng was uncertain, yet he was sure it lies beyond the borders of Chengyin County. Moreover, he was aware that within the realm of the Diyue dynasty, There exists stringent control over temples and similar establishments that IT could even be described as appalling. He had never once encountered a temple within Chengyin County. Initially, he assumed there were no such places here. Yet unexpectedly, he discovered a fire god temple boldly situated atop Phoenix Mountain. That little chubby fellow surely has some significant connections that Li Changxing's mind was in a whirl. After a long while, he finally set down the alchemical journal and turned his gaze towards the small cauldron beside him. According to the little chubby fellow's journal, if one possesses the talent for alchemy, they can effortlessly control the flames within the cauldron after infusing their qi and blood. That Li Changxing's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he fixated on the exquisitely crafted small cauldron on the ground. An inexplicable concept forming in his mind. This sensation, why does it seem so much like fuel? Am I to use my own qi and blood as fuel? He placed one hand gently upon the small cauldron, cautiously channeling his qi and blood into it. Buzz, the cauldron trembled slightly, and something within seemed to flicker momentarily before returning to tranquility. No response? Is it due to insufficient energy or some other reason? Li Changxing felt perplexed and continued to amplify his output, that a torrent of vigorous qi and blood surged into the small cauldron like crashing waves. Yet, strangely enough, even such an impressive infusion merely caused the cauldron to tremble incessantly. Showing no sign of reaction whatsoever. There was no flame, not even a spark. The young man fell into silence. This cannot be. Surely something must be amiss, if that little chubby fellow could accomplish it. How could I possibly fail? Li Changxing ceased his actions, his gaze fixed on the cauldron as he sank into contemplation. Could it be that I lacked the talent for alchemy? How could that be? Li Changxing found it hard to believe, pondering silently as his eyes flickered. After a moment, he took a deep breath, his right hand once again brushing over the small cauldron. But this time, his consciousness accompanied his qi. Delving deeper into the cauldron itself, in an instant, it felt as though he had sensed something. Inside the cauldron, a myriad of intricate symbols suddenly manifested within his perception, resembling several individual symbols fused together. No, wait. Why are these symbols glowing? As Li Changxing's mental energy continued to surge forth, the symbols seemed to respond, gradually activating like a machine, each one lighting up in succession. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of flame erupted from the cauldron. Yet before Li Changxing could revel in his excitement, the next moment his surging qi and blood were instantaneously absorbed by the cauldron. That tiny spark within transformed into a robust flame, igniting fiercely within the cauldron, bursting forth with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, the flames surged dramatically, forcefully toppling the cauldron's lid to the ground. It then erupted into a towering inferno, shooting up 5 to 6 meters high, illuminating the entire room. Li Changxing stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the imposing column of fire before him, with only one thought racing through his mind. Oh no, I want to be burning down the entire house. Chapter 43, Danqing Pavilion. My sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry. Li Changxing, looking embarrassed, pulled several silver notes from his pocket and handed them to the innkeeper. Please, just be more careful next time. This has been passed down through my family. I rely on it for my livelihood, and if you burn it down, I will be finished. The innkeeper, appearing to be in his 30s, wore an expression of distress. He seemed to be yet another individual struggling through life. Yet his right hand was still deftly accepting the silver notes. One could only wonder what he was doing awake alone at such a late hour. Although he initially intended to scold Li Changxing, he ultimately bit his tongue in the face of the power of money. What is happening? A curious guest nearby inquired. I don't know. It seems there's a fire somewhere. What? A fire at this hour? Well, drywood catches fire easily. Isn't that how things are nowadays? Li Changxing could faintly hear the whispers around him, feeling somewhat helpless. After seeing off the innkeeper, he finally looked up at the eaves of the roof, which had already turned blackened with soot. Indeed, it was burning. Fortunately, the fire had been extinguished in time. Otherwise, he would have had to compensate for the entire inn. Inside the room, the small black cauldron remained silently in place, its lid having been blown aside. Shaking his head slightly, Li Changxing sat cross-legged, his gaze fixated on the small cauldron before him. IT should be controlled by mental energy. No, it should be that mental energy serves as the guide, while qi and blood serve as the material. Both are indispensable. If the mental energy is not strong enough, it cannot activate the symbols inside the cauldron. And if the qi and blood are insufficient, the flames will not be sustained for long. Moreover, the blood infusion alchemy method should be specifically designed to pair with this small cauldron. It must be said, it is indeed a marvelous item. Gradually, as Li Chongqing reached his conclusions, a smile of delight appeared on his face, and he subconsciously glanced around before placing his right hand once more atop the small cauldron. Boom! A faint flicker of flame suddenly began to rise slowly from within the cauldron. The following day, Li Chongqing stood quietly before a pavilion, his backpack slung over his shoulder, gazing up. The three large characters Danqing Pavilion appeared remarkably ancient and natural. It is said that this Danqing Pavilion is merely a branch of the one in Huaizhen, situated here to facilitate the collection of various rare medicinal herbs brought back by warriors from the Hushan Mountain. However, prior to arriving, Li Chongqing had taken the time to inquire with Xiaoju and, after comparing notes, discovered that this establishment indeed enjoys a commendable reputation throughout Huaizhen. Yet, how curious that the name of this shop is identical to that of the Danqing list mentioned in the previous journal. Setting aside his internal confusion, Li Chongqing stepped inside. The entire pavilion spanned 2 stories and was quite spacious. Upon entering, he could distinctly smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Rather than being unpleasant, it imparted a soothing sense of relaxation. This must have been deliberately crafted by the owners. Greetings, young sir. How may I assist you? At Danqing Pavilion, we have an abundance of offerings, be it medicinal herbs or elixirs. All are highly acclaimed. As soon as he stepped inside, a shop assistant clad in gray approached him from behind the counter, beaming as he inquired, "Can one purchase elixirs here?" Li Chongqing felt a stir of interest, glancing at the numerous cabinets lining the walls of the first-floor hall. Unable to resist asking, "How much do you charge for a qi replenishing pill?" "Oh, young sir, you've asked at the perfect time. Come, take a look here. The prices of qi replenishing pills currently vary based on quality. Observe this one." The shop assistant refrained from immediately stating the price. Instead, retrieving a small box from the cabinet behind him, seemingly prepared in advance, he then opened it before Li Chongqing, revealing 4 pills exquisitely arranged on a red fabric base, each of varying colors. Here, these are qi replenishing pills with a purity of 60%. They are currently the most affordable, priced at merely 100 taels of silver. The shopkeeper pointed to the leftmost grayish-white qi replenishing pill and smiled, saying, "And this one, with a purity of 70%, is slightly more expensive, priced at 200 taels of silver." The white component of the 70% purity pill has begun to gradually overshadow the gray. "Young master, look at this. It is a qi replenishing pill with 80% purity, priced at 400 taels of silver." "Young master, take a look at this one as well. It is a qi replenishing pill with 90% purity, priced at 600 taels of silver." The toxicity is nearly negligible, yet its efficacy surpasses that of the previous 2 significantly, though the price may be a tad higher. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced, casting furtive glances at Li Chongqing's expression. Upon entering Tiger Tooth Town, Li Chongqing had witnessed a towering tiger corpse, several meters high, in the young man's hands, resembling a mere toy. With that alone, he deduced that this was a significant figure, a wealthy individual. "What do you think, young master? Which one would you like?" The shopkeeper deliberately positioned the highest purity pill in the center of Li Chongqing's view, his intentions transparent that Li Chongqing, however, paid no heed to the shopkeeper's thoughts. His gaze scanning each option, as the purity increased, the pill's color became increasingly immaculate, until the 90% purity pill was barely speckled with gray. Indeed, regardless of the setting, the only flaw of fine goods is their steep price. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Chongqing, prompting him to inquire directly, "Do you have any qi replenishing pills with 100% purity here?" "Ah!" The shopkeeper was taken aback, about to respond when a voice suddenly interjected nearby. "There are no 100% purity qi replenishing pills here. I lack the capability to refine such a thing. In fact, I can assure you that no alchemist in the entirety of Tiger Tooth Town, no, not even in the whole of Qingyin County, can produce such a pill." Li Chongqing turned to see an elderly gentleman in splendid robes calmly stating this to the elder son. "What brings you here today?" Upon recognizing the visitor, the shopkeeper's expression shifted, and he hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Elder son has come." "How wonderful. Elder son, you are as vigorous as ever." "Huh. Not only the shopkeeper, but also the other patrons in the establishment seemed to recognize the elder, all greeting him with deference that I've been cooped up at home for too long. I felt a bit stifled and decided to take a stroll. Please everyone make yourselves at home. The elder cast a brief glance at Li Chongqing, smiled, and made his way upstairs without further engagement. Who is that? After the elder disappeared onto the second floor, Li Chongqing could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Elder's son, our second-tier alchemist at Danqing Pavilion is renowned throughout Tiger Tooth Town. The shopkeeper couldn't help but elaborate, his eyes filled with envy. Though Li Chongqing nodded, choosing not to comment further. From the reactions of those present, he grasped, to some extent, the esteemed status alchemist held in the public eye. Such treatment for a mere second-tier alchemist. One could only imagine the reverence for a seventh tier. Indeed, skilled trades are valued everywhere. Ah, young master, how are you finding these options? Although we lack the 100% purity chi replenishing pill, these will suffice for most martial artists, and they were all personally refined by Master Sun. Their efficacy is absolutely guaranteed. The shopkeeper, regaining his composure, inquired again, subtly pushing the wooden box containing the pills closer. However, this time, Li Chongqing didn't glance at the pills but instead smiled and asked, I heard. You also sell medicinal herbs, correct? Ah, yes indeed. What is it? The shopkeeper instinctively nodded, albeit uncertain of Li Chongqing's intentions. Well then, please fetch me some sunflower grass, light moonwood, and 10 portions of each item. Calculate the total cost for me. Most of the herbs required for the chi replenishing pills were rather common, with only 1 or 2 being somewhat rare. But overall, they were relatively easy to find, even in ordinary herbal shops outside, let alone at Danqing Pavilion. Yet their prices were not affordable for the average person. Young master, you wish to purchase herbs? Yes, precisely. Oh, very well. Young master, please hold on. Upon receiving confirmation, the shopkeeper scratched his head. Disregarding the open wooden box on the table, he turned and began searching through the wall cabinets. Yes, each cabinet was opened. It wasn't long before he had gathered all 10 portions of herbs Li Chongqing requested. Young master, here are the herbs you asked for. All 10 portions were neatly placed in a large box. Li Chongqing checked briefly, confirming that the contents matched those noted in his previous studies. Then nodded. How much is this in total? 150 taels of silver will suffice. What did you say? 150 taels. Li Chongqing nodded, his hand reaching into his pocket, but his mind quickly registered the information. Yes, that is indeed the market price. Young master, he couldn't believe his ears. These items only cost 150 taels. Li Chongqing stared at the large box filled with herbs, his mind momentarily blank. The cheapest chi replenishing pill had cost 100 taels. Yet the herbs sufficient to concoct 10 such pills were merely 150 taels. It was an outrageous profit. An unparalleled windfall. Unconsciously, Li Chongqing's breath grew heavy, his eyes shimmering with visions of wealth. For the first time, he found himself intrigued by the profession of alchemy. Not merely intrigued, but possessed with a firm determination to master it. At that moment, Li Chongqing had no interest in haggling. He simply tossed down 150 taels in banknotes, seized the wooden box, and turned to leave, leaving the shopkeeper utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the inn, Li Chongqing sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the small cauldron before him. On the floor beside him lay the neatly arranged herbs for 10 chi replenishing pills. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind, delving into the small cauldron, and gently infused it with his vital essence. This time with utmost tenderness, familiar flames began to emerge within the cauldron, and as the flames transformed into a robust fire, Li Chongqing cautiously moderated the flow of his essence. Yes, this was precisely how it should be. Watching the flames within the cauldron dance to his will, he felt a sense of satisfaction and proceeded to add the herbs one by one, as per his recollection, with his mind and essence continuously adjusting the flame's temperature. The herbs gradually burned, yielding peculiar liquids of various colors. Li Chongqing remained entirely focused, his eyes glued to the cauldron, not daring to relax for a moment. A quarter of an hour later, with a resounding bang, the flames within the cauldron erupted as if they had detonated, sending the lid flying to the ground and the dark residue scattering everywhere. Li Chongqing, what in the world just happened? He stared blankly at the scene before him, bewildered. Is this an explosion? No, wait, I must have input too much essence, causing the temperature to rise excessively. The young man pondered, examining his hands as he reflected. Never mind. Let's try again. Shaking his head, Li Chongqing emptied the residue from the cauldron, replaced the lid, reignited the flame, and began to add the second batch of herbs. Failing the first time was normal. After all, who succeeds at everything on their first try? Failure is merely the mother of success. As long as I keep trying, I am certain I will one day achieve success, with renewed confidence after encouraging himself. Li Chongqing felt invigorated. However, the second attempt resulted in another bang. The lid was once again sent flying to the ground, Li Chongqing. This time, it was likely due to my lack of control over my focus. Onward for the third attempt, the flames within the cauldron burned for a while before suddenly extinguishing. It seemed he had been too gentle, causing the flames to cool too much. Yes, that must be it. The young man's confidence never wavered. The fourth attempt resulted in another bang. The flames surged violently, propelling the lid several meters away. Li Chongqing remained expressionless, his eyes narrowed at the black residue in the cauldron. Try again, a true man never yields. Yet bang, 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 by the eighth attempt, the cauldron's lid shot forth like a hidden weapon, embedding itself into the wall. At this moment, the heap of black medicinal residue on the ground appeared to mock the young man incessantly. Li Chongqing's eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the small cauldron on the ground. It was only at this juncture that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was undoubtedly experiencing a difficult birth, however. How could this be? Lying on the ground, the youth slowly closed his eyes. What had gone awry? The temperature, the timing, and the myriad reactions among the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were all vividly etched in his mind. Patience was essential. There was no point in rushing childbirth. Nor could he resort to a cesarean section after a prolonged moment of rest. Regaining some clarity, Li Chongqing finally opened his eyes. He rose to remove the lid from the wall-mounted cauldron and placed it atop the small cauldron once more. Then, with an almost haphazard gesture, he threw a portion of medicinal herbs into the small cauldron. As the vital energy surged once again, a loud bang ensued. The herbs swiftly melted in the flames, and Li Chongqing intently sensed the reactions within the cauldron, making adjustments from time to time. This time, it was evidently much better than before, astonishingly lasting a full quarter of an hour without an explosion. Yet, when it came to the final step of condensing the elixir bang, the small cauldron erupted once more. At that moment, Li Chongqing's clenched fists began to tighten slightly. He had not anticipated that among these 10 portions of medicinal herbs, not a single one had succeeded thus far. His gaze fell once again upon the last portion of herbs in his hand, and Li Chongqing hesitated momentarily. But soon, he cast it into the small cauldron. A mere 150 taels. At this point, he could still afford such a trivial expenditure. Strangely, this final attempt found Li Chongqing remarkably calm. As if he were entirely unperturbed by the 9 previous failures, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Skillfully controlling the fire within the cauldron, he was acutely aware of every transformation of the herbs. Li Chongqing seemed to be contemplating what to have for breakfast the following morning, but suddenly a fragrant aroma began to waft slowly from the small cauldron. What is happening? Li Chongqing's eyes flickered, retracting his thoughts as he held his breath, forcibly suppressing the joy swelling within him, and focused entirely on condensing the elixir within the cauldron. The fragrance intensified, and finally, the soft sound of a bead dropping onto a plate reached Li Chongqing's ears. As the flames within the cauldron extinguished naturally, lifting the lid, he beheld a grayish-white elixir lying quietly at the center of the small cauldron. This as he has succeeded in producing it. Chapter 45. Practice makes perfect. With a heartfelt intention to cultivate flowers that do not bloom, and an unintentional insertion of willows that provide shade, Li Chongqing, who had nearly given up, ultimately succeeded in refining a chi-replenishing pill from the last portion of herbs. Yet why did this pill appear so subpar? Picking up the elixir to examine it closely in his hand, it shimmered with light, revealing a grayish-white hue, with gray occupying nearly half of its surface area, making it appear less appealing than the previous elixir of 60% purity obtained from the Danqing Pavilion. Did I ask this merely 50% purity? Li Chongqing's expression turned skeptical. Did that not mean it lacked even the qualification to be shelved? The thought left him incredulous, his face a canvas of questions. The young man sighed inwardly and carelessly tossed the elixir aside, his mind racing back through the experiences of his previous alchemical attempts. It seemed there had been an issue with the flame adjustment. The timing of introducing the herbs was slightly off, and he had also been delayed in collecting the elixir at the end. Would it have been better if he had increased his mental focus during the final stages? A cascade of hypothetical scenarios played out in Li Chongqing's mind, a series of sparks of inspiration flitting through his brain like shooting stars gradually. For reasons unclear, the more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, a potent surge of impulse rising within him. His gaze occasionally darted toward the black small cauldron on the ground, as if it concealed some fatal temptation. What if he procured more herbs to try again? Glancing outside, it was still merely noon. If he attempted once more, there would be ample time to reach Wu family village. If all else failed, he could always sleep outside for the night. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chongqing could no longer suppress his impulses, standing up and pushing open the door, making his way directly to the Danqing Pavilion. Inside the Danqing Pavilion, the shop assistant looked perplexed as he regarded Li Chongqing. "Young master, do you wish to purchase more herbs?" "Yes, I need 10 more portions of those herbs from before. Quickly, I'm in a hurry," Li Chongqing affirmed with a nod that, "Oh, very well, please hold on." The shop assistant did not inquire further and turned to search through the medicinal cabinet. Once he had gathered all the items, Li Chongqing swiftly seized them and turned to leave. His mind was still brimming with ideas. He was unwilling to waste a moment longer. What did that young man just purchase? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the shop assistant, "Dada, old son, you're here." The shop assistant jumped in surprise and promptly offered his respectful greetings. Old son nodded, gesturing for the assistant to answer his question, but he still had a faint impression of the young man who sought a pill of complete purity. Why the obsession with such purity? As long as it's usable, that suffices. They're just common medicinal herbs. Oh, it seems to be quite similar to some of what you previously acquired in the shop. Dada, what did he buy? Show me. Old son's expression shifted slightly in surprise as he inquired. Certainly, old son. Please wait a moment. The shop assistant, not daring to conceal anything, quickly retrieved all of Li Chongqing's previous purchased herbs and laid them before old Sunday. It was indeed the materials for refining the qi-replenishing pill. With just a glance, old son instantly recognized the purpose of these herbs, for this was a pill he frequently refined. However, he usually took more or fewer unimportant items to confuse others. Yet, it was evident that Li Chongqing had no intention of doing so. Did he regard the recipe for the qi-replenishing pill as insignificant? The thought stirred a hint of envy within old Sunday. It should be noted that he had endured countless hardships to obtain this recipe when he became a disciple. That in comparison, old son felt an uncomfortable sensation rising within him. Was this young man perhaps a disciple of some master, honing his skills with the qi-replenishing pill? Old son mused, seemingly struck by another thought, and then asked, how many portions did that person just take? That customer took 10 portions of herbs all at once. The shop assistant candidly replied, 10 portions. Old son was taken aback. That it must be noted that during his own alchemical endeavors, he could scarcely manage to refine 4 batches in one go before being utterly exhausted. At that time, he felt as if his head would split open. His master had later explained that it was due to his insufficient strength, allowing only 3 batches a day. Overexerting oneself could even cause damage to the soul. Even now, he could only manage 5 batches of elixirs a day at most. Wait and see. Soon you'll witness what has to come. Old son smirked, seemingly reveling in the thought of Li Chongqing suffering from a splitting headache. Yet, unexpectedly, the shop assistant chimed in again. Oh, by the way, old son, that customer has already purchased 10 portions before. With the 10 just now, he has bought a total of 20 portions today. Impossible. 2 hours later. Within the inn, Li Chongqing's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated intently on the elixir within the cauldron, meticulously controlling the formation of the elixir with his formidable mental strength. Despite the fatigue etched upon his youthful face, his expression remained fervently animated. Faster, faster. Li Chongqing murmured softly, hastening the infusion of vital energy, which correspondingly accelerated the solidification of the elixir within the cauldron. Soon, a fragrant aroma began to waft gently into the air. And after 3 breaths, the flames extinguished naturally. Li Chongqing appropriately ceased his actions, lifting the lid to reveal a round, pristine white elixir before him. It worked. Li Chongqing's eyes lit up as he carefully cradled the elixir in his palm. Scrutinizing it closely, the elixir was entirely white, save for a single gray speck adorning it. That be why its appearance. Its purity appeared to be around 90%. Li Chongqing gradually closed his eyes, calming the excitement within. His gaze shifted to the 6 elixirs placed nearby. Those represented the entirety of his achievements for the day. Excluding the initial attempt, he had successfully produced 5 elixirs from the 10 portions of herbs this time, yielding a success rate exceeding 50%. Aside from the first elixir, which bore a purity of 50%, none of the remaining successful elixirs fell below 70% purity, with 2 of them reaching an astonishing purity of 90%. The total cost for the herbs was 300 taels. Having produced 6 finished elixirs, excluding the uncertain price of the first elixir, the remaining 5 could fetch a minimum profit of over 1,000 taels when sold at the prices set by Danqing Pavilion. Though Li Chongqing had already anticipated the outcome, he was still taken aback that it is worth noting that this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy. One could only wonder about the success rates of those alchemists who have dedicated years to the crafting of qi-replenishing pills. Indeed, the profession of alchemy is fraught with lucrative potential. Yet at this moment, Li Chongqing finally experienced a sense of fatigue, not of the body, but of the spirit, even though his soul had been significantly enhanced. He found himself compelled to pause after concocting 20 batches of qi-replenishing pills that if he continued, it seemed he would truly be unable to leave his abode today. At this juncture, even he could sense a slight heaviness in his mind. After a brief moment of rest with his eyes closed, he placed the pills into a jade vial, gathered his belongings, and then pushed open the door, making his way toward the city gates. Indeed, it appears that in any world, the most profitable endeavors are often the most taxing. However, an hour after Li Chongqing's departure, outside Huya town, an elderly man clad in black stood quietly at the city gates. Hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the name on the city wall, lost in reverie. Huya town. How long it has been. A short distance further should lead to the Huya mountain range. Such a familiar place. Wu Qi's eyes were deep with contemplation as he sighed, setting aside his thoughts. After paying the entrance fee, he strode purposefully into the town, based on the clues he had gathered earlier on his journey. That young man should, without a doubt, be here. Yet he pondered whether it would be better to bring him back dead or alive. This aspect was still not clear in Wu Qi's mind. Nonetheless, now that he had arrived, perhaps it would be wise to first visit Wangyue Tower. Wu Qi felt nostalgic for the delicacies of that establishment, not to mention the enchanting maidens of Qinghong Tower. He wondered if they still possessed the same captivating charm as before. At that moment, within the Danqing Pavilion, a young attendant behind the counter was meticulously weighing medicinal herbs with a scale, muttering to himself, 1 pound and 3 taels, 1 pound and 3 taels. I cannot accept more, yet less won't do. Outside the counter, a girl in blue was chattering away, her large, beautiful eyes fixed intently on the scale in the attendant's hands, seemingly assessing the weight of the herbs to ensure no discrepancies. Rest assured, Xiaojun, I have been at Danqing Pavilion for nearly 5 years now, and I rarely make mistakes. 1 pound and 3 taels. Right, just look, is it not this much? After weighing the herbs, the attendant carefully placed them on the table, pointing to them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaojun quickly leaned over the counter, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the markings, confirming that the scale indeed rested at 1 pound and 3 taels before nodding in satisfaction. Yes, that's perfect. How much do I owe you? As she inquired, she began to rummage through her clothing pocket for a red purse. It should only be 3 taels of silver, the attendant replied with a grin. What? That can't be right. Why are the herbs so expensive now? Before, I could buy this much for only 2 taels and 8 coins. Xiaojun exclaimed, her face filled with dismay. Are you trying to swindle me? I work hard for my money, and I don't have much on me. Her expression was one of distress, her small hands tightly clutching the red purse, as if extracting money from it were a tremendous ordeal. This price was not set by me, but by the shopkeeper. Recently, Huya Town has seen an influx of people, and many more customers have been visiting to purchase pills, leading to a shortage of raw materials. The shopkeeper is currently outsourcing supplies and has yet to return. Humph, it's just too costly that I've been buying from you for so long. Can't you make an exception? I even treated you to candied hawthorn last time. Humph, ungrateful attendant. Xiaojun's face was a picture of indignation, as though the attendant's price increase was the gravest of offenses. This a fine Xiaojun this time. Let us stick to the same price as last time. The attendant sighed with resignation, unable to refuse her. That is more like it. Here is your money, a total of 2 taels and 8 coins. Be careful not to drop it. Seeing her haggling succeed, Xiaojun smiled brightly as she took her time, counting out a few pieces of silver from her red purse. Unbeknownst to the attendant, however, several large silver notes, lay hidden deep within Xiaojun's purse. All right, all right. The attendant accepted the silver and began packing the herbs that, oh, by the way, when will you become the shopkeeper? Xiaojun asked eagerly. That I don't know, replied the attendant. Oh, you must remember to treat me to a meal when you do become the shopkeeper. Let us go to Wanghua Tower. I tell you, the food there is absolutely delicious. I went there not long ago, but alas, I could only manage a few bites before feeling full. Sigh, my stomach is truly useless. As Xiaojun waited for the attendant to package the herbs, she rested her right hand on the counter, propping her chin up with a look of regret that as she spoke, her tongue would occasionally dart out to lick her lips, clearly still savoring the memory of that delightful cuisine. Wanghua Tower is so expensive. How could I possibly afford it? Why can't you afford it, Xiaojun? Don't underestimate yourself. You've been here for so long. And the shopkeeper rarely comes by. It's all been you serving customers after all these years. Hasn't it turned out well? I truly believe you have the makings of a shopkeeper. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant quickly interjected, Do not speak so carelessly. If the master hears you, he might just dismiss me on the spot. No worries if he does let you go. Come work for us, that I'll tell you. Our master has taken quite a liking to you. There was a time when he mentioned that once you're no longer here, he would welcome you over to our place. Perhaps the two of us can enjoy the finest delicacies daily. Just thinking about it brings me joy. All right, enough of that. I still have other customers to attend to. The herbs are all packed here. You should hurry back. Otherwise, your master will surely have something to say. The shop assistant hastily quickened his pace, and before long, he had neatly packaged the herbs that Xiaojun needed and placed them before her. That won't happen. My master is a good person. Remember to come find me then. All right. Noticing someone approaching, Xiaojun paused, grabbed the herbs, exchanged a casual greeting, and quickly departed, leaving the shop assistant with a wry smile. At that moment, a man dressed in purple approached the shop assistant and calmly spoke. Hello, I would like to inquire about the crafting of a few elixirs. Oh, certainly. May I ask what kind of elixirs you wish to create? Oh no, wait, what kind of pills? The shop assistant, caught off guard, felt that his words were somewhat amiss and hurriedly corrected himself. Chapter 46. The annihilation of Wu family village to the south of Huaizhen. After traversing two grand mountains, one can directly enter the Huishan mountain range. Nestled between these two mountains lies Wu family village. Its location is not far from Huaizhen. In fact, in a straight line, it might be less than 20 kilometers away. However, Wu family village is surprisingly secluded, completely off the main route, situated along a side path that branches out. This is also the primary reason why it took so long for anyone to discover that Li Chongqing had visited this area during his childhood. And in his hazy recollections, he remembered the entire Wu family village was surrounded by a dense bamboo forest, forming a natural barrier. From the outside, the scenery was quite picturesque, evoking a sense of dark willows and bright flowers in another village. This moment, on the narrow forest path, Li Chongqing walked behind a middle-aged man, listening with a smile as he recounted past experiences. This man, surnamed Lu, had seemingly forgotten his full name. It was simply what people began to call him after numerous encounters. Dressed in a faded gray garment, he appeared somewhat aged, and he was uncertain of his own age, perhaps in his 30s or 40s. However, it was said that he had lived in Huaizhen for over 10 years and was well acquainted with the surrounding terrain. Naturally, this knowledge came at a price, as Li Chongqing had hired him as a guide for 20 taels of silver to avoid any potential mishaps. Xiao Li, you wouldn't believe it. When we first went there, several of us were left in shock. The entire Wu family village was a scene of carnage. Not a single intact body could be found. It was utterly horrifying. Old Lu's eyes still reflected a hint of fear. Clearly haunted by the terrifying memories that I heard, it was said that a ferocious beast attacked the village. How did the discovery happen? Li Chongqing was intrigued by this question. Back then, it was a few of us who reported to the authorities, and the soldiers stationed in Huaizhen came to investigate. We didn't dare to look too closely, but from the injuries of those who were carried out, it was evident that many of them could not have been slain by knives or axes. It was unmistakably the work of a beast. Old Lu lamented as he spoke that I have seen many dead bodies in my years in Huaizhen, but it was the first time witnessing an entire village wiped out. It truly is. Li Chongqing remained silent, uncertain of what to say. Before long, the path they traversed narrowed further, yet Li Chongqing finally caught sight of the familiar dense bamboo forest. We have arrived. Wu family village is just beyond this bamboo grove. Xiao Li, about what we discussed earlier. I want to be going in with you. Old Lu hesitated, rubbing his hands together, reluctant to take another step forward. His eyes reflected a lingering dread towards the bamboo forest, clearly indicating the psychological impact it had on him. "Thank you, Brother Liu." Li Chongqing paid him no mind, smiling as he nodded and pulled out a silver note to hand him. Xiao Li. "This is too much." Old Lu hesitated to accept the 50-tael silver note presented before him. "This is the smallest denomination I have. Just accept it. Previously, so many were unwilling to guide me. Yet you were the only one willing to bring me here. Consider the rest a token of my gratitude." Li Chongqing shook his head, disregarding any further protests, and firmly placed the silver note into old Lu's hands before turning to enter the bamboo grove. At this moment, having refined a chi-replenishing pill, he no longer felt such a strong desire for silver, as his recent earnings had come in rather swiftly. Watching Li Chongqing's figure gradually vanish into the bamboo forest, old Lu felt a mix of conflict as he gazed at the silver note in his hand. This kid, why doesn't he listen to advice? What compels him to come to this cursed place? Sigh. Truly, old Lu was merely an ordinary man, not even a martial artist. He often refrained from speaking loudly in the presence of martial practitioners, knowing that they belonged to an entirely different realm. He had little hope for his own life, but worked hard to earn money so that his son would not have to live in the same timid manner. Yet traveling alongside Li Chongqing, old Lu sensed for the first time that Li Chongqing was not like other martial artists, that he could feel the genuine respect emanating from Li Chongqing. Having spent his life navigating the streets, he could not be mistaken. Muttering softly, old Lu cautiously tucked the silver note into his bosom. He stomped his right foot firmly on the ground and resolutely followed suit into the forest. "Xiao Li, wait for me. I'll accompany you inside. Let us make it a quick in and out." As they meandered through the bamboo grove, the refreshing atmosphere they had anticipated was replaced with a chill. The dense bamboo forest blocked the sunlight, leaving Li Chongqing looking helplessly at old Lu, who was hiding behind him, struggling to conceal his discomfort. "Xiao Li, do you feel a bit cold in here?" Old Lu's voice trembled slightly. "It's probably because you're not dressed warmly enough. Lu Gu, why don't you wait for me outside? I'll be back shortly after taking a look." To his surprise, old Lu's eyes widened in protest. "How can that be? The whole of Huizhen knows I brought you here. If I don't bring you back, they might think I led you into danger. How could I conduct business in the future? No, we should hurry and take a look, then leave." Li Chongqing shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face, yet he felt warmth in his heart, knowing that old Lu was genuinely concerned for him. Without further thought, the two quickened their pace, and soon they emerged from the bamboo grove, arriving at the outskirts of Wu family village. However, upon witnessing the devastation before him, disbelief washed over Li Chongqing. The entire village lay in ruins. Not a single intact structure could be found. The gates, once sturdy barriers against wild beasts, lay shattered and strewn across the ground. The earth was marked with dried bloodstains, remnants of a tragic past. That a tattered piece of rough cloth was partially buried in the soil, revealing only a fragment of its existence. Li Chongqing scanned his surroundings, perhaps due to prior cleanup efforts. The two of them did not encounter a single corpse at the village's end. There's a small lake where the officials buried them. Old Lu pointed shakily toward the direction, his eyes filled with terror. "Let us go take a look." Li Chongqing nodded, quickening his pace, and soon the two arrived at the small lake behind the village. That a solitary, towering mound appeared before them, standing starkly against the landscape. That was not quite a grave, but perhaps better referred to as a dirt pile. After all, there was not even a tombstone in sight. That a sudden weightiness enveloped Li Chongqing's heart. Abruptly, he squinted, as if catching sight of something. With a swift motion, he approached a pile of broken tiles. "Xiao Li, wait for me." Old Lu's panicked voice trailed behind. Li Chongqing paid him no mind, crouching to examine something he had picked up from the tile pile. "This beast fur." With a subtle motion, he rubbed his right hand against the coarse black hair, its texture evidently too resilient for an ordinary beast to possess. Behind him, the sound of footsteps approached. Old Lu had arrived. As he drew closer, his gaze fell upon the tuft of black, stiff hair clutched in Li Chongqing's hand. "Old Lu, do you recognize this?" Li Chongqing inquired, lifting the hair towards him. Let me take a look." Old Lu initially seemed oblivious, but upon realizing what Li Chongqing held, he recoiled several steps, falling to the ground. Pointing at the hair in fear, he stammered, It's this thing. Earlier, I saw some people from Wu Village holding this. Chapter 47. The village chief of Wu Village, Li Chongqing's gaze fixated on the black hair in his hand, and he nodded. Was this common back then? Ah, what? Old Lu was momentarily taken aback. Was this kind of hair plentiful when you saw it? Old Lu chose to remain seated on the ground, lowering his head to recall, though his body unconsciously leaned closer to Li Chongqing. From the earlier dodge, he understood that being near Li Chongqing offered him a much greater sense of security than being alone. Actually, it wasn't too many. Seemed like only 2 or 3 people had it. The hunters from Wu Village, and the village chief seemed to have the most back then. Are they all martial artists? Or all martial artists? They were definitely far more formidable than ordinary villagers. I once passed by here and saw the village chief carrying a massive wild boar on his own. It looked to weigh about 400 or 500 pounds. At that time, the villagers said he was the strongest in Wu Village, but I don't know just how strong he really was. Old Lu continued, his hands gesturing animatedly as if to illustrate the size of the wild boar to Li Chongqing. That a wild boar. When did you come by? Suddenly, Li Chongqing had a thought that that was quite a while ago, about half a year. I suppose. Half a year. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing quietly dismissed a certain conjecture in his mind, as the timeline did not quite align. Was there an incident here before? Before the officials arrived. Li Chongqing recalled a task he had seen at the supervisory department, estimating it must have originated from the people of Tiger Tooth Town. I remember there was indeed something involving Wu Yoji and his companions. Old Lu suddenly recalled, slapping his forehead as he spoke hastily. I heard from others that Wu Yoji and the others had returned from visiting the Zhao family and stayed in the village for a day. For some reason, after they went out the next day, they never returned. When they were found, they were dead by the village's edge. That it was rumored they encountered a ferocious beast while hunting. Sigh, why are there more and more ferocious beasts around here now? Wait, the village chief organized a search for the beast. Wasn't he afraid that it would lead to the villagers' demise? Li Chongqing was somewhat taken aback that he had encountered ferocious beasts before, unless one was a martial artist. An ordinary person would likely be unable to protect themselves against such entities. Sigh, how would I know what the village chief was thinking? I just heard that he was almost driven mad with anger. The villagers searched for 2 days, but were too frightened to continue, and I heard the village chief himself search for several days outside. But in the end, he found nothing and reported it to the authorities. Old Lu shook his head, continually sighing. Wait, Old Lu, what is the relationship between Wu Yoji and the village chief? Li Chongqing sensed something amiss, that if Wu Yoji had died, how could the village chief be driven to madness? He couldn't believe the village chief would place such importance on an ordinary villager. I almost forgot to mention, Wu Yoji is the village chief's son, and he was said to be the most favored among the village chief's 3 sons. He became a martial artist at a young age and was later sent to the Zhao family for further training. Who would have thought he would die so soon? Sigh, if it were me, I might have gone mad too. Old Lu expressed his sentiments, relating somewhat to the village chief's plight, as he too had a son. Sigh, Li Chongqing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Further training. Did he become a guard for the Zhao family? But it makes sense. After all, the Zhao family is a prominent clan in Qingyin County. Even as just a guard, the resources he would have access to would surely far exceed those in this seemingly ordinary village. Old Lu, do you recall where the village chief's home is? Please take me to see it. Oh, sure. Let's go to ITS, that building at the village entrance. Upon hearing this, Old Lu stood up, dusted off his trousers, and pointed toward the direction of the entrance as he walked. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated house. The entire structure was already in ruins, with a large hole smashed into the adjacent wall, and the ground was overgrown with weeds. That Li Chongqing pushed open the wooden door, and before him lay a small courtyard, at the end of which was a small door. The living conditions of the village chief's family seemed rather decent. He had not noticed at first that the house contained a small courtyard. Li Chongqing's gaze swept around as he proceeded straight inside. Pushing open the small door at the end, Li Chongqing finally saw the living area. A long wooden table stood in the center, with a large bed against one wall, and a few everyday items strewn about. To the far right was a stove, and in the corner, a pile of unused firewood lay. By all appearances, it resembled the home of an ordinary family, just slightly larger than others. Shaoli, there doesn't seem to be anything of note here. Old Lu surveyed the surroundings, feeling it was rather mundane. Comparable to his own home. Indeed, Li Chongqing nodded, casually remarking. After walking around the house a few times, he found nothing unusual. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss within the house. His gaze shifted back and forth until, at last, he spotted something. "Old Lu, come take a look at this, What is it?" Old Lu hurried over, following Li Chongqing's gesture. "I asked the hole under your stove this large as well." "And it seems so. How come the hole under the village chief stove is so much larger than mine?" Old Lu gestured in the air to demonstrate the size, then confidently remarked, "It should be at least twice the size." "Who made this? The workmanship is terrible. This is just a mess." Old Lu continued to criticize. "Forget it. I just feel something is off here. They must have caused this damage themselves." Li Chongqing scrutinized for a while, but could not discern anything more, and shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it as he pulled Old Lu outside. But now they can't use it anyway. Ordinary folks probably won't dare to come here to use it in the future. Old Lu sighed, not giving it much thought, closely following behind Li Chongqing, unwilling to stray even a step away. This moment, the faint glow of the setting sun began to emerge outside, indicating that it was getting late. As they stepped outside, Old Lu observed Li Chongqing pulling out a bronze compass from his pocket, then placing the previously gathered black hair upon it. "Xiao Li, what are you planning to do?" Old Lu asked curiously, unable to comprehend the situation. I intend to search the surroundings to see if I can find that ferocious beast." "Old Lu, why don't you head back first? I might not be able to keep an eye on you later. While it's still light, you should quickly find the main road and return safely." Li Chongqing smiled, his gaze fixed on the compass, and he noticed that the needle began to turn slowly the moment the black hair was placed upon it, spinning incessantly. Why are you being so reckless? That beast is incredibly dangerous. Others would avoid it at all costs, yet you seem intent on approaching it. What are you thinking?" Old Lu appeared anxious, urging him against such folly. "Rest assured, I know my limits, that if I can't fight, I'll just run. I'm quite adept at that." Li Chongqing chuckled, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. "You sigh fine, to be honest. I suspected you came here for this reason from the start. Xiao Li, you must be someone from the authorities, right? I can sense it. I've encountered others who felt similar to you before." "Oh, have others come here as well?" Li Chongqing was somewhat taken aback, directing his gaze towards Old Lu. 2 men and 1 woman. That I can hardly recall what the 2 men looked like, but that woman remains vividly etched in my memory. She wielded a massive hammer and was remarkably robust. I have never encountered a woman so incredibly strong that my heavens. Will such a woman ever find a husband? Old Lu seemed to conjure some image in his mind, his expression filled with astonishment. "It must be her. It certainly is that Kong Barbie. Sure Yaching. She actually came here to Alas. Has the mission escalated to this extent? Even she has arrived." Li Chongqing felt a twinge of headache. After all, disregarding the past, even in the present, Sure Yaching's combat prowess was nearly on par with his own. Shaking his head slightly, Li Chongqing focused his gaze on the bronze compass in his hand. At that moment, the needle in the center of the compass finally trembled and came to a halt. Chapter 48. The vanished beast. At that moment, within a vast cave near the Tiger Tooth mountain range, a pale, frail man sat on the ground, carefully perusing a tome in his hands that he concentrated deeply, reciting softly, the interment, the concealment, transforming the energies of yin and yang, resolving one's own tribulations, contemplating the form of willow leaves. Observing the thoughts of the azure breeze, the frail man murmured, his expression exceedingly earnest. Particularly striking were his eyes, which appeared remarkably bright, akin to landscapes washed clean by rain. With each line he recited, he paused for several seconds, as if pondering the deeper meanings behind the words. This continued for quite some time until the man finally exhaled deeply, carefully closing the book and tucking it into his chest, his face adorned with a satisfied expression. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Through reading, one gains wisdom. Alas, had I not secretly followed the village teacher to learn and understand, I might have missed the chance to recognize treasures even if they lay before me. The frail man sighed wistfully, lowering his gaze in contemplation, but soon his attention was drawn to the scars that marred his legs. Although the wounds had completely healed, the scars remained, like memories forever etched upon him. If only Xiao Ling and mother were still here, our little family could find a secluded place to live happily together. As he spoke, the frail man was suddenly overcome with sorrow, instinctively gripping his right leg with a slight pressure. His tone bore a hint of a sob, and he appeared quite pitiable. Hmm. Nearby, a few soft grunts broke the silence, and several fluffy heads quickly approached, cautiously rubbing against the man, as if to comfort him. It's nothing. I was merely reminded of some unfortunate memories. The man wiped his eyes with his right hand, drying the accumulated tears, and then gently patted the large heads beside him. You are the good ones. Unlike them, that no matter how I try to please them, they always look down on me whenever I leave, and they constantly gossip about my family behind my back. Alas, but then again, who would like someone like me now? The frail man let out a bitter smile, his eyes seemingly catching sight of something. After struggling to rise, he used a nearby wooden stick to support himself and slowly made his way toward a corner. It was only then that he realized his gait was unsteady, swaying left and right. His scarred right leg could hardly bear any weight. Though the cave floor was level, he dared not quicken his pace. Fearing that he might stumble and fall, he was indeed a cripple. In the corner of the cave, a massive creature lay, panting heavily. Its jet-black fur, coupled with two sturdy tusks, exuded an aura that would chill the bones of any ordinary individual. Yet, despite its prone position, its size towered over the frail man significantly. Xiao He, I warned you not to provoke that woman. Why did you insist on disobeying? Alas, the frail man gazed at the sagging rear of the creature with a hint of compassion. But under those circumstances, it was not your fault. Had you not intervened with that woman, we might not have escaped. Rest assured, once my other brothers grow stronger, we shall avenge you against that woman. The frail man released the wooden stick, crouched down, and gently stroked the enormous head that was larger than his own body. Let us not dwell on it now. I know you are in pain. But I am powerless to assist you. I'm sorry, Xiao He. Just sleep well for now. Once you doze off, the pain will cease. Be good. Once you sleep, it won't hurt anymore. As the frail man spoke softly, one hand continued to caress the giant wild boar's head. Yet, as he spoke, a faint light began to emanate from his eyes, and he realized he was clutching a black orb in his other hand, within which fluttered fragments of willow leaves. Then, something miraculous occurred. The giant wild boar slowly ceased its panting, its body relaxing completely as if lulled by the man's soothing presence. Moments later, its eyes closed gently, and it drifted into a deep slumber. The frail man's gaze revealed a flicker of pity, but it was swiftly replaced by a coldness. His eyes gleamed faintly, and he gradually withdrew his body. Xiao He is too fatigued. I can sense it no longer wishes to endure. Brothers, can you assist it? Do not let it suffer any longer. Please, everyone, help it. A wave of darkness descended, accompanied by surges of potent energy drawing near. One by one, similar fluffy heads approached, their expressions filled with a mix of excitement and cruelty. Finally, at the moment the frail man turned to leave, they all lunged toward the injured giant wild boar. It turned out that within this cave, there were 5 or 6 other colossal wild boars of similar stature. Leaning on his wooden stick, the frail man chose not to witness the scene behind him. With a limping gait, he made his way toward the cave's exit. Upon emerging, he realized that his face was streaked with tears, though he could not recall when they had begun to flow. Is it to the east? At that moment, Li Chongxing murmured to himself, gazing at the bronze compass in his hand, that that not the direction toward the Tiger Tooth Mountain range. Could it be that the beast has emerged from the Tiger Tooth Mountain? Confirming the direction, Li Chongxing tucked the compass into his bosom. Old Lu, I'm heading over now. You should return quickly as well. Don't linger too long. Ah, very well, just be careful on your way. Old Lu, realizing he could not dissuade him, ultimately conceded. Rest assured. Li Chongxing nodded, disregarding further pleasantries as he hastened toward the direction indicated by the compass. Watching Li Chongxing gradually fade from view, Old Lu suddenly came to the realization that he was still within Wu family village. Oh dear, I must hurry back. I need to return quickly. Xiao Bao is still at home. I must go. The middle-aged man, wearied and distressed, dashed down the path he had come from, as though pursued by some ferocious beast. Moments later, Wu family village returned to its eerie silence, with only the chilling wind sweeping across the lake, creating rippling waves. Chapter 49. Encountering Shi Yaqing again with Old Lu gone, Li Chongxing felt a sense of liberation. His pace quickening significantly, in merely a short while, he had traversed several miles. However, just as he intended to press on, A familiar voice suddenly reached his ears from not far off. Zhang Qing, is the meat ready? Why are you so slow? Oh, Qing Shiji, it will be ready shortly. Just a moment. That voice is... Li Changxing's expression shifted to one of surprise as he instinctively slowed his steps, moving toward the source of the sound. Through the dense thicket, he discerned a broad clearing ahead where two men and a woman were busily tending to a fire. Beside them lay the carcass of a massive wild bull. No! Upon closer inspection, it seemed only the two men were laboring, while the woman sat nearby, directing them. Yet the sight of her arms, thicker than most men's thighs, allowed Li Changxing to quickly identify her. Indeed, it is Shi Yaqing. Concealed within the thicket, Li Changxing silently scorned her, but had no intention of approaching to greet her. He certainly did not wish to be roped into their cooking preparations, just as he was about to stealthily withdraw. A voice rang out, "Who is over there? Show yourself." Shi Yaqing cast a fleeting glance towards the position of Li Changxing and coldly commanded, her right hand firmly gripping the enormous bronze hammer resting on the ground. Clearly poised to charge forward in a moment's notice, Li Changxing's expression shifted slightly, yet he was reluctant to reveal his presence, and instead accelerated his pace towards the distance that it was over. He had forgotten to conceal his aura. However, before Li Changxing could lament his oversight, a sudden muffled sound of rushing wind reached his ears, swiftly approaching. Upon turning his head, he was taken aback to see Shi Yaqing hurling the bronze hammer towards him as if it were a concealed weapon. What the hell? Li Changxing stared in disbelief at the rapidly approaching hammer, instinctively raising his right hand to shield himself. Bang! A tremendous force surged from the hammer, causing Li Changxing to furrow his brows. His right hand opened, gripping the hammer firmly, without budging, yet his garments were already being swept backward by the fierce wind. What a formidable adversary! Shi Yaqing's voice grew closer, her speed astonishingly swift. In an instant, she burst into Li Changxing's line of sight, her muscular right arm coiling into a fist, launching a familiar strike towards him. Was that the Bull Demon's mighty fist? In the periphery, a purple-red phantom of the Bull Demon began to materialize behind Shi Yaqing, brandishing a massive hammer and roaring ferociously at him. What was happening? Why did her Bull Demon apparition also wield a hammer? There was no time for further contemplation. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Was it truly necessary to be this aggressive? She offered him no opportunity to speak. Moreover, it was evident that Shi Yaqing had summoned all her strength for this encounter. In the blink of an eye, Li Changxing acted without overthinking, instinctively executing the Bull Demon's mighty fist in return, mirroring her technique with equal fervor. In that moment, he harbored no thoughts of concealing his true power. The full extent of his capabilities at the pinnacle of his realm was laid bare. Behind him, the nine-headed Bull Demon phantoms roared in unison, unleashing their wrath toward Shi Yaqing. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Boom! As their fists collided, a deafening sound wave reverberated throughout the space, uprooting trees and scattering dust between them. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the impact, howling outward. Qing Shiji, it's me. Li Changxing managed a wry smile as he began to explain. But Shi Yaqing's gaze sparkled with an intensity akin to discovering a rare treasure, promptly interrupting him. Silence. Let us fight first. No sooner had her words left her lips than Shi Yaqing shifted her form, tracing a meteor-like arc through the air, positioning herself behind Li Changxing. Her right hand once more coiling into a fist, the Bull Demon apparition re-emerging to unleash another forceful strike towards him. Again. Li Changxing's brows knitted in dissatisfaction, but in an instant, he was enveloped in a surge of combat fervor, his star-stepping technique naturally activating, his figure becoming ethereal as he dodged Shi Yaqing's assault. Following this, akin to Shi Yaqing moments prior, he sent forth the Bull Demon's mighty fist towards her back, targeting the same spot as before. Yet, just as their strikes were about to connect, Li Changxing instinctively tempered his strength. Haha, splendid. Let us go again. Observing the oncoming fist, Shi Yaqing appeared entirely unfazed, lacking any intent to evade, her vitality surging as the Bull Demon apparition became increasingly vivid. Striking out towards Li Changxing's fist, boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, but this time, Li Changxing took a slow step back. You little rascal, which imbecile taught you to fight like this? When battling an opponent, you must exert your full strength. Otherwise, you may not even know how you perished. Shi Yaqing scolded him, clearly displeased with his restraint. Again, Qing Shiji, is this really necessary? If you dare to hold back, I will take you down myself. Shi Yaqing's tone was resolute, leaving no room for compromise. That moment, Li Chongqing felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He ceased speaking and began to move, his form swirling around Shi Yaqing like a comet. Good. Shi Yaqing's eyes lit up, exhibiting no sign of trepidation. She mirrored Li Chongqing, transforming into a phantom as they exchanged blows. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in chaos, the sounds of explosive impacts ringing out continuously. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though two ferocious beasts were locked in combat within the thicket, a truly astonishing spectacle. Outside the forest, Zhang Qing and another individual stood transfixed, their legs seemingly glued to the ground. Unable to budge, Qing, Brother Qing, should we go take a look? One of the men in gray whispered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Despite his words, it was clear from his expression that he was reluctant to approach. Well, I think perhaps we should refrain from intruding. Someone who can contend with Shiji in such a manner would likely dispatch us with a single blow. If we enter now, we might only distract her. Zhang Qing swallowed nervously, the booming sounds echoing in his ears, fear etched across his face. Yet, what if Shiji returns and sees us too cowardly to step in? Then, the gray-clad man spoke with evident anxiety, his hand gripping his dagger, wavering between lifting it and lowering it, betraying his hesitation. Nevertheless, he managed to convey his point. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept onto Zhang Qing's face that if Shi Yaqing emerged and beheld their cowardly demeanor, they would surely face a wrath. I trust that Shiji will understand our predicament. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. Ultimately, Zhang Qing rejected the gray man's suggestion, and in fact, he contemplated fleeing. After all, what if Shi Yaqing were to be defeated? What would he do then? He certainly couldn't wait to meet his demise. Chapter 50. That day. Did you see the chain? Hey, are you really going? Moments later, Zhang Qing observed the gray-clad man gradually moving closer, inquiring that he was taken aback by his colleague's audacity, who intended to venture into the fray. Shiji usually treats us well. I thought I might be able to assist her. At the very least, I could catch a glimpse of that person's appearance, that if Shiji were to inadvertently face defeat, I could find a way to return and avenge her. The gray man explained, his expression morose. Zhang Qing's expression fluctuated, watching the gray man ahead, his feet seemingly unable to move. Just as the gray man was about to step into the thicket, a thunderous roar erupted from within. Stay outside and do not interfere. Oh! Upon hearing Shi Yaqing's commanding voice, the gray man trembled in fright. Yet simultaneously, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, within the forest, Li Chongqing felt increasingly at ease, observing the relentless onslaught from Shi Yaqing. Every attack she launched became vividly clear in his mind, as if he possessed the foresight to predict the future, that he understood that this clarity was a boon bestowed by the fortitude of his spirit. Gradually, Shi Yaqing began to recognize the shift. Li Chongqing's bull demon's mighty fist grew ever swifter, its power intensifying with each strike. The force of his punches shattered trees along their path, while Shi Yaqing found that each of her assaults was effortlessly countered, allowing him to exploit the openings she left behind. In mere moments, Shi Yaqing had endured several of his punches, her body aching with fatigue. She felt akin to a prey ensnared within a spider's web, struggling in vain, ultimately unable to escape her impending demise. Enough, no more. After forcing out a few more punches, Shi Yaqing decisively leapt from the fray. Calling for a cessation of hostilities, Li Chongqing did not pursue her. Instead, he remained where he stood, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Shi Yaqing. Shiji, it's been a while. Shi Yaqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Chongqing, scanning him as though she were a radar, taking in his entire being. Are you also part of our inspection division? Regrettably, it appears that due to the stark contrast in height between Li Chongqing and his former self, or perhaps due to the rapid expansion of his physique, Shi Yaqing was momentarily unable to recognize him. I am Li Chongqing. It was you, Sister Qing, who accompanied us to the library to exchange for techniques back then. Li Chongqing explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Yaqing's memory was instantly jogged. Oh, it's you, the earnest young man. You've changed quite a lot recently, looking very robust. Young people develop so quickly. I almost didn't recognize you. Haha, not bad. Not bad. Shi Yaqing's eyes brightened, and she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, her body naturally leaning closer as her right hand casually patted Li Chongqing's shoulder, the sound echoing somewhat loudly. The repeated thuds made Li Chongqing's skin twitch slightly, feeling as if his shoulder throbbed even more than before. Recently, he had merely made some progress in his cultivation, which might explain why he appeared more robust than before. Shi Yaqing's eyes continued to appraise Li Chongqing, her mind drifting back to the slender youth she had seen in the inspection division. It was undeniable that the difference was no longer subtle. They could almost be considered two different individuals. It must have been you who exchanged for our family's bull demon body refinement technique. After pondering for a moment, Shi Yaqing directly asked. Yes, that was me. Li Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement, but soon found himself at a loss. What had Shi Yaqing just mentioned? The bull demon body refinement technique. Was it from their family? Sister Qing, when you mentioned the bull demon body refinement technique. What do you mean? Oh, that was something my father contributed. Shi Yaqing replied nonchalantly. The bull demon body refinement technique is our family's foundational cultivation method, specifically designed to lay the groundwork for those newly entering the martial arts realm. Its efficacy is quite decent, I suppose. You should be at the muscle refinement stage by now, right? Once our family's technique is cultivated to perfection, as long as your vitality is sufficiently replenished, breaking through to the muscle refinement stage is relatively easy. As Shi Yaqing spoke, she seemed to recall something, her expression turning doubtful. But I noticed the bull demon apparition behind you. Why are there so many? It's almost like a bull team. How do you usually cultivate this technique? Is there something wrong? Faced with Shi Yaqing's puzzlement, Li Chongqing could only smile wryly at the time he had perfected the bull demon body refinement technique. He had indeed felt a distinct barrier obstructing his progress. He had even thought that with just a slight push, he could effortlessly break through to the muscle refinement stage, as if it were a natural progression. Yet he had foolishly chosen to challenge his limits. Not only had he nearly exhausted himself at that moment, but ever since he had pushed this technique to its peak, breaking that chain, he felt no trace of the muscle refinement barrier. How could he even contemplate a breakthrough? Was he destined to remain stuck in the flesh refinement stage for life? Noticing Li Chongqing's prolonged silence and his bitter smile, Shi Yaqing soon sensed something amiss. What is going on? Is something wrong? Sister Qing. After much contemplation, Li Chongqing decided to confide in Shi Yaqing. After all, this technique originated from her family, and perhaps they might possess a solution for his current predicament. What is it, little Li? Shi Yaqing maintained her nonchalant demeanor, her right hand even reaching out to poke at Li Chongqing's bulging muscles. Ignoring the playful moniker she used, Li Chongqing inhaled deeply and calmly stated, If I told you that I am still at the flesh refinement stage, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, Shi Yaqing was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Li Chongqing, her mind seemingly racing. However, her right hand, which had secretly extended, was now resting on Li Chongqing's arm, leaving her uncertain whether to withdraw it or squeeze it. After a prolonged pause, Shi Yaqing's expression grew, increasingly incredulous, her eyes brimming with disbelief. You mean to say you are still at the flesh refinement stage? Li Chongqing nodded, maintaining a solemn demeanor, his gaze subtly drifting toward his shoulder, his expression betraying a hint of peculiarity. A TOB at the flesh refinement stage, and still match me in combat. To possess such combat prowess while remaining at the flesh refinement stage. The more Shi Yaqing spoke, the less she could fathom, gradually appearing as if she had succumbed to some enchantment, her tone shifting to one of excitement. I currently possess the combat strength of the bone refinement stage. Even Sun Qian from the inspection division and Old Qin might not necessarily be able to defeat me, let alone when I advance further to the bone refinement stage. Defeating them would be as easy as swatting a fly, so, if that is the case, this young man could achieve what I have as well. No, he wouldn't even need to reach the bone refinement stage. If he merely breaks through to the muscle refinement stage, his combat strength would surpass what it is now. But wait, how has he accomplished this? When did our family's technique become so formidable? No. He currently only has the bull demon body refinement technique. My father only placed one copy in the inspection division, and no subsequent techniques were contributed. How could this happen? How could he have transformed like this? It's utterly absurd, utterly absurd. As Shi Yaqing grew more peculiar and increasingly animated, Li Changsheng, standing beside her, felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as if something ominous were about to unfold. The Sister Qing. Just as Li Changsheng was about to speak, Shi Yaqing seemed to recall something, abruptly lifting her head and fixing her gaze intently on him. I remember. After reaching perfection in our family's bull demon body refinement technique. There is another possibility. I heard my grandfather mention it when I was a child, but no one has seen it in nearly a century. No one has ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Li Changsheng, you must tell me. Shi Yaqing's eyes sparkled with fervor, her expression concealing an indescribable excitement, her tone quivering slightly. That day, did you see the chain? Chapter 51. Doubt seeing Shi Yaqing's current reaction. Li Changsheng felt a headache coming on. However, he also confirmed that Shi Yaqing undoubtedly knew of the situation he had encountered. Yes, I saw it. The chain, with many strange symbols upon it, Li Changsheng affirmed. Those symbols had struck him as he had glanced at them, leaving him feeling as though his mind had been severely impacted, leaving him dazed. You broke it? Shi Yaqing asked excitedly. Yet before Li Changsheng could respond, she began muttering to herself, No, you must have broken that chain. Otherwise, you couldn't possibly possess such combat strength. What my grandfather said is indeed true. That phenomenon is real. She paused, but wait, when I broke through, I searched my body thoroughly and couldn't find anything like that. How could he? As Shi Yaqing continued speaking, her gaze began to scrutinize Li Changsheng from head to toe. Sister Qing. Li Changsheng instinctively took a few steps back. Feeling the urge to flee, he sensed that Shi Yaqing's demeanor was somewhat off. Indeed, he shouldn't have approached her in the first place. Not only had he been pulled into a confrontation for no reason, but now it seemed he might not even be able to leave. Little Li, Shi Yaqing disregarded his movements, extending her right hand to firmly loop around his neck, preventing his escape. Tell me, how did you manage to do it? Even my father couldn't achieve what you have when he was at the flesh refinement stage. Li Changsheng felt somewhat helpless, glancing at his neck, realizing that Shi Yaqing had no intention of letting him go so easily. Sister Qing, regarding that situation, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it was due to taking some medicinal herbs. With no other choice, Li Changsheng could only attribute his circumstance to the effects of the Hongyu fruit and other treasures, deliberately omitting any mention of the Babefu.2 Hongyu fruits, one of which was even a century-old specimen, and a small dan of Yujingshan. Did you consume them all in one go? Upon hearing Li Changsheng's subsequent explanation, Shi Yaqing looked at him with wide-eyed astonishment, as if she were gazing at a monster, that it's a miracle that you're still alive. The things you mentioned would cause an ordinary person to explode and perish instantly, let alone breaking through one's limits. Teske. My grandfather was right. Such a situation is something an ordinary person simply cannot achieve. That is due to your unique constitution. Have you ever felt that you possess any special traits? No. I don't know. Li Changsheng shook his head, outright denying it. Next time I go to the capital, I'll take you to the inspection division to have a look. There is nothing like that around Qingyin County. Shi Yaqing said nonchalantly, Is there really any special constitution in this world? Li Changsheng asked, somewhat surprised. Could it be that there are innate sacred bodies or tyrant bodies here? Might he be one of them? He couldn't help but admit that this feeling was quite thrilling, akin to winning a lottery. Yes, but they are exceedingly rare. However, you shouldn't harbor too much hope, as most special constitutions are evident from a very young age. Quite conspicuous. Only an extremely small portion remain concealed, and if they don't encounter specific conditions, they may never be discovered in their lifetime. Shi Yaqing shook her head with a sigh, clearly not overly optimistic about Li Changsheng's prospects. It can only be attributed to luck, but luck is indeed the most elusive of all. That I heard that there was a man in Yuyifu who initially was just at the flesh refinement stage, and his training speed was extraordinarily slow. His family had basically given up on him. But one time, while fishing in the middle of a lake, he accidentally fell in and discovered he could cultivate while submerged. His progress in one day equated to 7 days of normal training. Now, I've heard he jumps into the lake every morning, to the point where he doesn't even bother to wear clothes anymore, attracting quite a crowd. Li Changsheng inhaled sharply, his face registering shock. That is this how peculiar the special physiques of this world are. This is entirely different from the preconceived notions in my mind. All right, enough of that. I need to talk to my father about your situation. By the way, you should still be unable to break through to the muscle refinement stage, right? I can't even feel the presence of a barrier. Li Chongqing replied with a wry smile. Well, that's good. Even if you accidentally sense it later, don't attempt to break through. Just why my father is leading the inspection division this time. There are some crucial matters to attend to. I'll take you to meet him later. They are in Huaizhen. Shi Yaqing waved her hand casually. Has Commander Shi also come to Huaizhen? Li Chongqing asked. Somewhat surprised, yes, it's about the last secret realm incident. Many people have come to the surrounding area this time. It should be quite lively. How about this? You should come with me now. There's no need to wait. Shi Yaqing seemed impatient, directly stating her intention to take Li Chongqing back to Huaizhen to meet Shi Hai, completely forgetting about the two individuals outside the dense forest. Sister Qing. Wait. Li Chongqing said with a bitter smile. What is the matter? Actually, I passed through here because I found out about the incident in Wu Family Village. Wu Family Village? Oh, you've seen that task too? Yes, did you also see it, sister? Li Chongqing nodded. Still unwilling to give up. Shi Yaqing understood the situation. Actually, before you arrived, I had already encountered those ferocious beasts. They were a group of wild boars, but for some reason, they had evolved into fierce beasts. However, they were not particularly strong and lacked intelligence. One of the wild boars took a blow from me and jumped into the river to escape. But I must say, it was the first time I saw a wild boar swim. And it swam remarkably fast. I was almost stunned. Truly bizarre. Shi Yaqing seemed to recall something amusing and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Alas, I lost track of them now. That if you need that task, you might as well go look for them. They shouldn't have gone far. Just remember to find us in Huaizhen once the task is resolved. Okay, I'll look for you when I return to Huaizhen. Li Chongqing nodded. Remember, even if you accidentally sense it, don't break through yet. There will be significant benefits later. Got it? Watching Li Chongqing gradually move away, Shi Yaqing still reminded him from behind that at the benefits from the secret realm? And is it really just a group of evolved wild boars causing trouble? Since when can wild boars swim? And since when have wild boars become so intelligent? Li Chongqing was somewhat perplexed, but his instincts told him that there was more to this than mere swine. Chapter 52, The Arrival of Braised Pork. Huff. Within the dense forest, a gust of wind howled past and a figure emerged. Li Chongqing stood atop the branch of a towering tree, scrutinizing the compass in his hand, continuously comparing his location. Still ahead, but not far now, as I've already covered over 10 kilometers. That if I continue forward, I'll likely enter the Huishan Mountains. That he now understood why so many people enjoyed leaping from tree to tree. Not only was the view expansive, but it also exuded an air of expertise. Indeed, being stylish was the fundamental driving force. Li Chongqing's expression turned serious as he carefully tidied his hair, which had been tousled by the wind, pocketed the compass, and charged forward once more. A quarter of an hour later, he finally halted before a cave. Is this the place? Gazing at the dark, deep entrance, Li Chongqing felt a twinge of astonishment. The cave appeared quite profound. He stepped forward, and gradually, a strong odor of blood wafted into his nostrils. What is this? Inside the cave, a large pool of blood was haphazardly splattered on the ground. The pungent, foul scent made Li Chongqing furrow his brow involuntarily. Are they dead? Suppressing his discomfort, Li Chongqing quickly advanced. Soon, he spotted tufts of black hair scattered across the dim cave floor, some seemingly soaked in blood. Crouching down, he carefully picked up a strand and squeezed it in his hand. Indeed, it felt the same as what he had encountered in Wu Family Village. However, Li Chongqing lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. The vast cave was empty, as if whatever had been inside had long since departed, leaving behind only the overwhelmingly foul stench and the scent of blood. Are they truly dead? Li Chongqing silently pondered. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the copper compass. The needle still pointed eastward. Sigh. Li Chongqing sighed, slowly rising. Did I truly misjudge? Is the root of the chaos in Wu Family Village gone just like that? Where have the other wild boars fled? A series of questions swirled in his mind, but he quickly quelled them. Forget it. Perhaps it was simply a fortuitous accident. As he prepared to leave, a sudden spark of insight flashed in his mind. No, something is amiss. Li Chongqing seemed to have thought of something and immediately pulled out the compass, fixing his gaze intently on the needle, that he then deliberately walked back and forth outside the cave for a moment before finally stopping. What is going on? The needle in this compass hasn't moved at all. But what about the situation inside the cave? Could it be that the wild boar that wreaked havoc in Wu Family Village is still alive? Li Chongqing tucked the compass back into his pocket, directing his gaze toward the back of the cave. There lay a narrow path leading uphill, yet the needle continued to point in that direction. If he crossed this path, he would be able to directly enter the Huyushan Mountains. After a moment of contemplation, Li Changxing ultimately chose not to halt his steps, striding forward to pursue, but he felt a sense of reluctance to abandon the chase at this juncture. At that moment, halfway up the mountain, a pale, frail man quietly sat on the ground, observing as Li Changxing ventured into the narrow path. Beside the man was a group of massive wild boars, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall. But the most astonishing was the giant black-haired wild boar standing next to him, which was an impressive 6 meters in height. Its robust body resembled a small mountain, and merely standing there exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. So, they've come after all? But it's not that woman from before. Sigh. Big Black. She hasn't shown up. What a pity. If you had devoured her, you would have grown even stronger. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Just give the other brothers a treat. The frail man gently stroked the giant wild boar beside him, speaking tenderly. The giant wild boar merely grunted a couple of times before slowly lying down beside the man, seemingly relishing his touch. Sigh. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. The frail man leaned down, embracing the wild boar's head, his right hand casually waving above it. Suddenly, aside from the giant wild boar that remained lying down, the rest of the group charged down the mountain. In an instant, the scene became exceedingly dramatic. Boom, boom, boom. Not far from where he had just walked, Li Changxing soon felt the ground tremble beneath him. Countless small stones bouncing around on the surface. What is going on? An earthquake. Li Changxing found himself in a state of bewilderment. Instinctively, he slowed his pace. However, he soon beheld a dark figure gradually coming into view on the path ahead. Gurgling sounds echoed through the air, and as the scene unfolded, he discerned a herd of wild boars, towering at 4 to 5 meters, charging towards him with their long, menacing tusks. Was that Pork Belly? In a fleeting moment, an absurd thought flashed through Li Changxing's mind. No, it was a ferocious beast. The intensity of their charge could not be mistaken. The yellow-haired mouse nestled in his arms remained in slumber, yet its tiny claws clung tightly to his garment, evidently sensing the impending danger. Indeed, they were not yet vanquished. Li Changxing observed the approaching wild boars, but chose not to rush headlong into the fray. Instead, he reached behind him to retrieve his longbow, and then drew a sharp arrow from his quiver. After having idled for so long, he had nearly forgotten that he was still a marksman. Engaging in close combat was not always prudent. What if he inadvertently found himself in a perilous situation? He silently reproached his earlier recklessness as he swiftly knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, aiming at the oncoming boar herd. With the enhancement of his spiritual power, his perception and control had become markedly clearer. Indeed, it had increased at least twofold in his line of sight. The movements of the group of wild boars were laid bare before him, and their subsequent trajectories were vividly mapped in his mind. Alas, this was far too simple. Merely a few arrows would suffice. Li Changxing sighed internally, beginning to draw back the bowstring with a measured effort. Suddenly, a sharp snap reverberated, causing his mind to momentarily short-circuit. The bewildered youth gazed at the severed bowstring in his hands, struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was happening? Chapter 53. Fierce Battle. How could this be? The broken bowstring lay limp on the ground, akin to a delicate maiden who had perished. Rendered powerless and immobile, Li Changxing stared blankly at the now drooping bow, his mind clouded with confusion that he had scarcely exerted any force. Why had this bow become so fragile? Glancing at the prematurely retired bow, and then at the wild boars charging down the mountainside, his heart raced. Resolutely, he grasped an arrow in his right hand, squinting his eyes before hurling it forward like a javelin. Whoosh! The arrow, resembling a stealthy projectile, sliced through the air with tremendous force, striking straight into the right eye of the lead wild boar in an instant. A mournful squeal pierced the heavens as the boar collapsed, rolling in agony. Yet its massive weight had driven the arrow deeper into its eye, splitting it in two. Yet, to Li Changxing's astonishment, the one-eyed boar shakily rose to its feet and charged at him once more, seemingly intent on exacting vengeance. What manner of creature were these wild boars? Were they raised by the heavens? With no time for contemplation, Li Changxing was enveloped by the overpowering stench wafting through the air. He swiftly withdrew all the arrows from his quiver, clutching them tightly before casting them forward without a second glance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows, propelled by immense force, surged through the air, creating a gust of wind that enveloped the entire herd ahead. However, the next moment brought a shocking revelation. The leading one-eyed boar leapt high into the air, positioning itself as a shield for the others, charging directly towards the incoming arrows. In an astonishing display, it managed to absorb every arrow aimed at it, using its massive bulk to shield its companions. What in the world? Who raised this valiant creature? Li Changsheng could only stare in disbelief at that moment. The one-eyed boar had almost transformed into a formidable warrior, its body drenched in blood, yet it pressed on, albeit at a slow and unsteady pace, as if it bore an irreconcilable grudge against Li Changsheng. What enmity had been forged? Li Changsheng pondered whether his recent indulgence in roasted pork had incited such unyielding animosity from this group of wild boars. Indeed, it seemed brute force was the only recourse. Surveying the herd, whose combat strength was generally around 30, Li Changsheng sighed and took a step forward, not even drawing his small hammer. Charging directly into the fray, a howl erupted as the advancing wild boars surged with renewed vigor. Closing the distance to the youth in mere moments, the lead boar, unable to contain its savage instincts, stomped its short front legs, leaping into the air to charge at Li Changsheng. Its robust tusks aimed to impale him. However, in the next instant, Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Holding his breath, he reached out with his right hand, seizing the oncoming tusk, and unleashed a tremendous force. A howl erupted as the 4 to 5 meter high wild boar flailed its limbs. Its massive form lifted effortlessly into the air, only to be wielded as a weapon against another boar nearby. Crash! The other boar was sent sprawling several meters away, landing with a thud, unable to rise. Without pausing, Li Changsheng pressed on, grasping the tusk in his hand, charging towards the oncoming herd once more. A cacophony of intense collisions erupted as the wild boars scattered in all directions, the overwhelming visual spectacle causing the frail figure on the mountainside to change countenance. The earlier calm demeanor slowly dissipating. Observing Li Changsheng wielding the boar like a toy, the slender man fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he reached out to pat the massive wild boar lying nearby. Speaking gently, "Dehei, my brethren may be in peril. Shall we lend them our aid?" With no hesitation, the giant wild boar shook its head and, with a snort, sprang to its feet, its enormous form casting a shadow over the light above. The frail man smiled slightly, allowing the giant boar to carry him upon its back. "Let us go, Dehei." A resounding roar escaped the giant boar as it galloped down the mountainside toward Li Changsheng. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's brow furrowed, halting his movements as he turned his gaze toward the mountain, sensing more commotion above. Enough of this. It was time to resolve these matters swiftly. With that thought, he exerted force upon the tusk he grasped, snapping it with a sharp crack. The wild boar he had wielded as a weapon collapsed, motionless, then in the aftermath of the fierce collisions. Li Changsheng surveyed the scene, discovering only one wild boar still standing at a distance. Trembling in fear. Curiously, he turned to see the one-eyed boar, its body riddled with arrows. Perhaps due to its earlier sluggishness, it had only now arrived at the front. Yet, witnessing the scene before him, the once mighty boar now hesitated to advance. Unwilling to meet the same fate as its fallen it emitted low growls, seemingly warning Li Changsheng to stay back, while its limbs retreated slowly, searching for an escape route. This boar is rather intriguing. Li Changsheng chuckled, taking a step forward. Yet in that moment, a faint sense of menace emanated from the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The violent tremors caused Li Changsheng's brow to furrow, followed by an ear-splitting roar that pierced his ears. A colossal wild boar, towering at 6 meters, charged furiously towards him. However, what truly captured Li Changsheng's attention was the frail figure atop the enormous boar's head. Who was that person? Chapter 54. What is your name? Li Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, standing still as he awaited the arrival of the mysterious figure. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a colossal wild boar leapt high from the distance and crashed heavily before him, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him, creating a moment of silence where neither party dared to speak. It was only at this juncture that Li Changsheng beheld the frail man in full. How intriguing, Li Chongqing mused inwardly. The man was emaciated, his cheekbones protruding sharply, and his sunken cheeks gave him an almost ghostly appearance. His ill-fitting gray clothing seemed to hang awkwardly on his skeletal frame. Yet, despite his pallid complexion devoid of any hint of blood, those strikingly beautiful eyes imbued him with an unexpected allure, softened by a faint, enigmatic smile. Those eyes are truly captivating, Li Chongqing thought, marveling silently. At that moment, the frail man turned his gaze toward Li Chongqing, but after a mere glance, he swiftly diverted his attention to the wild boars sprawled around them. In the end, Li Chongqing could even discern a hint of sorrow in the man's expression. A peculiar individual, Li Chongqing concluded once more. After a brief pause, the frail man finally focused on Li Chongqing, inquiring, "Are you here to capture me as well?" His voice was gentle, and if one were to disregard his exterior and focus solely on his eyes and voice, Li Chongqing might have mistaken him for an erudite scholar, refined and graceful. Indeed, Li Chongqing nodded, not contesting the assertion. After all, his compass had consistently directed him toward this location, and the wild boar before him had unequivocally indicated the situation. "Were you responsible for the incident in Wu family village?" Li Chongqing asked impulsively, driven by the desire to confront. "Yes, that was my doing." The atmosphere in the vicinity fell into a profound silence. Li Chongqing felt bewildered, his thoughts thrown into disarray. He had not anticipated such a straightforward admission from the man. "Previously, I encountered a woman who evoked a similar impression. Are you affiliated with her?" The frail man continued, "A woman. Is he referring to Shi Yaqing?" Although the description was vague, Li Chongqing instinctively felt that he spoke of Shi Yaqing. She was quite robust, brandishing a large hammer and wreaking havoc. "Correct?" Li Chongqing ventured cautiously. The frail man fell silent, lowering his head as if lost in thought. After a moment he nodded. "Yes, that would be her." "Then she must be my companion," Li Chongqing affirmed confidently. There was no doubt. It was indeed Shi Yaqing. An awkward silence enveloped them once more, as if neither knew what to say next. "Why did you do it?" Li Chongqing broke the silence after a while. Strangely, he felt no rising animosity toward this man before him. However, the frail man did not respond, merely keeping his gaze lowered, seemingly at a loss for words. Noticing this, Li Chongqing's curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask once more, "Who are you?" Finally, the man raised his gaze to meet Li Chongqing's, slowly articulating, "Wu Yuesheng, Wu Yuesheng, a member of the Wu family? Then you are not an enemy of Wu family village." Li Chongqing pondered, confusion washing over him. "But why would you know? Wait, could he be a survivor from Wu family village? Is it possible there are still survivors?" But no, he just claimed responsibility for the village's demise. Li Chongqing's rusty mind struggled to process this complexity, quickly descending into a labyrinth of confusion. "Who are you?" The frail man's inquiry broke through Li Chongqing's thoughts. Li Chongqing. He instinctively replied to Wu Yuesheng nodded. "Chongqing, as in the one who embodies immortality." "Yes, that's correct. Your parents must have cherished you dearly," Wu Yuesheng remarked with a gentle smile. Strangely, at this moment, there was an absence of tension between them, as if they were merely two friends engaged in casual conversation. "Indeed, but they have both passed away," Li Chongqing sighed, though the memories were not his own. He could clearly perceive that this body's parents had indeed loved him deeply. "They have passed, I see." Wu Yuesheng's countenance dimmed, softly murmuring, "Such a pity." Observing the man seemingly lost in reminiscence, Li Chongqing seized the opportunity to inquire, "Are you from Wu family village?" Wu Yuesheng nodded, affirming his identity without further elaboration. "Then how did you annihilate the village?" Li Chongqing began, but was interrupted by Wu Yuesheng, who completed his question. "That indeed did." Li Chongqing nodded, his face a canvas of questions. "There is no reason. I simply did as I pleased," Wu Yuesheng replied, offering Li Chongqing a faint smile, his demeanor still exuding warmth. At this moment, Li Chongqing let out a silent sigh, his expression growing more somber. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a silver hammer from within his garments, addressing Wu Yuesheng softly. "Though I have no desire to engage you, your words compel me to take you back." "That would be quite dangerous," Wu Yuesheng said with a calm smile. "Is there any endeavor that is devoid of danger?" Li Chongqing retorted, a smile playing on his lips as he tightened his grip on the silver hammer. In an instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere shattered, and an air of tension began to rise between them. Li Chongqing's gaze shifted once more to his opponent, that moment. The number displayed above the massive wild boar's head read 50-50, indicating it was indeed a formidable foe. Yet, the number hovering above Wu Yuesheng perplexed Li Chongqing immensely. 660. The latter number suggested a high-tier strength, yet the former. Was he currently in a severely injured state? How could there be such a disparity? No, wait, it seemed there was a number following the initial 6. Li Chongqing focused closely, realizing that the 6 above Wu Yuesheng's head was indeed followed by a 0. Albeit the latter appeared somewhat indistinct, flickering in and out of clarity, causing Li Chongqing to initially overlook it. Curious. This was the first time Li Chongqing had encountered such a phenomenon. What are you observing? Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. That I am. Li Chongqing instinctively began to respond, but soon realized that the nebulous number above Wu Yuesheng's head had transformed into crystal clarity. Combat power. 60-60. As their gazes locked, Li Chongqing noticed Wu Yuesheng's eyes glimmering subtly, and within them, a shadowy willow leaf began to materialize slowly. Chapter 55. Wu Yuesheng, what is that? As the willow leaf manifested, Li Chongqing felt a peculiar wave surge forward with alarming speed. That in an instant, the leaf that had just flickered in Wu Yuesheng's eyes materialized in Li Chongqing's mind, drifting gently. Buzz, an intoxicating sensation washed over him. For a fleeting moment, Li Chongqing experienced an uncommon dizziness, though it lasted less than a breath. When he regained his composure, an overwhelming force suddenly hurled him backward. Boom roar. The colossal wild boar let out a triumphant bellow, its powerful front hooves pounding the ground, while its tusks, exceeding a meter in length, swayed menacingly in the air. He dead. Wu Yuesheng observed the rubble that concealed Li Chongqing, his expression serene. Yet, gradually, a shadow of concern clouded his features. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs erupted as Li Chongqing forcefully cleared the debris, gingerly assessing his chest where he had been struck before rising to his feet. Though he was coated in dust, it was evident that aside from his torn clothing, his body bore no signs of injury. That it was as if the one who had been struck was someone entirely different. However, damn, that hurt. Was it a soul attack? Li Chongqing rubbed his chest, gritting his teeth, his expression revealing a mix of surprise and discomfort. Throughout his journey, he had never encountered such a mode of attack. After all, most individuals pursued purely physical paths, and he had not anticipated that a member of Wu family village would adopt such a unique approach, delving into the realm of the mind. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the assault, an ordinary person would have been rendered utterly bewildered. However, given the frail man's appearance, he likely had no capacity for physical confrontation. Nonetheless, Li Chongqing had gained invaluable insight from this encounter. Soul attacks, you say? Quite rare indeed. How did you accomplish that? Li Chongqing brushed the dust from his clothing and, filled with curiosity, inquired. However, at that moment, Wu Yuesheng's face bore no trace of a smile, and he ceased to respond to Li Chongqing's questions. Li Chongqing discerned that this individual seemed markedly different from the martial artists he had encountered previously. Not only was his soul immensely powerful, but his physical defenses were astonishingly formidable. Alas, how petty. What a pity. Li Chongqing shook his head, idly toying with a small silver hammer, as he approached Wu Yuesheng with measured steps. Pity for what? Wu Yuesheng could not restrain himself from asking. Pity that your grandfather, possess an inherently potent soul. If it weren't for the momentary distraction I experienced earlier, do you really think your meager force could affect me? Li Chongqing suddenly bellowed, his voice thunderous, as soon as he finished speaking. The youth's foot shifted, and with the grace of a starlit stride, he vanished and reappeared atop the massive wild boar, his right hand lunging towards Wu Yuesheng with astonishing speed, seizing the leader before the followers. He had no time to entertain the wild boar below. Indeed, as Wu Yuesheng beheld Li Chongqing materialize before him, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly retreated, employing both hands and feet. Yet to Li Chongqing, his movements appeared excruciatingly slow. Come here. In less than a breath, Li Chongqing's right hand had already clasped Wu Yuesheng's shoulder. The moment their skin made contact, Li Chongqing was taken aback by the unexpected skinniness of the man. It felt as though he were grasping a collection of bones soon. Realizing he could not escape, Wu Yuesheng swiftly extended his right hand from his robe, clasping something unknown, his eyes narrowing slightly before widening in astonishment. A dazzling light erupted from his eyes, akin to two blinding bulbs, overwhelming in its brightness. The willow leaf that Li Chongqing had glimpsed earlier reappeared vividly in Wu Yuexing's gaze. However, compared to the previous encounter, the contours of the leaf were now exceptionally distinct. Even Li Chongqing could discern the intricate patterns etched upon it. What on earth is this? In an instant, a peculiar wave surged into Li Chongqing's mind. The willow leaf that had been in Wu Yuexing's eyes now manifested at lightning speed within the youth's consciousness, far swifter than before. Li Chongqing wore an expression of disdain, his immense soul power highly concentrated. He could not fathom being ensnared by the same tactic a second time. Yet the next moment, as the leaf brushed lightly past him, Li Chongqing soon felt a wave of dizziness enveloping his mind once more. Damn it! I've fallen for it again, indeed. He was not a true, saintly warrior. At that moment, the massive wild boar below finally registered Li Chongqing's actions, its expression turning furious. With a mighty leap, it charged at Li Chongqing, its powerful tusks once again crashing into him. Bang! In an instant, Li Chongqing was sent crashing into the rocky terrain, sending dust flying. Spitting and coughing, he emerged from the rubble, quickly dashing back toward Wu Yuexing. It must be said, Wu Yuexing was becoming quite the headache for him at present. How could such an attack grow even stronger? If it weren't for my tough skin, I might have been skewered by those tusks long ago. Bastard, come again! Oh, suddenly, Li Chongqing halted, gazing at Wu Yuexing in the distance, his eyes filled with surprise. What was his condition? From afar, he could see that Wu Yuexing was now bleeding from all 7 orifices, having collapsed entirely. What on earth? Did he end up harming himself? Li Chongqing was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Wu Yuexing's antics. No. What is that? His gaze sharpened on Wu Yuexing's right hand, where a black orb was inexplicably gripped. With keen eyes, Li Chongqing quickly noticed the markings that began to emerge upon the orb. Could it be because of that object? Recalling the sensation of being forcibly dazed moments ago, Li Chongqing pondered inwardly. The intensity of that last attack was worlds apart from the first. He could not believe Wu Yuexing could achieve such a feat without consequence. Otherwise, he would not have needed to flee. Indeed, Wu Yuexing struggled to rise from the head of the wild boar, his gaze fixed on Li Chongqing, filled with incredulity. Exactly are you? How can one possess such a formidable soul at that moment? Wu Yuexing felt a twinge of despair, realizing that Li Chongqing was unlike any martial artist he had envisioned. The strength of his soul was utterly extraordinary, even with the full force of the black orb. He had not succeeded in knocking him out. That it was worth noting that even the fierce woman he had faced before had ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness after a few moments, without reliance on the black orb. Me? Haven't I already informed you? Oh, to elaborate, I am Li Chongqing, an envoy of the Inspection Division. Li Chongqing replied with a smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the black orb in Wu Yuexing's hand. He had discerned that the object was likely the source of his ability to command such a multitude of ferocious beasts and induce his dizziness. The Inspection Division, you say? Wu Yuexing wiped the blood from his face, muttering softly, "Did I heard of your existence long ago? I never anticipated that one day I would actually encounter you." Chapter 56. The Eerie Black Herbo. You've heard of us too? Li Chongqing spoke in a leisurely manner. One of the 2 major royal institutions of the Dua dynasty. Who hasn't heard of it? It's just that this is indeed the first time I've met one of you. Oh no, now that you mention it, that woman from before must have been one too. Wu Yuexing pulled out a small, clearly stained red cloth from his robe, gradually cleaning the blood from his face. However, Li Chongqing astutely noticed that with the exertion of his earlier attack, Wu Yuexing's cheeks appeared to have thinned even further. Side effects. That object must be quite a burden for you, Li Chongqing inquired calmly. Wu Yuexing gazed at the black orb in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, not entirely accurate, but without it, I would have likely perished long ago. Li Chongqing fell into silence at Wu Yuexing, with a hint of uncertainty, glanced at Li Chongqing for a moment before softly saying, "Are there many like you in the Inspection Division?" Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. What do you mean? Testing me? Hee. From your expression, I can sense that they are not many, whether it be that woman from before or you now. You must both be among the elite in the Inspection Division. Wu Yuexing spoke with a smile. Not at all. There are 3 or 4 in the inspection division who are stronger than me, one of whom could dispatch me with a single strike. So, I advise you to obediently return with me. Otherwise, when he arrives, there won't be any of this idle chatter. Li Chongqing was not mistaken. Judging by Shihai's temperament, he might very well strike before even greeting Wu Yuesheng. Really? It seems that there are indeed more formidable individuals outside. Wu Yuesheng clutched the black orb tightly, lost in thought. Moments later, he raised his head to Li Chongqing and said, "I agree to accompany you back. But I have something to attend to first. Once I am done, I will follow you." Li Chongqing chuckled, his figure suddenly vanishing, leaving only his voice echoing. "Do you think I'm bargaining with you? I am here to apprehend you." Wu Yuesheng's expression soured, his right hand clenching the black orb, his eyes beginning to glow faintly as he searched for Li Chongqing's figure. Yet, the next instant, howling crack, the massive wild boar's sturdy tusks were severed in 2 by the silver hammer, falling to the ground. Immediately after, the hammer continued its relentless descent, crashing forcefully against the wild boar's forehead. Crack! The wild boar's hard skull seemed fragile under the assault of the silver hammer. A sharp sound of bone shattering rang out, and the wild boar collapsed, bleeding from its mouth and nose, unable to move. "Damn it, I've been waiting to deal with you. You dare to charge at me twice and still act so arrogantly." Li Chongqing materialized, grasping the silver hammer, cursing under his breath. "You shall pay." Wu Yuesheng's eyes reddened, gripping the black orb tightly, his emotions surging dramatically. Just as Li Chongqing was about to speak, he noticed Wu Yuesheng murmuring something, his right hand firmly holding the black orb. Suddenly, the orb began to glow intensely. For the first time, the willow leaf materialized in midair, vibrant and translucent, its details vividly apparent. "What is happening? Again?" Li Chongqing's heart raced with alarm, forcing him to halt in his tracks and brace himself against the oncoming force to go. Wu Yuesheng, now bleeding from all 7 orifices once more, swung his right hand with all his might, as if grasping the willow leaf and sending it swirling through the air before finally directing it swiftly towards Li Chongqing. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Chongqing was astonished to see the wild boars he had previously knocked down rising one by one, charging at him once more. Even the massive wild boar he had just incapacitated shook its head, opened its eyes, and slowly rose to its feet. The effect truly this remarkable. Li Chongqing was utterly astonished. Before he had the chance to contemplate, a powerful wave surged forth, plunging his mind into another bout of dizziness. This time, the disorientation lasted an astonishing second. Bang, in a daze, Li Chongqing felt as if his body had once again endured a familiar and forceful blow, sending him hurtling through the air once more. Damn it, caught off guard again. Li Chongqing was infuriated. The repercussions were dire. This time, he had no intention of engaging in further banter with Wu Yuesheng. He forcefully cleared the rubble and prepared to charge forward again. However, upon emerging, he was taken aback to find that Wu Yuesheng, who had just been in front of him, had vanished without a trace, along with that enormous wild boar. Had it fled? Li Chongqing scoffed at the thought. Can it really escape? Ignoring the other wild boars rushing toward him, he activated his star-pacing technique, swiftly darting away like a shooting star. His speed was astonishing. In the distance, Wu Yuesheng could no longer maintain a seated position. He was now sprawled across the back of the giant wild boar. Hurry, it's almost there. Just need to reach the Tiger Tooth Mountain Range. Just need to get there. The direction of the Tiger Tooth Mountain Range drew ever closer. Wu Yuesheng's eyes sparkled with hope, his right hand still clutching the black orb tightly. Today, he had forcibly drained his spirit, pushing himself to the limit by using the black orb twice. Had it not been for the generally weakened souls of the ferocious beasts, he might not even have possessed the strength to control the wild boar. There should still be a blood orb left. There must be one. Otherwise, relying solely on a soul orb would be far too perilous. No one could afford to use it. Absolutely no one. Suddenly, with a splutter, Wu Yuesheng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his spirit once again waning. In the end, even his brain began to feel waves of dizziness and weakness that he felt like an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Utterly exhausted by the slightest movement, Wu Yuesheng's gaze instinctively drifted over to his arm, and suddenly, his pupils constricted violently. To his horror, his entire arm appeared akin to long-dried cured meat, desiccated to the point that even the veins were no longer visible. How could this be? How could this be? Wu Yueshing stared at his arm in disbelief. After a brief moment, he anxiously pulled up his clothing, tightly covering his arm, as if this gesture could provide him with a semblance of comfort. Hey, hurry! Faster! I can sense it. It's right inside. It's right in there. Once we obtain it, Wu Yueshing's voice grew urgent, continuously urging the giant wild boar, completely oblivious to the fact that the boar's ears were already bleeding profusely. Suddenly, another voice appeared out of nowhere beside Wu Yueshing's ear. What is that thing you feel? What is it? Wu Yueshing's expression changed drastically, his grip on the black orb tightening, and the image of a willow leaf flickered in his eyes once more. But this time, it only flickered for an instant before vanishing. The dizziness in his mind surged, and Wu Yueshing felt the orb in his hand become unexpectedly light, the black orb suddenly disappearing from his grasp. "Return the soul orb to me!" Wu Yueshing shouted desperately, his gaze darting around, settling fiercely on Li Changsheng, who had appeared not far away, to be precise, he was fixated on the black orb in Li Changsheng's right hand. "This thing is called a soul orb?" Li Changsheng mused as he observed the black orb in his hand, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. The sensation in his right hand was somewhat icy. Devoid of the usual warmth associated with jade, he even sensed a chilling aura emanating from within. "It seems this object holds great significance for you," Li Changsheng remarked with a smile. "Yes, indeed." Wu Yueshing, seeing Li Changsheng's demeanor, remained unperturbed and directly admitted while perched upon the wild boar. "However, you cannot utilize this orb. Return it to me, and I shall reveal a secret, Dedo." "How do you know I cannot use it?" Li Changsheng replied with a nonchalant smile. His powerful perception began to permeate the soul orb. An unexpected occurrence transpired. The orb in his hand felt as unyielding as a stone, no matter how much force he applied. He could not penetrate its depths. How could this be? The youth's expression turned slightly surprised as he lifted his gaze to Wu Yueshing, inquiring, "Do you need a specific method to use it?" Wu Yueshing did not respond, merely gazing at him silently. By the way, what secret were you going to tell me?" Noticing that the other party was unfazed, Li Changsheng casually pressed on point. 2 years ago, I was just an ordinary person from Wujia village. At most, I read more books than others, but in terms of martial prowess, any adult from Wujia village could easily overpower me. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yueshing finally spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia, as if he had fallen into some memory. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng's eyelids twitched. What nonsense is he spouting? 2 years ago, he was just an ordinary person? So, in just 2 years, he has become this formidable, capable of obliterating Wujia village. Isn't it peculiar? It took me merely 2 years to not only command these ferocious beasts and hold my own against you martial artists, but also to make someone as powerful as you faint for several seconds. Wu Yueshing spoke with a hint of pride, his eyes gleaming with light. "But do you want to know why?" "Not interested." Li Changsheng replied swiftly. Wu Yueshing was momentarily taken aback, as if his mind struggled to process the response. Staring blankly at Li Changsheng. What did you just say?" I said, "I'm not interested." Li Changsheng grinned, his expression slightly pained. "If I said I was interested, I would undoubtedly fall into your trap. Soon you might say something like, 'Return the orb to me, and I shall tell you,' and perhaps you might even demand my release before you share. I have never been one to follow others' arrangements. Besides, everything feels perfectly fine for me at the moment. There is no need to complicate matters, don't you agree?" As he spoke, Li Changsheng stowed the soul orb away and approached Wu Yueshing, showing no regard for whether he would share his information or not. Wu Yueshing was bewildered, feeling as though this person's thought process was entirely beyond that of a normal individual. Yet currently, he could only think of this method to extricate himself. Moreover, who knows if you were sincerely sharing with me? What if you deceive me? I have always been rather timid, and my paranoia runs deep. If you do reveal that secret, I would certainly feel that there must be a hidden trap within it. And then I would need to find a way to verify the truth of your secret. If other powerful martial artists discover this, it could very well bring disaster upon me. You see, this could be quite troublesome for me." As Li Changsheng drew closer, Wu Yueshing's expression shifted slightly, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. He hastily pulled out a manual from his bosom. Clutching it tightly, "Wait, I'm not deceiving you. This is a method for soul cultivation, and my current strength is entirely derived from it. I seek nothing else, just that orb in your hand and my freedom. This poses no detriment to you whatsoever. and I swear on my life that this cultivation method is entirely genuine, without any falsehood. Wu Yuesheng spoke increasingly rapidly, yet he realized that Li Chongqing seemed wholly indifferent. His pace unrelenting, even quickening. "Do not come any closer. If I lose sight of you, I will destroy it at once." As he spoke, Wu Yuesheng's eyes began to glimmer faintly, fixating on Li Chongqing, his right hand retrieving a burning candle from his robes. Somehow, he had ignited it into a fierce blaze. It seemed that if Li Chongqing took another step forward, he would immediately incinerate the manual. "Then go ahead and destroy it. Do you think I'm easily frightened?" However, Li Chongqing suddenly let out a roar, his form shifting as he fully unleashed the star-pacing technique, appearing before Wu Yuesheng in the blink of an eye. His right hand lunged toward Wu Yuesheng's shoulder. He seemed completely unconcerned about whether the manual would be set ablaze. "Madman!" Wu Yuesheng's complexion paled dramatically, and the giant wild boar beneath him leapt high under his command, yet nothing could halt Li Chongqing's advance. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Wu Yuesheng hastily recited the incantation to summon the strength needed to repel Li Chongqing once more. However, this time, without the aid of the soul orb. The willow leaf in his vision flickered momentarily before vanishing once again. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, did not pause for even a moment. "Come here." Li Chongqing exerted a slight force, lifting Wu Yuesheng entirely off the wild boar's back. He then raised his right leg and kicked the burning candle out of Wu Yuesheng's hand. Wu Yuesheng was about to speak, but suddenly felt an emptiness in his grasp. The manual had somehow transferred to Li Chongqing's hand. "You said you didn't care about this. You deceived me." Witnessing this scene, Wu Yuesheng, suspended in midair, finally lost his temper, raising his voice in accusation. "Indeed, I do not care for this object, but I can sell it to someone else. Such a rare cultivation secret, it is likely to make me immensely wealthy overnight." Li Chongqing, fully in control of the situation, wore a broad smile, seemingly unfazed by Wu Yuesheng's words. The previous remarks were merely a psychological game between them. To claim indifference would undoubtedly be disingenuous. After all, this pertains to a method of soul cultivation. Ever since Wu Yuesheng mentioned it, Li Chongqing's mind had been consumed by an irresistible desire to possess it. Heaven knows how he managed to break through his limits last time. If it weren't for the 2 bottles of soul-nourishing water from Batufuo, he might well have been lying lifeless in the ground by now. However, had he displayed an overt concern just now, Li Chongqing could easily surmise that Wu Yuesheng would surely seize the opportunity to impose additional unreasonable demands. At that moment, the enormous wild boar beneath them continued to thrash about, violently ramming its body against a nearby tree, seemingly intent on dislodging Li Chongqing from its back. "Be quiet, will you?" Li Chongqing's patience wore thin. He slightly raised his right leg and stomped down forcefully. Boom! Under the weight of immense power, the wild boar collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Chapter 58. The willow leaf soul method. On the back of the giant wild boar, Wu Yuesheng remained in a state of fury, his face a mask of resentment as he glared at Li Chongqing. Could this be a side effect of the cultivation method? Li Chongqing gently squeezed Wu Yuesheng's shoulder, feeling that with just a slight application of pressure, he could easily snap his bones. In contrast to his own physique and demeanor, Li Chongqing couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, his chest unconsciously puffing out. "Humph!" Wu Yuesheng snorted disdainfully, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes as he observed Li Chongqing's posture. Once upon a time, he too had possessed such a refined physique. Releasing Wu Yuesheng, Li Chongqing's gaze finally shifted to the nearby tome. That moment, his interest was wholly captivated. Upon turning to the first page, 5 prominent characters caught his eye. Willow Leaf Soul Method. The youth murmured softly, "Is this truly the soul cultivation method he spoke of?" The vision of the willow leaves that had appeared in Wu Yuesheng's eyes moments ago seemed quite fitting for this title. Li Chongqing settled down cross-legged on the wild boar's back, leisurely perusing the tome in front of Wu Yuesheng. "Draw upon the essence of others to replenish your own soul. The Buria conceals, transforms the energies of yin and yang, alleviates one's worries." The script flowed elegantly, akin to drifting clouds and flowing water, remarkably graceful, yet the details revealed a formidable strength. However, upon his initial reading, Li Chongqing couldn't shake the feeling that the content exuded a certain dark allure. drawing upon the essence of others to replenish one's own soul. This, Li Chongqing fell into silence. Unbeknownst to him, peculiar thoughts began to infiltrate his mind. Could this be the legendary practice of drawing yang to replenish yin? Yet while others typically drew yin to replenish yang, it felt as if the roles were reversed in his case. Suppressing his doubts, Li Chongqing continued to read on. The subsequent pages, filled with thousands of characters, took him a full quarter of an hour to digest completely. With a deep exhale, he closed the book, his expression contemplative. At first glance, there appeared to be no issues with the content, but the tome seemed decidedly modern. Its pages reminiscent of something freshly purchased from a bookstore just months prior. This implies that the contents within are his own writings. How did he come by such material? His gaze gradually drifted to Wu Yuexing, who at that moment seemed to have returned to his previous demeanor, observing Li Chongqing at a leisurely pace, a faint smile gracing his lips. Damn it. Li Chongqing felt as though he had been duped. Yet he couldn't fathom how such an insipid person could produce such elegant calligraphy. Setting the tome aside, Li Chongqing cast a silent look at Wu Yuexing. Did you write this tome yourself? Yes, Wu Yuexing replied with a smile, as if everything had returned to his control. However, the sight of this man irritated Li Chongqing. He disliked dealing with him, that it was far too taxing, that he preferred a more straightforward approach. The book is indeed my creation. Just as I was about to speak further, Li Chongqing was interrupted by Wu Yuexing's words. The contents recorded within are genuine. This is undoubtedly a method of soul cultivation. I have not deceived you, Wu Yuexing stated calmly. Watching Li Chongqing quietly from the side, that Li Chongqing remained silent, fully aware that Wu Yuexing had more to say. However, without my assistance, you will find it impossible to grasp this method. Li Chongqing was about to respond when suddenly he felt a jolt in his heart, a gust of wind hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Dodge! He barked, his body shifting as he instantly appeared before Wu Yuexing, his right hand reaching out forcefully to grasp the air beside him. Buzz! A steel arrow was suddenly clutched tightly in Li Chongqing's hand, its tail vibrating ominously. Who is it? Li Chongqing swiftly turned his head towards the source of the arrow, where, 100 meters away, a figure clad in black stood atop a tree, bow in hand, staring at him in shock, seemingly unable to believe what was transpiring before him. Yet soon, a mocking smile spread across his face. Before Li Chongqing could process his confusion, suddenly, bang! The steel arrow he had grasped exploded violently. A thick cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the area. Simultaneously, propelled by the force of the blast, Li Chongqing instinctively stumbled back a few steps. Damn it! Li Chongqing seethed inwardly, never expecting the archer to be so treacherous an arrow could explode on its own. Almost immediately, he felt another gust of wind approaching, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Li Chongqing wielded the silver moon hammer, smashing towards the direction of the sound. Bang! Another explosion echoed. More arrows flew forth. No, not just one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of piercing sounds resonated in Li Chongqing's mind. However, this time, he narrowed his eyes. His perception instantaneously expanded outward. Moments later, he swung the silver moon hammer forcefully towards a direction devoid of any sound. Boom! You! The black-clad man exclaimed in panic, witnessing the silver moon hammer closing in on him. An unprecedented sense of mortal danger surged within him. How could this be? How did he discover my presence? The family's secret technique of concealment had failed him for the first time, plunging him into this life-threatening crisis. Regret surged through him. He wished he hadn't made a move. With no time for further contemplation, the black-clad man instinctively raised his bow to protect himself. Yet the moment the two made contact, the bow snapped effortlessly. Spare me! The black-clad man cried out in terror, but the silver hammer continued its relentless descent, crashing mercilessly into his chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply as the man's chest caved in dramatically, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Li Chongqing stood coolly in place, not a scratch on him, as if the earlier explosion had been merely a figment of imagination. You! The black-clad man coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at Li Chongqing. He never anticipated that he would be unable to withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Trembling, he attempted to retrieve something from his bosom, but after several fruitless attempts, he felt his strength waning. until finally his hand fell limply to the ground, lifeless. Damn it. With such strength, you dared to ambush me? Do you not know I am the ancestor of ambushes? Li Chongqing cast a glance at the black-clad man, muttering curses under his breath. Once he confirmed that the man's combat power had plummeted to zero, he turned to walk away to be by the way. Wu Yuesheng, where were we? How does one enter this cultivation method? However, before Li Chongqing could finish his sentence, he instinctively halted. Before him, Wu Yuesheng, who had just moments ago appeared unscathed, now had 2 arrows lodged in his left chest and abdomen, blood oozing profusely from the wounds. Chapter 59. Under the moon, Ah Sheng and little Ling. Ah Sheng, do you think we will marry in the future? Under the full moon, by the lakeside and beside the bamboo grove, a pair of young boys and girls sat shoulder to shoulder on a large stone. The girl in red regarded the boy in coarse garments with wide-eyed innocence. To which he replied, "Of course, Xiaoling. Did we not agree before? Moreover, your parents have also consented, promising that when you turn 16, you shall marry me." A youth, holding a scroll, exuded a gentle demeanor as he playfully tapped the nose of a girl clad in red, his face radiating affection. "Oh, I still have to wait until I turn 16. Let me calculate. I'm just barely 14 now, which means in 2 years, I shall be marrying you." Ah, how swiftly time flies. Yes, merely 2 years, and you will become my wife. Xiaoling's cheeks flushed as she gazed up at the boy before her, her expression brimming with happiness that in an instant, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly retrieved a black jade bead from her bosom, presenting it to Ah Sheng. "Here, Ah Sheng, this is for you, that I found it by the river. Isn't it beautiful? Ever since I started sleeping with it by my side each night, I've been enjoying the most restful slumber. It's quite a magical object." Ah Sheng curiously accepted the bead, about to inquire further when he noticed the eager anticipation in Xiaoling's eyes. The boy's expression froze momentarily as he suddenly grasped her implication. Could this be a token of affection? But alas, he had nothing of equal value to reciprocate. Sensing his discomfort, Xiaoling discreetly patted his shoulder and chuckled lightly. "Oh, what are you pondering? This is merely a temporary keepsake. Once we are wed, you shall return it to me. You silly boy, your studies have made you foolish." Oh, all right. Ah Sheng sat there, dazed, scratching his head, unsure how to respond. Typically sharp-witted, he always felt as if his mind lagged a beat when in Xiaoling's presence. Yet soon enough, he noticed the hint of melancholy in her gaze. Glancing at the scroll in his hands, he contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Xiaoling, what is it?" "This is for you." Ah Sheng extended the scroll toward the girl. Turning his head away, his face etched with reluctance. This. Xiaoling stared blankly at the scroll, her mind struggling to comprehend. She couldn't read, after all. Why gift her a book? I've heard from some villagers that looking at this at night helps one fall asleep quickly. So, since you've given me your bead, I shall gift you this in return. It should help you sleep soundly at night. Really. Xiaoling looked skeptical as she took the scroll, casually flipping through its pages. Indeed, while the intricate characters appeared beautiful, they quickly left her feeling bewildered. This might really aid in sleep. And since this is my own writing, if you ever wish to learn its contents, you can always come to me. And I shall teach you, Ah Sheng said earnestly. Gazing at Xiaoling, she paused for a moment, studying him, before nodding with a radiant smile. "All right." Meanwhile, in a certain house within the village, a man and a woman were tightly embraced on a wooden bed, reveling in the bliss of post-pleasure. "Lao Wu, when do you plan to bring Ah Sheng back?" the woman suddenly inquired. The man appeared taken aback that Ah Sheng is already 15. I have cared for him here for 15 years. Every time I ask you, you just stammer, "Wu Yucheng, what do you truly mean?" The woman's voice grew louder with agitation. "Oh, please don't shout that I never said I wouldn't acknowledge him. But think about it. If I were to bring Ah Sheng back home, wouldn't there be chaos? Moreover, the village is so small. If others see, do you think I can still maintain my position as village chief?" Wu Yucheng hastily covered the woman's mouth, explaining in a hushed tone. Do you think others are unaware? Who in the entire Wu family village doesn't he know about Ah Sheng's situation? Only you continue to feign ignorance that I should never have allowed you into my home back then. As she spoke, tears welled up in the woman's eyes, and she began to weep softly. "It's my fault. I've wronged Ah Sheng, and I've wronged him even more. He passed away not long ago, and I immediately turned to you. It's all my fault. Woe is me." I should have died alongside him, and then none of this would have occurred that I've survived all these years, only to bring harm to Ah Sheng. Woe is me. In the silent night, her cries echoed with profound sorrow. Oh, don't weep. Surely you see that Ah Sheng is living well now. He has food and drink that if he were not my son, would he be able to thrive in a village like this? Just look at a few of the households nearby. They haven't seen a piece of meat in half a year. Aside from the title, which I cannot yet provide him, I have given him everything without reservation. This world is as it is. Merely surviving is already a remarkable feat. That I asked the woman as sobs began to subside. The man continued. And look, recently, I secretly sent 20 taels of silver to Xiao Ling's family. Do you think they would so readily agree to marry her to Ah Sheng otherwise? I assure you, from the moment Ah Sheng was born, I have regarded him as my own son. Gradually, the woman's weeping quieted, and she reflected on Wu Yuqing's contributions to their family. But isn't he your own son? Yet, given the village's current attitude towards Ah Sheng, you know I cannot allow him to live a life without identity. If it comes to it, send him away from the village. That Ah Sheng is exceptionally bright. Do you know? I've inquired throughout the village, and no one is more adept at studying than he. He could recognize characters at the age of 3, and those books I once asked you to bring. He memorized them all, and I've seen his handwriting. It surpasses that of the village teachers. Did you know? Once, he wrote a few characters on paper, and the wind outside couldn't even lift it. Haha, of course, it's no surprise. Just look at whose blood flows in him. Wu Yuqing boasted, oblivious to the woman's words, believing her to be exaggerating. What paper wouldn't he flutter in the wind? Then send him away, to a school in the city. Let him live there from now on. And don't allow him to return. Yuqing, I beg you. That Wu Yuqing appeared troubled. Send him to school? How would that even work? And if I do manage it, who will cover the expenses, the travel costs? Ah Sheng's living expenses and all the arrangements along the way. How could a mere village chief, like me, possibly shoulder such burdens? In the village, I wield authority, but outside, I know that no one would regard me with any respect. After all, I am merely an ordinary village chief. All right, I shall inquire about this first, and I will let you know once I have news. Do not worry. Wu Yuqing avoided revealing the truth, instinctively beginning to procrastinate. The woman didn't think much of it, believing Wu Yuqing was genuinely contemplating the matter, and nodded contentedly, leaning back against him. At that moment, the boy who had just returned home sat outside, gazing vacantly at the moon above, lost in thought. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman emerged from the house. Ah Sheng, when did you come back? The woman appeared flustered, beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. I just arrived. Mother, Ah Sheng replied calmly, unperturbed, oh, your uncle just came by and brought us some things. The woman had not finished speaking when a middle-aged man entered from within. Village chief. Ah Sheng greeted softly. Ah Sheng. Good to see you. How have you been? I've been well. Thank you for your concern, village chief. That is good to hear. When you and Xiao Ling are wed in 2 years, do remember to invite me to the wedding feast. Yes, I will definitely do so. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's name, a hint of warmth finally crossed Ah Sheng's face. The items have been delivered. I shall take my leave now. All right, take care. The woman instinctively tidied the man's clothing, oblivious to Ah Sheng watching her intently. Moments later, the man walked further away, and only then did Ah Sheng accompany his mother into the house. In the corner, a sack of rice and a few pieces of pork were already piled up. Ah Sheng, did you just visit Xiao Ling? Yes. Ah Sheng nodded, clutching the black bead in his hand, a sense of calm washing over him. Mother, did you speak with him earlier? I wish to pursue my studies outside. Well, it has been said that he will find a way. The woman gently caressed Ah Sheng's hair. By the way, could you allow Xiao Ling to accompany me? I do not wish to leave her alone in the village. All right, I will speak to him about it later. Ah Sheng's face lit up with joy as he nodded. Thank you, Mother. To rest early, Ah Sheng. The hour is late. Very well. That night, Ah Sheng experienced a peculiar sleep, during which he vaguely felt a willow leaf continuously flickering in his mind. It seemed to bear strange markings upon its surface. Time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, a year had passed like the whisper of the wind. Ah Sheng had grown even more handsome. Yet it was Xiao Ling who drew the most attention. As the saying goes, a girl transformed significantly by the age of 18. The once unremarkable Xiao Ling had blossomed over the year, emerging as a fresh and exquisite beauty, her skin now smooth and fair, captivating all the young men in the village. "Hurry, hurry, Ah Sheng. Do come along." Xiaoling tugged at Ah Sheng as they dashed along the mountain path. Gazing at the vibrant Xiaoling ahead, Ah Sheng wore a delighted expression. "Where are you taking me, Xiaoling?" "Recently, I discovered a wonderful place. It was near where I found that bead. Perhaps it can heal your ailment." "Xiaoling, I have told you, this is not an ailment. I am merely a bit underweight." At this moment, Ah Sheng felt a tinge of helplessness. Ever since acquiring that bead, the willow leaf had been persistently appearing in his mind each night. Unbeknownst to him, he felt remarkably clear-headed every day, yet his body gradually began to grow slender. Though it was not overtly apparent, both Xiaoling and his mother, who spent time with him regularly, could gradually discern the change. "Look, just over there, we are almost there. I assure you, I have not shared this place with anyone else. I have only brought you here." After an indeterminate time of walking, the two arrived at a secluded cave. Strange sounds echoed faintly from within. "Huh, what is inside? I remember there was nothing here the last time I came." Xiaoling remarked curiously that Ah Sheng's gaze flickered as he looked at the cave entrance. Feeling reluctant to enter, "Perhaps we should head back. It is getting late." "No worries, I will take a look inside. If it seems wrong, I will come out immediately. You wait for me outside." Xiaoling had always been quite bold. Otherwise, she would not have ventured so far alone. Releasing Ah Sheng's hand, she darted inside. Seeing this, Ah Sheng sighed and followed her without hesitation. "Duh! What is this, so many piglets?" Xiaoling exclaimed in astonishment that Ah Sheng's heart skipped a beat. And he quickly stepped in front of Xiaoling, alertly watching the scene ahead. That moment, in one corner of the cave, a group of black wild boar piglets lay squealing, seemingly hungry. How adorable. Xiaoling felt no sense of danger and instead approached the piglets. However, Ah Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, that he sensed something was amiss in this place. "Let us leave quickly." "Xiaoling." Ah Sheng's face turned pale as he hurriedly pulled Xiaoling towards the cave exit. "What is it?" "Let me hold them just for a moment before we go," Xiaoling protested, glancing back reluctantly. Yet, Ah Sheng paid her no heed, his pace hastening as he dashed towards the cave's mouth. Just then, a shadow loomed before them. A colossal creature towering 3 to 4 meters high blocked the entrance. The overwhelming sense of danger sent shivers through Xiaoling's entire being. Howl, thud. The creature's thick tusks inched closer, and a wave of imminent peril surged within Ah Sheng's heart. "Indeed, we have not escaped. Ah Sheng, I am sorry. I should not have brought you here. I am so sorry. Are we going to die?" "We will not die." Ah Sheng turned with a smile. Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if she had misread the expression in Ah Sheng's eyes, which seemed to reveal a flickering willow leaf. The 2-year period had finally arrived. Xiaoling had blossomed into a renowned beauty far and wide. However, since that day he returned with Xiaoling, Ah Sheng's right leg had suffered a grievous injury, and upon recovery, he became a cripple that he now required a cane to walk steadily. That Ah Sheng's mother felt utterly despondent. In light of this, Xiaoling's parents contemplated canceling the engagement, but they could not withstand Xiaoling's fervent insistence that "I will marry no one but Ah Sheng." Eventually, after Ah Sheng's mother brought 50 taels of silver from an unknown source, they reluctantly consented to continue with the engagement. However, just as Ah Sheng eagerly awaited the day, a sudden piece of dreadful news plunged him into despair. Leaning on his cane outside the wooden house, Ah Sheng gazed at the grass mat below. Lifting the white cloth revealed the lifeless body of his mother. Earlier, when she left the village, she inadvertently encountered a vicious beast. Hence, the village chief, Wu Yuqing, wore a mournful expression, seemingly unable to bear witnessing the tragedy before him. Yet Ah Sheng remained silent, fixated on a concealed wound on his mother's throat. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, that he discerned that the injury was evidently inflicted by a sharp arrow. He could not fathom what kind of beast roamed the land capable of shooting arrows. "Alas, do not be sorrowful. You must continue living your life. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out." Wu Yuqing offered a few words of comfort before hastily departing. Ah Sheng remained seated on the ground, lost in thought, while whispers from the villagers echoed in his ears. "Alas, that woman has endured much misfortune. But she brought it upon herself by causing a stir at the village chief's home." Indeed, who is son? The village chief dotes on his grandchildren. The children born, aside from that foolish one, are all extraordinary. It is said that Wu Youji, the eldest son, has become a warrior, often accompanying the village chief on hunts, his archery surpassing even his father's. Poor thing. Wu Yoji has taken a liking to Xiaoling. Do you think Ah Sheng's mother wouldn't be agitated? If she does not intervene, it seems her daughter-in-law may be lost. Huh. Xiaoling's family too. They clearly accepted gifts, yet now they are reneging. What of it? This is how it is nowadays. Besides, I have heard that the gifts were also from the village chief. Who is she marrying? Regardless, they are all sons of the village chief, are they not? Shh. Lower your voice. That woman cannot bear to hear such things now. And if you have the ability, don't attend the wedding. How could that be? Who doesn't know that the village chief's family is the wealthiest in our village now? The next day, Ah Sheng stood at the entrance of Xiaoling's home, unable to even step inside. Our Xiaoling has already become engaged to Wu Yoji, the village chief's son. They will be married in 7 days. You should no longer seek Xiaoling, lest her future husband misunderstand, her father said coldly. Completely devoid of the warmth he had previously shown, that Ah Sheng said nothing, leaning on his cane as he turned to leave. However, the following day, Wu Yoji was found dead. When the body was discovered, it was in a state of utter disarray, with various parts missing, some even entirely untraceable. Sun wailed inconsolably, while village chief Wu Yuqing was consumed with rage. Ordering the villagers to venture forth in search of the beast responsible, he himself searched tirelessly for several days, refusing to relent. Just as everyone thought the turmoil had begun to settle, an unexpected announcement sent shockwaves through the village. The wedding proceeded as planned, but the groom was now Wu Youqing's third son, Wu Xiaoqing. He was to marry Xiaoling. Upon hearing the news, Ah Sheng's mind buzzed with confusion, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. He recalled that Wu Xiaoqing seemed rather simple-minded. Yet bizarrely, Xiaoling's family exhibited no signs of discontent. 7 days later, every household in Wu family village was forcibly adorned with festive red characters, including Ah Sheng's own home. The entire village surged towards the village chief's residence. Congratulations, congratulations. How courteous. The inebriated Wu Yuqing, with a flushed face, incessantly exchanged pleasantries. Behind him, Wu Xiaoqing sat there, grinning vacuously. Oh, my son, today is your momentous day. Cease your foolish smiling and greet the guests. A robust woman nearby wiped Wu Xiaoqing's mouth with a handkerchief, continuously chattering. Father, father. As long as father is here. It's enough, sigh. Observing her son's state, Sun sure chose to say nothing further. That I in the distance, Ah Sheng stood silently outside. His gaze filled with hatred as he clutched a black orb in his hand. Faintly, a willow leaf could be seen slowly manifesting in his eyes. Soon, Xiaoling, I shall rescue you. I am nearly successful. Await me. A peculiar wave coursed through him, causing Ah Sheng's cheeks to appear slightly gaunter than before, yet the willow leaf in his eyes grew increasingly vivid. Night fell. Outside Wu family village, a throng of colossal beasts swiftly gathered, rampaging towards the village. The towering bamboo groves, which had stood for years, were swiftly toppled, and the ferocious beasts surged into the village. Head of the household, do you hear that? Is there a sound? What sound? You must be mistaken. Go to sleep. I'm feeling dizzy. You, always drinking without restraint. Why didn't you drink yourself to death? The woman scolded impatiently. Rising to open the door to investigate, she barely managed to part it when a massive head pushed its way inside. Its 2 formidable tusks rubbed against her cheek incessantly. The woman stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend, but when she finally grasped the situation before her, a deafening shriek echoed throughout the village. Yet in the next instant, the beast lunged forward, crushing her head in a single bite. Crack! The sharp sound of splintering bones rang out. Meanwhile, inside the village chief's residence, 3 wild boars, each towering 4 to 5 meters high, wreaked havoc within. Yuqing, save me, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sun sure wailed in despair. At that moment, she was clutched in the jaws of one of the wild boars, utterly powerless to resist. Help! Help me, Moo! The boar swiftly raised its head and in a few bites swallowed her whole. How could this happen? How could this happen? Village chief Wu Yuqing struggled against a wild boar, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. That in all the years of Wu family village, there had never been a beast attack, yet it occurred on the very day of his son's wedding. That he could not fathom why. Momentarily distracted, Wu Yuqing found his arm bitten off by the wild boar, collapsing to the ground. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, the 3 wild boars in the courtyard suddenly halted. Outside, heavy footsteps gradually approached the gigantic wild boar, towering 5 meters high, gently pressed through the front gate. However, what captured Wu Youqing's attention was the youth seated atop the giant boar. You are Sheng? Wu Youqing stared in shock at the calm-faced Sheng. Feeling as if the world had become utterly unrecognizable, Sheng, expressionless, regarded the one-armed village chief and inquired, "Where is Xiaoling?" Xiaoling she is inside. I will bring her out right away. I must go now. Sheng, do not act rashly. Under no circumstances should you act rashly. Upon hearing Sheng's words, Wu Youqing abruptly came to his senses and hurriedly exclaimed, noticing that the wild boar before him showed no signs of aggression. Wu Youqing scrambled into the house. Where is Xiaoling? Where has she gone? Father. Where is she? I don't know. Sheng's brow furrowed as the wild boar let out a mighty roar, plunging the room into silence. Wu Youqing, with his remaining right hand, dragged Wu Xiaoqing out to at that moment. Wu Xiaoqing was still dressed in red, grinning foolishly. Xiaoqing, look at your father. Look at your father. Where is Xiaoling gone? Speak. Wu Youqing, increasingly flustered, was overwhelmed by the villagers' desperate cries that in a sudden fit of panic, he slapped Wu Xiaoqing's face. The sound was exceptionally loud. Xiaoling. Xiaoling said she wanted to take a walk by the lake. Then she disappeared. I don't know what happened next. By the lake? A flash of insight struck Sheng, and a wave of inexplicable panic surged within him as he directed the giant boar towards the lake. Sheng, you know I am your father. I am your father. You cannot kill me. You absolutely cannot kill me. Filicide brings divine retribution. Seeing the other wild boars showing no signs of leaving, Wu Youqing desperately shouted at Sheng. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the giant wild boar came to a halt. However, just as Wu Youqing thought he had evaded danger, he was caught off guard when a blade was hurled down by Sheng. Upon recognizing the blade, Wu Youqing's expression shifted dramatically, that he recognized this object as the very arrow he had crafted with his own hands, that it was he who had given Wu Youji the arrow that led to the death of Sheng's mother. Little did he expect that it would now be reclaimed by Sheng. Sheng, listen to me. I did not kill your mother. It was Wu Youji. It was Sun Shi. It was Sun Shi who ordered Wu Youji to steal my arrow and kill your mother. You must believe me. Wait. It wasn't me. It was me. You wretched spawn, I should never have let you be born 15 years ago, when that woman was pregnant with you. I should have found a way to end your life. Don't come closer. His voice gradually faded away as Sheng slowly lifted his gaze to the night sky. The moon tonight resembled the one from that night, a full moon. Gripping the black orb tightly, Sheng hurriedly made his way towards the lake. Yet, upon reaching the lakeside, he was met with the sight of a red ribbon gently floating on the water's surface. Xiaoling, witnessing this scene, Sheng let out a frenzied roar, his eyes brimming with tears as he urged the giant boar forward. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as the giant boar charged directly into the lake. Moments later on the shore, Sheng stood dazed, gazing at the lifeless form of the woman in red cradled in his arms, her face drenched, unsure if it was lake water or his tears. At that moment, Xiaoling still clutched a thoroughly soaked book in her hands. My name is Xiaoling. What is your name? My name is Wu Yuesheng. Why such a name? Because I was born beneath the moonlight. Chapter 60. I was lying to you. Li Chongqing sighed, uncertain of what to say. He could see that at this moment, the value representing Wu Yuesheng's combat power above his head was plummeting rapidly. In no time, it had come to a halt at one point. Then am I going to die? Wu Yuesheng calmly regarded the arrow lodged in his body, smiling faintly as he asked, It seems so. Li Chongqing nodded seriously, then added, Unless you possess some extraordinary elixir or divine treasure, it appears you are nearing your end. Wu Yuesheng's expression stiffened as he gazed at Li Chongqing with a resentful look. Why did you save me earlier? I don't know. I acted on instinct, wanting to save you, but it seems I have not succeeded after all. Li Chongqing shrugged, glancing at the now lifeless figure of the black-clad archer beside them, casually remarking, Ditto. Is that so? Wu Yuesheng nodded, staring blankly at the 2 wounds on his body that continued to bleed profusely, lost in thought. May I trouble you with something? No. Li Chongqing categorically refused that in such circumstances. He sensed that whatever Wu Yueshing was asking for would likely be quite troublesome for him. Indeed, Wu Yueshing's expression hardened again, his gaze filled with even greater resentment. Your relationships within your supervisory office must not be very good. Right? Relationships? Huh. What use is that? Social niceties cannot compare to the exhilaration of one's own strength soaring. Noticing that Li Chongqing remained unresponsive, Wu Yueshing pondered for a moment before speaking again. What I said before was a lie. Indeed, Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow in surprise as he gazed at him. The fundamentals of this martial art offered no secrets. It was merely that I had deliberately miswritten a line in the manual. When cultivating this technique, one must not convert another's vital energy into soul force. Doing so would inevitably lead to a muddled soul due to the lack of a common origin. The practitioner must transform their own vital energy into soul force. And there exists a daily limit to this process. The concept of drawing yang to replenish yin actually pertains to the practitioner's own life force, not that of others. That Wu Yueshing's voice began to wane, clearly struggling to persist. However, as he elucidated further, Li Chongqing could not help but gasp, his countenance darkening. This fellow is rather cunning. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I can surmise your character. You trust no one, and while your martial prowess is commendable, your intellect leaves much to be desired. To put it kindly, you are cautious, but to be blunt, you are merely fearful of death, that if you were to encounter such a situation during cultivation, you would likely hesitate to engage with this technique until you fully understood it. Cough, cough. As he spoke, Wu Yueshing began to cough violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Across from him, Li Chongqing's expression faltered. He suddenly felt an urge to strike this man with a hammer to end his suffering. Yet, it must be said that Wu Yueshing had accurately gauged Li Chongqing's disposition, despite his recent boldness. Apart from that one force breakthrough, every action Li Chongqing took was the result of thorough contemplation. That in his world, nothing held greater significance than his own life. There were countless martial arts manuals available. If this one proved unsuitable, he could simply earn more local specialties to trade with Babachuo. However, if this technique posed a genuine threat to his life, he would certainly refrain from engaging with it until he understood it better. Most likely, he would seek out a few test subjects to experiment with this technique and observe the outcomes. What do you think? Am I correct in my assessment? Li Chongqing suddenly chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. You are quite astute. If I were to find myself in such a predicament, I would indeed seek others to practice this technique. I had anticipated that, which is why I shared these matters with you. Wu Yueshing slowly reclined, seemingly surrendering to his fate, allowing blood to flow freely from his body. Can you tell me what that orb is about? Li Chongqing inquired suddenly. When you manage to condense your first willow leaf, drop your blood on it, and you will gain entry into the soul orb. The willow leaf essence technique I comprehend was derived from within it. However, utilizing the soul orb requires immense energy. My limit is merely 2 uses a day, and as you can see, it has resulted in my current state. That Wu Yueshing waved his withered hand, akin to a desiccated plant, with a smile. That is your weakness. Li Chongqing replied earnestly. That Wu Yueshing fell silent, gazing at Li Chongqing, uncertain of how to respond. After a long pause, he uttered, I am nearing death. Yes, I am aware. Then, could you not utter something uplifting? What would you like to hear? Wu Yueshing felt an overwhelming fatigue, the drowsiness intensifying, and he waved his hand dismissively, evidently unwilling to engage further with Li Chongqing. By the way, what was the trouble you mentioned earlier? Yet, at that moment, Li Chongqing's voice rang out once more. Will you assist me? Wu Yueshing responded in astonishment. I will not. Li Chongqing rejected him once again. That Wu Yueshing fell into silence, his eyes now reflecting a deeper sorrow than before. He felt that it would be better to perish at that moment than to endure Li Chongqing's ire before his demise. However, if it could be done effortlessly, he might be willing. The youth added earnestly. Wu Yueshing's eyelids fluttered shut, and after a moment he slowly spoke. If possible, please place my corpse in the small lake behind Wu Family Village. Would you like me to sprinkle some flower petals on the water's surface for you later? This time Wu Yueshing remained silent, his eyes simply fixed upon Li Chongqing. All right, I understand. Li Chongqing nodded, no longer concerning himself with Wu Yueshing, and turned to approach the nearby black-clad archer. He had noticed that the man seemed to be reaching for something in his pocket before passing. Surely, it contained something vital for survival. Crouching down and rummaging through the man's belongings, Li Chongqing indeed discovered several medicine vials, but he uncapped one and held it to his nose, inhaling the gentle fragrance of the medicinal aroma. What kind of elixir is this? Li Chongqing pondered, having never encountered such concoctions before, making it difficult to ascertain their nature. After all, he had only recently taken up alchemy. However, it seemed he had a ready-made test subject nearby. "Hey, I found some elixirs," before he could finish his sentence, Li Chongqing halted, for he noticed that the number displayed above Wu Yuexing's head had now dropped to 0. The 2 arrows that had previously pierced him lay discarded nearby. Standing quietly to observe Wu Yuexing, Li Chongqing felt a sense of astonishment. He could not fathom why he bore no animosity towards this individual. With a heavy sigh, he grasped Wu Yuexing's garment and, in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Half an hour later, at Wu family village, beside the small lake at the village's edge, Li Chongqing gently laid Wu Yuexing into the water, watching as the body slowly sank beneath the lake's surface. He turned and departed. Time had passed, and it was time to return. Chapter 61. Return to the city within the dense forest. It was still the same location as before. Only the carcass of a giant wild boar and the black-clad archer lay motionless on the ground. Soon, a group of men and women hurried over from a distance. Previously, did you see that Yiming was heading in this direction? Xiao Yifei inquired calmly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Yes, earlier Yiming mentioned he heard some noises and thought it might be a ferocious beast. So he bid us farewell and left it. A woman in yellow replied. Indeed, Master Brother, Yiming is a seasoned expert in bone tempering and a skilled archer. It is quite normal for him to venture out for game. So you need not worry excessively. He may have already returned by now. Another woman in red offered a reassuring smile that Xiao Yifei nodded. For some reason, since earlier, he had felt an unsettling unease in his heart. Although his brother often hunted alone, never before had he felt such trepidation that he could not pinpoint the cause. What is that? In the distance, the giant wild boar's carcass quickly came into view. That it appears to be a ferocious beast. But it seems to be deceased, the woman in red remarked, puzzled to know. What about that one beside it? Xiao Yifei's gaze shifted toward another lifeless body lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. With a swift motion, he soared through the air like a bird, covering the distance of 100 meters in an instant. Moments later, the others arrived, and upon seeing the appearance of the body beneath Xiao Yifei's feet, they exchanged alarmed glances. Something has gone awry. In that instant, a singular thought echoed in their minds, and none dared to utter a word. And I knew it. I knew my premonition was correct. Xiao Yifei trembled. The aura of his bone tempering inadvertently radiating outward, his gaze fixated on the black-clad archer's corpse. Master Brother Yiming, he couldn't have confronted that ferocious beast. A man beside him speculated softly. He is an archer. Do you think he is foolish? Would he recklessly charge at such a massive ferocious beast to engage in melee combat? Do you think he is as dim-witted as you? Xiao Yifei shouted at the man, nearly losing his temper. Master Brother, Yiming must have been slain by a heavy weapon. Just then, a serious voice came from behind, belonging to another young man in a black cloak. By a heavy weapon? Master Brother, look, Yiming's chest is utterly shattered, and his longbow bears similar damage. The skull of this wild boar exhibits injuries identical to Yiming's, which means that Yiming and this ferocious beast must have been struck down together by that formidable individual. The young man's final words trailed off, but their meaning was clear to all present. Let us return to the city and investigate who possesses heavy weaponry within 100 miles of Tiger Tooth Town. With strength above the bone tempering stage, this time, I intend to pay them all a visit. Outside Tiger Tooth Town, Li Chongqing dutifully paid the entrance fee before stepping into the city. However, he had scarcely begun to explore when he encountered a familiar face. Zhang Qing, it has been quite some time. Have you come as well? Li Chongqing was somewhat taken aback. Since his seclusion at the inspection department, it had been quite a while since he had last encountered this individual. Stealthily surveying Zhang Qing's crown, he confirmed that the young man had indeed reached the muscle refinement stage. This lad appears to have been diligently training, mused Li Chongqing inwardly. However, the battle prowess of 27 seemed to indicate he had only recently made this breakthrough. Still very much a novice. Brotherly, it's been a long time. Zhang Qing greeted, nodding with a faint smile, though his demeanor bore a hint of arrogance. Was it merely his imagination? Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the situation amusing. Brother Zhang, have you just arrived as well? More or less. Follow me. Sister Qing specifically requested to see you. Zhang Qing refrained from mentioning that he had been dispatched by Shi Yaqing to await him. Sister Qing has also arrived. Li Changxing's heart stirred at the thought. Had she already spoken to Commander Shi about him? Yes, not just Sister Qing. Commander Shi is here as well. Indeed, Shi Hai had already arrived. Not daring to delay, Li Changxing followed Zhang Qing and swiftly approached a modest courtyard in Huaizhen. The inspection department certainly had considerable wealth. Observing the exclusive courtyard before him, Li Changxing, well acquainted with the inspection department's style, deduced that it concealed remarkable secrets within. Yet there seemed to be an element lacking this time. Upon pushing the door open, Li Changxing was greeted by the sight of an artificially excavated stream flowing through a rockery within the courtyard. Corrupt elements, he muttered under his breath, yet his steps remained unceasing as he proceeded toward the inner room. Brother Li, were you just speaking? Zhang Qing suddenly turned back to inquire. Indeed, I find the environment of our inspection department's residence here quite beautiful. It evokes a sense of tranquility, Li Changxing remarked with admiration. Indeed, when I first arrived here, I felt similarly. However, this is not the inspection department's property. It is a courtyard purchased by Sister Qing herself. I believe she acquired it for merely a few tens of thousands of taels. That Li Changxing inhaled sharply. During a previous conversation with Xiao Zhu, out of a peculiar curiosity, he had gleaned some information regarding Huaizhen. Though its proximity to the Huishan mountain range instilled a sense of danger, such a spacious courtyard would likely not be obtainable for less than several 100,000 taels, but he couldn't help but wonder how Shi Yaqing had negotiated such a deal. Here we are, Sister Qing and the others are inside. Soon, the two entered the main hall. At first glance, Li Changxing spotted the imposing figure seated in the principal position. Indeed, it was he, the commander of the inspection department. Shi Hai, beside him was Sun Qian, leaning on a staff, engaged in an unknown conversation with Shi Hai, while Shi Yaqing sat in a chair, idly lost in thought. The other captain, Lao Qin, was conspicuously absent. Li Changxing, you've arrived. Upon seeing him enter, Shi Yaqing instantly perked up, quickly gesturing for Zhang Qing to leave. Understood, Sister Qing. Zhang Qing cast a wry smile at Sun Qian and Shi Hai, clasped his hands in respect, and swiftly exited. Sun Qian, you should step out as well. Understood, Commander. Sun Qian nodded, glancing at Li Changxing with a hint of confusion before ultimately leaving as well. Before long, only Li Changxing and the two others remained. What is going on? Shi Hai's gaze had been fixed on Li Changxing since his entrance. Although Li Changxing still felt the intense mental pressure, it lacked the previous sensation that made his skin tremble and ache. Has he grown stronger? Your name is Li Changxing, Shi Hai inquired softly. Yes, Commander Shi, Li Changxing replied, his head bowed in acknowledgement. Shi Hai nodded, gradually rising and approaching Li Changxing. Do you wish to learn the subsequent techniques of the Bull Demon Body Refinement skill? Li Changxing raised his head to gaze at Shi Hai, perplexed by his words. Receive a strike from me, and I shall grant you the subsequent techniques. Li Changxing was momentarily stunned, hurriedly turning to seek out Shi Yaqing, only to find her hiding in a corner, gleefully watching him. No, Commander Shi, please let me explain. Before he could finish, an overwhelming force silenced him. A colossal, armored prehistoric bull, wielding a massive hammer, swiftly emerged from behind Shi Hai, instantly filling the room, its terrifying might surging toward him with unparalleled ferocity. The sight was as if the entire room had been consumed by the bull itself, in the face of imminent peril. Without time to ponder, Li Changxing's internal energy surged, and the spectral image of 9 bull demons materialized behind him, unleashing a titanic punch of their own. Chapter 62. Shi Hai boom. The entire room felt as though a bomb had detonated. With tables and chairs flung about by the powerful gust, Shi Yaqing, hiding in the corner, grinned at the spectacle unfolding before her, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she muttered, Not my business. Not my business. She hadn't anticipated her father to be so direct, launching an attack upon their very first meeting, seemingly unafraid of causing serious injury. Before long, Shi Yaqing witnessed Li Changxing, who had been evenly matched with her moments ago, being sent flying effortlessly across the room, his form gliding through the air. Hiss! At that moment, Li Changxing felt as though his once prized strength had become utterly ineffectual. The energy radiating from Shi Hai resembled an ocean, quickly overwhelming him. The explosive force of the punch caused his own energy to dissipate upon mere contact, that instant. It felt as if he were facing an insurmountable mountain dam that hurts, soaring 3 to 4 meters through the air. Li Chongqing struggled to regain his footing, sliding back an additional 2 to 3 meters before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Shihai had seemingly resumed his seat, as if nothing had occurred. Yet his tiger-like gaze remained fixed upon Li Chongqing. Return unscathed. Li Chongqing couldn't help but smile wryly as he hurried back. He understood that Shihai had undoubtedly held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emerged with merely pain and no other injuries. Commander! Li Chongqing cast a glance at the returning Shi Yaqing, offering a respectful greeting. You did quite well. Shihai nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. When Yaqing spoke of you, I found it hard to believe. So, I decided to test you personally. The Bull Demon Body Refinement skill, when perfected, can indeed rival the muscle refinement stage, though it should not exhibit such exaggerated enhancements that I surmise you should be capable of sparring with Sun Qian now. Commander, you flatter me. I am nowhere near Sun Qian's equal, Li Chongqing quickly refuted. This was a sentiment he dared not affirm. Should Sun Qian overhear, his curiosity might compel him to challenge Li Chongqing to a spar, which would be troublesome. That a gust of wind suddenly swept toward him, prompting Li Chongqing to instinctively raise his hand to catch it. That it was a piece of white jade. This. Li Chongqing glanced up at Shihai. I have not placed the subsequent techniques of the Bull Demon Body Refinement skill within the inspection department. Even with contribution points, you cannot exchange for it. However, since I have mentioned it, I will certainly provide it to you. Though you must carefully consider whether you wish to continue practicing this technique. To be frank, we have numerous enemies who recognize this skill. Should you choose to pursue it, it will signify your affiliation with our faction, and you may find yourself entangled in unforeseen troubles. Li Chongqing held the white jade, pondering in silence. Was this akin to choosing a side? Yet, it seemed he was currently in a situation where others couldn't discern his circumstances. Do you think the bull demons behind you are mere illusions?